I have awakened the Stand World of Dio, yet I find myself mocked by the Uchiha clan, deemed nothing more than a hollow facade of strength. This is due to my innate condition as a ninja completely devoid of chakra, rendering me a disgrace to the Uchiha lineage. Not only have I failed to awaken even the most fundamental Sharingan, but I am also incapable of performing the clan's signature Genjutsu. Consequently, I endure the scornful glares of my kin, facing their derision and contempt. Yet, rather than succumb to anger, I find myself smirking coldly within. Indeed, ninjas without chakra are undeniably weak. But as a reincarnated being, I possess the power of a stand. This power not only grants me the speed and force to pierce flesh in an instant, but also enables me to halt the flow of time throughout the world. Even if Kaguya were to descend, she would find herself compelled to bear 2 children before departing. This moment, I step into a secluded gym. Upon entering, a towering silhouette appears before me, halting my steps in astonishment. For what I behold is not merely a human form, but a visage sculpted from a mass of sinew, a devilish face. Noticing my presence, he discards the dumbbells and turns to face me, revealing himself to be my nephew. "Speak, what brings you here?" His icy gaze pierces through me. "Mother has summoned you to our home for dinner this evening, claiming there are matters of great importance to discuss. You must accompany me." Faced with his interrogative tone, reminiscent of a detective questioning a suspect, I resolutely decline. Yet, his insistence grows more fervent. "As far as I know, Mother has pleaded for a long time before Father agreed to let you work in the police department. You are aware of the stringent entry requirements of the police force. If I were a useless uncle like you, I would never refuse such a golden opportunity." His words ignite my fury. The adage of discipline breeding filial piety rings true. It is time to teach this rebellious nephew a lesson. Clenching my fist, the size of a heavy pot, I prepare to confront him. "You are correct to ask me for assistance," I declare as he silently raises his hand in response. A smirk forming on his lips. "It is time for you to witness the true essence of a ninja and understand the vast chasm that separates you from a mere muscle-bound brute." Unexpectedly, a startling event unfolds. With a sudden, muffled thud, my uncle collapses before me, darkness enveloping his vision as he kneels to the ground, ultimately retching the remnants of his breakfast. Strangely, from a third-party perspective, I had remained stationary throughout, not a finger lifted, yet he inexplicably succumbs to the floor. After what feels like an eternity, he gazes at me, clutching his abdomen with difficulty. Is this an illusion? Or has my uncle's prowess become nearly imperceptible to the naked eye? Regardless of the truth, he must concede that my uncle's strength far surpasses his own. It is only at this moment that he comprehends the reality. The seemingly brawny uncle, concealed for years, had been a master of restraint. The true fool was he himself. Return and inform my sister that her cooking does not suit my palate. Do not seek me out again. With that, I gather my towel and stride toward the bathroom. With a gaze filled with complexity, I watched my departing silhouette. Enduring the pain in my abdomen, I rose to my feet and slowly exited the gym. In the bathroom, I cast a glance at the mirror. Beyond my own reflection, a towering figure, exceeding 3 meters in height, gradually materialized behind me. This apparition possessed a physique as robust as iron, with deep azure skin, clad in golden armor and adorned with a metallic helmet that concealed the upper half of its visage. This spectral figure was a manifestation of my mental energy, a being known as a stand, named the world, which I had awakened a fortnight prior. After 24 years, I had finally awaited the delayed external force. When confronted by Right, I activated the stand's ability, suspending time for a brief second across the entire world, allowing me to strike my nephew with a stealthy blow. Of course, my punch was gentle otherwise, or I would have likely been reduced to a mere heap of flesh. Through the mirror, I noticed the heart-shaped mark on my left shoulder. Since childhood, I had been aware of this birthmark, yet I had never given it much thought until awakening the Stand the World. It is the ancestral mark of the Joestar family from the JoJo series, which the antagonist Dio awakened after seizing Jonathan's body. After my bath, I accompanied the attendant, Samui, to the market for provisions. Due to my considerable appetite, I purchased a 500-kilogram yellow ox, alongside several large sacks of vegetables and dairy products. Samui, panting and shouldering the burden of 2 hefty bags, sighed as he glanced down, unable to see his own toes, and lamented the weight he bore. Observing the beads of sweat forming on his forehead, I reached out to relieve him of 1 bag, thereby lightening his load significantly. "Thank you, Director," Samui said softly, his cheeks flushed. His bashful demeanor was such that any man would instinctively feel a surge of protective instinct. It appeared he harbored feelings for me, yet in truth, he feigned admiration to conceal his identity as a spy, hoping to disarm me. Regrettably, despite his attempts to charm me, I remained impervious to his allure, which led him to question the adequacy of his own charm. Eventually, he realized that the issue may not lie within himself, as my mind was consumed with thoughts of muscle rather than women. The reason Samui was chosen as a spy by Raikage was evident. The elevated and mountainous terrain of the Hidden Cloud Village, combined with intense sunlight, resulted in ninjaspeth male and female having notably dark skin, strikingly different from Samui's fair complexion. Externally, no one could associate him with the dark-skinned ninjas of the village. Yet, little did Samui know, as a transmigrator, I had long suspected that this woman was a SPY in the original narrative of Naruto. Although Samui makes a late and infrequent appearance, she is undeniably a captivating character, particularly as she possesses two celestial bodies of immense power, making her unforgettable. However, the fact that Samui is a spy has no bearing on me, an Uchiha with no affiliation or sense of belonging to Konoha. Even if Konoha were to be destroyed, it would not concern me in the slightest. I might even find amusement in the spectacle, applauding from the sidelines. To me, Samui embodies a demeanor of quiet stability and diligence. She is not only an exemplary employee, but also willingly assists with laundry, cooking, and various household chores. Such an ideal aide is truly a rarity, and so I feigned ignorance regarding her espionage for 3 years, reaping the benefits without hesitation. However, as we journeyed midway, an unexpected commotion erupted behind us on the street, suggesting that something significant had transpired. In the next moment, urgent shouts rang out, commanding those in front to halt. Members of the police force were apprehending a spy. Unrelated individuals were instructed to step aside, and the word spy sent a tremor through Samui. Had she been exposed? Remaining calm and composed, she forced herself to think rapidly about when she might have revealed a flaw and how to navigate the police's pursuit and interrogation. She feigned surprise, turning to look in the direction of the commotion, only to witness a group of seemingly inconspicuous passers-by suddenly springing into action, racing up the bridge. Behind them, a pair of Uchiha ninjas clad in police uniforms swiftly locked their gazes on the fleeing figures, pursuing them relentlessly. It soon became clear that the spy the police were after was not her. Realizing it was merely a false alarm, Samui breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, the situation was far from resolved. The enemy village's spy posed a considerable threat. Bald-headed adversary charged forward, intent on taking Samui hostage. In an effort to conceal her abilities, she remained still, risking injury. The bald-headed spy seized the opportunity. A wicked grin spread across his face as he poised a sharp kunai against her neck. However, in a split second, an arm thicker than that of an adult male clasped around the spy's head. The bald man's heart raced in shock as he instinctively swung his arm in a desperate attempt to sever the limb. The clash of kunai against flesh rang out, producing a sound reminiscent of metal striking metal, accompanied by sparks. Witnessing this, the bald spy's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet, in the next instant, with a resounding crack, a surge of immense strength coursed through the muscle to his 5 fingers, causing his head to explode like a watermelon. Samui, standing close by, was caught off guard, drenched in the warm juice of the fruit, her lips parted in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. Upon witnessing this scene, I furrowed my brow. My initial intention had been to merely incapacitate the bald man, not to unleash such brutality. I had not anticipated that a mere fraction of my strength would result in such a gruesome outcome, leaving the remaining 4 spies in shock. The personnel of the police department stood momentarily stunned. That moment, a small scroll rolled to my feet. Retrieving the scroll, the remaining 4 spies regained their senses, their eyes filled with fury as they charged towards me without hesitation. As spies, they did not seek vengeance for their fallen comrade. However, the critical intelligence must be reclaimed, for it held greater significance than their very lives. The speed at which they attacked surged dramatically, and in an instant, they were upon me, each aiming at my vital points from various angles, their coordination impeccable. Samui, witnessing this scene, was struck with alarm as he recognized these individuals as ninjas from the hidden Uchiha, small yet audacious village that dared to challenge the formidable Hidden Leaf and Sand Rock villages simultaneously. They were exceptionally skilled at maximizing a ninja's abilities and had developed numerous unique assassination techniques. The number of fools was few, yet each was a formidable elite. Confronted with the encirclement of these four assassins at such close range, even a master of the craft would find themselves in dire straits. "Director, be careful," Samui exclaimed in a rush, drawing a short knife. Fully aware that if he did not intervene, both he and the director would likely perish, he understood that he must intercept one or two of the attackers to grant us a chance at survival. As Samui's words fell, the enemies were upon us. Alas, I sighed inwardly. Recognizing the ferocity of my adversaries, it seemed I had no choice but to summon the power of the world once more. My gaze sharpened as I mentally invoked the incantation, Zawarudo. Almost instantaneously, a peculiar energy radiated from me, causing the entire world around to lose its hue, everything coming to a standstill before my eyes. The four spies remained frozen in their poses, like statues, their expressions brimming with confidence and the ecstasy of impending victory. Then, a towering figure of over 3 meters materialized silently behind Meth, stand known as the world. The awakening of the stand was brief, and my mastery over its abilities was still in its infancy, allowing me to pause time for only 2 seconds. Yet for my purposes, that was more than sufficient. In less than a second, the world and I struck simultaneously, each delivering 2 powerful blows to the 4 adversaries. Following the impact, as the world retracted back into my being, time resumed its flow. Accompanied by 4 resounding thuds, the spies were propelled backward, akin to cannonballs shot from a cannon, soaring through the air at high velocity. Moments later, the first individual collided with a large tree by the roadside, producing a sharp crack as the tree snapped in half, his body pierced by the shattered branches. The second fell into the Leaf River, creating a towering splash of crimson water. The third skimmed the ground, crashing headfirst into a nearby wall, sending debris flying as it collapsed upon him. The last spy, akin to a stone skipping across water, struck the pavement multiple times before finally coming to a halt. In the end, it culminated in a grotesque mass of flesh and blood, collapsing before the eyes of the officers. 2 were dead, and 2 others gravely injured, the latter at the hands of an extraordinary force. As for the 2 who perished on the spot, they were merely unfortunate souls, victims of my iron fist. My might transcended that of the world of substitutes, and the sight left all present utterly astounded. "Let us return," I remarked to Sammy, and then took my leave, heading home. At that moment, the officers regained their composure, approaching us with a serious demeanor. At the forefront was a man with flowing brown hair and a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes that exuded an air of unapproachability. This individual was Uchiha Dawa, a resident of Konoha and the sub-team leader of the police force. As Dawa approached, he scrutinized my features with uncertainty, eventually asking, "Is that really you, Dawa? It has been quite some time." I raised my hand in greeting. Dawa and I were of similar age. Having known each other since childhood, we had experienced some discord during our youth. However, we were neither friends nor foes, bound instead by our shared Uchiha blood. "How is it that you managed to dispatch 4 adversaries in an instant?" Dao Hua inquired, his gaze piercing and intense, instilling a significant mental pressure. From his perspective, he had witnessed 4 spies converging on me, only to see them simultaneously flung backward in the blink of an eye, some dead, others injured. What was most astonishing was that I had accomplished this with but one hand, the other still clutching a vegetable. Even with the formidable dynamic vision provided by the Sharingan, Daohua was unable to discern how I had executed my strike. In response to Daohua's probing, I nonchalantly replied, "As you can see, I simply sent them flying." Daohua fixed his gaze on me for a prolonged moment, and ultimately he exhaled in resignation, gritting his teeth. "You haven't changed one bit. Regardless, please accompany us for a brief investigation into this incident. Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for you. It's merely a formality at the police department, requiring you to provide a statement." His tone remained courteous, as he sought to avoid further conflict, an unusual display of humility from sub-team leader. However, to his surprise, I retorted, "Do not trouble me, Daohua," meeting his gaze with an unwavering calm that bore the weight of a command rather than a request. Daohua's expression shifted, instinctively taking a step back. "How dare you speak to the captain in such a manner? Mind your attitude." A police officer, unable to tolerate my arrogance, pointed an accusatory finger at me and reprimanded me sharply. In response, I merely cast a stoic glance in his direction. Instantly, he turned pale, overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation, as if my gaze had transformed into a blade poised to sever his throat. He let out a shriek, clutching his throat and retreating in fright, drenched in cold sweat. "Is that an illusion?" Uchiha Itachi pondered, witnessing the scene with a start. No, it was not an illusion, it was sheer presence. We shall go, Itachi huffed coldly, and then commanded the team to bring along the spy's lifeless form and the intelligence gathered, then turned to depart. Let us return as well, I suggested. Oh, Sam, he exclaimed, hurriedly picking up the bag and sprinting towards the rooftop of a distant building. Two shadowy ninjas, donning animal masks, observed us with cold indifference and silently trailed behind. 10 minutes later, Sam and I arrived back at the gym, pushing open the door. I glanced back at the empty alleyway before redirecting my gaze and stepping inside with Sam. Have we been discovered? The two ninjas appeared on the rooftop, exchanging glances before noting the gym's physical enhancement department. One remained to keep watch, while the other executed a body flicker technique, vanishing towards the Hokage building. Director, I am grateful for your life-saving intervention today, Sam said, bowing deeply upon his return, inadvertently revealing his significant trophy, a sight as profound as the depths of the abyss. Seeing you covered in blood, perhaps you should take a shower first, I remarked before making my way to the training room. I reached the center of the room and sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, slowly closing my eyes and soon entering a state of deep contemplation and meditation. The world of my stand quietly materialized behind me, a towering form sitting on the ground in unison with me. In recent days, I have often pondered a particular question. Why did my awakened stand manifest as the world rather than as Star Platinum, which shares a similar nature yet boasts superior panel statistics? It is well known that Star Platinum is heralded as the most invincible stand in history, the greatest nemesis of the world. Could it be that I lack the charisma of a protagonist, destined instead to embody a role akin to Dio, naturally inclined towards villainy? Yet, perhaps it is for the best. Fortunately, my stand is not the offspring of a ninja, for the stands of those old relics are often the least effective. In truth, during the past half-month since my stand awakened, I have become well acquainted with the capabilities of the world and have gained a rudimentary mastery over the ability to stop time. Gradually, I began to realize that the world might indeed be more suitable for me than Star Platinum. According to the established notion, while a stand represents the manifestation of an individual's mental strength, possessing a formidable physique can positively enhance the stand's capabilities. In the JoJo manga, the headless Dio seized the body of a bridge, merging the two into the stand known as the world. Later, during Dio's climactic battle with Jotaro Kujo, he absorbed the blood of Joseph Joestar, strengthening his own physique while simultaneously extending the world's time-stopping ability to 9 meters. I believe there is a correlation to be found in the theory that the stronger the physique, the more powerful the stand. Jotaro Kujo's stand, Star Platinum, stands at a height of 195 centimeters with a weight of only 82 kilograms of physique entirely supported by his esteemed school uniform. On the other hand, Dio's stand, the world, also measures 195 centimeters in height but weighs 97 kilograms, making him the strongest physical entity in the Joestar lineage. As for myself, sharing the star birthmark, I too stand at the inherited height of 195 centimeters. Yet due to the 130 trillion human cells of the Hokage world and 2 decades of relentless training, I have achieved an astonishing weight of 150 kilograms. For this reason, the world that I awakened, the world of the stand exceeds even that of Diavolo, towering at over 3 meters in height. In truth, the numerical values of the stand's panel hold little significance for me, for whether it be the world or the Platinum Star. Their might pales in comparison to my own. What truly captivates my attention are the abilities of these two stands, both of which possess the power to halt time. The distinction lies in their limits. The Platinum Star can freeze time for a maximum of 5 seconds, while the world surpasses this, achieving an impressive limit of 9 seconds, almost double the duration. Why this mere fact alone, the world undeniably eclipses the Platinum Star, earning its rightful title as the ultimate stand. Speaking of my awakened stand, I have noticed an unconscious shift in my mentality compared to the past. Many traversers harbor a grandiose savior complex, aspiring to become heroes, becoming Hokage at 6, uniting the ninja world at 8, and vanquishing the Otsutsuki clan at 10, all while granting Kaguya maternity leave. However, I am not one of them. I have never aspired to be a savior or to rescue the world. Such tasks are best left to those renowned figures. As an outsider who does not belong here, why should I burden myself? If there is anyone I care for in this world, it is my sister, Uchiha Mikoto, with whom I grew up. I am acutely aware that after rejoining the Umbu, 2 years will pass before the night of the Uchiha massacre, when Obito and another madman, under the orchestration of Konoha's higher-ups will annihilate the entire Uchiha clan. Before that chaos can unfold, I must navigate this treacherous path. My original plan was to find an opportunity soon to take my sister and flee together, leaving Konoha behind. It was unexpected that, at this moment, my stand, the world, awakened, bestowing upon me a newfound strength that invigorates my resolve. Thus, even when facing Obito's nearly insurmountable Kamui, my Naruto possesses undeniable combat potential. This newfound power endows Duan with the strength of a tiger, signifying that he can navigate this perilous world with greater ease. Even when confronted by the near-invincible Kamui of Obito, his Naruto possesses formidable combat potential. This time, Duan has publicly revealed a portion of his strength, which is bound to attract the attention of some. In light of this, it seems prudent to engage in some physical activity. After all, Duan has realized that his recent years of insular development have hindered his progress, leading to a stagnation at a plateau. Perhaps it is time for him to partake in some intense battles to invigorate his physique. They say that tools grow sharper with use, while neglect leads to dullness. The human body is no exception. Having organized his thoughts, Duan concluded his meditation, rising to exit the quiet room. The hour was now dusk. The sun was nearing its descent, and the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the gym's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow upon the floor. The bathroom door creaked open, and Samui emerged, freshly bathed. She wore a snug white tank top and blue athletic shorts, her damp golden hair cascading messily over her shoulders, with a few droplets of water glistening on her collarbone. "Are you all right? If you were startled, I can grant you a few days off," Duan said. Displaying concern for his staff, Samui quickly responded, "No need, Director. I'm fine now." "That's good to hear," Duan nodded, glancing at the dimming sky. "It's getting late. Let us close the gym early today." "Director, what would you like for dinner?" "I can prepare something right away," Samui said, rushing to the kitchen without even drying her hair. Duan called out to her, "No need for that. Let us dine out tonight. Perhaps at that barbecue place cue from last time. It's on me." "Really? Thank you, Director." Samui's face brightened with a smile, a rare occurrence for her, as she seldom displayed such warmth in front of others. Yet in that moment, her joy was genuine, for although barbecue Q was quite pricey, the food was indeed exquisite. Seizing the opportunity while Samui dried her hair, Duan took a shower and changed his clothes before they set out once more. As anticipated, Duan's display of power today had drawn considerable attention. In the Hokage building, the 62-year-old third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, sat at his desk, one hand holding a pipe as he exhaled wisps of smoke, while the other perused a freshly delivered dossier. The material in his hands contained intelligence on Uchiha Duan. As he read, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, his smoking slowing as he contemplated. The mischievous boy who once struck his teacher had grown into such an imposing figure. He exhaled a cloud of smoke, gazing at the image of Duan's towering physique, and reflected with a sense of nostalgia. The third Hokage certainly held memories of Duan. After all, a 6-year-old child, newly enrolled in school, managed to overpower a nin instructor with sheer brute strength. A remarkable event that certainly caught the attention of the headmaster of the Ninja Academy. It was under the direct command of the third Hokage that Uchiha Dan was expelled from the institution. Since then, no news of Dan had reached him. Initially, he assumed that the boy had faded into obscurity, but to his surprise, Dan had lived a low-profile life for nearly 2 decades, only to reveal his prowess once again, causing a minor uproar. Alas, the third Hokage laid down Dan's dossier and sighed. Had he not hastily expelled Dan back then, but instead guided him with the spirit of the will of fire, fostering his reform, how much better it would have been. In that case, Dan could have become a ninja early on, contributing significantly to the village, perhaps even shining on the battlefield of the Third Shinobi World War, akin to Uchiha Shursui. And now, the Uchiha clan had yet another troublesome individual to contend with. In the eyes of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Dan would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards him for the expulsion from the academy. Moreover, given that he belonged to the Uchiha clan, such animosity would not wane with time. Rather, it would likely intensify. This was the inherent nature of the Uchiha. Reflecting on this, the third Hokage lifted his gaze to the young man standing across his desk and inquired, "Shursui, how much do you know about Uchiha Dan?" The young man, carrying a short blade on his back, possessed a youthful visage. His distinctive round nose, while detracting from his attractiveness, imbued him with a gentle and trustworthy demeanor. "Uchiha Shursui, a descendant of Uchiha Kagami, known as Shunshin Shursui, was the strongest among the current Uchiha and one of the rare individuals within the clan who held unwavering faith in the will of fire. In response to the third Hokage's question, Shursui shook his head, straining to recall, "I do not know much about Dan. I only saw him from a distance a few times when I was younger. Later, I heard he moved away from the Uchiha compound, choosing a solitary lifestyle." "I see." The third Hokage nodded slightly, reassured that Shursui would not withhold information from him. Just an hour prior, Uchiha Dan had single-handedly eliminated 5 spies from the Rain Village. His speed in combat was astonishing, capable of swiftly incapacitating multiple foes, and his mastery of the body flicker technique might rival your own. As the third Hokage spoke, he handed Dan's dossier to Shursui. "There are always those stronger than oneself. My own body flicker technique has often been overestimated." Shursui responded with humility, not displaying any competitive spirit in light of the third Hokage's words. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage waved his hand, instructing Shursui, "Very well. You may take your leave." Once Shursui departed, the third Hokage decided to place Uchiha Dan's South training facility under close surveillance. "Yes," an Umbu member appeared silently, acknowledging the order before withdrawing. Simultaneously, in the police department building, within the captain's office. Upon hearing Inuzuka's report, Uchiha Fugaku's face displayed a look of astonishment. Uchiha Fugaku had always been aware of the peculiarities surrounding his brother-in-law. While he recognized the young man's dedication to physical fitness and his commendable foundation in taijutsu, he could not overlook the undeniable fact that he lacked the most fundamental ninja skills, such as the disconnection seal, and was utterly inept in ninjutsu. In the realm of ninjas, a warrior devoid of any ninjutsu, regardless of their prowess in physical combat, is destined to remain limited in their potential. It was only at this moment that Fugaku realized he had underestimated his brother-in-law. According to reports from Ina, this individual, relying solely on his mastery of taijutsu, had proven himself capable of achieving the rank of J-nin, or at the very least, could secure a position as a special J-nin. Contemplating this revelation, the typically stoic Uchiha clan leader allowed a rare smile to grace his features. His wife, Makoto, had blessed him with 2 sons, both Itachi and Sasuke, who, under the nurturing guidance of their parents, had blossomed into remarkably understanding and filial prodigies. In appreciation of Makoto's sacrifices and to bring her joy, Fugaku contemplated bending his professional principles to secure his brother-in-law a position within the police department. However, now that he had demonstrated his capabilities, Fugaku could seize this opportunity to legitimately recruit him into the police force, silencing any potential gossip from the clan. He resolved to arrange a time to personally meet with his brother-in-law and finalize the arrangement. After delivering his report to Fugaku, Ina exited the captain's office and proceeded to meet another individual, the 8th generation of the Uchiha clan. This person held the position of second-in-command within the police department and was renowned for his analytical and leadership skills, surpassing even Fugaku in certain respects. However, in the Uchiha clan, strength was paramount. The 8th generation, despite his impressive capabilities, had long harbored resentment after his defeat in the clan leader election years ago. Moreover, a deeper rift existed between Fugaku and the 8th generation. Within the Uchiha clan, amidst the pressures from Konoha's higher-ups, the members had formed factions, one radical and one moderate. The radical faction, led by the 8th generation, advocated for a show of force against the Konoha elite, even suggesting the possibility of a military coup to reclaim the power that rightfully belonged to the Uchiha clan. In contrast, the clan's foremost expert, Uchiha Shursui, represented the moderate faction, favoring constructive dialogue and peaceful resolutions to the issues between the clan and the village. Caught between these two factions, Fugaku appeared neutral, seemingly favoring neither side. However, his actions consistently revealed a subtle inclination towards moderation, thus allowing the moderate faction to temporarily suppress the radical one. Ina, a member of the radical faction, entered the 8th generation's office and recounted the events concerning his brother-in-law once more. The 8th generation furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before inquiring. It seems that Uchiha Dan is dissatisfied with his sister's marriage to Fugaku, which prompted him to move away from the clan grounds. Am I correct? As I conjectured, this is likely the case. Inuzuka responded with narrowed eyes. Very well, find an opportunity to bring him to me, and let us discern his stance. If even the patriarch's brother-in-law stands on our side, it would surely place that fellow Fuyuki in a rather awkward position. The 8th's gaze flickered, issuing this command. I will arrange it promptly, Inuzuka nodded. Though he harbored no fondness for Dan, he could not deny the latter's prowess. Inuzuka understood that if the Uchiha clan wished to successfully rebel, they must exert every effort to unite the strength of all their kin. As night descended, with stars twinkling in the sky, at the Uchiha compound, above the Najikawa River, on the edge of a cliff several hundred meters high, the moonlight cast a cold glow. This cliff, known only to Itachi and Shursui, had long been their clandestine meeting place. Itachi, congratulations on joining the Umbu. Have you adapted well during this time? Shursui inquired with a smile, akin to a brother's concern for a sibling. Yes, I am doing well, Itachi replied, nodding, allowing a genuine smile to blossom in the presence of Shursui, who resembled an elder brother to him. Itachi had completed the examination for joining the Umbu with Shursui's assistance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Itachi hesitated momentarily before broaching the subject of his uncle, Uchiha Dan. Ah, you are the second person to inquire about Dan today, Shursui remarked, a look of surprise crossing his face. Itachi paused, instinctively asking, who was the first? The third Hokage. Itachi fell into silence. Observing this, Shursui placed a reassuring hand on Itachi's shoulder. You are aware of Dan's actions in eliminating several Rain Village spies, correct? Itachi nodded once more. That evening, his father had unusually broken the family rule of silence at the dinner table, voluntarily discussing Dan and expressing admiration for his uncle. Itachi, if you were curious about Dan, why not seek him out directly? After all, he is your uncle, Shursui suggested, a hint of confusion in his voice. Itachi shook his head. I have approached him before. My uncle does not favor me. I see, Shursui responded, realization dawning upon him. He then proposed. Would you like me to assist in reaching out to Dan? Though he held no interest in Dan, his concern for Itachi was profound, as Itachi was akin to a younger brother in his eyes. Thank you, Shursui. However, I will manage on my own, Itachi politely declined. Very well. I have faith that you will find a solution, Shursui replied, his warm smile reappearing. This matter ultimately pertained to Itachi's family affairs, and as an outsider, Shursui recognized that he should not interfere excessively. In the gentle caress of the evening breeze, the two continued their conversation for a while longer, agreeing that should the opportunity arise, they would undertake missions together as Umbu ninjas. Then it is settled, Shursui waved his hand, turning to depart under Itachi's watchful gaze. Beneath the moonlight, Itachi observed Shursui's retreating figure, a wave of warmth swelling within him. Shursui was not only his dearest friend, but also his guiding light, teaching him the true essence of the will of fire. As the lanterns began to glow, the night unfolded. By the banks of the Konoha River lies a bustling commercial street, which transforms into a sea of humanity come nightfall, offering an array of dining, entertainment, and revelry. In the distance, the sign for Barbecue Q beckons, its rich aroma wafting through the air, enticing passers-by. Please, come in. The cheerful voice of the staff welcomes as Duan and Samui step inside. Unlike the more affordable Ichiraku ramen, Barbecue Q is considered a high-end establishment in Konoha, beyond the reach of ordinary patrons. Would you prefer a couple's private room? The ambience is more serene and intimate, ensuring no disturbances, the staff suggests, assessing Duan and Samui. Startled, Samui quickly waves her hands, exclaiming, You misunderstand, we are not. Oh, my apologies, the staff responds with an immediate smile of contrition. Cautiously, Samui glances at Duan, who remains expressionless, his gaze unwavering. She surveys the surroundings, intending to select a suitable spot for the two of them, when her attention is abruptly captured by a notable figure. Within Samui's line of sight at Barbecue Q, a family of 3 occupies a booth by the window, indulging heartily in barbecue, their table laden with an abundance of dishes. All 3 are notably plump, each adorned with a conspicuous emblem of food stitched onto their attire. Most striking among them is an individual with spiky red hair resembling a hedgehog, his cheeks marked by 2 flowing blue war stripes. According to the intelligence Samui possesses, this is unmistakably Akiyama Dingswa, the head of the Akiyama clan and a close confidant of the 3rd Hokage. Samui discreetly averts her gaze and gestures toward a nearby booth, saying to Duan, Director, that seat seems quite pleasant, let us sit there. Very well, Duan replies, settling down with practiced ease as he picks up the menu to place their order. Beef, tenderloin, pork skin, ham, chicken wings, squid, cuttlefish, yellow croaker, chives, eggplant, shiitake mushrooms, tofu skin. Let us start with 50 plates of each. What? The staff, holding paper and pen, momentarily believes they have misheard and instinctively seeks confirmation from Duan. Do you mean 50 portions of every item, sir? At that moment, the manager hurriedly approaches, wearing a broad smile as he addresses Duan. My apologies, Mr. Duan. This employee is new and does not recognize you. Please forgive the oversight. He then prompts the staff to swiftly notify the kitchen to prepare the dishes. Duan is a valued patron of barbecue Q, with his nightly expenditure rivaling that of dozens of customers. Naturally, the manager seeks to curry favor with such esteemed clientele. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Duan closes his eyes to relax, while Samui discreetly tunes into the conversation at the adjacent table occupied by the Akiyama family. Dingswa, today is your birthday. Indulge yourself to the fullest. In the Akimichi clan, the more one eats, the fatter one becomes, and the stronger one grows. Akimichi Choji chuckled heartily, showing great affection for his son. Thanks, Dad, stammered the 5-year-old Akimichi Choji as he gorged himself, raising his greasy little hand to request 5 more plates of pork belly. The patrons in the restaurant were astonished by the prodigious appetites of this family trio. It was indeed true that the Akimichi clan were renowned for their voraciousness. Before long, the food arrived, and the sheer quantity nearly overwhelmed the dining table. At a barbecue establishment, customers typically grill their own food, but if they preferred not to be bothered, they could request the staff to prepare it for them. The dishes that arrived were already cooked, as grilling one's own food would take too long. Mr. Akimichi, shall we wait to serve the remaining dishes? Inquired the staff. Although Choji appeared robust and capable of eating, the staff doubted he could consume such a large amount of food in one sitting. Regardless of one's capacity, the stomach requires time to digest. After all, it has its limits. Even the Akimichi clan, known for their incredible appetites, has boundaries. Just bring it all out. Choji replied succinctly, before turning to Samui and saying, let us dig in. Thus, the two began to relish the feast before them. Samui, a lady of grace, savored her food delicately, even while enjoying skewers, while Choji was quite the opposite. He resembled a human beast, devouring his meal with a ferocity that swept through the food like a whirlwind, gulping down meat and beverages in large quantities. In no time, he had obliterated more than half of the dishes on the table. At that moment, he paused, his stomach protruding as if he had reached his limit. Yet, soon after, a rumbling sound emanated from his belly, accompanied by a rhythmic rise and fall of his abdomen. Choji closed his eyes, channeling his mental energy into his stomach, controlling the peristalsis within, akin to a cement mixer on a construction site, repeatedly crushing the food. Through years of physical training, Choji had not only mastered the control of his animal nerves, allowing him to manipulate all 639 muscles in his body to perform intricate movements, but he had also discovered a method to govern his autonomic nervous system. He could mentally regulate his heart rate, adrenal secretion, and digestive processes, exercising his internal organs as one would train muscles. At this moment, a copious amount of gastric acid was released, and the muscles of his gastrointestinal tract convulsed wildly, granting him a digestive capability exponentially greater than that of an ordinary person, by dozens or even hundreds of times. While an average individual might take the entire afternoon to digest a meal, Choji required only a few minutes. Before long, his once distended abdomen returned to a flat state. This spectacle left the nearby staff in awe and astonished the family at the next table. The little chubby Choji even forgot to eat the skewers at his side, staring wide-eyed at Choji, utterly transfixed. The attendant regained composure, no longer daring to question Duan's appetite, and hurriedly urged the kitchen to continue serving dishes. However, despite several employees grilling together, sweat pouring from their brows, they could not keep pace with Duan's voracious consumption. During a brief intermission, Duan set down his chopsticks and excused himself to the restroom. 2 minutes later, he returned, his demeanor unchanged. He had expelled the undigested remnants from his body. The nutrients and energy from the food had permeated his bloodstream, fortifying his muscles, rendering them stronger and more robust. Although Duan was not attuned to the 5 basic elemental properties of chakra, water, fire, wind, lightning, and earth, he possessed the elusive yin and yang release that chakra testing could not detect. The yin release stemmed from his Uchiha clan's Sharingan bloodline, while the yang release derived from his naturally star-marked physique. Over the past 2 decades, Duan had scientifically honed and nourished his body to an astonishing degree, reinforced with the resilience of steel, iron, and copper, and the vitality of mercury and marrow. These descriptors were not mere metaphors, but a true testament to his formidable constitution. His ironclad physique rendered him immune to kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, and typical ninjutsu assaults. "Hello, uncle." Suddenly, a voice, round and resonant, broke through. It was the chubby Dingsu, standing before Duan with a curious expression, tilting his head upward and inquiring how Duan managed to maintain such an impressive physique despite consuming more than he did, with not an ounce of fat to be found. Dingsu's cherubic face was adorned with swirling red marks on either side of his cheeks, giving him a rather naive appearance. He had inherited the commendable genes of the Akimichi clan, with an insatiable love for food that had rendered him corpulent, often the target of taunts from peers, some even calling him a fat pig. He pondered how wonderful it would be if he could, like Duan, develop muscle without accumulating fat. Before Duan could respond, Akimichi Chza, Dingsu's father, approached with a wry smile, taking his son's hand and apologizing to the stranger for his child's impudence, while courteously inquiring about Duan's name. "I am Uchiha Duan," he replied calmly. The revelation startled Samui, as she recalled that the curator had always introduced himself simply as Duan, never including the Uchiha surname. It was the first time she had heard him identify himself in such a manner. It seemed the curator was not quite the same as before. Upon hearing Uchiha Chza's expression shifted slightly, and the desire to befriend him quickly dissipated. "Apologies for the intrusion," he said, leading Dingsu back to their table. Clearly wishing to distance himself from anyone associated with the Uchiha, Duan, unfazed, casually remarked, "Your son possesses considerable talent. It would be a pity for him not to pursue fitness. If he is interested, he is welcome to join my gym." Upon hearing this, Samui promptly stood and approached, handing a business card with the gym's address to Dingsu's mother. The woman hesitated for a moment, exchanging a glance with her husband, Xiao Dao Ding, before graciously expressing her gratitude and accepting the business card. The family of three, perhaps satisfied after a hearty meal, swiftly settled the bill and departed. Following this brief interlude, Duan and Samui continued to indulge in their culinary delights. An hour later, Samui, having overindulged, could not suppress a loud belch, promptly covering her mouth with her hand. "I apologize, director. It seems I have eaten too much," she murmured softly. "Feel free to eat. I can certainly afford to support a single employee," Duan replied, pouring her a cup of barley tea. As far as Samui knew, the expenses for Duan's gym and daily sustenance amounted to a considerable sum. Although the director hailed from the prestigious Uchiha clan, he had not inherited any family enterprises. Nonetheless, Duan would periodically venture outside of Konoha for a while to earn money, seemingly utilizing some unique channels for income. Samui had once attempted to follow him, but her efforts had been in vain. Yet, she understood that some questions were better left unasked. After finishing their meal, Duan retrieved his wallet to settle the bill, which amounted to nearly 50,000 ryo. Amidst a collective bow of farewell from the manager and staff, the two exited the Yakiniku-kyu. As they walked along the street, a sudden chill swept through the air, causing Samui's arms to break out in goosebumps, prompting her to instinctively shrink her body. Duan removed his coat and draped it over Samui, enveloping her in warmth. "Thank you, director," she said, her cheeks slightly flushed. In her eyes, Duan was typically a stern and taciturn man, not the type known for wit or charm, exuding an aura that discouraged approach. Yet, occasionally, the unexpected tenderness and thoughtfulness he displayed could easily stir a woman's heart. Suddenly, Samui jolted back to reality. She had nearly forgotten her true identity as a spy. Her apparent affection for Duan was merely an act. If she became too engrossed in her role, she risked losing herself entirely. Resolving to maintain her composure, she took a deep breath. After a leisurely stroll in the evening breeze, they returned home. "Director, please rest early." Samui bowed to Duan in the corridor, watching him enter his bedroom. With a soft clang, she pushed aside the sliding door and retreated to her own small room. Her demeanor shifting dramatically, adopting a sharp and intense air, in stark contrast to her usual facade before Duan. As night deepened, the room was cloaked in dimness. Samui sat at the desk by the window, utilizing the faint moonlight to organize a scroll of intelligence. The document contained detailed information about Uchiha Duan, from his height, weight, and age to his familial connections, capabilities, and combat techniques. It meticulously chronicled the event in which Duan had dispatched 5 spies from the Rain Village. Additionally, it included a covert photograph of Duan's silhouette, captured by Samui herself. In her eyes, Duan was, should a full-scale war erupt between the Cloud and Leaf villages in the future, It is conceivable that one could rise on the battlefield to become a formidable adversary of the Cloud Village. Caution is paramount. With a deft series of hand seals, Samui summoned a falcon adorned with grayish-white feathers. She secured vital intelligence to the bird's leg before opening the window to witness its wings unfurling against the cloak of night as it departed from the Leaf Village. Soaring northward. After dispatching the falcon, Samui closed the window, preparing to retire for the night. "You're still awake?" A voice suddenly pierced the silence from outside the door, illuminating the corridor with light. Samui's face paled in fright. Turning her gaze towards the door, she discerned a tall, dark silhouette standing motionless before her, ghost-like in its stillness. "Director," Samui's voice trembled with anxiety, fearing that her activities had been discovered. She recalled Dan's words regarding the fate of spies and the grim outcomes that befell those who fell into his hands, cold sweat trickling down her spine. Thump, thump, thump. Her heart raced as she fixated on the suffocating shadow outside the door, her tension and fear reaching a fever pitch. "Your voice suggests discomfort," Dan spoke again. "Oh, I have been suffering from insomnia lately," Samui offered a feeble excuse, quietly pushing open the window. Should her identity be compromised, she would not hesitate to leap from the window and flee the Leaf Village under the cover of darkness. Insomnia? Dan, uncertain whether to believe her or not, turned and swiftly vanished down the corridor. What should I do? Should I escape? Just as Samui bit her lip in indecision, the shadow reappeared in the corridor, halting once more at her door. "I brought you some calming aromatherapy. It's placed at your doorstep." "Thank you, Director," Samui replied, filled with suspicion as she watched the figure retreat. She slowly approached the door, sliding it open to retrieve the aromatherapy from the ground. It appeared to be merely a coincidence. With a sigh of relief, Samui collapsed onto her bed, her clothing unknowingly dampened by perspiration. Going forward, she must exercise greater caution. The night passed without incident. For the next 2 days, the gym returned to its usual tranquility, devoid of any patrons. As the receptionist, Samui's existence became monotonous once more. On that day, Dan had left a business card for a kimchi choza, which sank into silence without a trace of response. Consequently, Samui's attempts to glean information about the Akimichi clan predictably bore no fruit. It seemed evident that the Uchiha name bore a notorious reputation, one that instilled fear and aversion in others. Though Samui regarded Dan as a commendable individual, his association with the Uchiha clan rendered it impossible for him to forge friendships within the village. Nonetheless, occasionally Sam could sense unfamiliar gazes lurking around the gym, both from the police department and the Umbu. Beneath the calm and serene facade, it seemed as though hidden currents were stirring. Early in the morning, Itachi arrived at the Hokage building, ready to clock in for work. He was assigned to the 6th unit of the Umbu. Under the guidance of Captain Kakashi, Itachi had been fulfilling the role of a protector for the 3rd Hokage, which essentially entailed standing guard outside the Hokage's office each day. As a newcomer, he had yet to be given the opportunity to embark on a mission. "Good morning, Itachi." A boy with brown hair and a sincere appearance approached, smiling broadly as he greeted Itachi. He was Itachi's teammate, codenamed Tenzo, who, like their captain Kakashi, had reportedly been promoted to Chunin at the age of 6 and possessed the ability to utilize the first Hokage's would release, a true prodigy. Although Itachi was also recognized as a genius, in comparison to the brilliant Kakashi and his teammate, he currently felt like the most inconspicuous member of their unit. "Has the captain not arrived yet?" Itachi inquired, nodding to Tenzo. "If he is not late, he is not Kakashi-senpai," Tenzo replied, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall, a look of exasperation on his face. After a while, a languid voice interrupted, "My apologies. I lingered at the crossroads of life for quite some time after leaving home this morning and inadvertently ended up late." Kakashi, with his silver hair and black mask, appeared around the corner, sauntering towards them. Itachi and Tenzo exchanged glances. Their captain was a man who frequently arrived late and relished inventing peculiar excuses. "Today, U1TB on guard duty. We have a new mission." Kakashi patted both of his team members on the shoulder, gesturing mysteriously for them to follow him to another location. The 3 departed from the Hokage building, heading southwest through the village. Soon, they entered a tall edifice. With a creak, Kakashi pushed open the door. They entered a spacious room equipped with several telescopes and monitoring screens. Through a row of one-way glass windows, several Umbu operatives were engaged in surveillance tasks. "Time for a shift change," Kakashi announced. No anomalies, a few Umbu members stood up, relaying information to Kakashi before exiting the room. Kakashi turned to Itachi, and before he could speak, Kakashi explained, "This place is designated for monitoring the Uchiha clan. What will you do? Will you inform your clan about this?" In a straightforward manner, Itachi refrained from answering and instead inquired, "What is my role here?" "Quite simple. Just monitor using that device." "It's not tiring at all," Tenzo chimed in, pointing at the monitoring screen before moving to a telescope to commence his duties. Goodness. It seemed that whether standing guard or watching surveillance, this was still essentially security work. Itachi remained silent. This life, steeped in shadows and peril, differs significantly from his vivid imaginings. Kakashi scrutinized Itachi's changing expressions upon observing the latter's silence. He probed again. "It must be quite a burden to monitor your own kin and loved ones. Would you like me to take your shift?" "I wouldn't mind." Itachi shook his head and, as he spoke, approached the surveillance screen. Within the Uchiha compound, children frolicked in groups, laughter echoing. A new shop flourished, bustling with patrons. Elderly figures basked in the sun on their rocking chairs, and young couples, enraptured by love, ventured into the thicket. The scenes captured on the monitor were quite ordinary yet heartwarming. The Uchiha clan, when compared to other villagers of Konoha, was not markedly different. They had been deliberately demonized by certain individuals. At that moment, Itachi spotted a familiar small figure on the screen, a backpack slung over his shoulders. Heading to the ninja academy. It was his younger brother, Sasuke. A smile involuntarily graced Itachi's lips, but it quickly faded, replaced by an expression of surprise. For he noticed the gym belonging to his uncle, the physical transformation department. The camera monitoring it had only recently been installed. "You visited your uncle, Uchiha Dan, a couple of days ago, right?" Kakashi's laid-back voice broke the silence. At this revelation, Itachi's heart sank. Had his movements been under constant surveillance? He nodded subtly, maintaining an impassive demeanor. Moments later, he observed his uncle, Uchiha Dan, and an employee named Samui emerging from an alley, carrying a large bucket of milk. Seemingly just returned from an errand. Suddenly, Dan halted at the entrance, his gaze drawn upward, immediately spotting the hidden camera nestled in the trees. He raised his hand, gesturing towards the camera and inquiring something of Samui, who frowned and shook her head. Through the monitor, Itachi could only see the images but not hear their conversation. Yet an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Indeed, Dan bent down, picked up a small stone from the ground, and with an impassive expression, flicked it with his fingers. The pebble grew larger as it approached the camera, filling the entire screen in an instant. The next moment, with a hiss, the monitor went black. Itachi was left speechless. Kakashi, reclining in his chair with his legs crossed, had been engrossed in reading Intimate Paradise. Hearing the commotion, he set the book aside and inquired, "Is there a situation?" In response to his captain's question, Itachi replied, "There seems to be a malfunction with one of the cameras. Should I go check it?" He concealed the fact that his uncle had sabotaged the monitor. The Uchiha's reputation was already tarnished. He wished not to deepen the negative impressions held by Kakashi and others. "No need, just stay here. Such tedious errands are best left to an old man like me." Kakashi replied solemnly, placing a hand over his chest. He cast a glance at the surveillance screen, his heart already enlightened, and turned to exit the room. Beside him, Tianzong rubbed his slightly sore eyes and remarked, "Kakashi-senpai speaks so eloquently. He merely seeks an excuse to sneak out and indulge in leisure." Itachi remained silent, inwardly estimating that given his uncle's eccentric and arrogant nature, a disagreement with Kakashi might very well escalate into a confrontation, should such an event transpire. Itachi sincerely hoped for Kakashi's victory, as a means to thoroughly humble the arrogance of Uchiha Dan. Kakashi ambled along the street. One hand nestled in his pocket while the other held a copy of Intimate Paradise, perusing its pages as he walked. He occasionally paused to play with the stray kittens by the roadside, and even took a leisurely stroll through the Shueisha bookstore. Inquiring with the proprietor about the sequel to Intimate Paradise, he could easily be deemed the king of idleness. "Hey, Kakashi." Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out from behind, and a figure dashed toward him with the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Sporting a watermelon-shaped head, exceedingly thick eyebrows, and clad in a tight green jumpsuit, it was none other than Might Guy, the formidable beast of Konoha, who effortlessly embraced such an exaggerated style, oblivious to the gazes of the mundane world. Recently, Guy had sought to remain close to his dear friend Kakashi by applying to join both the Umbu and Root, only to be met with repeated rejections from the third Hokage and Danzo, leading him to a momentary existential crisis. Fortunately, he soon regained his spirits. Panting heavily, Guy approached Kakashi, his steps unceasing as he continued to perform high knees in place. My eternal rival, Kakashi. Our past matches stand at 29 victories to 29 defeats. Today, I must secure the 30th victory, so let us race to determine the winner. He proclaimed to his friend with fervent enthusiasm. Apologies. But I have a mission to attend to, Kakashi replied, casting an exasperated glance at Guy before turning to leave. How can you treat my enthusiasm this way? Guy shouted in protest, his face a mixture of indignation and sorrow. After taking a few steps, Kakashi seemingly recalled something and turned back to inquire, by the way, I remember you mentioning someone named Uchiha Dan. Why do you suddenly ask about him? Guy paused, halting his high knees, startled by the question. It seemed he indeed recognized the name. From Guy, Kakashi learned that his father, Might Dai, had once been a member of the body modification division and was friends with Uchiha Dan, often taking a young Guy to the gym for training. However, their paths diverged due to differing beliefs and ideals, leading to a bitter parting. Since his father's death on the battlefield, Guy had not returned to the body modification division. Wait, you're not planning to meet Uchiha Dan, are you? Guy queried, snapping back to reality. What is the matter? Kakashi asked, puzzled. Guy's expression grew unusually serious as he furrowed his brow. Dan is a very dangerous individual. You should not go alone. Very well, I shall accompany you. After all, I must seek him out eventually. Kakashi, perplexed, inquired, what do you intend to discuss with him? Kai inhaled deeply, clenching his fist tightly. I have long to prove to Daitu that my father's unwavering commitment to the shinobi way was indeed correct and honorable. He perished as a hero, not as a fool. His voice grew increasingly impassioned, fiery determination igniting in his eyes. Though Might Dai was merely a low-ranking shinobi in Kai's heart, he was a stalwart champion who embodied the spirit of youth with fervor. However, Uchiha Daitu had the audacity to mock his father. For years, Kai had trained relentlessly, all to one day vanquish Daitu himself, thereby affirming the ninja way and conviction that his father bequeathed unto him through sacrifice. Kakashi was taken aback by the long-standing enmity between the Might family and Uchiha Daitu. I find myself at a loss with you, he sighed, shaking his head. Initially intending to indulge in leisure, casually inquiring at the gym, Kai's fervor compelled him to take the matter more seriously. Thus, 20 minutes later, the duo arrived at the body transformation department. Kakashi glanced at a malfunctioning surveillance camera perched in a tree, then exchanged a knowing look with Kai before pushing the door open. Upon entry, they spotted Samui dozing at the reception desk. Good day, Kakashi greeted, startled awake. Samui quickly stood and offered a slight bow. Welcome, esteemed guests. Apologies, we are not mere guests, Kakashi replied with a genial smile, his eyes curving into crescent moons. We are here to locate Mr. Daitu. May I inquire if he is present? As he spoke, he discreetly concealed his adult material. Recognizing the inappropriateness of exposing such content before a lady of striking beauty, he, Hatake Kakashi, was a serious shinobi. Samui, oblivious to Kakashi's subtle actions, furrowed her brow. Might I ask who you are? In truth, as a seasoned spy, she had recognized their identities at first glance, yet she maintained an air of feigned ignorance. We are members of the Umbu, Kakashi clarified, explaining their purpose and reassuring Samui not to be alarmed, for it was merely a routine inquiry. We seek only to ask Mr. Daitu a few straightforward questions. Your cooperation would be appreciated. Oh, that is reassuring, Samui exhaled, visibly relieved. Her acting skills had improved remarkably. The director is in the meditation room. Please, follow me. Leading the way, she guided the two men onward. Kakashi, hands tucked into his pockets, observed the various gym equipment with keen interest, finding it quite novel. In stark contrast, Kai wore a somber expression, silent and brooding. Upon reaching a door, Samui halted. Signaling for Kakashi and Kai to wait a moment, she raised two fingers and gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock. The curator, a certain Kakashi, an Umbu ninja, seeks your audience, citing an investigative matter. Please enter. A singular word echoed from within. The two attendants, Samui, partially opened the door, stepping aside with a gesture of invitation. Thank you. Kakashi smiled in gratitude once more and entered the room alongside Guy. The door creaked slowly shut behind them. Samui lingered, a glint of curiosity flashing in her eyes, as she pressed herself against the door, straining to listen to the happenings inside. As far as Samui knew, Kakashi was the son of the renowned Konoha White Fang, Hatake Tsukumo. By the age of 12, he had achieved the rank of Jonin, mastering over 1,000 jutsu through his transplanted Sharingan, earning the title of Copy Ninja, a name that resonated across the nations. making him something of a celebrity in the ninja world. In contrast, his companion, Might Guy, though striking in appearance, lacked the same level of fame. However, Guy's father, Might Dewey, had garnered notoriety during the Third Shinobi World War, single-handedly confronting the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, resulting in 4 deaths and 3 fleeing. His victory had left an indelible mark on the ninja realm. Thus, as the sons of such illustrious figures, it was clear that their visit to Uchiha Dan was of no trivial matter. Inside the meditation chamber, upon their entrance, Kakashi and Guy were enveloped by the rich aroma of premium sandalwood, which calmed their restless spirits almost instantly. The room was dimly lit, exuding tranquility. Their attention was initially captivated by the enormous yin-yang diagram on the floor, but soon shifted to Dan, who sat at the far end of the room. Clad in a black kimono, Dan was seated upon a cushion, eyes closed in deep meditation, his tall figure blending seamlessly into the shadows, becoming one with the environment. A piece of calligraphy hung on the wall behind him, elegantly inscribed with the words Zhuo Wang in bold strokes. Guy, look. Kakashi, ever observant, directed Guy's gaze toward Dan's form. A faint rustling sound emerged. It appeared as though a small mouse was concealed beneath Dan's clothing, scurrying across his surface. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that what they perceived as a mouse was, in fact, a pulsating aura, continuously circulating Dan's vital energy throughout his body. Despite remaining motionless, Dan's skin grew increasingly vibrant, releasing copious amounts of heat, reminiscent of a sauna. Kakashi and Guy were momentarily entranced. At that moment, Dan engaged in deep abdominal breathing. With a whoosh, as he inhaled profoundly, the flow of blood within him surged, racing through his veins with a sound akin to a torrent rushing through its banks. After several such breaths, Dan pressed his hands against his abdomen, unleashing a wave of energy that culminated in a roar, echoing from his throat. Roar. The sound reverberated within the meditation chamber, constantly reflecting off the windows and walls, causing the doors and seats to tremble violently. It took several seconds for the commotion to gradually subside. Such a forceful presence in one's breath was no mere human. It resembled that of a tailed beast. Kai inhaled deeply, his expression grave. 8 years prior, I had witnessed Uchiha Dan effortlessly sever my father's hand, easily defeating him. Though I have now ascended to the rank of Jonin, I still harbor doubts about my ability to conquer him. Thus, I must not be careless, Kakashi. He earnestly admonished his close friend. I did not come here to fight, Kakashi shrugged, placing a hand on Kai's shoulder. But you, calm yourself first, observed my lead. No sooner had he spoken than Dan, sitting opposite them, finally opened his eyes. In an instant, his gaze, sharp as lightning, pierced through the void. Locking onto Kakashi and Kai, both men were startled, feeling as if they were prey under the gaze of a fierce tiger, their bodies instantly tensed. Every hair on their skin standing on end in response. Under their anxious scrutiny, Dan made no move to rise. He merely pressed against the ground with the strength of his toes, his imposing figure standing upright with remarkable poise. Kai, long time no see, Dan greeted first. You seem to have made little progress, still as small and thin as before. Might Guy stood at a height of 184 centimeters and weighed 76 kilograms. A figure that was relatively tall and robust. Yet, in comparison to Dan, anyone would appear as a mere slender monkey. It is not the size of the muscle that dictates strength. The passion and sweat I expend shall attest to my efforts, proving my youth is without regret. Kai declared fearlessly, meeting Dan's gaze with unwavering confidence. Dan, upon hearing this, could not help but reflect. You resemble the old Dai remarkably. The old Dai he referred to as Kai's father, Might Dai. You have no right to mention my father, for you have insulted his ninja way. Kai clenched his fists, his emotions suddenly surging. Dan shook his head and slowly replied, Our primary tenet in the physical modification department is to cherish one's own body. Nothing is more significant. Before one hones their physique to its zenith, it must be meticulously protected against harm. Had old Dai practiced for a few more years, he could have transcended himself and achieved the goal of physical transformation. Alas, he disregarded my counsel and chose to venture to the front lines, ultimately sacrificing his life needlessly. You are mistaken. Kai stepped forward, interrupting his words. My father did not perish to boast or play the hero. He died to save me and my comrades. He was unlike you, who only loves yourself. He was the kind of man who would protect his beliefs even unto death. True victory is not merely about vanquishing formidable foes. but rather about safeguarding that which is dear to one's heart until the very end. This is the lesson my father imparted with his life. Kai spoke these words with immense pride. In this dialogue, Kakashi stands as an outsider. Nevertheless, he deeply resonates with the words spoken by Guy. This is due to the fact that his father, Susanoo Itachi, forsook his mission to protect his comrades and was ultimately driven to suicide by the slander of the villagers. Susanoo and Guy are of the same ilk. To deny Guy is, in essence, to deny the ninja way of White Fang. Perhaps in Dan's eyes, his own existence eclipses that of others. Conversely, in the hearts of Guy and Susanoo, the welfare of others takes precedence over self. One is self-serving, while the other is altruistic. The distinction in nobility is unmistakable. The third Hokage once stated that Konoha owes its prosperity to the selfless dedication of individuals like White Fang and Guy, whose sacrifices nourish the great tree of Konoha, allowing the will of fire to endure. In response to Guy's impassioned declaration, Dan expressed his disappointment with a sigh. Guy had evidently misinterpreted his intent, yet Dan, true to his nature, was disinclined to elucidate. I have not come here to argue with you. Guy shook his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed his eyes on Dan. Let us speak with our fists. I challenge you. At just 20 years of age, he was brimming with youthful exuberance. You are no match for me. Depart, for I have no interest in engaging you. Dan replied calmly before turning his back to Guy. Do not underestimate me. Guy, fueled by passion, shouted fervently and leapt forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging towards Dan. Guy. By the time Kakashi reacted, Guy had already closed in behind Dan, leaping into the air and launching a powerful kick aimed at Dan's right shoulder. Konoha whirlwind. Dan did not turn around. Instead, he seemingly nonchalantly raised his forearm, perfectly intercepting the kick. The impact echoed with a thud. In that instant, Guy felt as though he had struck a solid iron plate, pain radiating through his entire leg. Undeterred, he landed and gathered his strength once more, delivering a punch with explosive force, producing a resounding crack as it sliced through the air, aimed at Dan's back. Even if his opponent possessed a physique of steel, Guy was determined to send him flying. However, the outcome was unexpected. With a clang, Guy's punch connected with Dan's back, yet Dan remained utterly unperturbed. A melodious chime resonating from within him. His body seemed to transform into a grand bell, impervious to any assault, merely leaving behind a clear and enchanting sound that echoed around them, unending. This was the manifestation of his body's strength honed to perfection, the golden bell body. What is happening? Guy's punch, instead of delivering damage, reverberated back, momentarily numbing half of his body and causing him to stagger, nearly losing his balance. At that moment, Dan, like a phantom, pivoted, lowering his center of gravity. Seizing the opening in Guy's defense, he struck with a palm, deftly landing it upon Guy's chest. Kai suddenly leapt off the ground, hurtling backward. With a thud, he collided with the wall. Contrary to the anticipated scene of blood and gore, he seemed to slide down the wall like a painting. Are you all right? Kakashi quickly assisted Kai to his feet, discovering that he had only sustained minor injuries and was, thankfully, not severely harmed. Clearly, Duan had shown restraint, skillfully controlling the force of his strike. Ever since the incident where he accidentally crushed the head of a Rain Village spy due to excessive force, Duan had been diligently practicing the art of controlling his punches, achieving notable progress. This brief encounter revealed that Duan's prowess far surpassed that of Kai. I lost, Kai bitterly admitted, finally bowing his head. In truth, he possessed a secret technique of the 8 gates, passed down from his father, which allowed him to unlock the 6th gate, granting him immense power in a short span. However, Kai was aware that Duan had also received training in the 8 gates from his father, and his mastery would undoubtedly exceed his own. Do you know why you lost? Duan suddenly inquired, advancing step by step, his imposing figure radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Kakashi, on high alert, raised his left hand, ready to unveil his forehead protector and reveal his Sharingan eye. Yet, Duan disregarded Kakashi entirely, casting his gaze down upon Kai and stating, running hundreds of laps around Konoha, performing 10,000 push-ups, crunches, and squats. Such training methods may seem passionate, but they are merely a waste of time. They lack efficiency and scientific grounding. Fitness cannot be achieved solely through fervor. It requires continual learning, reflection, and improvement. Only then can one ascend to the pinnacle of physicality. Observe closely. True muscle is sculpted like this. As he spoke, Duan raised his arms, parting the fabric of his black kimono, allowing it to slide down his shoulders to his waist, revealing a torso chiseled to perfection. Under the astonished gazes of Kakashi and Kai, Duan inhaled deeply, expelling air from his abdomen. Contracting his abdominal muscles until his midsection appeared hollow, his waist remarkably slim. A vacuumed abdomen. Simultaneously, he slightly turned to the left, lifting his arms to shoulder height, bending his elbows and compressing his forearms inward, causing his biceps to bulge impressively. This pose resembled that of Arnold Schwarzenegger's classic bicep display. Yet, it was not over. Building upon this pose, Duan raised his hands further, curling his fingers inward, and, at the apex of his movement, flipping his fists outward. In that moment, the light within the meditation room seemed to converge entirely upon Duan, cascading from above and illuminating the contours of his muscles in the most exquisite play of light and shadow. With a gaze steeped in reverence, he tilted his head skyward, raising two muscular arms high, resembling a pair of demonic horns. Witnessing this spectacle, Kakashi and Guy felt their hearts race violently, their pupils dilating in unison, as an inexplicable and powerful wave of impact surged through their minds. They were not fitness enthusiasts, nor did they harbor any interest in masculine physiques. Yet, at that moment, they perceived an unparalleled strength and beauty emanating from the man known as Uchiha Dan. For a fleeting instant, both stood transfixed. It was only when Dan lowered his arms and turned to depart that they regained their senses. "Please see yourself out," Dan stated succinctly, returning to his mat and resuming his seated meditation. With a creak, the door swung open, revealing Samui at the threshold. She gestured once more, her voice cool as she intoned, "Please." Kakashi cast a lingering glance at Dan, then gently supported the bewildered guy as they slowly exited the gym, observing their retreating figures. Samui turned back to the meditative Dan, murmuring softly, "The director seems increasingly formidable." After emerging from the physical transformation department, Kakashi finally recalled that he was there to investigate the damage to the surveillance cameras. Originally, he intended to confront Uchiha Dan, but instead, Guy had received a beating, and Kakashi had remained silent throughout, effectively becoming a mere bystander. Reflecting on this, he felt a pang of guilt and placed a comforting hand on Guy's shoulder, reassuring his friend, "Don't be disheartened, I'll treat you to ramen. Only with a full stomach can you gather the strength to challenge Uchiha Dan again. Wouldn't you agree, Kakashi?" Guy exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he embraced Kakashi tightly, weeping like a child. "Enough, let go," Kakashi replied, exasperated, anxious that someone might pass by and witness the two men in a vulnerable embrace, which would certainly be a source of embarrassment. Fortunately, the location was quite secluded. It was not until evening that Kakashi meandered back to the monitoring station. "Senpai, where on earth have you been? You vanished for nearly half a day," complained Tenzo, who was diligently applying eye drops while fixated on the screen, monitoring Uchiha. After a long day, his eyes were nearly blinded. "Tenzo, don't take your work so seriously. Just enough is sufficient," Kakashi said, tapping Tenzo lightly on the head, imparting a lesson on the art of taking a more relaxed approach to work. Itachi furrowed his brow. The surveillance camera outside the gym remained unrepaired, and Kakashi's prolonged absence indicated that something significant had transpired. Indeed, Kakashi suddenly remarked, "Itachi, the third Hokage needs to see you. He requests your presence in his office at once." "I understand," Itachi responded, momentarily taken aback, before nodding in acknowledgement. Half an hour later, Itachi emerged from the Hokage building. His head hung low, somewhat dazed. Moments prior, the third Hokage had personally assigned him a task to keep watch over his uncle, Uchiha Dan. Captain Kakashi and Dan had a conflict, prompting the Umbu to elevate their vigilance towards Dan. Thus, did the Hokage decide to assign me the task of monitoring my uncle? Itachi pondered inwardly. He was not fond of this mission, yet he could not decline the orders of the Hokage. What troubled Itachi was his uncertainty on how to approach his uncle, as Dan seemed rather indifferent towards his nephew. Sighing, he made his way alone towards the clan grounds, illuminated by the fading light of the sunset. Thousands of miles away, in the land of lightning, within the Raikage's office, the robust and bronzed fourth Raikage was simultaneously lifting weights with one hand while perusing a letter with the other, balancing fitness and work. He contrasted sharply with the Hokage's office, which was buried under mountains of paperwork. The spacious Raikage's office, devoid of a conventional desk, was furnished with a red sofa and various pieces of fitness equipment. The fourth Raikage preferred to delegate his paperwork to his secretary, Mabu, while he dedicated his days to exercising in the office. At this moment, the letter in his hand contained intelligence sent back from Konoha by the elite spy, Samui, which warranted his particular attention. The contents of the letter pertained to an individual named Uchiha Dan. As the fourth Raikage read Samui's remarks on Dan's impressive taijutsu, a smirk of skepticism crept across his face. He was well aware that the Uchiha clan was renowned for their Sharingan, excelling in fire-based ninjutsu and Genjutsu. However, when it came to taijutsu, the ninjas of Kumogakure held the most credibility. Yet, as the fourth Raikage casually perused several pages, gradually losing interest and preparing to discard the letter, a photograph slipped from the paper and fell to the ground. It was a striking image of Dan's muscular back. The fourth Raikage's gaze fell upon the photograph, and in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. With a sudden motion, he cast aside the dumbbell he had been holding and bent down to retrieve the photo, scrutinizing it intently. The more he observed, the more astonished he became. Grappling with disbelief, how had this young man achieved such form? Furrowing his brow, the fourth Raikage stared intently at the photograph showcasing Dan's devilishly sculpted musculature, utterly confounded. It is worth noting that he hailed from the Uzuki clan of Kumogakure, naturally endowed with an impressive physique, further enhanced by decades of rigorous training and the stimulation of his cells by lightning chakra. For years, the fourth Raikage had been confident in his own physique, firmly believing that no other man in Kumogakure, or even throughout the entire ninja world, could rival him. However, upon seeing Dan's photograph, he felt a pang of inadequacy. Uchiha Dan had truly achieved an extraordinary level of muscular development. Standing at 198 centimeters tall, the fourth Raikage was 3 centimeters taller than Dan. Yet he weighed only 100 kilograms. The weight of Uchiha Dan stands at an impressive 150 kilograms, a staggering disparity of 100 gene between him and the fourth Raikage. Particularly notable is his back. The musculature of the human back is the most complex and challenging to develop, a fact easily discerned by experts. Observing Dan's imposing and magnificent back, the fourth Raikage realized he was utterly outclassed. The more he contemplated, the more infuriated he became, culminating in a resounding crash as he obliterated the coffee table before him with a single punch. "Lord Raikage, what troubles you?" hurried in his secretary, Mabui. Upon hearing the commotion, with her dark complexion and long white hair tied in a ponytail, she exuded beauty, grace, and intellect. "You arrived just in time," the fourth Raikage declared, clenching his fist as he rose. "Send word to Samui. I need her to keep a close watch on Uchiha Dan. I must obtain his comprehensive fitness and dietary regimen. His two great passions in life were bodybuilding and combat, and he was unwilling to concede defeat in either arena." "Is that all?" Mabui paused, taken aback. Seeing the Raikage in such a state of urgency, she had assumed a matter of grave importance was at hand. The realization that the Raikage was experiencing body image anxiety left her somewhat speechless. "Understood. I will contact Samui," she replied, nodding in acknowledgement. However, instead of departing immediately, she handed the fourth Raikage a meticulously organized dossier. "What is this?" he inquired. According to intelligence relayed by Samui and other operatives, the conflicts between the Uchiha clan and the higher echelons of Konoha had deepened since the Nine Tails incident, reaching an irreparable state. Analysis from the intelligence department led to the conclusion that within 6 months at the earliest, or 2 to 3 years at the latest, the Uchiha clan would completely sever ties with Konoha's leadership and initiate an armed coup. Mabui, her gaze intense, confidently predicted this outcome. The fourth Raikage, however, shook his head and reclined against the sofa. "Do not underestimate the third Hokage. That frail old man would never drive the Uchiha clan to desperation." "Why not?" Mabui countered, puzzled. Wasn't the Kaguya clan of Kirigakure also driven to revolt due to severe ostracism, leading to their annihilation not long ago? Her confusion was palpable. The predictions made by the intelligence department of Kumogakure were supported by substantial data and precedents. The Uchiha clan was bound to rebel, and that moment would present an opportunity for the village hidden in the clouds. The Uchiha was one of the founding clans of Konoha, their heritage far surpassing that of the Kaguya clan, and their strength was exponentially greater. If this group, endowed with the Sharingan, were pushed to insurrection, the inevitable outcome would be mutual destruction with Konoha. At that juncture, we could seize the opportunity to declare war, and Konoha would face its demise. Such a straightforward principle. Could the higher-ups of Konoha truly be ignorant of it? They were not fools. The fourth Raikage calmly analyzed the situation, still believing that Mabui was overly naive and simplifying the complexities surrounding the Uchiha clan. Given his disposition, if he were the Hokage, he would undoubtedly reinstate the Uchiha clan, treating them as brothers and placing great importance on loyalty. Should there be someone among the Uchiha stronger than him, he would not hesitate to abdicate and allow that individual to become Hokage, regardless of the circumstances. He could never drive the Uchiha clan to the brink of annihilation or issue orders for their extermination. Would that not be akin to severing one's own limbs? Lord Raikage is indeed wise. Mabu-e was persuaded, and upon careful reflection, she realized the truth in this reasoning. The fourth Raikage picked up a photo of Uchiha Dan and gazed at it with reluctance, vowing to uncover the flaws in his physique. After a prolonged examination, he noticed the purple star-shaped birthmark on Dan's left shoulder. Is that a tattoo? The taste is rather poor, inferior to my own, he muttered, before turning to admire the shuriken tattoos on his shoulders in the mirror, finally revealing a victorious smile. This peculiar desire for rivalry. Mabu-e observed this scene, internally rolling her eyes. She shook her head and was about to turn away when the Raikage called out once more. By the way, there's one more thing. What is it? Please get me some protein powder. I'm nearly out. Mabu-e exited the Raikage's office with a resigned expression. In Konoha, within the fitness center, Dan stood before the squat rack, instructing staff member Samui. Your talent is remarkable, with some strength training to enhance your muscle definition. Your physique will reach perfection. This was what Dan had told her during her initial interview, and as a result, she not only secured the front desk position but also became a member of the physical transformation department. Fitness also requires innate talent. Dan occasionally encountered promising individuals and was eager to guide them, such as Samui, Mike Guy, and the chubby Akimichi Choji whom he met at the barbecue. Here, take this. Dan handed Samui a belt and assisted in loading the barbell plates, ultimately reaching 500 kilograms. He then positioned himself behind Samui, aligning closely with her body, and extended his hands to rest on either side of her ribs. 13. Fitness can be addictive. Samui took a deep breath, exerted herself, and lifted the barbell, slowly bending her knees until her thighs were parallel to the ground, then utilizing the contraction of her quadriceps to rise, straightening her legs. She maintained the peak contraction for 2 seconds. Thus, a standard barbell squat was completed. Throughout this process, Dan synchronized his movements with Samui, ensuring her safety. A 500-kilogram squat. In Dan's previous life, such a weight would have shattered world records. Yet in this world of Hokage, where the average individual possesses 130 million cells, this level of strength is not particularly astonishing. In Dan's memories, there existed a woman named Tsunade who could wield a short blade weighing several tons with incredible strength. Once, twice, thrice. Samui maintained a steady rhythm, continuously squatting. Rely on the strength of your own body. Refrain from resorting to chakra as a means of cheating, Duan reminded her. Gradually, Samui began to falter. Her leg muscles trembled, and her stability waned. During the final movement, after squatting down, she found herself unable to rise for 2 long seconds. Her expression contorted in pain, and it seemed she was on the brink of collapse, crushed under the weight of the barbell. At that moment, Duan's strong hands enveloped the outer edges of Samui's ribcage, assisting her in maintaining an upright posture, thus enabling her to complete the last squat successfully. With a thud, Samui released the barbell back onto the squat rack, exhaling heavily. There has been progress. But remember to avoid pushing yourself too hard in the future, as it can lead to injury, Duan remarked with a serious demeanor, cautioning Samui against overexertion during training. I'm sorry, Director. I won't do this again, Samui replied, bowing in apology, brushing her damp golden hair away from her face, her cheeks flushed. During their training sessions, it was inevitable that they would experience physical contact, particularly in sensitive areas, which left Samui feeling somewhat bashful. Today, she wore a snug white athletic t-shirt paired with pink yoga pants, perfectly accentuating her alluring physique. Congratulations, your figure is improving remarkably. Duan assessed Samui's form with the discerning eye of a judge. Her body was curvaceous, robust yet graceful, aptly summarized in 4 words. Curvaceous yet not excessive. This truly represented the pinnacle of being slightly plump. Thank you, Director. Samui beamed with joy, a surge of accomplishment swelling within her. She finally grasped why the 4th Raikage was so enamored with fitness, constantly lifting weights and sculpting muscle definition. Indeed, fitness could be addictive. Noticing that Samui had rested sufficiently, Duan handed her a resistance band and instructed, for the final set, perform kneeling side leg raises to enhance your gluteal lines. Samui quickly fastened the resistance band and knelt on the yoga mat, her hips naturally arching upwards. Begin the exercise. Keep your back straight and ensure your movements are precise. Have you ever seen a dog relieve itself? Duan sat on a nearby dumbbell bench, gesturing for her to continue. Yes. Samui concentrated on envisioning herself as a dog in the act of relieving itself, striving to mimic the posture. Soon, she felt the muscles engaging effectively. As the mentor and student were engrossed in their vigorous training, a cold voice interrupted from the doorway. Am I arriving at an inconvenient time? It was Uchiha Inaharu. He entered the gym, observing their activity with a slight frown. Continue, don't stop, Duan instructed Samui, rising to approach Inaharu. What brings you here? He presumed the matter concerning the spies had been resolved. Don't be alarmed. Today I am not here in the capacity of the police department, but as an ordinary member of the Uchiha clan, to extend an invitation to you, in a straightforward manner. Inawo conveyed that he was sent by the esteemed 8th generation to request Duan's presence for a discussion within the clan. Surprised, Duan reflected on the name 8th generation. Known as the second-in-command of the police force, wielding considerable influence and prestige within the clan, second only to the clan leader, Fuyue. Furthermore, this individual was recognized as a prominent figure among the radical faction of the Uchiha clan. The invitation from the 8th generation was likely due to an acknowledgement of Duan's capabilities, perhaps with intentions of recruitment. I have heard of your discontent regarding your sister's marriage to the clan leader, Fuyue, which led to your departure from the clan grounds. In truth, you are not alone in your dissatisfaction with the clan leader. For the sake of your and your sister's future happiness, I advise you to accompany me. Inawo suggested earnestly, presenting a carefully prepared discourse. Should Duan refuse, Inawo would not press the matter further, as he recognized his inability to overpower Duan. Duan, after a brief contemplation, succinctly responded, very well. He had anticipated someone would seek him out. He was merely uncertain whether it would be a representative of the moderate or radical faction. To be candid, as a traveler rather than a native Uchiha, Duan held little concern for the survival of the Uchiha clan, at least for the time being. He had no intentions of rescuing the Uchiha, rather. He was intrigued to witness firsthand how the Uchiha might bring about their own demise. While the Kaguya clan of the Mist had rebelled, they at least displayed unity among their kin, ultimately vanquished by the collective strength of the village. In stark contrast, the illustrious Uchiha clan of Konoha had met their end without even a ripple, extinguished by their own kin, an utter failure. Contemplating this, Duan turned to Samui and instructed, let us conclude our training for today. I have matters to attend to. Do not forget that post-training stretching is equally vital. Samui rose, offering a slight bow as she watched Duan and Inawo depart. Her keen ears had captured every word exchanged between them. Deducing that Uchiha Inawo was delivering a message from the dissenting faction, aiming to recruit Uchiha Duan to their cause. Leveraging his connection as the clan leader's brother-in-law to undermine Fuyue. How would Duan respond? His acquiescence suggested he was already contemplating alignment with the opposition. Samui, with her thumb and forefinger gently stroking her chin, fell into deep thought. Regardless of the outcome, the affairs of the Uchiha clan appeared to be growing increasingly intriguing. Half an hour later, Duan followed Inawo back to the long-absent clan grounds. They navigated through a series of twists and turns, ultimately arriving at an imposing mansion, where they pushed open the door. With a creak, as they entered the courtyard, a figure suddenly emerged from beneath a cherry blossom tree at the street corner, an imposing man with a poker face, radiating authority. It was Uchiha Fuyue. Indeed, the 8th Hokage and his associates harbor intentions regarding Dan, contemplating the possibility of bringing him into their fold, the Uchiha clan leader murmured. He refrained from approaching Dan before Inahibe and the others, as he wished to ascertain whether Dan truly loathed him, his brother-in-law, as vehemently as rumored. Should Dan resolutely choose to oppose him and unhesitatingly align himself with the radical faction, then there would be little left for this uncle but disappointment. Dan, you are far too radical. Within the confines of the Grand Estate, Dan traversed alongside Inahibe along the path paved with bluestone bricks, meandering through the verdant courtyard, until they finally arrived at the reception hall. At the entrance stood a strikingly handsome man with a small black mole on his forehead, arms crossed over his chest, awaiting their arrival. His name was Uchiha Tetsuhira, a young man in his early 20s who had recently ascended to the rank of Jonin, a close associate of Inahibe within the police department. Both had pledged their allegiance to the 8th Hokage. You are Uchiha Dan? Tetsuhira scrutinized Dan from his elevated position. His initial impression of Dan far from favorable. He coldly commanded, once inside, behave yourself and show due respect to Lord 8th Hokage. Do you understand? With that, he descended the steps, brushing past Dan, raising a hand to deliver a warning pat on Dan's shoulder. However, before Tetsuhira's hand could make contact, a bone on Dan's shoulder abruptly protruded, resembling a formidable iron spear, and swiftly lunged toward Tetsuhira's palm. Hiss! Taken by surprise, Tetsuhira was struck by Dan's shoulder bone, inhaling sharply in pain as he clutched his injured hand and staggered backward, ultimately collapsing onto the ground. "Do not touch me casually," Dan remarked coolly, casting a glance at Tetsuhira. His entire skeletal and muscular structure had been honed to a razor-sharp precision, capable of manifesting at will and even autonomously retaliating against adversaries. For an ordinary individual, an inadvertent brush against Dan could result in being flung backward. "Dan, do not be so arrogant." Inahibe, helping his friend to his feet, shouted at Dan in anger, though his demeanor belied an increasing wariness towards Dan. The prowess of Dan's martial arts was utterly inscrutable. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from within the reception hall. "Let him enter." Dan disregarded Inahibe and Tetsuhira, ascending the steps and entering the grand hall. Upon stepping inside, he beheld a middle-aged man with short brown hair and small eyes, seated with an air of authority. This man was Uchiha Hakadai. To Dan's surprise, in a corner of the room sat an elderly man with half of his face concealed by a mask. Leaning on a cane with one hand while the other rested on his hip, the elder wore an expression of ire, silently scrutinizing Dan with a piercing gaze. Dan recognized the elder's identity, Uchiha Shana, a revered elder of the clan. In his early years, he incited his clansmen to rebellion, only to be apprehended by the second Hokage and confined in the Umbu prison until his release a few years ago. He is also a significant figure among the radicals. "I have heard of your assistance in apprehending the spies from Inazuma," he remarked. "It has also come to my attention that the clan leader, Fugaku, has taken your elder sister from you." The eighth spoke first, conveying goodwill towards him, stating that as clansmen, they ought to support one another. Hence his invitation to this gathering. "You wish for me to join your faction, do you not?" Duran interjected, sitting boldly on the sofa. He continued, "Regarding the issues with the higher-ups of Konoha, my brother-in-law leans towards the moderates, whereas you align with the radicals, correct?" The eighth paused momentarily at his words, but quickly replied with candor, "Indeed, our faction advocates for speak plainly. How do you expect me to support you?" Duran asked directly. The eighth smiled, appreciating Duran's forthrightness despite being interrupted twice. It seemed Duran had pondered this matter long before. He was quite pleased with Duran's stance and promptly extended an invitation. The eighth desired Duran to attend next month's clan meeting and publicly declare his allegiance to their cause. During this assembly, the radicals planned to collectively pressure the clan leader, Fugaku, to adopt a more aggressive stance towards the Konoha higher-ups. "Is that all?" Duran responded with a shake of his head after hearing the eighth's plan. "What? Are you unwilling to confront your brother-in-law?" The eighth furrowed his brow, his gaze turning icy. "No, I possess a superior idea." Duran met the eighth's eyes with a piercing gaze. To Duran, the radicals were nothing but a band of inept individuals. In the original narrative, after the moderate Shirsui's tragic fall from the cliff, the radicals should have swiftly coerced clan leader Fugaku into rebellion. Yet they hesitated for 2 whole years until their clan was annihilated. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that, despite their outward animosity toward Shisui, the radicals secretly hoped for him, the strongest within the Uchiha, to serve as the backbone of their coup. Once Shisui was gone, their confidence to clamor for rebellion dissipated. The so-called radicals, while seemingly imbued with martial valor, were, in reality, quite pitiful. Thus, Duran was struck by a sudden inspiration to incite these individuals and test their mettle. Upon hearing that Duran had a better plan, the eighth's expression softened slightly. "In that case, do share your thoughts." Unexpectedly, Duran stood up slowly and uttered a startling declaration. "I believe that Uchiha Fugaku is indecisive, incapable of uniting our clansmen, and continues to compromise with the higher-ups of Konoha. He is unworthy of the position of clan leader. I, Uchiha Duran, am willing to act against familial ties and lead the charge to impeach him at next month's clan meeting, ousting my brother-in-law from the position of clan leader." At these words, Uchiha Shana, who had remained silent beside them, revealed a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. The eighth was utterly astonished, for prior to Duan's assertion today, even he, the second in command of the Uchiha clan, had never contemplated the audacity of impeaching the clan leader. What if, indeed, Fugaku were to step down? Who would ascend to the position of the new clan leader? Would it fall upon the eighth himself? As waves of emotion surged within him, Duan provided an answer. At that juncture, it is imperative that you, the radical faction, collectively nominate me as the new leader of the Uchiha clan. He gazed down at Uchiha Hakadai with an air of authority, as if it were a matter of course. However, what followed was even more alarming. Subsequently, I shall lead the elite of the Uchiha clan to directly assault the Hokage building, executing a decapitation operation against the upper echelons of Konoha. I intend to display the severed heads of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo at the village entrance, leaving their corpses to the elements for 3 days and nights. I shall compel the entire Konoha to bow in submission to our Uchiha clan. This was Duan's plan, succinctly characterized by 4 words, simple yet brutal. But could this truly succeed? The eighth, momentarily taken aback, instinctively posed the question. Duan, resolute, declared, even if success eludes us, we must take the plunge. For our time is fleeting. A swift and decisive armed coup is essential. The first to strike gains the advantage. Should we delay too long, Konoha will ensnare us in an inescapable net, leaving our clan with only annihilation as the outcome, much like the Uchiha in the original tale. Konoha, without shedding a single drop of blood, employed Itachi, the traitor, to obliterate the Uchiha clan, sparing neither the elderly nor the young. After a full minute of silence, the eighth finally regained his composure. Taking a deep breath, he solemnly advised Duan. Duan, our radical faction's ideology indeed advocates for force against Konoha's leadership. Yet I believe this matter requires careful deliberation and thorough preparation. You are too hasty, even in the event of rebellion. What the eighth and others envisioned was merely surrounding and controlling the Hokage building, compelling the third Hokage to abdicate and reclaiming the power and status that rightfully belonged to the Uchiha clan, without contemplating the extermination of all Konoha's higher-ups. After all, such actions would amount to declaring enmity against the entirety of Konoha. Duan, however, appeared to hold a different perspective, even if it meant mutual destruction. The Uchiha must take the plunge, dragging Konoha down with them. As long as conflict ensues, even if the Uchiha clan perishes, Konoha would undoubtedly suffer severe repercussions. In such a scenario, the other 4 great shinobi villages would certainly seize this prime opportunity to invade Konoha. Ultimately, it would be a case of the Uchiha and Konoha perishing together. Duan stated this with an expressionless demeanor, as if the fate of the Uchiha clan and Konoha's existence were of no concern to him. He merely sought amusement. Silence. Duan's remarks provoked Uchiha Shana to the brink of exasperation. With his cane striking the ground forcefully, he stood up and rebuked Duan. Uchiha Duan, you are far too radical. The 8th generation and Shana had deliberated on how to cautiously probe Duan's stance, inquiring about his thoughts regarding the clan leader, family, and village. They were reluctant to reveal their radical views up front, fearing it might intimidate this young man. After all, in their eyes, the notion of a military coup was perhaps too extreme for someone like Duan, who had grown accustomed to a life of comfort. It was only after hearing Duan's declaration that they realized their previous assumptions were profoundly misguided. If the Uchiha clan members, led by Uchiha Hakadai and Elder Shana, were considered radicals, then Duan was akin to the faction of total destruction, intent on bringing both the Uchiha and Konoha to ruin. In comparison to such a madman, the radicals appeared almost benign. Am I radical? It is you who are too feeble, Duan retorted dismissively in response to Elder Shana's rebuke. Please leave immediately. Elder Shana's eyes widened in fury, his cane pointed menacingly toward the door, trembling with rage. Your thoughts are utterly insane, and will only lead the Uchiha clan to annihilation. Duan shook his head and turned to depart. With a loud bang, the door flew open. Daohua and Tiahua stared, dumbfounded, as Duan walked away, speechless for a considerable time. After exiting the grand residence, Duan had barely taken a few steps when Uchiha Hakadai rushed out, shouting at his retreating figure, Uchiha Duan, I shall pretend today's discussion never occurred. If upon your return you dare to act in the name of our faction, I will personally see you imprisoned. To Hakadai, Duan's ideology was dangerously radical, and they, as the radicals, could not afford any association with him. Duan disregarded Hakadai's outburst. As the leader of the radicals, Hakadai was merely a second Uchiha Shana, if not lesser. Through their interactions, Duan had become convinced that this group was incapable of mounting a successful rebellion. He continued on his path, rounding a corner. Suddenly, beneath a cherry blossom tree, Uchiha Fugaku appeared, seemingly having waited there for some time. Brother-in-law, Duan exclaimed in surprise. What transpired? Why did Hakadai threaten to imprison you? Fugaku's typically expressionless face now reflected astonishment as he inquired about his brother-in-law's situation. Duan recounted the events honestly. As you can see, I could not find common ground with those radicals, and we parted ways on unfavorable terms. Upon hearing this, Fugaku could not help but smile with relief. He had been worried for quite some time, and now, receiving a satisfactory answer from his brother-in-law, he felt a weight lifted from his shoulders. Duan, you did the right thing. If Hakadai and the others trouble you further, come to me, as your brother-in-law. I will stand up for you. As he spoke, Fugaku patted Duan's shoulder. Thank you, brother-in-law, Duan replied with a nod. Haha. Fugaku let out a hearty laugh. Today, he finally felt that his relationship with his brother-in-law had grown closer. The two walked along the street lined with blooming cherry blossom trees. Duan, I have long recognized that you two are a member of the moderate faction, am I right? Fujikage inquired. How did you discern that? Duan asked, perplexed. Is it not apparent? Fujikage crossed his arms, seemingly perceiving Duan's thoughts, and provided a thorough analysis. Though your exterior is more formidable than anyone's, your heart is far gentler and kinder than all. This is what your sister, Mikoto, has conveyed to me. Despite your formidable prowess, you do not aspire to be a ninja. Instead, you choose to lead a humble life akin to that of ordinary folk. You even relocated to live independently, relinquishing the Uchiha surname, and you avoid provoking conflict. Is that not sufficient? His gaze was piercing as he scrutinized his brother-in-law. You are correct, brother-in-law, Duan nodded. Too weary to argue. Instead, he echoed Fujikage's sentiments, stating, I believe that everything the Uchiha possesses today is bestowed by Konoha, regardless of what transpires. We must not oppose the village. We should always prioritize its interests. Upon hearing this, Fujikage abruptly halted, his brow furrowing. Duan, you are far too gentle. He spoke earnestly, admonishing his brother-in-law. Remember, excessive gentleness is a form of weakness. We must strive for what belongs to the Uchiha, otherwise, others will perceive us as easy prey. Do you understand? Fujikage truly represented a neutral stance. He did not wish for his kin to emulate Shursui, adhering to the will of fire and placing the village's interests above their own family. Nor did he endorse the radicalism of those like the 8th Hokage, who sought conflict with the village. As the clan leader, he aspired to achieve a delicate equilibrium, maintaining relations with Konoha while striving to secure the Uchiha's rights. However, this balance was challenging to maintain. Should either the radical or moderate factions gain complete dominance, he would inevitably be swept along. Ultimately, when the moderates were in the majority, he would align with them, and when the radicals prevailed, he would shift his stance accordingly. You are right, brother-in-law. In light of Fujikage's earnest counsel, Duan acknowledged his misstep. It was somewhat amusing. Duan spoke plainly to people and in a straightforward manner to spirits, yet the radicals deemed him too extreme, while the moderates considered him overly gentle. Fujikage's expression softened upon hearing this. The two continued their conversation for a while, and before they knew it, they had arrived at a crossroads, almost forgetting their original purpose. Fujikage regained his composure and solemnly addressed Duan. Tonight is your sister's birthday. She expressed that, rather than receiving your gift, she would prefer you, her brother, to come to our home for dinner together. Very well. Faced with his brother-in-law's invitation, Duan chose not to decline this time. Excellent. Fujikage sighed in relief. Had he failed to bring Duan back, he feared that he would not see his wife smile for the entire month ahead. Suddenly, Fujikage seemed to recall something. By the way, I heard from Itachi that your gym has another employee who lives and dines with you. You should bring her along as well. He spoke with an expression that seemed to hold profound meaning. Very well, I shall see you tonight. With that, he agreed and parted ways with Fugaku at the intersection. At the monitoring station, Itachi diligently performed his duties, fixated on the rows of surveillance screens that observed the Uchiha clan's dwelling. Although he had never verbally expressed it, he felt an inner reluctance towards such tasks. During this time, he found himself at a loss, his gaze rapidly shifting between the surveillance feeds. Suddenly, he spotted his uncle, Dan Uchiha, entering a grand residence alongside Ina Uchiha. Shortly thereafter, Dan emerged alone, only to be intercepted by his father, Fugaku. The two engaged in a conversation by the roadside, appearing to enjoy each other's company. What could this mean? Itachi stared intently at the screen, his mind racing with thoughts. Before he realized it, it was time for the shift change. Itachi rose hastily and left the station, eager to uncover the truth of what had transpired. At that moment, neither Itachi nor the other monitoring personnel noticed the sudden, swirling distortion that appeared on the screen depicting the Nana shrine. It was fleeting. As Itachi exited the monitoring station, he crossed a street and, upon turning a corner, unexpectedly collided with his father, Fugaku. "Are you done for the day, Itachi?" Fugaku inquired with a smile. "Yes, father." Itachi replied, feeling a twinge of anxiety. He was reluctant for his father to discover that his work in the Umbu involved surveilling their own clan. However, Fugaku had already seen through the facade. "Itachi, do you recall the first day several years ago when our Uchiha clan moved to the new settlement?" He glanced toward the nearby tall buildings and continued, "I noticed those structures surrounding our clan's territory at that time. They must be used by the village to monitor us." Itachi silently nodded in agreement. "Humph, the third Hokage plays his cards well, attempting to use my son against the Uchiha clan." Fugaku's gaze turned icy as he glanced toward the Hokage building. Little does he know, Itachi, that from the very beginning, you have been a spy for our Uchiha clan within the Umbu. "I will strive to be a bridge between our family and the village, father," Itachi responded, deliberately withholding his allegiance. He wished to view both the Uchiha clan and Konoha with impartiality, believing that only through such a lens could he make the right choices. "Isn't it so? To become a bridge between the family and the village, Itachi, do you aspire to be Hokage?" "Indeed," he affirmed. "If I can become Hokage in the future, the Uchiha clan will surely reintegrate into the village." Fugaku interpreted his son's words through his own lens, his eyes filling with pride as he patted Itachi on the shoulder. "I believe in you, Itachi." He had always had complete faith in his son. "By the way, father." Itachi hesitated, uncertain whether he should inquire. "I just saw in the surveillance footage that you and Uncle Your uncle is coming to my house for dinner tonight to celebrate your mother's birthday. It seems that your nephew cannot persuade him. It falls upon me, your brother-in-law, to take the initiative." Fuya chuckled teasingly. "So that is the case." Itachi chuckled in agreement, yet his internal confusion lingered. As the sun set, twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings. Upon returning to the alley, he spotted Samui standing alone at the entrance of the gym, silently awaiting his arrival. As he drew near, she greeted him, "Welcome back, Director." Bowing as customary. "You appear to be quite concerned about me," he remarked. "Indeed," Samui feigned shyness, lowering her head, avoiding direct eye contact with Itachi. "Who is worried about you, you narcissistic individual?" Her true concern lay in what transpired after Itachi and Daohua visited Uchiha Madara. Regrettably, Itachi's impassive demeanor concealed any hints from her. "My brother-in-law is inviting you to dinner tonight. Come along with me," Itachi suddenly declared. Samui responded in astonishment, hesitating. "Is that appropriate? I am but an outsider." Though she appeared to decline, she secretly yearned to accept immediately. It was well known that the Uchiha clan, despite being relegated to the outskirts of Konoha, had transformed their territory into an independent kingdom, inaccessible even to the village's Umbu. As a spy, Samui now had the opportunity to infiltrate the Uchiha estate and meet the clan leader's family. Itachi was fully aware of Samui's ulterior motives. "I implore you to join us. It is actually my brother-in-law's wish. If it is convenient for you, please do not refuse any longer," he stated. Itachi, too, was curious about Fuya's insistence on bringing Samui along. "Very well," Samui acquiesced, feigning surprise. 10 minutes later, the two donned black and white kimonos, respectively, purchased a birthday cake and made their way towards the Uchiha estate. In the courtyard of the clan leader's residence, Itachi and Sasuke were playing on the floor. "Brother, will you teach me the secrets of the shuriken tomorrow?" Sasuke, adorned with the cat ears Itachi had gifted him, rolled about in his brother's embrace, his belly exposed, resembling a playful kitten. "Sasuke, I have a mission tomorrow. I will teach you next time when I am free," Itachi replied with a gentle gaze, affectionately ruffling his younger brother's hair, a hint of regret in his voice. Suddenly, Itachi turned his head and noticed Itachi and Samui at the entrance. His expression changed subtly, instinctively wanting to rise and greet them, but Itachi gestured for him to remain seated, approaching alongside Samui. Sasuke, oblivious to the guest's arrival, continued nuzzling Itachi's stomach, mumbling, "No. You promised me." The body of my elder brother suddenly became so rigid, motionless. Sasuke, puzzled, lifted his head and followed Itachi's gaze, only to behold a giant looming close by. The expressionless figure obscured the moonlight, casting a dark shadow over the two brothers. A pair of obsidian eyes appeared as if they were an unfathomable abyss. "Sasuke, call your uncle," Itachi quietly urged. "Uncle, woo-woo, wow." Sasuke, overwhelmed by fear, burst into tears. The sight of his uncle was far too terrifying. This little one had grown so much over the years. Yet he remained as weepy as ever. Dan sighed, seemingly oblivious that it was his presence that had frightened his young nephew into tears. "Uncle, I apologize. It's just that Sasuke doesn't understand," Itachi said, offering an apology to Dan while gently comforting his brother, his eyes filled with affection and tenderness. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Samui couldn't help but recall Dan's assessment of Itachi, cruel and heartless, deriving pleasure from torment, indifferent even to familial bonds. Yet, the Itachi she observed was a fine young man, not at all resembling a deranged fiend. The director must have misjudged him. "Let us proceed inside," Dan's remarked to Samui as they removed their shoes at the entrance and stepped onto the wooden corridor. After a few steps, a beautiful woman with black hair emerged hurriedly from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. The moment she spotted Dan's, Uchiha Makoto's eyes reddened, and she rushed forward to embrace her brother tightly. Dan's extended his large hand, gently wrapping it around Makoto, and said, "Sister, happy birthday. Do you know how long it has been since you last visited me?" Makoto replied softly, burying her face in her brother's broad chest. Having lost their parents on the battlefield at an early age, the siblings had relied on each other for companionship. Though Dan's was several years younger than Makoto, he had always been her protector until the day of her marriage. Such deep sibling affection. Fugaku emerged from the study, feeling slightly envious. It was clear that in Makoto's heart, her younger brother held more significance than her husband. Upon hearing this, Makoto shot Fugaku an annoyed glance before turning to Samui beside Dan's with a warm smile. "Dan's, this young lady must be your employee. She is truly lovely. Good evening." "Ma'am," Samui quickly bowed. "There's no need for such formality. You may call me sister, just as Dan's does," Makoto said, stepping forward to take Samui's hand. Her demeanor exceedingly cordial. She had heard from her husband Fugaku that Samui was likely more than just Dan's employee. Their relationship seemed to possess deeper intimacy. Indeed, Dan's was now 24 years old. By age, he should have long since settled down. 17, she is a spy. With that, dinner commenced. "Happy birthday." Amidst the heartfelt blessings of the crowd, Makoto, with a radiant expression of happiness, extinguished the candles and personally cut the cake, distributing it to everyone present. The rare gathering of the family dispensed with the customary silence that typically enveloped their dining table, allowing for free and lively conversation. During this convivial atmosphere, Makoto subtly exchanged glances with her husband, who immediately understood her intent. With a gentle cough, he naturally broached the topic of the police department. "Dan, would you be interested in working at the police department to assist your brother-in-law? Your capabilities are impressive, and I believe it wouldn't be long before you ascend to the rank of squad leader." Fujitaka extended an olive branch to his brother-in-law. "Apologies, brother-in-law, but I have grown accustomed to a free-spirited lifestyle," Dan politely declined. "Are you truly not reconsidering?" Makoto implored, wrapping her arm around her brother's shoulder. "Please, let us not revisit this topic. I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer to remain at my gym." Dan shook his head and glanced at Samui, fabricating an excuse. "Besides, I cannot burden her with all the strenuous tasks at the gym." Upon hearing this, Samui quickly interjected, "Director, it's no trouble for me." Thus, the realization dawned upon Fujitaka and Makoto, understanding that Dan's refusal of the police department role was, in fact, for Samui's sake. "In that case, I shall not press further." However, Fujitaka smiled and added, "Dan, you have yet to attend a Uchiha clan meeting, have you? I would like you to join us next month. I'll have Itachi escort you." "Indeed, Dan," Makoto gently concurred. "You remain a part of the Uchiha family. It would be beneficial for you to engage more with your kin. You might attract numerous clients to your gym." Faced with the goodwill of his sister and brother-in-law, Dan found it difficult to decline once more, so he acquiesced. "Very well." At that moment, Fujitaka glanced at his son Itachi and continued, "I've instructed Itachi to visit your gym whenever possible to learn from you about fitness. As family, you can ask him to assist you with anything you need." "Oh." Dan surmised Fujitaka's intentions, recognizing the desire to foster a closer bond between Itachi and himself, thereby strengthening the family's ties. He turned to Uchiha Itachi, "Nephew, I look forward to your guidance in the future. I appreciate your assistance." Itachi bowed his head, his reluctance hidden from view, as he feared interactions with his uncle. "Certainly, you are always welcome." Dan smiled meaningfully, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Upon witnessing Dan's smile, Itachi swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. "The hour grows late. Itachi, Please take Sasuke to bed. Mikoto, you should also rest early. Leave the remaining household chores to me, Fujitaka said with a warm smile. Escorting his wife and children to their room, Dan and Samui exchanged glances and stood up as well. Wait a moment. At that moment, Fugaku abruptly called out to the two, speaking in a somewhat mysterious tone. Duan, I have matters to discuss with you. Samui, please join us as well. With that, he pushed open a sliding door on the left side of the corridor and stepped inside. The room was furnished with neatly arranged low tables and cushions. Fugaku, Duan, and Samui sat facing each other. Thump, thump. Samui's heart raced. During her time with Duan's family tonight, she sensed their goodwill towards her, particularly from Mikoto Uchiha, who treated her almost like a younger sister upon their first meeting, her affection unmistakable. Mikoto incessantly inquired about Duan's character, their shared experiences, and any grievances Samui might have regarding him. It was only when Samui came to her senses that she realized the misunderstanding held by Fugaku and his wife. They mistakenly believed she and Duan were in a romantic relationship, hence their warm invitation to the family gathering, treating her not as an outsider, but as a prospective sister-in-law. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku sat upright, his demeanor solemn, suggesting he might be about to propose a marriage between the two. What should she do? Should she reveal the truth and extricate herself promptly, or should she play along, sacrificing her own interests to seize this opportunity to infiltrate the Uchiha clan? Samui's mind was a whirlwind. She cast a furtive glance at Duan, but his chiseled profile revealed nothing of his thoughts. Did the clan leader already know about this? Or was he truly so simple-minded, focused solely on brawn, that he remained oblivious to the situation? Just then, without warning, Fugaku's dark eyes transformed into scarlet with the three-tomo pattern, releasing a powerful surge of ocular energy. Caught off guard, Samui could not evade Fugaku's gaze and immediately felt a jolt, her eyes glazing over. The next moment, her head tilted and her body fell limp, collapsing into Duan's embrace. What does this mean, brother-in-law? Duan glanced at Samui, who was ensnared in an illusion, and turned to Fugaku with a question. Fugaku did not respond directly but instead fixed his Sharingan upon Duan, countering with, Duan, let me ask you, do you have feelings for this woman? Taken aback by the sudden inquiry, Duan felt a sense of surprise. Rest assured, we Uchiha are unlike the Hyuga clan. We do not enforce intraclan marriages to preserve our bloodline purity. Whom you choose to marry is your own prerogative. The family will not interfere. However, this woman, Samui, has a questionable background. Take a look at this document. As he spoke, Fugaku retrieved a prepared file from beneath the table and handed it to Duan. As Duan perused its contents, he discovered that Samui hailed from the village hidden in the clouds and was a special jonin who had infiltrated Konoha 3 years prior. Positioning herself beside Duan, I apologize for the abrupt interruption. As your brother-in-law, I took the liberty of investigating those around you. However, I harbor suspicions that this woman may be a spy, deliberately approaching you to acquire intelligence regarding the Uchiha clan. If you remain unconvinced, I can employ my Sharingan to interrogate her, compelling her to confess everything. Faik spoke with a serious demeanor, articulating his conjecture. He had anticipated that Duan would be taken aback by this revelation, perhaps even unable to accept it. Yet, curiously, Duan calmly set aside the documents and inquired, how do you intend to handle her? Upon hearing this, Faik gradually furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. According to regulations, spies are to be imprisoned in the police department's dungeon for interrogation. However, it is said that Samui is a close confidant of the Fourth Raikage. If she were to come to harm, the hidden cloud would likely not relent easily. He solemnly conveyed this thought. Brother-in-law, are you concerned that the Hyuga clan's past misfortunes may repeat themselves with the Uchiha? Duan discerned Faik's apprehension. Indeed, Faik acknowledged, casting a commendatory glance at Duan, nodding as he recollected events from 3 years prior. It was evident that the hidden cloud had initially abducted Hinata Hyuga, and in an attempt to rescue his daughter, Hayashi Hyuga had killed a hidden cloud envoy. Yet, under pressure from the Fourth Raikage, the third Hokage, in an effort to appease the fury of the hidden cloud, compelled the Hyuga clan to surrender the body of Hisashi Hyuga. Duan pondered this and continued. The oppression faced by the Uchiha from the higher-ups in Kamogakure surpasses that endured by the Hyuga clan tenfold. Should history repeat itself, in the face of pressure from the hidden cloud, the higher echelons of Konoha would not only fail to side with the Uchiha, but might even seize the opportunity to further oppress our clan. At that juncture, The Uchiha would be compelled to relinquish their own Hisashi Hyuga, and perhaps even the heads of more clansmen. History serves as a cautionary tale. Duan, you truly understand me. You have articulated precisely what I wished to convey, Fayek remarked with a smile, his eyes brimming with approval. He had only just criticized Duan for his overly lenient stance earlier that day. Yet he was pleasantly surprised that his brother-in-law had swiftly rectified himself and begun to consider the interests of the Uchiha. In Fayek's view, Duan's perspective had transcended that of most clan members, enabling him to approach issues from a higher vantage point, which was indeed rare. Following this exchange, Fayek's resolve to meticulously nurture Duan solidified, aspiring to have his brother-in-law become his right-hand man. However, before proceeding, he stated, therefore, my counsel to you is to dismiss this woman immediately upon your return tonight, and to sever all ties with her henceforth. Do you believe you can accomplish this? Fayek's gaze bore intently into Duan, awaiting his response. How many individuals are aware of Samui's situation? Duan queried before providing an answer. I personally conducted the investigation. Even Mikoto and Itachi are entirely unaware. Fayek indicated that Duan need not worry. The information would remain confidential. Duan nodded, then calmly stated, in that case, I intend to keep Samui. What? Fuyue could hardly believe his ears, his brows furrowing once more in displeasure. Do you truly hold such affection for this woman? Indeed. Duan replied. Samui is remarkably beautiful. In Fuyue's memory, he had encountered only one other woman of such striking features, golden hair, ample bosom, and fair complexion, over the years. And that was none other than the legendary Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Was that the reason for Duan's lingering attachment to this woman? That is not the case. In response to his brother-in-law's inquiry, Duan shook his head and revealed the truth. From the very beginning, I was aware that Samui is a spy. As he spoke, he gently stroked Samui's hair as one would caress a cat. What? Fuyue was taken aback once more. No wonder. When he informed Duan of Samui's true nature, Duan had shown no surprise. It seemed he had known all along. Then why do you continue to keep her by your side? Because she is quite useful, serving as both an employee and a caretaker, Duan thought to himself, finding the explanation rather simple. However, he understood that this reason would not satisfy Fuyue. After a few moments of contemplation, he offered another response. Brother-in-law, since the higher-ups in Konoha are so fearful of Kumogakure, why not leverage this to our advantage? We could establish some form of connection with the Raikage through this woman. Perhaps even harness the power of our adversaries for the benefit of the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, Fuyue trembled slightly. His pupils widening as a look of realization dawned upon his face, akin to a sudden enlightenment. I see, Duan. You mean to use this woman as a pawn, too? Close enough, Duan interjected, although he was uncertain of what Fuyue had truly comprehended. Nevertheless, he nodded in agreement with his brother-in-law's line of thought. Very well, then. I shall leave this woman in your hands. Fuyue rose with a sense of relief as he spoke, picking up a document that he ignited with a flicker of flame, reducing the files concerning Samui to ashes before Duan's eyes. Then I shall take my leave. Duan effortlessly lifted Samui in a princess carry and bid farewell to Fuyue. The solitary moon hung high in the sky as the Nagakawa River flowed quietly through the Uchiha clan's forest. By the riverbank stood the ancestral shrine of this clan, the Nagaha Shrine. Beneath the cool moonlight, Uchiha Hakadai ventured alone to the main hall of the shrine. Ensuring he was not followed, he stepped inside after a cautious glance around. Within the shrine, beneath the seventh tatami mat from the right, lay a concealed chamber. This was the secret meeting place of the Uchiha clan. Creak. Hakadai pushed the door open and found the torches on either side of the chamber already lit. A figure stood with their back to him, facing the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. You have arrived. The figure slowly turned to face him. Greetings, Lord Madara. Hakadai bowed deeply, lowering his head in reverence. Before him stood a man clad in black, with wild, flowing ebony hair and an orange tiger-striped mask that concealed all but one eye. The initial impression he conveyed was one of chilling eeriness. Little did anyone suspect that this enigmatic masked figure was none other than Uchiha Madara, the former clan leader of the Uchiha, a legendary ninja renowned throughout the shinobi world, believed by many to be long deceased. When the 8th Hokage first encountered the masked man, he merely regarded him as a charlatan, until he suffered a crushing defeat at the latter's hands. The masked man proclaimed himself as Uchiha Madara. Not only did he unveil the fabled Mangeki Sharingan, but he also divulged numerous Uchiha secrets that even the 8th Hokage had never heard of. The masked man claimed he had sought out the Hokage to lend support to the radical faction of the Uchiha, with the intention of avenging their clan against Kumogakure. The 8th Hokage believed him. Has there been any recent activity within the clan? Are the plans proceeding smoothly? The masked man inquired, casting a glance at the Hokage. After a moment's hesitation, the 8th Hokage divulged the matter concerning Uchiha Itachi. Oh. Upon hearing the report, the masked man expressed interest in Itachi. His encouragement for the 8th Hokage and his allies to rebel against Konoha was not aimed at enabling the Uchiha clan to seize power and ascend to the role of Hokage. On the contrary, he wished to leverage Konoha's strength to eradicate the Uchiha. Currently, Itachi's desire for complete destruction aligned perfectly with the masked man's own ambitions. For he yearned to witness the Uchiha and Konoha perish together. With this thought in mind, he declared, I shall personally reach out to Uchiha Itachi and draw him into our fold. Following this statement, a vortex-like distortion emanated from his right eye, engulfing him entirely, causing him to vanish from sight. The 8th Hokage was left in a state of astonishment, although it was not his first experience with Madara's abilities. Witnessing such effortless manipulation of space left him in awe. Was this truly the power of the Manjiki Sharingan? Within the village of Konoha, the masked man glided through the streets like a specter, soon locating a gym nestled in a narrow alley. He read the sign that bore the words Body Modification Department. Scoffing lightly before stepping forward, his form passing effortlessly through the tightly shut door. Is no one home? He mused, entering the gym and surveying the area, only to find no trace of Itachi. Then I shall wait. Thus, he wandered about for a time, ultimately pushing open the door to the meditation room, where he sank onto a cushion, resting his chin upon his hand as he closed his eyes to contemplate. Half an hour later, just as the masked man began to grow impatient, the gym's owner finally returned. The door swung open with a clang, and the lights illuminated the interior. Itachi, cradling the unconscious Samui, entered his bedroom and laid her upon the bed. However, just as he prepared to rest himself, he suddenly noticed that the door to the meditation room had been opened. The moment his gaze sharpened, he stepped into the meditation room. You must be Uchiha Dan, huh? TSK, indeed fierce as a tiger and robust as an ox. The masked man spoke first, stroking his chin with interest as he appraised Dan. Who are you? Dan inquired, maintaining a facade of calm. Yet, he immediately recognized the identity of the person before him, Uchiha Obito. Dan was not surprised by the man's presence. He simply did not anticipate that Obito would seek him out so swiftly. Obito was the successor cultivated by Uchiha Madara, a crucial link in the chain of antagonists from the original narrative. Nagato, Obito, Madara, and Kaguya. Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that I support your plan for Shattered Jade and am willing to lend you my assistance. Obito stated plainly, extending an olive branch while specifically noting that. At this very moment, 2 members of the Konoha Umbu were covertly monitoring outside the gym. So, would you like me to help you deal with them? I have no interest in associating with those who lurk in the shadows. Leave at once. Dan dismissed him outright, his refusal resolute. Ah, truly unruly, aren't you? It seems I must demonstrate my strength to you. Obito sighed in resignation, rising to his feet. With a swift motion, a long, heavy iron chain fell from his sleeve, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. Obito regarded Uchiha Dan as a good dog. To tame this good dog, one must first attach a leash and establish dominion over it, ensuring the dog obeys and bites at will. Are you preparing to strike? Dan observed the chain revealed by Obito, his expression remaining as inscrutable as a deep well. Though a barely perceivable glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes, he would unleash his full power. At that moment, the atmosphere in the meditation room thickened, the tension palpable as a clash loomed on the horizon. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks shattered the oppressive silence. Director, are you in there? I have something to discuss with you. The voice of Samui filtered in from outside the door. How vexing it is to be interrupted. Upon hearing Samui's voice, Obito shook his head in displeasure and tossed a final remark to Dan. If you wish to know who I am, come to the South Shrine tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock. With that, he retracted the chain, his form swirling into a vortex before vanishing from Dan's sight. Come in. After Obito's disappearance, Dan spoke. Creak. Samui gently pushed the door open, stepping inside and halting 3 meters away from Dan, bowing deeply. She then asked, visibly apprehensive, Director, tonight at the home of clan leader Fugaku, he suddenly revealed his Sharingan and caused me to lose consciousness. Could you please explain what transpired? It was a misunderstanding. Dan approached Samui, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. My brother-in-law asked me to apologize on his behalf and hopes you will not take it to heart. Oh, so that is the case. Samui felt paralyzed, forcing a smile. If there's nothing else, you should rest early. Duan removed his large hand from her shoulder and exited the meditation room. With a sigh of relief, Samui's tense and stiff body finally began to relax. For a fleeting moment, she had feared that Duan would strike, shattering her shoulder and leaving her grievously injured. Samui did not trust Duan's words. She was acutely aware that she must have revealed something, and it was possible that Fujiwara and Duan had uncovered some information, casting doubt on her true identity. This implied that her current situation was perilous, and the most prudent course of action would be to extricate herself and flee Konoha before Duan could react. However, the night prior, Samui had received a letter from Kumogakure, instructing her to steal Duan's fitness and dietary regimen, a task specifically entrusted to her by the Fourth Raikage. Thus, she could not leave just yet. She had to remain and fulfill her mission. A night of silence passed. The following day unfolded as usual. The gym was devoid of customers, and Duan trained alongside Samui as they shared a tranquil day together. As evening approached, Itachi returned from his duties in the Umbu and headed straight to the gym. He had no desire to see his uncle, Uchiha Duan. Yet he was compelled to comply with the third Hokage's orders to monitor Duan and his father's admonition to maintain a cordial relationship. Is there anything I can assist you with? Itachi inquired upon entering and spotting Samui cleaning. Leave that to me, Samui replied, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The director is waiting for you. He seems to have something to discuss, so you should go. Oh, Itachi paused, entering the lounge to find Duan seated on the sofa. You're here. Indeed, uncle. Their exchange was brief, a simple greeting. Do you have time this evening? Accompany me to a location, Duan stated directly. Where to? Itachi asked. To the south, he shrine. Someone has arranged to meet me there, but I am not very familiar with the route, Duan casually mentioned. He had initially considered sending Tobi, but recalling Tobi's nature, he decided it best to handle the matter himself. Uncle, may I inquire who has arranged this meeting? Itachi asked, somewhat surprised and probing. A man wearing a tiger-striped mask. I do not yet know his name. Duan shook his head. Tiger-striped mask? Itachi mused, feeling a faint recollection tugging at the edges of his memory, yet unable to grasp it fully. As night fell and the moon ascended, Duan, guided by Itachi, ventured into the Uchiha clan's forest, following the Southie River downstream until he beheld the outline of a shrine in the distance, standing solemnly amidst the night. There's someone, Itachi remarked sharply, spotting a figure standing with their back to the two, hands clasped behind them, in the woods adjacent to the shrine. Uncle, that individual appears to have been waiting for quite some time, Itachi noted. Because we are late. After all, it was that person who wished to see me. So it is only right for him to wait a little longer. Duan cast a glance at Obito's back and remarked to his nephew. Itachi, truly worthy of being an uncle, even justifying tardiness with such audacity. As they spoke, the uncle and nephew ventured into the woods, halting a few meters away from Obito. Uchiha Itachi, we meet again. Obito turned around, initially disregarding Duan to greet Itachi instead. Who are you? The moment Itachi laid eyes on Obito, his pupils constricted sharply, his body tensing. It was the masked man from 3 years prior. His expression turned grave and astonished, his eyes suddenly transforming into the crimson three-tomo shape. Yes, Itachi, you are my beloved. There can be no mistake. 3 years ago, after Itachi became a genin, he undertook a mission with his teammates, only to encounter this masked man midway. At that time, Itachi's teammate Ten was tragically killed while trying to protect him, prompting Itachi to awaken his Sharingan. Strangely, the masked man killed everyone present but spared Itachi. Was it because they were both Uchiha? Do not be alarmed, Itachi. Thanks to me, you were able to awaken your Sharingan and gain the reputation of a genius, were you not? Obito scrutinized Itachi's Sharingan, teasingly adding, You ought to express your gratitude to me. I would rather not have these eyes. Itachi responded, striving to maintain a calm tone, his fists unconsciously clenching. Why? He had lost a cherished companion, yet the murderer, the masked man, claimed to be assisting him, while his father merely congratulated him on awakening his Sharingan. As if Ten's life held no value in their eyes. It is these eyes that chose you, for you are an Uchiha. Obito perceived Itachi's inner fury and opened his arms, accepting your true self, Itachi. You and I could potentially become great friends. As soon as he finished speaking, Obito's Sharingan beneath the mask began to spin violently, ultimately transforming into a triangular pinwheel pattern. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. Under the gaze of this eye, Itachi felt a jolt. Enveloped by fear, his body frozen in place, just as it had been 3 years ago. He had believed he had grown significantly, only to realize he was still woefully inadequate. Move. Itachi urged himself inwardly, veins bulging on his forehead, nails digging into his flesh, blood oozing forth. Just then, a large hand gently rested on Itachi's shoulder from behind. This masked gentleman, Itachi, is my nephew, the beloved of Uchiha Duan. You cannot take away what one cherishes. As he spoke, Duan pulled Itachi back to his side, as one might lift a small chick. Uncle. Itachi looked up in surprise at Duan's words, yet simultaneously felt a sense of security in being protected. Obito smiled. With a swift motion, he drew the ninja blade from his waist and pointed its tip at Uchiha Dan, speaking in a condescending tone. Uchiha Dan, it is time to resume what we left unfinished last night. Let me witness your prowess and determine if you can amuse me, if you are worthy of my guidance. Hearing this, Dan lowered his gaze to Itachi, instructing his nephew to step aside to avoid any collateral damage. Itachi nodded, aware that he could not assist, but still cautioned his uncle, be wary of the masked man's peculiar Sharingan, uncle. He seems capable of manipulating space in some manner. Before he could finish his warning, Dan launched himself forward, propelling off the ground like a speeding train aimed at Obito. With a thunderous punch, he struck fiercely. Oh, how full of vigor you are. Attempting to seize the initiative, Obito remarked mockingly, standing his ground with unwavering confidence, allowing Dan's fist, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, to collide with his face. An extraordinary scene unfolded. Dan's fist and arm passed effortlessly through Obito's body, as if the latter were merely a phantom without substance. The impact landed instead upon a towering tree behind Obito, resulting in a resounding crash as the massive trunk, thick enough for several people to embrace and standing over 20 meters tall, toppled, startling a flock of birds into flight. Remarkable, despite being an Uchiha, you possess strength rivaling that of the Senju clan. Truly terrifying, Obito mused, astonished by Dan's power. As he spoke, he gripped his ninja blade firmly, vanishing in a flash to appear behind Dan with blinding speed. With a swift downward slash, Dan was caught off guard, yet remained unfazed. He exerted his strength, instantly tightening the muscles across his back. The blade struck his back, producing a shower of sparks, as if it had struck a bronze bell rather than human flesh. Having honed his body into a fortress, particularly his back, which housed the most muscle and offered unparalleled defense, Dan's resilience surpassed that of a tortoise shell. The blow left only a faint white mark on his back, failing to breach his skin or draw blood. Not only unscathed, Dan flexed his back muscles once more, generating enough force to shatter Obito's blade. In an instant, without turning his head, he swung a massive arm back with a thunderous crack, unleashing a series of explosive bursts aimed again at Obito's face. However, this attack also passed through Obito's form, striking nothing but air. Obito retreated nonchalantly, clapping his hands in appreciation. Not bad, truly impressive. Though your speed is somewhat lacking, your strength and defense are quite remarkable. To reach such a level in taijutsu is indeed a rare feat, Uchiha Dan. I concede that you are qualified to replace that 8th generation fellow as the new leader of the radicals. With these words, Obito acknowledged Kakashi's strength, deeming him worthy to be his subordinate. Yet, following this commendation, he shifted his tone. Skepticism etched on his face as he inquired, however, have you forgotten that you are an Uchiha? What of your Sharingan? Surely, it has not yet awakened? In response to Obito's derision, Kakashi remained silent, shedding his obstructive outer garment to reveal a physique brimming with formidable muscle. With a roar akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, he lunged at Obito once more, his entire arm swelling with veins, channeling all his strength into a more powerful punch. Even before the blow landed, the force of his strike stirred the very sands and stones around them. Obito sighed, shaking his head as he remarked, do you not understand? No matter how strong or swift your punch may be, you cannot strike me. It is my Manjiki Sharingan that embodies the true power of the Uchiha. As he spoke, the familiar scene unfolded once more. Kakashi's punch passed through Obito's form, and due to the excessive force, he leaned forward, momentarily losing his balance. At that moment, Kakashi was exhausted, his old strength depleted, and new energy yet to be summoned, leaving him entirely vulnerable before Obito. Naturally, Obito would not let this opportunity slip away. With a clatter, a chain fell from his sleeve, its ends shackled to his wrists, a unique weapon tailored to complement his abilities. Seizing the moment when Kakashi stood defenseless, Obito swiftly ensnared his neck and torso with the chain, restricting his movements. In the next instant, he grasped Kakashi's wrist, his right eye emanating a potent surge of ocular energy, distorting space in an attempt to draw him into the Kamui dimension. When Obito activated Kamui, everyone except himself would succumb to unconsciousness during the spatial traversal. Once Kakashi was ensnared within the Kamui realm, he would become a prisoner with no escape. Compelled to kneel and submit to Obito for his freedom, lest he remain confined in the Kamui dimension for eternity. "I have won," Obito mused, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as victory seemed imminent. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Kakashi had been waiting for this very moment. Time Stop versus Kamui. As a time traveler, Kakashi was already aware of the capabilities of Kamui. His series of attacks on Obito were merely feigned vulnerabilities. Obito had indeed fallen for the ruse, daring to engage Kakashi in close combat unguarded. Now was the moment. Smash. In an instant, the power of time stopped surged from within Kakashi, spreading across the entire shinobi world at speed surpassing light itself, rendering everything in view devoid of color, reduced to shades of gray. The waters of the Nanha River ceased their flow. Itachi, observing from the sidelines, wore a look of panic, fearing that his uncle would be bested by the masked man. Obito's Kamui had been activated, the distorted space freezing into a vortex, resembling a series of still ripples. Thus commenced the first second of the time stop. Breaking free from the shackles of iron chains, he turned to face Uchiha Obito directly. At this moment, Obito's body was largely ensnared in a distorted space, rendering him untouchable save for his hands. The true strength of Kamui lay in its unconscious activation, allowing Obito to become intangible the instant he was attacked, thus rendering himself immune to any assault. It was a passive ability. However, Kamui possessed a vulnerability. When Obito launched an attack against his adversary, he was compelled to actively release Kamui, making himself tangible. During the fateful night of the Nine Tails, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, discerned this weakness and successfully defeated Obito using the Flying Thunder God technique combined with the Rasengan. Following that battle, Obito learned from his defeat and grew increasingly cautious, frequently employing feigned attacks to deceive his opponents, rarely abandoning his intangibility. Yet at this moment, he had still been outsmarted by Duan, exposing his vulnerability. In the second of the time stop, Duan's eyes gleamed with determination as he seized Obito's hands without hesitation, yanking them violently towards himself. Time resumed its flow. A tearing sound echoed, a horrific noise of flesh and bones separating. Obito's arms were instantaneously wrenched from his shoulders, brutally torn away by Duan's might. Kamui was forcibly interrupted. Stumbling back several paces, Obito lost his balance and fell to the ground. He gazed up at Duan in horror, his eyes bloodshot and devoid of the previous air of confidence and superiority. He could not comprehend how Duan had managed to turn the tide so swiftly and sever his arms. Obito's psychological fortitude was, in truth, rather fragile. He often relied on the invincibility of Kamui to project an aura of omnipotence, hiding behind his mask as he impersonated Madara Uchiha, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet once someone unraveled his Kamui, he faltered, reverting to the insecure boy he once was. Overcome with sheer terror, he hastily activated Kamui once more, escaping without a moment to spare for a parting threat. What a pity! As the victor, Duan watched Obito flee and shook his head. In that moment, he had been unable to strike at Obito's vital points and eliminate him on the spot. However, Duan surmised that even if he could freeze time for 5 seconds or longer, it would still be exceedingly difficult to entirely vanquish Obito. After all, Obito possessed another trump card, Izanagi. In the original story, even Conan's meticulously prepared trap of 600 billion explosive tags had been evaded by Obito through the combination of Kamui and Izanagi. The synergy of these two extraordinary ocular techniques was truly insurmountable. Thus, Duan opted to sever Obito's arms instead. This time, with Obito gravely injured and forced to retreat, he would likely remain dormant for a while, leaving behind a pair of severed arms as a trophy for Duan. The arms were remarkably pale, with no blood seeping from the wounds, but rather, a slow trickle of white cellular tissue emerged instead. According to the findings, Danza's body was a vessel that had undergone extensive transplantation of interstitial cells, embodying the essence of white Zetsu. This indicated that the severed arms held significant research value, rendering this battle quite fruitful. Itachi stood motionless, his Sharingan wide open, profoundly shaken by the sight of Dan's tearing away Obito's arms. It was only when Dan's approached, holding the two severed limbs, that he regained his senses and instinctively called out, "Uncle, Uncle, Itachi, have you discerned the capabilities of the masked man?" Dan inquired, testing his nephew's insight. After a moment of silence, Itachi provided his hypothesis. He referred to his Sharingan as a Mangeki Sharingan. The eye he wielded likely executed a form of space-time Genjutsu, enabling him to shift into another dimension, leaving behind an intangible phantom to confuse his adversaries. However, even while attacking, the masked man reveals vulnerabilities. Indeed, it is a fearsome ability, Dan nodded, acknowledging his nephew's keen perception. As long as the masked man refrained from launching a direct assault, he would remain invincible, even with knowledge of his weaknesses. The uncertainty of when he would truly strike rendered him an unpredictable foe. Yet, such a seemingly insurmountable adversary had nevertheless been vanquished by his uncle. A thought that perplexed Itachi. This confrontation, where the masked man appeared to hold the upper hand, had inexplicably culminated in a bizarre reversal, resulting in Dan's severing of his opponent's arms. It was akin to a film nearing its climax, only to have the most thrilling scenes abruptly excised, leading straight to the conclusion, an experience that could drive an audience to distraction. Itachi recognized that his uncle harbored a monumental secret. That secret was the true extent of Dan's abilities. As he pondered this, Dan's voice echoed in his ear, "Do not disclose tonight's events to anyone. Understood?" "Yes, I understand, Uncle," Itachi replied affirmatively. Thus, the two retraced their steps. Shortly after their departure, a figure emerged from the depths of the forest, his face etched with shock and suspicion. It was Uchiha Hakadai. He had received a summons from the masked man, instructing him to come to the South Heg Shrine tonight to witness a grand spectacle. The masked man intended to personally subdue Uchiha Dance. However, while a spectacle indeed unfolded, it was the masked man who found himself subdued. Nevertheless, Hakadai confirmed one thing. The individual who had long claimed to be Uchiha Madara was nothing more than an impostor. The true Uchiha Madara could never be defeated by Dan's. Of course, Dan's ability to triumph over the masked man was a testament to his formidable strength. In Hakadai's estimation, Dan's might even rival the clan's foremost expert, Uchiha Shursui. Upon realizing this, Hakadai couldn't help but recall the audacious plan proposed by Duan, one even more radical than that of the extremists. Should he endeavor to support that individual? Hakadai had previously deemed Duan's ideas to be utterly insane. However, if Duan truly possesses such strength and can unite the entire Uchiha clan in a concerted effort to orchestrate a coup, perhaps he could indeed uproot the upper echelons of Konoha and establish a Uchiha-dominated village. Time will tell. At next month's clan meeting, Duan is expected to attend, where the radical and moderate factions will undoubtedly clash in a lively confrontation. Should Duan manage to overpower the moderate clan leader Fugaku and the ever-calm Shunshin, the radicals would likely rally behind him thereafter. With this thought, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Hakadai's eyes. Under the moonlight, the uncle and nephew strolled along the banks of the Southie River. Duan noticed that Itachi had his head bowed throughout the walk, wearing a pensive expression, likely contemplating his uncle's abilities. To date, he had demonstrated his time-stopping power twice in Itachi's presence. Could this perceptive nephew deduce it? In this world, there exist countless ninja techniques, categorized into water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, yin, yang, sealing techniques, and space-time ninjutsu, 9 major types in total. Among these, space-time ninjutsu is the most challenging to master, sitting atop the pyramid of ninjutsu. As far as Duan knows, all space-time techniques pertain solely to space and do not touch upon the realm of time. Techniques such as Flying Thunder God, Kamui, and Heavenly Hand Power, as well as bloodline abilities like Yomi's Hirasaka and Amaterasu, are all, without exception, spatial ninjutsu, having no relation to time. If one were to argue a connection to time, the ocular techniques Izanagi and Izanami can replicate effects akin to time reversal and time loops, but ultimately, they are merely similar. In essence, there exists no genuine time ninjutsu in the world of Hokage. Itachi is unable to deduce that Duan's power is time-stopping because, in both his conscious and subconscious mind, he would never think in that direction. One cannot conceive of what lies beyond their cognitive realm. Nevertheless, Duan resolved to minimize the use of his time-stopping ability in the future to prevent his powers from being exposed. Though he does not consider himself a ninja, he resonates deeply with the oft-repeated saying among ninjas, the battle of ninjas is a battle of information. The Akatsuki organization, with its array of bizarre abilities, serves as the prime example of this truth. Each member appears formidable upon their entrance, Yet once their abilities are deciphered, they swiftly find themselves stripped of their confidence. Even Pain, who considers himself a god, fell victim to the information war. In the world of JoJo, the invincible Jotaro Kujo faced numerous setbacks in battle after the entire world became aware of his time-stopping ability, leading to ambushes and ultimately his demise at the hands of Father Pucci. Duan is unwilling to allow such a fate to befall him. Once he discovered his ability to halt time, the ninjas, with their talents and wisdom, would undoubtedly devise numerous strategies to counter him. After parting ways with Itachi, Duan returned to the gym. "Director, you're back," Sam greeted him diligently from the front desk. Upon noticing the pair of arms in Duan's possession, he inquired with a hint of concern, "What happened?" "Fear not, they are merely fakes. Observe, they do not bleed," Duan explained, lifting Obito's severed arm to assuage Sam's fright. The matter of how to handle Obito's arms posed a quandary. If he wished to utilize them for research into Shinja cells and would release techniques, such aspirations seemed far-fetched, as Duan was utterly unversed in these domains. However, since these arms did not bleed or decay, they could be preserved for some time, allowing for further contemplation on how to investigate them later. With this thought in mind, Duan, under Sam's astonished gaze, proceeded to the kitchen, opened the freezer, and casually tossed the arms inside, mingling them with beef and sausages. "This surely isn't for consumption," Sam muttered, internally praying for clarity. Outside the village of Konoha, within a forest, a wave of distortion in the air heralded Obito's arrival as he collapsed to the ground. Breathless, he knelt, his tiger-striped mask falling away to reveal a pallid visage devoid of color. Since the night of the Nine Tails, he had not tasted the bitterness of defeat for a long time. This time, it was a loss even more devastating than his prior encounter with the fourth Hokage. Most infuriating was the fact that he could not fathom how he had been bested. Never mind that for now, he thought. The immediate priority is to find a secure location to recuperate. That night, in the northern region of the Land of Fire, a peninsula lay unclaimed. The former hideout of Uchiha Madara, known as the Mountain Graveyard. As the name suggests, this graveyard was littered with the bones of large creatures, rendering it a perilous place that most would avoid. Obito navigated with ease, swiftly arriving at the main entrance of the mountain graveyard. This entrance was a cliff face pockmarked with numerous openings, only one of which led directly to the underground hideout. "Hey Obito, what happened to you?" A surprised voice called out as Zetsu emerged from the ground, his face split in two, half white, half black, crowned with a flytrap design. Zetsu, a fusion of black Zetsu and white Zetsu, each possessing their own consciousness, gazed at Obito's disheveled state in astonishment and asked, "How did you lose your arms again?" Previously, Obito had suffered 2 amputations, the first when a stone shattered his right arm at the Kanabi Bridge, and the second when Minato Namikaze severed his left arm with a Rasengan. Now, remarkably, both arms were gone. "I encountered an adversary and let my guard down," Obito replied darkly as he made his way into the hideout. Within the cavernous depths of the mountain, an arsenal, a library, an operating room, a conference hall, and living quarters, various facilities are meticulously crafted, forming an underground palace that took Ban several decades to construct. When Ban departed from Konoha, he absconded with a wealth of historical texts and jutsu scrolls belonging to the Uchiha clan, all securely stored here. This very act led to the severance of many of the clan's legacies, resulting in a significant decline in their overall strength over the past few decades. If the Uchiha wish to reclaim the glory of their zenith, they must retrieve the artifacts buried within the mountainous graveyard. Alas, Obito would not acquiesce. "Obito, have you encountered foes more formidable than the fourth Hokage of yore?" Zetsu, ever curious, pressed for answers. The current Obito is no longer the reckless youth he once was. He has matured considerably over the years. Even in the face of Nagato, who wields the Rinnegan, he can maintain his composure and navigate the confrontation with ease. After all, Obito's prowess is unparalleled. Zetsu could scarcely fathom who in the present shinobi world could inflict such severe wounds upon Obito. "I have already stated, it was my own negligence. It is not that my opponent is exceptionally powerful," Obito reiterated, stubbornly refusing to concede defeat. Soon, they arrived at the operating room. "Kuro Zetsu, prepare for the procedure. I require a cell transplant." Shiro Zetsu, infiltrate Konoha immediately and surveil the Uchiha clan, particularly an individual named Uchiha Dan. As Obito issued his commands, he reclined upon the surgical table. "Uchiha Dan, you shall wait. Once I have recuperated, I will assuredly exact my vengeance." His gaze was icy. A silent oath echoed within his heart. In Konoha village, deep within the Root's underground base, two Root ninjas knelt on one knee, heads bowed in silent anticipation. The sound of a cane striking the ground resonated through the air as an elderly man, his visage grim and half of his face bandaged, emerged slowly from the shadows. He is Shimura Danzo, the current Hokage's advisor and leader of the Roots. At this moment, Danzo's complexion appeared rather poor. The bandages adorning his face and right arm were freshly applied, suggesting he had recently undergone surgery and required recuperation. Thus, he had remained within the Roots, avoiding the outside world. How fares Itachi? Has he exhibited any notable activities since joining the Umbu? Danzo inquired, his voice measured. Reporting to you, sir. Itachi has been functioning normally within the Umbu. However, he has been spending considerable time with his uncle, Uchiha Dan, frequenting his gym after work and remaining until nightfall. The Root ninja responded. Uchiha Dan? Danzo's brow furrowed slightly. The name struck a familiar chord. 23. The individual who recently dealt with the Amigakure spy on the streets. You instructed us to keep an eye on him, the Root operative reminded. Ah, it has come back to me. Danzo's eyes narrowed, glinting like those of a venomous serpent. As the Hokage's advisor, he held the position of second-in-command within Konoha. In the village, he was well acquainted with both significant and trivial matters, which is why he had encountered the name Uchiha Dan. This individual appeared to be a deeply concealed powerhouse, yet his demeanor was eccentric and rebellious. Dan successfully piqued the interest of Danzo, who instructed two members of Root to bring Itachi to him. After a moment of contemplation, he issued his orders. Itachi's early graduation from the Ninja Academy had been met with disapproval from the third Hokage and other high-ranking officials of Konoha. But it was Danzo who recognized Itachi's potential and advocated for his advancement. Subsequently, Itachi's seamless integration into the Umbu as a member of the Uchiha clan was also thanks to Danzo's recommendation. However, this favor was not without strings attached. A certain transaction had been established between Danzo and Itachi. Ryoma, you should follow along and observe. When the time is right, bring that Uchiha Dan as well. Danzo commanded after a brief consideration. Yes, Lord Danzo, came the reply from the shadows. It was time for him to step outside and bask in the sunlight. Danzo glanced at the bandage on his right arm. Although the post-surgical pain throbbed subtly, it had also bestowed upon him a greater strength. He leaned on his cane and emerged from the dark, cold confines of the Root base into the warmth of the sun. In the evening at the gym, Samui greeted the entering Uchiha Itachi. You're here again, Itachi. Hello, Itachi replied with his customary politeness, bowing slightly before following Samui to the gym's backyard. In the garden, Dan was leisurely watering the flowers, a rare moment of tranquility. Observing his uncle's tall figure, Itachi hesitated before speaking. Uncle, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you these past few days. If you prefer not to see me, I will not return. However, I implore you, do not inform my father. He understood that his uncle had never held him in high regard. Even if it meant defying his father's wishes or failing the surveillance task assigned by the third Hokage, he did not wish to impose further. After bowing to Dan's back, Itachi prepared to leave. Why do you think that? Dan's voice suddenly emerged. He halted his watering, turned to face his nephew, and said calmly, I promised your father I would take good care of you. Therefore, starting today, you shall train and exercise alongside me. Yes. Itachi, taken aback, hesitantly acquiesced. Unable to fathom his uncle's intentions, Dan stepped aside to set down the watering can and washed his hands. Recently, he had developed a new perspective on his nephew. Uchiha Itachi might indeed be a naturally cold-blooded, psychopathic anomaly, yet it was undeniable that his upbringing had profoundly influenced his character. Just consider the individuals he had been exposed to from a young age. Fugaku, a father who brought his 4-year-old son to the battlefield, utterly oblivious to his child's thoughts, and Shui, a steadfast idealist who clung to the will of fire, naive, dogmatic, and inflexible, yet became a guiding light for Itachi. Danzo, a cunning mastermind intent on exploiting Itachi, is a master of manipulation. A young boy, ensnared by a cadre of hidden talents, finds himself caught between his family and his village, bearing an unparalleled burden of pressure. Under such circumstances, it is nearly impossible to avoid succumbing to madness. However, at this moment, there remain over 2 years until Itachi commits the heinous crime of annihilating his clan, leaving a glimmer of hope for redemption. In the past, Danzo refrained from intervening in Itachi's affairs, believing himself insufficiently capable due to the incomplete transformation of his own body. Yet, the situation has changed. After all, Itachi is the son of his beloved sister, Mikoto. Should Itachi ever contemplate matricide, Danzo would be compelled to eliminate his own nephew, even if it would devastate Mikoto. She is the only family member he cares for, and he cannot bear the thought of her weeping for her lost son. Thus, from this moment forth, Danzo intends to embark on a journey of character correction for Itachi. Let us commence without delay. I wish to witness your current prowess. To be clear, I possess no knowledge of ninjutsu, and can only guide you in taijutsu and genjutsu. Danzo cut to the chase, beckoning his nephew to come forth. You can use genjutsu, uncle. Itachi was taken aback. He had always assumed Danzo was a specialist solely in taijutsu, and had never witnessed him employ genjutsu. However, upon reflection, it seemed logical, after all. Which Uchiha does not wield genjutsu? Please, instruct me, Itachi said, bowing once more. When he raised his head, his eyes had transformed into the crimson three-tomo pattern. In an instant, the gaze of the uncle and nephew locked, and with a swift motion, Itachi unleashed a powerful genjutsu assault. Caught off guard. Danzo observed as his nephew vanished, transforming into a multitude of crows that descended upon him from all directions. Yet, in the next moment, a resounding roar erupted from Danzo's throat, reverberating through the courtyard like a clap of thunder, creating a mental shockwave that swept outward. Caw! The crows flapped their wings in a desperate attempt to evade this energy, their cries piercing the air as they were shattered, revealing Itachi's form, which had closed the distance between them. Bang! 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 The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, their fists and feet colliding in a blur, exchanging blows dozens of times in a brief span. True to his reputation as a prodigy, Itachi held his own against Danzo, who was physically larger and stronger, skillfully countering his uncle's advances. In his crimson eyes, the three-tomo spun rapidly, granting him acute dynamic vision to track every movement of Danzo, searching for an opening. However, he soon realized that Danzo was not merely riddled with flaws. Rather, he was relying on his own resilience, displaying a disdain for defense. Seizing the opportunity, Itachi acted swiftly, landing successive strikes to Danzo's thigh, chest, and back. The strikes of the weasel's fists and feet landed upon Duan's body, failing to penetrate his defenses, akin to colliding with an iron wall, leaving the weasel in considerable pain. The disparity in their physical strengths was monumental. At that moment, Duan drew in his abdomen and puffed out his chest, releasing a powerful breath. Whoosh! This breath instantaneously transformed into a tempest, accompanied by a piercing howl, stirring up dust and debris, striking the weasel with the force of a cannonball. It was savage and fierce. This was not a wind-style ninjutsu, but rather a simple expulsion of air from human lungs. Caught off guard, the weasel was propelled backward, losing his balance mid-air. Yet he remained unfazed, swiftly forming the tiger seal with his hands and exhaling. Fire release, great fireball technique. A searing fireball descended from the heavens, aimed squarely at Duan. The fire countered the wind. The breath Duan had unleashed was now harnessed, augmenting the ferocity of the great fireball, causing it to blaze even more intensely. The weasel, deserving of his genius title, exhibited no weaknesses in ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu. In the face of the great fireball, Duan demonstrated no inclination to evade, instead opting to confront it head-on with his physical prowess. With a swift hand strike, he cleaved the fireball in two. The great fireball, a technique of benevolence, seldom poses a threat to formidable foes. More often, it serves as a feint to bewilder an opponent's gaze or distract their attention. This was precisely the tactic employed by the weasel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the instant the great fireball was split asunder, a flurry of shuriken hurtled towards Duan. Clang, clang. They collided in mid-air, altering their trajectories, ultimately surrounding Duan from multiple angles, targeting various parts of his body. Impressive, Duan remarked, acknowledging the finesse required in the manipulation of shuriken, which not only demands years of rigorous training, but also involves a considerable understanding of physics and mathematics. Such a technique could only be mastered by a genius like the weasel, possessing both intellect and martial prowess. Unlike Duan, who, as his muscles grew stronger, became increasingly reluctant to engage in cerebral pursuits. After all, why bother with thought when muscle could resolve the matter? Just like the onslaught of shuriken, standing resolutely in place, Duan tensed his muscles, activating his body as protective barrier, successfully deflecting all the shuriken. Furrowing his brow, he inquired of the weasel, "Why did you show mercy? Failing to aim for my eyes or vulnerable areas such as my groin. Do you look down upon me, your uncle?" Although Duan's physique was as formidable as steel, His eyes remained a weak point, vulnerable to attack, essentially the chink in his armor. The weasel began to speak, but before he could finish, Duan lunged forward, covering 7 or 8 meters in a single stride, delivering a punch towards his nephew. Buzz. This punch, seemingly unadorned, executed a series of minute movements at an incredibly high frequency, imparting an ethereal sensation. In the weasel's perception, all things in the universe appeared to swiftly recede into the distance until they vanished, leaving only a vast expanse of white and Duan's fist. As the fist grew increasingly immense, it ultimately soared to the stature of a mountain, while Itachi himself felt diminutive, akin to an ant immobilized beneath the weight of this colossal force. This is an illusion. Startled, Itachi regained his senses, straining against the enchantment with the power of his Sharingan, and finally extricated himself from the mirage, returning to reality. At that very moment, the fist was upon him. With a resounding slap, the fist transformed into an open palm, striking Itachi squarely on the face. He felt a darkness envelop him, as if he were soaring through clouds, before crashing with a thud against the pillar in the corridor. His head buzzed, his vision blurred, rendering him incapable of discerning direction. After a considerable time, he managed to rise from the ground. Itachi, are you all right? Samui hurried forward to inspect Itachi's injuries. Discovering his mouth was filled with blood, several teeth knocked out. Half of his face was swollen, a sight too gruesome to behold. This was the personality correction technique of Uchiha Dan. Much like Naruto Uzumaki, he was not particularly eloquent or adept at imparting wisdom. Lacking the ability to alter Itachi's mindset on a psychological level, he resorted to physical means instead. Henceforth, Dan would assume the role of an uncle, guiding his nephew back onto the right path. Director. Samui picked up Itachi's teeth, casting a questioning glance at Dan, inquiring whether he had been overly forceful. It's nothing. At his age, he is merely losing baby teeth, Dan replied dismissively. Itachi thought to protest that the teeth knocked out by his uncle's slap were the very ones he had just newly grown, yet the pain silenced him, forcing him to swallow his indignation. Your prowess is evident. Let us conclude today's sparring session and take a moment to rest, Dan said, patting Itachi on the shoulder as he turned to enter the facility. Here, take this. Samui offered Itachi an ice pack to soothe his jaw. Thank you, Itachi replied, holding the ice pack to his cheek. Although the pain in his face was intense, his mind was preoccupied with the perplexing nature of his uncle's recent actions. Why had he fallen victim to an illusion? Dan had not activated his Sharingan, nor had there been any direct eye contact. Yet Itachi had been ensnared in a mirage, an utterly bewildering circumstance. Could it be that Dan possessed the ability to cast illusions through sheer physical force? This notion troubled Itachi, leaving him in deep contemplation. Just as he was lost in thought, Dan returned, carrying a pair of dumbbells. Enough rest. It is time to commence your training, he declared to his nephew. From this day forward, you shall train 6 days a week, cycling through exercises for your chest, back, arms, shoulders, and legs with unwavering diligence. With a resounding thud, Dan dropped the dumbbells before Itachi, then instructed Samui, you will serve as Itachi's coach, guiding his movements. Understood, Director, Samui affirmed. Having worked alongside Dan from dawn till dusk for 3 years, she had become quite the professional fitness coach. Thus, under Samui's guidance, Uchiha Itachi officially embarked on his fitness journey. Standing to the side, Duan savored his steak, occasionally offering a few remarks. Before long, 2 hours had slipped by. Ugh. Ugh. Itachi lay on the ground, face turned skyward, his complexion flushed and drenched in sweat, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath. The regimen of physical training proved far more arduous than he had anticipated. During the preceding session, Sam had insisted that Itachi refrain from utilizing chakra, relying solely on the strength of his own physique. Not only did he demand that Itachi execute each movement with precision, but he also continuously increased the weights until he pushed Itachi to his limits. After such exertion, Itachi's pectorals and arms ached intensely, accompanied by a profound sense of tearing fatigue. The training had been thorough. However, the trial for Itachi was far from over. Duan retrieved a sizable portion of fresh chicken breast from the refrigerator and promptly tossed it into the blender. After a vigorous mixing, it transformed into a thick, brown liquid, at least a liter's worth. With a look of disbelief tinged with a hint of apprehension, Itachi watched as Duan brought the large cup of chicken juice to his lips. During your growth phase, it is essential to supplement your nutrition, particularly protein. Since you have lost your teeth and cannot consume solid food, this cup of chicken juice is clean and hygienic. Drink it, Duan urged, his smile revealing his affection for his nephew. Itachi's expression faltered, yet he accepted the cup with both hands, raised it, closed his eyes, and gulped it down in one go. The concoction carried an unpleasant taste reminiscent of foul chicken. Itachi couldn't help but grimace in agony as his stomach churned, threatening to reject the substance. Do not vomit. That would render the effort futile, Duan cautioned, firmly grasping Itachi's shoulder. From now on, you must drink a cup of chicken juice daily to strengthen your body. My poor nephew, at just 11 years old, already endures the rigors of the umbu. If you exhaust yourself and jeopardize your health, it could lead to an untimely demise. As far as Duan knew, Itachi in the original narrative had succumbed to illness due to overexertion, ultimately losing his life to it. In contrast, Duan, at the age of 24, had never suffered a single cold or fever in his life, attributing this resilience to his robust constitution. Thus, Itachi building muscle would undoubtedly benefit his health. Thank you, uncle. Itachi managed to smile, albeit a rather awkward one, yet it was the first genuine smile he had exhibited since arriving here. Go take a shower and change your clothes. We wouldn't want you to catch a chill, Duan said, lifting his nephew from the ground. 10 minutes later, Itachi emerged from the bathroom, clad in a white t-shirt adorned with cartoon designs and black shorts that were somewhat oversized. These were what the director wore when he was 3. There were no smaller sizes available, so you'll have to make do, Sam remarked, covering her mouth to stifle a laugh, striving to uphold her icy demeanor. Ah, I see why the style seems so juvenile, Itachi replied. Just then, with a loud clang, the gym door swung open, and 2 masked ninjas entered. Uchiha Itachi, accompany us. The 2 figures stood before Itachi, their voices devoid of emotion, reminiscent of automatons. Itachi's pupils constricted as he recognized them as members of Root. He nodded silently and then bowed slightly to Dan and Samui, stating, Uncle, Senior Samui, I shall take my leave. Wait. Dan interjected, extending his large hand to halt Itachi, inquiring, Are they your umbu colleagues? I recall your associate being a white-haired individual, perhaps named Kakashi? Upon hearing this, the 2 Root ninjas stepped forward, coldly warning Dan, Uchiha Dan, we advise you to refrain from meddling. You know me? Dan replied, somewhat surprised, then naturally added, Is it inappropriate for an uncle to show concern for his nephew? As he spoke, he placed his hand on Itachi's head. Itachi tensed. The words he intended to explain to his uncle caught in his throat. The 2 members of Root exchanged glances, ultimately refraining from aggression, seemingly aware of Dan's formidable nature. One finally articulated their purpose. We have been ordered to escort Itachi to meet Lord Danzo of the Hokage's Advisory Council. Indeed. Dan had surmised that they were not umbu but rather members of Root. Root, while nominally a training division of umbu, operated independently of the 3rd Hokage, pledging allegiance solely to Danzo. Dan had previously been indifferent to the affairs concerning his nephew, but he had now resolved to intervene decisively, unwilling to allow Danzo to further endanger Itachi. Thus, he firmly held Itachi's head and addressed the 2 Root members without hesitation. Itachi is my sister's son, which makes him akin to my own child. As a guardian, I cannot allow him to venture out alone at this hour. Therefore, I must accompany him. That is impossible, the 2 asserted vehemently. What, do you have something to hide? Then I must go even more, Dan replied. If you do not acquiesce to my request, then be gone. His expression remained impassive, yet his tone carried an unyielding authority. Dan, do not be unreasonable. The 2 members of Root, unable to contain themselves any longer, prepare to take action. Just as tensions escalated, a voice emerged from the entrance. Mr. Dan, Lord Danzo has issued a command for you and Itachi to proceed for a discussion. Dan turned toward the source of the voice. The speaker was a man clad in a black cloak, wearing black sunglasses, with a purple mark on the right side of his face, Ynma. This individual was a trusted confidant of Danzo, previously serving as a guard alongside Orochimaru. Following Orochimaru's defection, Ynma had risen to become Danzo's foremost subordinate. Upon hearing Yn's words, the 2 Root members immediately retracted their hostility toward Dan, stepping aside dutifully. Then let us proceed, Dan replied readily, placing an arm around Itachi's shoulder as they exited. In the dimly lit alley, Ynma walked ahead with his hands in his pockets. Dan and Itachi followed closely behind, while the 2 members of Root flanked them on either side, subtly encircling the uncle and nephew. Upon exiting the narrow alley, the group did not proceed to the Root base, but instead arrived at a quaint tea house nestled beneath a willow tree by the banks of the Konoha River. Lord Danzo had been waiting for some time, and they were beckoned inside. The oily-haired Ryoma stepped aside, gesturing for them to enter. The tea house, constructed with wooden tiles, was modest in size, occupying less than 10 square meters, with an entrance that was particularly low, only a mere 60 centimeters in height. Is this a dog hole? How am I supposed to enter through such a diminutive opening? Dan furrowed his brow, as his stature was quite imposing. Noticing his discomfort, Itachi, eager to dispel any misunderstandings, took the initiative to explain. Uncle, guests must bow and kneel to enter the tea house. This is not a test of will, but rather a reflection of the spirit of equality and humility inherent in the tea ceremony. By entering in this manner, any guest relinquishes their status and rank, stepping into a realm beyond the mundane. I believe Lord Danzo has invited us here to express his goodwill and equality. Despite his speech being slightly impeded by the absence of a tooth, Itachi endeavored to clarify the etiquette of the tea ceremony. Coming from a prestigious family, he had been immersed in such knowledge from an early age, influenced by his father, the clan leader. Ryoma appreciated Itachi's insight and gently cautioned Dan, Mr. Dan. Lord Danzo has graciously lowered himself to meet with us. If you continue to bear an air of arrogance, perhaps it would be best not to enter. Uncle, let us proceed inside, Itachi urged, wishing to spare Dan any further embarrassment. With that, he approached the entrance, removed his shoes, and crawled inside. However, Dan remained resolute in his own way. He approached the entrance, grasped the window above it, and yanked it down with a swift motion. With a loud tearing sound, he removed the entire window, carelessly tossing it aside. Now the entry is a bit larger, he muttered to himself, as his formidable physique squeezed through the opening into the tea house. Ryoma furrowed his brow and followed suit, while the two members of Root stood guard at the entrance. The tea room was simply adorned. Though small, it was equipped with tatami mats, a tea table, a tea stove, and all necessary utensils. In one corner, a flower arrangement graced the space, while a scroll hung in the alcove, inscribed with the characters for harmony, respect, purity, and tranquility. The host, Danzo, was attired in a kimono, eyes closed, kneeling formally at one end of the tea table, with his back straight and hands resting on his thighs. Exuding an air of solemnity, Itachi approached Danzo quietly, mirroring the appropriate posture as he knelt across from him, his expression serious and respectful. Dan, however, was not inclined to sit in such a manner. Instead, he plopped down beside his nephew, his substantial weight causing the entire tea house to tremble slightly, prompting Danzo to open his eyes. From the moment he entered, Dan had disregarded the established decorum, neglecting all forms of propriety. Tuanzo appeared unfazed, casually addressing Duan, Uchiha Duan. I have finally laid eyes upon you. You are indeed, as the rumors suggest, a person who disregards trifles. Flattery, Lord Tuanzo, Duan replied, nonchalantly crossing his legs. He cut straight to the point. You did not summon us here merely for tea on this late evening, did you? Patience, young man, Tuanzo replied. And despite the limitation of his left arm, he adeptly prepared the tea, displaying a profound understanding of the art. Shortly, a steaming bowl of verdant matcha was placed before Duan with a single hand. Please. I do not fancy tea, Duan stated. How can one ascertain disfavor without tasting? Tuanzo remarked, his words laden with double meanings and profundity. Duan frowned, yet ultimately lifted the bowl and drank it in one gulp. Puffed. The moment the tea touched his lips, Duan was overwhelmed by an intense bitterness, unable to suppress himself as he spat it across Tuanzo's face. In the next instant, an uproar ensued. Several Root ninjas emerged from the shadows, brandishing weapons such as kunai and shuriken, poised dangerously at Duan's throat. Such a small tea room could conceal so many. Stand down, Tuanzo commanded, unperturbed by the chaos, exhibiting a remarkable composure. He retrieved a handkerchief from his attire and leisurely wiped the bitter tea from his face. Forcing Duan to drink was a test. Tuanzo perceived the spitting as a juvenile provocation, an act only a child would commit. This youth before him, with a simplistic mind and robust physique, displayed an immaturity that made him easily manipulable. My apologies, Duan sincerely expressed, for he truly could not contain himself. No matter, Tuanzo graciously accepted the affront, revealing a depth of character and the demeanor befitting an advisor to the Hokage. He set Duan aside momentarily, preparing another bowl of bitter tea, which he pushed toward Itachi, stating, Itachi, I have foretold that your life shall be fraught with chaos. This cup of clear tea can alleviate your inner turmoil and suffering. Thank you, Lord Tuanzo. Itachi felt a surge of emotion, Bowing respectfully, then cradling the bowl with both hands, he drank it down in one go. Toanzo had shown him kindness. Without his recommendation, Itachi would not have entered the Umbu. He had also pledged to Toanzo to be his eyes and ears, monitoring the Uchiha clan. Suddenly, after consuming the matcha, Itachi's eyes widened, and his cheeks puffed as he was struck by a wave of nausea and queasiness. If it were merely the bitter tea, he could have tolerated it. However, he had just ingested a full liter of chicken broth, and now, with the bitter tea added to his stomach, it was a recipe for disaster. His stomach roiled violently, and his complexion rapidly deteriorated. Moments later, Itachi could no longer contain himself. Expelling a large pool of indeterminate liquid, yellow and green, it bore the scent of excrement, bitterness, and the acrid odor of digestive fluids, all mingling together, permeating the small tea room. How could you still vomit? Dans asked, furrowing his brow as he gently patted Itachi's back, while sternly admonishing his nephew. Because of this, all the protein you consume today is wasted. You must eat 10 boiled egg whites when you return tonight. Witnessing this scene, Tiru's expression darkened. Was the tea he brewed truly that unpalatable? No, it was evident that this uncle-nephew duo had conspired to disregard his dignity. While Dan's was one thing, Itachi's behavior was unexpected. He should have been showing utmost respect, yet he now embarrassed him in front of others. Was he influenced by Dan's? Taking a deep breath, Tru endeavored to calm himself and fixed his gaze on Dan's, suddenly stating, Dan's, you should be aware that Itachi's entry into the Umbu was recommended by me, correct? Dan's nodded in acknowledgement. Tru suppressed his anger and continued in a low voice, to be frank, when the second Hokage established the police force, it was essentially to exclude the Uchiha clan from the power core of Konoha. As a result, Hizen, Koharu, and Hamura vehemently opposed Uchiha members joining the Umbu. Yet I still vouch for Itachi. Do you know why? Why? Dan's feigned ignorance, seeking to learn. However, I refused to answer, he declared in response to Dan's inquiry. Unlike the third Hokage and the others, I trust the Uchiha. At that moment, Tru raised his voice, extending his left hand toward Dan's with a sincere invitation. Dan's, you should also join, alongside Itachi, in the Umbu. Konoha needs talents like you, and it should not merely suppress the Uchiha. Dan's gaze flickered, seemingly intrigued by the proposition. Observing this, Tru seized the opportunity to entice him further. In the Umbu, you will not only grow stronger, but also gain power. I will recommend you to the third Hokage to become a captain in the Umbu, working alongside Itachi. Isn't this precisely what you desire, Dan's? What must I sacrifice? Dan's inquired. It is simple. You only need to trust me, just as Itachi does, Tru replied, his gaze intense as he emphasized the word trust. Dan's took a deep breath, reflecting, Lord Tru, your magnanimity and ambition are truly admirable. The prospect of joining the Umbu is indeed enticing. Is it really sufficient for me to simply trust you? His gaze was fixed intently on Tru. Indeed, Tru responded with an air of calm, demanding nothing further. In truth, once Dan's entered the Umbu, his actions would no longer be dictated by his own temperament. At that time, Tru would have ample time and means to gradually tame this rebellious tiger. After a moment of deep contemplation, he finally parted his lips, seemingly on the verge of articulating the response that Danzo sought. However, at that instant, he abruptly lifted his chin, casting a cold, indifferent glance at Danzo, and with an air of arrogance declared, Yet, I must refuse. Why? Danzo's expression faltered, nearly revealing his composure. One of my greatest pleasures as Uchiha Dan is to dismiss those self-important superiors, which brings me immense satisfaction. As he spoke, he hoisted Itachi to his feet and added, Furthermore, I harbor no desire to live behind a mask like your subordinates. With a grunt, Danzo, leaning on his cane, rose in anger and retorted, Are you certain you will not regret this, Uchiha Dan? I apologize, but my nephew is feeling unwell, and I must escort him home to rest. Excuse me. With this parting remark, Dan left, guiding Itachi towards the door. Suddenly, Uchiha Ryoma stood silently in front of Dan. The root ninjas outside the tea room placed their hands on their blades, poised for action, a palpable tension filling the air. Dan's gaze hardened. If truly provoked, he might as well unleash chaos here and eliminate Danzo. At that moment of imminent confrontation, Danzo spoke. Let them go. His voice regained its usual calmness. Uchiha Ryoma. Upon hearing this, silently stepped aside. Dan strode out of the tea room, the eyes of the root ninjas following him as the uncle and nephew's figures gradually vanished into the night. Lord Danzo, How shall we deal with Uchiha Dan? Yuya Ryoma inquired, aware that Danzo did not genuinely intend to let Dan off the hook. As anticipated, a glimmer of malice flickered in Danzo's murky eyes. He coolly instructed, "There are those watching Dan from the third Hokage's side. Ensure your subordinates handle it cleanly, leaving no traces. Since he cannot be of use to me and poses a threat, he must be eliminated. Ultimately, he is merely a civilian without even the identity of a ninja. His death is inconsequential." "Understood," Yuya Ryoma acknowledged. "Humph," Danzo scoffed, tapping his cane against the ground before turning away, surrounded by his guards. On the street, Itachi leaned against the wall for a while, still feeling some discomfort in his stomach. Dan went to a convenience store to procure a bottle of water, which he handed to his nephew. "Thank you, uncle," Itachi said, drinking half the bottle and rinsing his mouth, finally feeling somewhat better. Yet, with a grave expression, he turned to Dan and said, "Uncle, you have offended Danzo. He will not let this matter rest easily." Itachi was worried, knowing that his uncle was unaware of the true depth of Danzo's menace. "Do not concern yourself with me. I will handle it," Dan replied dismissively. He then cautioned Itachi, "As for you, do not associate with Danzo any longer. That old man is clearly not a benevolent soul." Upon hearing this, Itachi wanted to retort, "Uncle, you also do not appear to be a good person." However, he eventually nodded. I understand." Seeing Itachi clutching his stomach and bending over, clearly unable to walk, he said, "Let's go. I'll take you back." With a sigh, he squatted down in front of his nephew, turning his back towards him. Itachi, somewhat surprised, finally climbed onto Dan's back, wrapping his arms around his uncle's neck. Dan hoisted his nephew up and began walking towards the Uchiha clan's territory. Along the way, the two remained silent. Itachi's emotions were complex. He could not discern how his uncle truly felt about him. It seemed as though Dan disliked him. Yet he still took care of him. Until now, aside from his uncle, only Shursui had ever carried Itachi. The difference lay in the fact that Dan's back was broader and steadier than Shursui's, akin to a large bed. As they neared the clan's grounds, a clear voice suddenly called out from a side street, "Is that you, Itachi?" Turning towards the sound, Itachi saw a charming young girl standing under a street lamp. Her face filled with surprise as she gazed at the pair. She had long, beautiful black hair, with a teardrop birthmark embellishing the corner of her right eye, and the forehead protector of Konoha signifying her status as a ninja. "Izumi." Itachi hesitated for a moment, raising his hand to greet the girl. Dan also noticed Uchiha Izumi and turned to his nephew, inquiring, "What a lovely young lady. Is she your girlfriend?" Upon hearing this, Izumi immediately blushed, shyly lowering her head and intertwining her fingers. Itachi's expression changed, and he quickly denied, "No, uncle. I was just joking. Don't be so nervous." "I won't interfere with your early romances," Dan remarked, as he squatted down to set Itachi back on the ground. He then approached Uchiha Izumi with a gentle smile, saying, "Hello, young lady. I am Itachi's uncle, Uchiha Dan." "Ah, hello, Dan-senpai." Izumi promptly bowed, appearing quite reserved. In the next moment, Dan's smile vanished, replaced by an intense and almost palpable killing intent, like a chilling wave descending upon Izumi. In an instant, Izumi's body reacted instinctively. Her hair stood on end as she swiftly retreated, drawing a kunai from her waist pouch. Simultaneously, her eyes transformed into the crimson pattern of the Sharingan. "Oh, impressive. A talented young girl," Dan remarked upon seeing Izumi's Sharingan, his previously explosive killing intent retracting as if nothing had occurred. Izumi stood frozen in place, her mind in disarray. Observing this, Itachi quietly said, "Izumi awakened her Sharingan during the Night of the Nine Tails. She was only 5 years old and witnessed her parents perish." "So that is the case. Truly a sorrowful tale," Dan remarked with a sigh. He recalled that Uchiha Izumi was considered half of Itachi's first love, who later perished at the hands of Obito during the massacre night, her eyes cruelly extracted. At the tender age of 11, Izumi was already capable of wielding the 3-tomo Sharingan. Had fate been kinder, she would undoubtedly have ascended to the rank of Jonin in just a few years, with the potential to unlock the Manjiki Sharingan. After all, her youth offered boundless possibilities for greatness. Standing at the intersection of fate, Itachi felt a ripple of unease in his heart, acutely aware that his presence was a glaring distraction. Thus, after casting a fleeting glance at Itachi, he turned to Izumi and said, "Little lady, my nephew is feeling unwell. Might I trouble you to escort him home?" Izumi was momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded with enthusiasm, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Of course. I would be glad to assist. With a casual dismissal, he turned, giving Itachi's shoulder a gentle pat before striding away into the night. Beneath the glow of the street lamp, Itachi and Izumi locked eyes. Yet both instinctively averted their gazes, succumbing to an awkward silence. After a brief pause, Itachi broke the stillness. I apologize if my uncle's behavior startled you. I hope it hasn't troubled you too much. His demeanor has always been rather peculiar. No worries, Dan-senpai. It's quite amusing, actually, Izumi chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Her gaze then fell upon Itachi's attire, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, what an adorable cartoon t-shirt. I never expected you to don such a style. It belonged to my uncle when he was a child, Itachi replied, a faint blush creeping onto his cheeks as he offered an explanation. By the way, what happened to your teeth? Did you have one extracted, or are you feeling unwell? Izumi inquired, noticing Itachi's speech was slightly impaired. It was an accident. I chipped it myself, Itachi stammered, feeling embarrassed as he hastily concocted an excuse. Izumi had never witnessed this side of him before, and her laughter rang out like music. Her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. After exchanging pleasantries, the two shared an unspoken understanding as they made their way to the small park within the clan's territory. As they walked, Itachi spoke again. I must apologize for my earlier remarks. I should not have said those things to you. Not at all. It was I who caused you distress. Izumi quickly interjected, also offering her apologies. Not long ago, Itachi had questioned Izumi's desire to become a ninja, suggesting that a girl like her should not have to endure the horrors of the ninja world. This had angered Izumi, who had asserted that her aspiration stemmed from her father, summoning the courage to express her wish to walk the same path as the one she held dear. It was a confession, yet Itachi had remained silent, leading to a tearful farewell that left their relationship marred. Now, however, the young couple found their way back to camaraderie. By the way, I've become a genin. Izumi beamed, pointing at the forehead protector adorning her brow, but soon pouted, though it's rather dull. My tasks consist of either caring for the feudal lord's pet cat or helping officials from the land of fire move. All ninjas start at such humble beginnings, Itachi remarked. Upon learning that Izumi's assignments posed no danger, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over him. As they continued to walk, laughter and light-hearted conversation filled the air, weaving a tapestry of camaraderie and joy between them. Itachi perceived that Izumi was gentle, kind-hearted, and remarkably empathetic, traits reminiscent of his mother, Mikoto Uchiha. However, when the conversation shifted to Itachi's involvement in the Umbu, Izumi abruptly confessed her fears, fear of Itachi departing from her, drifting farther away. In that moment, her emotions unraveled, and she found solace in Itachi's embrace, softly weeping. At a loss for words, Itachi extended his arms and tenderly held Izumi until she regained her composure. I shall not go anywhere, he assured her, though a silent addendum lingered in his mind. Raising his gaze to the heavens, the moon emerged from behind the dark clouds, casting its silvery light upon his visage. During this period, his uncle and Izumi, those who unexpectedly entered his life, resembled the moonlight piercing through the clouds, illuminating his heart and stirring the tranquil waters within him. After a leisurely stroll, he returned to the narrow alley where the gym was located. Suddenly, he sensed several piercing gazes from the shadows behind him, lingering for a brief moment before swiftly diverting. Are they preparing to act so soon? It seems that Danzo is quite irate, he mused. Without turning around, he feigned ignorance and pushed open the gym's door. Starting tomorrow, I will be leaving the village for a while to attend to some matters. You should take a break and rest for a few days, he informed Samui, offering a few words of explanation. All right. Thank you, Director, Samui replied, her face lighting up with feigned joy at the prospect of a holiday. Director, are you going out to earn some money again? Though curious, Samui refrained from pursuing any further, having previously attempted to follow him and failed, thus wary of taking risks again. Initially, she believed Itachi was solely focused on physical training, but after witnessing his prowess firsthand, she began to suspect the true nature of his endeavors. Most likely, he was involved in bounty hunting. Their exchange was overheard in its entirety by the root ninjas lurking outside. A splendid opportunity. Tomorrow, we shall follow Uchiha Itachi out of the village and strike in a secluded location, one of them murmured. The group exchanged knowing glances, reaching a silent consensus. The night passed without incident. At the break of dawn the following day, when the streets of Konoha were still sparsely populated, Itachi ventured out. Draped in a voluminous black cloak and donning a conical hat that obscured much of his face, he swiftly made his way toward the village's outskirts. 2 hours later, he arrived. It was a day of rest for him, and after escorting his younger brother Sasuke to the ninja academy, he headed to the gym early, concerned that Danzo might send someone to trouble his uncle. Strangely, as Itachi walked through the alley, he noted an unusual stillness. The watchful eyes that typically lurked in the shadows were conspicuously absent. He soon discovered that the gym had hung a closed for business sign, while Samui, gloved and with a towel in hand, was busy cleaning the exterior windows. "Itachi, you've come quite early today," she remarked. Samui was taken aback upon seeing Itachi and informed him that the director had stepped out for a matter and would return after a while. However, he had specifically instructed that Itachi was free to come and go from the gym and utilize the equipment within. As she spoke, she removed her gloves and approached to open the door for Itachi. Yet, Itachi's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly inquired, "When did my uncle leave?" "He just left this morning." "Why? Is something the matter?" Samui sensed something amiss and asked. "It's nothing," Itachi replied, attempting to alleviate her concerns by changing the subject. "Are you free this afternoon? My mother has invited you to go shopping with her. I came to relay the message." With that, he turned and departed, hastening towards the Root headquarters. 10 minutes later, at the entrance to the underground base of Root, halt. 2 members of Root blocked Uchiha Itachi's path, denying him entry. Without uttering a word, he revealed his Sharingan. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of clashes between shurikens and ninja blades, the 2 Root members collapsed before Itachi, succumbing to unconsciousness. Stepping over the incapacitated figures, Itachi pressed onward, eventually encountering Danzo. "Lord Danzo, I implore you, do not lay a hand on my uncle." Upon seeing Danzo, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head in supplication. Itachi's feelings toward Danzo were complex. Nevertheless, Danzo was still his uncle. With their family under the scrutiny of Root and facing peril, he could not remain passive. "Itachi, you have arrived too late," Danzo remarked, leaning on his cane, shaking his head with a cold demeanor. "At this hour, Uchiha Danzo is already dead." "Dead?" As Itachi absorbed this news, he trembled, his heart seized with horror. And he raised his gaze, his crimson Sharingan locking onto Danzo's. Danzo met Itachi's stare unflinchingly and coldly stated, "Dan's brought about his own demise. No one could save him. He must have regretted his choices before his death, but alas, he can only seek atonement in the Pure Land." Itachi lowered his head once more. "Uncle, is he truly dead?" "No, this is merely Danzo's one-sided claim. That man is not so easily defeated." Based on Itachi's understanding of Danzo, anyone who underestimated his uncle ultimately paid a heavy price. The masked man was the finest example of this. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Danzo, oblivious to Itachi's contemplations, adopted a stern expression and reprimanded the kneeling youth before him. "Itachi, do not forget your original intent. You expressed a desire to become powerful enough to eliminate your own chaos, which is why I allowed you to join the Umbu. Danzo, however, is someone who would draw you back into chaos, so whether he is alive or dead, you must distance yourself from him." In Danzo's view, resolving the matter of Uchiha Danzo would eventually bring Itachi back under his control. "I understand, Lord Danzo," Itachi replied slowly as he rose to his feet, speaking calmly. "However, once this matter is concluded, please at least allow me to take my uncle's remains back to the clan for a proper burial." "Very well. I shall acquiesce to your request. My dispatch personnel, if I calculate the time correctly, should be returning shortly." Danzo nodded slightly, conceding to Itachi's plea. He had intended for Itachi to witness the lifeless body of Uchiha Danzo, so that Itachi might finally relinquish his hopes. Thus, the elder and the youth ceased their conversation, embracing a profound silence as they awaited developments at the Root base. Meanwhile, outside the village of Konoha, in a secluded grove seldom trodden by human feet, Dan had unwittingly wandered into this desolate locale after leaving the village, whether by design or sheer happenstance. Should anyone harbor malevolent intentions toward him, this moment would be most opportune for an ambush. Indeed, a torrent of shuriken and kunai whistled through the air, descending upon him from behind and the sides with ferocity. Boom, boom, boom. Several kunai struck Dan's towering figure, and the explosive tags affixed to them detonated, engulfing him in a blaze of fire and thick smoke. Had they succeeded? One ought not to be complacent. It could not be so simple. Uchiha Dan might have already sensed our pursuit. Caution is warranted. As these thoughts echoed, for Root ninjas emerged from the thicket, their demeanor cautious as they approached Dan with trepidation. A gust of wind swept through, dissipating the smoke, revealing Dan standing resolutely. not only unscathed but appearing entirely unharmed. The four root ninjas were taken aback, though they had perused the intelligence reports and were aware of Dan's formidable physique. Witnessing his resilience in the face of such an onslaught exceeded their expectations. Dan scrutinized the assortment of root ninjas before him, each varying in height and build, and furrowed his brow in displeasure. Is this all you have? What is the meaning of this? The four ninjas stood momentarily stunned. We have come to eliminate you. And yet you bemoan our numbers? Are you concerned for your own survival, or do you hold us in contempt? Disregarding further verbal engagement, they dispersed silently, encircling Dan in a formation devoid of any blind spots. Very well, they may be from root, which undoubtedly holds greater value than the average ninja. Dan murmured to himself while removing his conical hat and cloak, hanging them on a nearby branch to prevent damage during the impending confrontation. As Samui had surmised, Dan's means of sustenance over the years derived from periodically leaving the village to work as a bounty ninja, hunting down fugitive renegades to collect bounties at the exchange. In the process, he also accumulated combat experience. In terms of battle prowess, Dan could not rival those elite ninjas who frequently undertook perilous missions and engaged in fierce battles. Yet he had not devolved into a complete novice. His exceptional defensive capabilities afforded him considerable leeway, ensuring that he would not be easily felled by a mere canaille. Recently, he found himself in dire need of funds, and with these root ninjas presenting themselves so conveniently, Dan resolved to turn the tables and eliminate them here. At that moment, he declared, "Let us engage." With a commanding shout from a member of the root, the four assailants simultaneously launched their attack. Yet, Dan's response was swifter. In an instant, his gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto an enemy to his left, and his dark eyes transformed into a vivid crimson with a three-tomo pattern. Just as the adversary completed his hand seals and raised his hands to form a frame, aiming to unleash a Genjutsu heart disturbance technique, he was unexpectedly preempted by Dan. In a heartbeat, the man's consciousness was ensnared in the hellish realm of the Sharingan's illusion, where rusted iron spikes mercilessly pinned him down, inflicting unbearable agony. This was the illusionary binding technique, a powerful Genjutsu that required no hand seals. Mere eye contact with the enemy sufficed to activate it, marking it as one of the most formidable Sharingan techniques. With a thud, the member of the mountain clan collapsed helplessly to the ground. This marked Dan's first public display of the Sharingan in 24 years, and he had executed a lethal Genjutsu right from the outset. However, the remaining root ninja remained impassive, unfazed by the spectacle. They all understood that engaging a Uchiha in one-on-one combat was folly. But now, it was 4 against 1. Sacrificing one member to momentarily distract Dan could create an opportunity for their comrades to seize victory. This was a strategy long devised by the root. As Dan dispatched the first enemy with his Genjutsu, 2 root ninjas charged at him from either side. The one on the left was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a mountain of flesh. With a thunderous roar, he inflated his arm to an immense size. His fist swelling to the size of a water tank, aimed squarely at Dan. This was the Akimichi clan's expansion technique. In stark contrast, the adversary on the right was much smaller and employed a more subtle approach, moving with agility and launching a delicate palm strike at Dan from an unexpected angle. This was the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. The combination of brute force and finesse created an immediate peril. Dan remained unperturbed, disregarding the Hyuga's attack entirely. He propelled himself from the ground, channeling his core strength through his entire body, and delivered a powerful punch aimed at the Akimichi ninja. The collision of their fists produced a thunderous sound. The seemingly invincible Akimichi was forced back several steps, eventually crashing into a large tree, his mask shattered, revealing a face of sheer astonishment. The Akimichi's expansion technique, a formidable ninjutsu that amplified strength at the cost of immense caloric expenditure, proved insufficient against Dan's raw power. He was truly a muscle-bound behemoth. However, as the Akimichi staggered from Dan's blow, the Hyuga assailant seized the opportunity. In swift succession, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, his Byakugan effortlessly discerning Dan's vulnerabilities, landing consecutive blows on his chakra points. On the 29th, the gentle fist technique was employed by the Hyuga clan, utilizing their Byakugan's ability to perceive chakra with precision, allowing them to infiltrate the enemy's body and disrupt their meridian system and internal organs through physical combat. With a single strike, adversaries would often find themselves either dead or gravely injured. Although the physical body was formidable, impervious to blades and fire alike, it was well understood that human organs could not be fortified through training. A blow from the gentle fist would still lead to demise. The Hyuga's gentle fist served as a nemesis to the Uchiha's formidable body-refining ninjas. Before engaging, this member of the Hyuga clan held unwavering confidence in his ability. However, upon landing his strike, he immediately sensed something amiss, his eyes widening in shock. Beneath the surface of his opponent's skin lay a membrane thicker than bullhide, suffused with yang-release chakra, constituting a second line of defense for his physical form. The chakra from the Hyuga's gentle fist penetrated the skin's defense but could not breach the membrane below. In truth, even if the gentle fist chakra were to reach the internal organs, it would not inflict a fatal injury, as the Uchiha had long since devised methods to strengthen his vital organs. Thus, he possessed the audacity to disregard the gentle fist attacks. His understanding and development of the human body were beyond the imagination of these root ninjas. Was this truly the gentle fist? The Hyuga ninjas seemed feeble in comparison, yet dared to stand alongside the Uchiha in reputation. The Uchiha looked down upon his foes, his Sharingan growing ever crimson, akin to a fierce tiger locking onto its prey. Alarmed, the remaining Hyuga ninja dared not meet the Uchiha's gaze, leaping backward in a frantic retreat of 7 or 8 meters. Yet, the Uchiha pursued him relentlessly. With a swift motion, one of his large hands extended, fingers performing an irregular, subtle high-frequency tremor, akin to a dream, reaching for the Hyuga's throat. This technique, known as the shadow clone technique, had taken him a decade to perfect during his training with his nephew, Itachi Uchiha. The Hyuga ninja caught but a glimpse of the Uchiha's palm before the world around him spun uncontrollably. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself ensnared by the Uchiha's grip, as if an eagle had seized a chick. What transpired? I did not even gaze into his Sharingan. Why have I still fallen victim to his Genjutsu? This thought barely flickered through his mind before a sharp crack echoed, and darkness enveloped him like a swelling tide. The Uchiha carelessly discarded the Hyuga's lifeless body onto the ground. Only 2 remained. At that moment, a slender shadow stealthily approached from behind the Uchiha, merging with his own shadow, instantly imposing an invisible binding force upon him. The last of the root ninjas had made his move, employing the Nara clan's shadow imitation technique. The Uchiha glanced down, observing the shadow coiling around his legs like a noose, constricting his form and rendering him immobile. Simultaneously, the previously repelled Akimichi root ninja leaped into the air, swiftly forming hand seals. Under the influence of the technique of multiplication, his physique swiftly expanded, and soon his head and limbs retracted into his body. His fiery red hair hardened and elongated, enveloping him entirely. The figure transformed into a spiky, colossal mass of flesh. With a thunderous roar, this mass descended from the heavens, rolling forward like a wheel, intent on obliterating everything in its path, hurtling towards the enemy. This was the ninja technique, Flesh Bullet Needle War Chariot. At that moment, the last 2 adversaries of the enemy, desperate and resolute, channeled every ounce of chakra within them, one managing control while the other unleashed power, determined to confront the impending doom. Yet, undeterred, he, with sheer physical prowess, broke free from the clutches of the shadow imitation technique. He lifted his right foot and stomped down. Boom! The ground trembled as if trampled by a colossal elephant. Spiderweb-like fissures erupted beneath him, fragmenting the earth into scattered clods that floated in the air under the force of the rebound. This alteration in terrain severed the attacker's shadows from the Nara clan. He regained his freedom. As the Flesh Bullet War Chariot barreled towards him, he could have effortlessly evaded it. But he chose not to retreat. Instead, he advanced. With a step forward, he positioned his body sideways, lowering his center of gravity, sinking his shoulders, clasping his hands, and bending his legs in seamless motion. In an instant, his muscles tensed, hands and feet transcended their conventional forms, joints melded into unity, his entire being solid as adamant, resembling an iron plate. This technique was named Iron Mountain Lee, employing not fists or feet, but his entire body as a weapon. He embodied the spirit of a colossal fish, crashing into the towering mountain. Upon impact, a tempest arose from the ground, howling through the heavens. A thunderous crash resonated as Iron Mountain Lean collided violently with the Flesh Bullet War Chariot. He remained unyielding, his legs seemingly rooted, firmly anchored to the earth. In contrast, the rapidly spinning chariot appeared ensnared in a quagmire. No matter the exertion, its wheels could only spin in place, unable to progress an inch. This deadlock persisted for but a fleeting second. With a complete eruption of his strength, the power of Iron Mountain Lean manifested, sending the Flesh Bullet War Chariot flying backward like a cannonball. Bang! In the end, that member of the Akamichi clan, limb splayed in a star shape, collided against the mountainside, blood gushing from all orifices, perishing instantly. With a swift motion, he vanished from his original position, reappearing before the remaining Nara clan member. With fingers poised like blades, he slashed through the air. The Nara member instinctively attempted to evade, but by the time he reacted, the sharp nails had already grazed his throat, blood gushing forth. Thus, the last enemy was dealt with. Consequently, this elite squad of Root, dispatched by Danzo to eliminate him, was entirely annihilated. Among the four adversaries were the renowned trio of Konoha, Inoshikacho, and a Hyuga gentle fist ninja specifically trained to counter him. One must admit, the Root truly boasts an abundance of talent. That old fox Danzo, emboldened by the third Hokage's indulgence, scoured the various clans of Konoha under the guise of the Umbu Training Department, seeking out exceptional individuals. Over the years, few have managed to escape. Every clan has had its prodigies forcibly taken away by Danzo, subjected to brainwashing at the roots. It was somewhat surprising when it was discovered that the assailant belonged to the Hyuga clan, given their highly insular nature. Hardly had anyone heard of their members attending ninja academies or joining the Umbu. However, upon reflection, it became evident that the Uchiha clan was the most formidable challenge in Konoha. Even the clan's leader's son, Itachi Uchiha, was nearly lured under Danzo's influence, making the notion of a Hyuga member joining the Roots seem rather plausible in comparison. After concluding the battle, Dan prepared to clear the battlefield, intending to transport the four corpses of the Root members to the exchange center. While dispatching these individuals, he had exercised restraint, opting not to employ overly ruthless techniques in order to preserve the integrity of the bodies for a better price. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the woods ahead. More enemies? Following the sound, Dan beheld Yamanaka Ryoma emerging from behind a large tree, hands tucked into his pockets. This individual seemed remarkably adept at concealing his presence, as Dan had not detected him until now. Without hesitation, Dan took a single stride that propelled him a dozen meters forward, unleashing a powerful punch directed at Yamanaka Ryoma. His fist quivered, and the shadow clone technique was activated once more. Ryoma, indeed ensnared by the illusion, stood motionless. However, in the following moment, with a resounding thud, Dan felt as though his fist had struck nothing but air. Upon closer inspection, Ryoma's form had transformed into countless small black insects, surging forth from beneath his hood, sleeves, and pant legs, swiftly crawling up Dan's body. This was the insect clone technique, a trap laid by Yamanaka Ryoma. In no time, half of Dan's body was enveloped by the black parasitic insects, which clung to his exterior, attempting to pierce his skin with their sharp mandibles to inject toxins within. Unfazed, Dan merely shook his body casually, causing his muscles to vibrate and releasing chakra, like a rooster shaking its feathers. This simple motion caused the parasitic insects to be stunned and ultimately killed, falling to the ground in a cascade. Yet, Yamanaka Ryoma's onslaught was far from over. From the depths of the forest, an innumerable swarm of insects surged from all directions, encircling Dan in layers like a black tidal wave. It became apparent that the earlier four Root members were merely a diversion, allowing Ryoma the time to hatch the insect swarm and prepare his ultimate attack. Although Dan possessed a body of steel, his greatest vulnerability lay in his reliance on physical combat alone, lacking mastery over expansive attack techniques, such as the Uchiha's fire-release ninjutsu, as he was an absolute ninja technique insulated. Ryoma had adeptly exploited this weakness, employing a strategy of overwhelming insects that rendered Dan incapable of defending himself with mere fists and feet. The insects surged forth relentlessly, completely submerging Dan, infiltrating his body through his nose, mouth, ears, and even his eyes, until he consumed them completely. Faced with the lethal trap set by his adversaries, Duan abruptly closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and stood tall, drawing in his abdomen to create a vacuum within. In the next moment, he unleashed a roar that reverberated through the entire forest, startling countless birds into flight. With his thunderous cry, a shockwave emanated from him, sweeping outward and engulfing the swarm of insects. The roar echoed like a tiger's growl through the woods. Duan employed a unique vocal technique, blending the vibrations of his chakra to transmit destructive energy in the form of sound waves, further causing the surrounding air to resonate and amplifying the power of his technique. This technique bore resemblance to the jutsu used by the sound ninja of the original tale. The greatest challenge of this sound technique lay in the necessity for the practitioner to possess exceptionally robust vocal muscles. Otherwise, their throat would give way before the technique was mastered. For Duan, this posed no issue. Whether it was his triceps, biceps, or even the muscles of his throat, he adhered devoutly to the revelations of the god of muscle, honing his physique to its utmost potential. Utilizing all 639 muscles in his body, Duan was capable of engaging in combat in astonishing ways, catching his enemies off guard. As the tiger's roar swept through, the ground felt as if it had been plowed. Waves of parasitic insects flipped onto their backs, rendered lifeless in droves. The surviving horde of parasites seemed to receive some form of command, swiftly retreating into the depths of the forest like a receding tide. Why Rima had fled. What a cautious fellow, truly deserving of his lineage. Duan reflected. The YN clan may not boast great renown, but in Duan's eyes, they were formidable adversaries not to be underestimated. The clan's parasitic techniques encompass offense, defense, healing, poisoning, and reconnaissance, rendering them exceptionally versatile. Each member is meticulous and prefers to lurk in the shadows, striking from concealment. In the original narrative, Uchiha Shursui fell victim to a YN ninja's flesh-eating fly, and by the time he realized the situation, the toxin had spread throughout his body, forcing him to leap to his demise. Uchiha Obito also suffered an assault from YN's nano-sized parasites, resulting in the loss of an arm. During the recent battle, YN Rima remained hidden, observing Duan's capabilities while preparing his lethal strike, revealing his true form only upon retreat. One could say his caution was taken to an extreme. However, Duan was equally prudent. He too refrained from revealing too much of his strength, especially concerning his substitution and time-stopping techniques. Otherwise, if YN Rima discerned any clues, future troubles would surely follow. It was time to depart from this place. Duan gathered the corpses of the 4 root ninjas and retrieved a scroll he carried with him, unfurling it upon the ground. This scroll was specifically designed for storing bodies. By infusing it with chakra, he could activate the technique. Boom. As the bodies transformed into white smoke and entered the scroll, Duan swiftly departed in a designated direction. Konoha Village, Root Base. Tobirama and Itachi Uchiha, one old and one young, had been waiting for nearly an hour. Tobirama, calm and composed, sat in his chair with his eyes closed, utterly unconcerned about any unforeseen events. Meanwhile, Itachi stood beside him, his gaze fixed anxiously upon the entrance of the base. Although he did not believe that his uncle would perish so easily, a sense of trepidation gnawed at him, growing more intense with the passage of time. Itachi, are you still clinging to false hopes? Tobirama's voice suddenly broke the silence. He saw through Itachi's naive fantasies and mercilessly pierced them. The elite team I dispatched consists of members specifically trained to counter the Uchiha's abilities. Moreover, Orochimaru is also involved. You must understand what that implies. Itachi shuddered at these words, momentarily losing his balance. He had not anticipated Tobirama's ruthlessness. Setting aside the notion of an elite team, Orochimaru, as the second in command of the root, had once served as Tobirama's bodyguard, possessing strength comparable to that of the legendary Sannin. It was only then that Itachi truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. His uncle was likely facing dire peril. Tobirama, satisfied with Itachi's reaction, feigned a sigh and continued. Although I promised to return Dan's remains to you, if Orochimaru takes action, your uncle may not have a complete corpse left. Alas, we can only hope that he does not resist too fiercely. Wouldn't you agree? Itachi, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming sense of despair wash over him. His countenance ashen. In the midst of this torment, time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a figure finally appeared at the entrance of the root base. Orochimaru had returned. Lord Tobirama, Orochimaru said as he knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Seeing this, Tobirama furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. Orochimaru lifted his head, casting a glance at Itachi, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then reported truthfully, "We failed." What? Both Tobirama and Itachi gasped in shock. Silence enveloped the room. From the moment Orochimaru spoke, the root base fell into a deathly hush, no one daring to utter a word. Crack, crack. Tobirama gripped his cane tightly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, his expression contorted with barely contained fury, teetering on the edge of an explosive outburst. The atmosphere grew heavy and suffocating. At that moment, Itachi regained his composure, politely bowed to Tobirama, and spoke in a cold tone, "Lord Tobirama, The Umbu has matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." Without waiting for a response, he turned and departed, leaving no room for courtesy. Tobarama's eyes burned with resentment as he watched Itachi's retreating figure exit the root base. Then, he turned to his subordinate, his fury boiling over. "What on earth happened?" he roared, his face contorted with rage. "I underestimated Uchiha Dan's strength, resulting in the annihilation of the second squad. I engaged Dan in combat but was unable to eliminate him and had no choice but to retreat. This failure is my fault. I beg for your punishment, Lord Tobarama." The oil-wielding Ryoma took on the burden without a hint of complaint. Upon hearing this, Danzo inhaled deeply, striving to calm his simmering anger. He was acutely aware of Ryoma's formidable strength and unwavering loyalty. He would never deceive him. If even Ryoma found himself at a loss, then what manner of creature was Uchiha Dan? Contemplating this, Danzo resumed his seat and gestured to the kneeling Ryoma. "Rise. This time, you shall not face punishment." As Ryoma stood, he inquired, "Shall we continue sending assassins after Uchiha Dan? For now, let us refrain from further entangling ourselves. Consider it as if nothing has transpired." Danzo waved dismissively. He harbored no fear that Dan would seek retribution upon his return. After all, he, Danzo, had once orchestrated the assassination of a Hokage, and yet emerged unscathed. Now, eliminating an Uchiha seemed trivial in comparison. In this hidden leaf, no one could contend with him. He was the shadow of the ninja world, a figure who could obscure the heavens with a mere hand. "I shall undertake a thorough collection and analysis of the intelligence regarding Uchiha Dan and report back to you," Ryoma continued. "Indeed, it is imperative to uncover his true weaknesses. Do you understand?" Danzo nodded, imparting his directive to his subordinate. Every ninja possesses vulnerabilities, and Uchiha Dan was no exception. It was merely that Danzo had yet to identify them. For the time being, this matter would be set aside. With the recent loss of the second unit, it was also time to replenish the ranks of his foundation, to infuse some fresh blood into the organization. Speaking of which, it had been some time since he last visited the prominent ninja clans. Danzo mused aloud, and after a moment's reflection, he suddenly turned to Ryoma. "By the way, has the oil-wielding clan produced any promising talents of late?" "I shall inquire upon my return," Ryoma replied, his gaze lowered, a flicker of sorrow glimmering beneath his sunglasses. He was loyal to Danzo and to the Leaf, yet he also cherished his kin, understanding the implications of joining the Foundation for them. Itachi emerged from the Foundation, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. He had not anticipated that even the meticulously orchestrated assassination by the Foundation would fail against his uncle. It must have been a breathtakingly intense battle, though Itachi was unaware of the specifics. He speculated that his uncle had likely employed the same tactics he had used against the masked man, rendering Ryoma's efforts futile. Perhaps, upon his uncle's return, he could broach the subject tentatively. However, 3 days swiftly passed, and still, Itachi awaited Dan's return. Early one morning, he received notice to join Kakashi and Tens in an audience with the third Hokage. With a puff from his pipe, the third Hokage exhaled a long plume of smoke, then addressed Kakashi. "The land of the woods has clearly allied with us in Konoha, yet is secretly flirting with the rock village. I have dispatched Might Guy to the border to exchange intelligence scrolls with the Haruno clan of the land of the woods, but I find myself still somewhat uneasy. You accompanied Class 6 in secret, trailing behind Kai's squad. Should the Uchiha clan betray Konoha, you knew precisely how to respond." Kakashi, having received orders, promptly led his team into action. Along the journey, Itachi appeared to be burdened by heavy thoughts. Observing this, Kakashi, somewhat surprised, lazily inquired, "Are you feeling anxious about your first mission as part of the Umbu?" Tenzo also placed a reassuring hand on Itachi's shoulder, encouraging him, "Do not fret about your performance. It is truly inconsequential. After all, I once assassinated the Hokage myself, albeit at the tender age of 10. At that time, Tenzo was still part of Root, having been commanded by Danzo to eliminate the third Hokage, only to be thwarted by Kakashi, who was then a protector of the Hokage, leading him to abandon the shadows for the light." Itachi, however, was not anxious due to the mission itself. With the month nearing its end, the Uchiha clan meeting would convene in just over a week. Presently, tensions simmered within the clan, with the rift between the Hawks and Doves becoming increasingly pronounced. Last night, Shursui had met with Itachi, gravely expressing, this clan meeting could very well serve as the flashpoint for conflict between the two factions. "I hope you can stand by my side to uphold peace within our clan. Furthermore," Itachi recalled that his uncle had accepted their father's invitation to attend the Uchiha clan meeting for the first time. Given his uncle's elusive nature, Itachi pondered what actions he might take during the gathering. Contemplating these matters, Itachi felt a whirlwind of anxiety. He sensed that significant events were on the horizon. Thus, he knew he could not afford to miss this clan meeting. His current concern was whether this mission would take too long, jeopardizing his timely return. Within the land of fire, a figure clad in a cloak and donning a conical hat traversed a narrow woodland path. Surrounding him was an expansive primordial forest, occasionally disturbed by the flit of birds and wild creatures. After a lengthy journey, he arrived at a secluded town. The streets were desolate, devoid of any lively atmosphere, with only a smattering of homes and convenience stores. A few crows perched on the utility poles, occasionally letting out their eerie calls. The figure, familiar with the route, reached the end of the street and entered a towering building, heading straight for the restroom. In a different time, yet the same restroom. A concealed door behind it led to the underground exchange of the Land of Fire. With a creak, he pushed the door open and descended along a corridor for several dozen meters, arriving at the bustling trading hall of the exchange. In stark contrast to the desolation above ground, this place thrived with a throng of bounty hunters, ronin, and samurai, their voices merging into a cacophony. The exchange operated as a black market, circulating an unquantifiable amount of illicit funds, intelligence, contraband, and corpses. In the realm of shinobi, the dead sometimes hold greater value than the living, for they often conceal vital information. The most compelling testament to this is the legendary Senju Hashirama, whose cells are akin to the flesh of a revered monk. Whoever possesses them gains immense power. Had the first Hokage been cremated upon his death, countless subsequent troubles might have been averted. The mortuary was the most lucrative department within the exchange. Upon arriving at the designated location, a number of bounty hunters were queuing with corpses, which were being inspected and verified by the staff before the bodies were promptly reclaimed and the bounties dispersed. The value of these corpses ranged from hundreds of thousands to tens of millions of ryo. Naturally, those valued in the tens of millions were typically the bodies of the leaders of major ninja villages or elite S-rank rogue ninjas, which one might not encounter even once in a year. Duan, a high-ranking bounty hunter with the codename Araki, did not need to wait in line. He was personally attended to by the proprietor of the exchange office. Mr. Araki, welcome, a scarred bald man approached with brisk steps, expressing his cordial greeting. Duan cast a glance at the owner, recognizing him merely as a businessman, a worker of sorts. The real mastermind behind the exchange office was likely someone else. However, Duan was disinterested in such matters. His sole purpose was to earn money. Without uttering a single word, Duan produced a scroll and summoned 4 corpses of root ninjas. The owner, seasoned and well-versed, immediately paled upon seeing the gray armor and animal masks adorning the corpses, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Mr. Araki, could they be?" "Indeed, they are members of Konoha Zanbu," Duan stated with alarming clarity. The 4 individuals were identified as Jonin from the Yamashiro, Akimichi, Nara, and Hyuga clans. The owner's expression shifted to one of concern. Given that this exchange office was situated in the Land of Fire, the revelation that these were Umbu corpses made him hesitant to proceed. However, Duan's subsequent words alleviated his apprehensions. "Rest assured, these Umbu are not directly under the Hokage, but rather serve other high-ranking officials of Konoha. They will not pose any trouble for your establishment. Can you assess their worth for me?" Though these root ninjas had not been officially rewarded, their corpses were inherently valuable, with many eager to acquire them for research purposes. "Since you, Mr. Araki, have stated such, I shall trust you this once." The owner decided to accept the corpses after a brief moment of contemplation. He refrained from further inquiries regarding the corpses' origins and instead proceeded to examine them with professional precision, ultimately extending a finger to indicate the price. 10 million ryo. "Is that all?" Duan frowned, displaying his displeasure. "Please, Mr. Araki, do not be upset. If they were intact corpses, I could offer 30 million ryo. But they have suffered significant damage," the owner replied, shaking his head regretfully as he pointed to the 4 bodies on the ground. "Look here." He pried open the mouths of the corpses, revealing that each had a black, horizontal curse seal inscribed on their tongues. This is the curse mark of Tobi's Tongue of Doom. When a root ninja perishes, this technique activates automatically, destroying the brain tissue of the subject and obliterating all information contained within the mind. These root ninjas have suffered catastrophic brain damage, leaving only their bodies below the neck, which still hold a degree of research value. The most tragic of all is the Hyuga clan member. This individual bears the dual curses of a tongue of misfortune and the caged bird, leaving his mind in a state of utter disarray, and completely shattering his pair of white eyes, resulting in a grotesquely tragic demise. The corpse of this Hyuga clansman holds no value. Should Mr. Araki wish not to sell it, he may simply take it away, the proprietor kindly reminded. The Hyuga clan is utterly detestable, lacking any sense of grandeur. After a scathing critique, Duan waved his hand dismissively and instructed the owner, "Very well, please assist me in disposing of it." Upon confirming the transaction, the owner promptly brought forth a box containing 10 million in cash. Duan accepted the box and turned to leave. After exiting the exchange office, he sought a modest inn in town to rest briefly. With this task accomplished, he felt a sense of closure. In the past, each time Duan embarked on a bounty hunting venture, from selecting a target to scouring the world for them, and ultimately eliminating them to bring back to the exchange office, it consumed considerable time, ranging from half a month to several months. The earnings were often insufficient for his needs. However, this time, with 4 individuals from the route willingly presenting themselves, the process was greatly streamlined. 10 million taels is not an insignificant sum, sufficient for sustenance for at least half a year. Maintaining one's physique is a costly endeavor, particularly in this world. Over the past 24 years, Duan has invested no less than 200 to 300 million in his own physical transformation. His body is a manifestation of wealth. Every inch of muscle is not mere muscle but gold, a stack of cash. The cost of one of his arms alone amounts to several tens of millions, surpassing even that of an Asuma. He pondered the total number of individuals within the route. Duan mused to himself, his gaze flickering. He sensed he had discovered a steady stream of income. By eliminating route ninjas, he could exchange their remains for money at the exchange office, thereby alleviating future financial concerns. After resting for a while, Duan closed his eyes, quietly attuning himself to the flow of chakra within, channeling it through his meridians and acupoints towards his right arm. When he opened his eyes again and glanced at his right arm, it had rapidly swollen, soon becoming disproportionate to his body, resembling a giant's limb affixed to an ordinary person. This was the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan. It is well known that the Sharingan possesses profound insight, capable of discerning the flow of chakra within an adversary, thus allowing the wielder to replicate the ninjutsu employed by their opponent. Kakashi, utilizing this ability, has copied thousands of ninjutsu, earning the title of the copy ninja. Duan, too, had discerned the Akimichi assailant's multiplication technique during his previous battle with the root ninjas. Through exploration, he successfully replicated it. The notion that the Sharingan cannot replicate bloodline limits and clan secret techniques is, in fact, somewhat inaccurate. Kakashi can replicate the multiplication technique, yet he is unable to utilize it due to the limitations of his own physique, rendering him unable to compete with the Akimichi clan. This is akin to a person of merely 1.5 meters in height witnessing another towering at 2 meters executing a slam dunk, despite mirroring the other's technique. The significant disparity in stature renders the former incapable of achieving the same feat the Akimichi clan embodies that 2-meter individual. Their unique technique of expansion is a form of yang release, developed in accordance with their robust physique. This yang release aligns perfectly with the strengths of Dan, whose physicality surpasses even that of the Akimichi clan. He is akin to a 3-meter tall person, effortlessly capable of mastering the slam dunk once he acquires the technique. Moreover, regarding the secret arts of other clans, the Nara's shadow manipulation and the Yamanaka's mind-body switching techniques are both classified as in-release arts, fundamentally akin to the Uchiha Sharingan techniques. However, the principles behind these in-release arts are comparatively intricate, making them not easily replicable even with the insight provided by the Sharingan. Furthermore, they do not align with Dan's combat style. As for the Hyuga's gentle fist and the Yamanaka's insect manipulation techniques, they are even more challenging to emulate, as Dan possesses neither the Byakugan nor the ability to cultivate insects. Inside the room, Dan extended his massive hand beneath the bed and effortlessly lifted the entire structure. The principle of the expansion technique lies in consuming the body's thermal energy to temporarily augment the user's strength. For the Akimichi clan, this amplification can typically reach several times, even exceeding tenfold. However, Dan's physical prowess is already nearing its limits, approaching the pinnacle of human capability. Hence, the power he gains from the expansion technique is modest, only about 30 to 50%. While this may seem insignificant, The reality is that even this increment of strength from Dan could render most adversaries defenseless against a single punch. Overall, his recent expedition yielded a bounty of 10 million ryo in the expansion technique, marking a considerable achievement. It is nearly time to return to Konoha. Dan recalled his promise to his sister and brother-in-law to attend the Uchiha clan meeting next month. Although he harbors little concern for the fate of the Uchiha, one might as well indulge in a bit of amusement. Surprisingly, as he exited the inn, scarcely taking a few steps, he encountered two bounty hunters hastily passing by. "Have you heard? That legendary big prey has been spotted on Short Book Street. We must hurry. We might make a fortune at the gambling table." The two excitedly conversed, their eyes alight with anticipation as they brushed past Dan. The big prey? Upon hearing this, Dan immediately recognized that they were referring to Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin. Following the Second Shinobi World War, having lost both her lover and brother, Tsunade departed from Konoha, wandering from country to country, leading a life steeped in gambling and evading debts. Over a decade has flown by since. In his previous outings beyond the village, Dan had encountered Tsunade 2 or 3 times, but each instance was merely a fleeting glimpse from afar amidst a crowd, without any intent to draw near, as he held no particular interest in her at that time. Now, however, as far as Dan knows, Tsunade's formidable strength is also classified under the nature transformation of Yang Release. If he could replicate it with the Sharingan, it would provide him with yet another combat technique. Duan wondered if, after mastering both the multiplication technique and Tsunade's brute force, he could push the limits of his physical prowess to its zenith. Thus, he resolved to visit the Short Book Street, which was conveniently on his way back to Konoha. A day later, Duan stood at a vantage point on a hillside, surveying the bustling scene of Short Book Street below. Initially, it was merely a street, but due to its strategic location along the transportation routes of the Land of Fire, it swiftly evolved into a small town teeming with merchants, nobles, and ninjas. The place was alive with activity, a vibrant amalgamation of society. Unique to Short Book Street were the numerous gambling establishments, creating a veritable haven for gamblers. The area, neither excessively large nor small, posed a challenge for Duan to locate Tsunade in a short span of time. While he pondered this predicament, a thunderous crash echoed from a distance. Following the sound, he discovered that a gambling house had collapsed, sending dust billowing into the air. Amidst the chaos, he could faintly discern a fierce battle unfolding on the street. Without hesitation, Duan leaped down the hillside and hurried towards the scene. Upon arrival, his eyes were drawn to a woman in a dark green trench coat with golden twin ponytails, fiercely punching her adversaries. She possessed fair skin and an alluring figure, particularly her strikingly ample bosom, which was truly breathtaking. Among the women Duan had encountered, only the exceptionally gifted Samui could rival her. This woman was, indeed, Tsunade. What transpired here? Duan casually inquired of a bystander. From the response, he learned that a certain noble from the Land of Fire had lusted after Tsunade and orchestrated a scheme to ensnare her in a massive gambling debt, intending to leverage it for nefarious purposes. However, Tsunade's fiery temper had led her to nearly beat the noble to a pulp on the spot. How could one dare to target the legendary Sannin? Tsunade had numerous creditors, yet none had the audacity to demand repayment through coercion. Truly, it was a death wish. As the spectators watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, the adage rang true: it is better to arrive fortuitously than early. Duan had fortuitously stumbled upon this spectacle. At that moment, in the clearing before the gambling house, a group of mercenary ninjas hired at great expense by the noble were surrounding Tsunade, determined to subdue her. Despite being lauded as the princess of Konoha, with a prestigious lineage and renown throughout the ninja world, Tsunade was in a precarious situation. Ultimately, the Land of Fire was governed by a feudal lord, and the nobility held a status that often eclipsed that of ninjas. Tsunade had certainly landed herself in a predicament. Suddenly, a voice cried out, "Lady Tsunade." A cry for help pierced through the crowd, revealing a serene-looking female ninja with short black hair, who, after a fierce struggle, found herself captured by two adversaries. She was Tsunade's disciple, Shizen. "Lady Tsunade, surely you do not wish to witness the demise of your pupil?" One of the assailants sneered, pressing a kunai against Shizen's throat and threatening Tsunade to surrender immediately and bind herself with ropes. They presumed such intimidation would be effective, however. It only served to ignite Tsunade's fury. "Bastards!" She seethed, gritting her teeth, and with a swift flurry of punches, she sent her attackers sprawling, leaving them howling in pain. The two ninjas holding Shizen realizing the peril they were in, resolved to eliminate her. Just then, a figure flickered, appearing like a specter behind them. The two men felt their hairs stand on end and turned to confront the source, only to be met with a pair of crimson Sharingan eyes. Before they could mount any defense, they succumbed to a Genjutsu and collapsed. Uchiha? Tsunade paused, recognizing the eyes as she witnessed the figure save Shizune. Was he a ninja from Konoha? As a descendant of the Senju clan, Tsunade had been raised with a deep-seated wariness towards the Uchiha, given their historical enmity. Nevertheless, regardless of his identity, he had rescued her disciple, and thus she felt compelled to express her gratitude. However, to her astonishment, the figure suddenly lunged, seizing Shizune by the nape of her neck and unceremoniously tossing her aside into a nearby thicket, leaving only her legs protruding. Ah! Shizune shrieked as she landed headfirst into the bushes. The assailant, known as Dien, was not one for eloquence. He understood that attempting to engage Tsunade in conversation would likely arouse her suspicion and lead to failure. Thus, he opted for a more direct approach, confronting her as an enemy and preparing for battle with his Sharingan activated. It became evident that Dien's approach, albeit crude, was immediately effective. Upon witnessing Shizune's dismissal, Tsunade realized that the man in the conical hat and robust stature was not there to assist but to provoke. The Uchiha clan, after all these years, remained insufferable. With a furrowed brow, she charged forward, intent on subduing Dien before anything else. The clash that ensued echoed with the sound of flesh meeting flesh, startling onlookers who recoiled in astonishment. Tsunade's strength was formidable, and Dien found himself astonished. Among all the ninjas he had faced, Tsunade's prowess was unparalleled, a testament to her innate strength. Tsunade, too, was taken aback by the encounter. With each powerful punch she threw, it was effortlessly intercepted by Dan, indicating that his strength was indeed a match for hers. Such individuals are exceedingly rare in the entire ninja world. Perhaps only a handful can be found. I initially presumed you to be merely a fade, but it appears your muscles are not forged in vain. You possess considerable prowess. Tsunade took a step back, clenching her fist, her gaze intense. Finally, she encountered an opponent worthy of her seriousness, igniting her fighting spirit. Let me witness your extraordinary strength. As soon as Dan's words fell, he extended his right hand towards Tsunade, during which his right arm rapidly swelled, expanding to a formidable size. A technique of multiplication. What? Caught off guard, Tsunade found herself ensnared by Dan's 5 fingers, akin to a figurine within his palm. This figurine was surprisingly soft. Isn't he from the Uchiha clan? How could he possibly wield the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan? Tsunade's astonishment deepened, yet there was no time for further contemplation as Dan's grip tightened, compressing her voluptuous form to the point of distortion, even causing her veins to protrude visibly. If this continues, I may well be crushed to death. Huh? Tsunade exclaimed in fury, unleashing a surge of potent chakra that instantly freed her from his colossal grasp, forcing Dan to stagger back a few steps. Boom. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade launched a punch towards Dan's chest, a powerful gust emanating from her, lifting her golden hair and making her coat flap dramatically. The momentum was formidable. Here it comes. Unfazed by Tsunade's lethal strike, Dan felt exhilarated. Through his Sharingan, he perceived the vast reservoir of chakra within Tsunade rapidly converging into her fist, akin to rivers flowing into the sea. This was the monstrous strength of the Senju clan. As Dan discerned this, Tsunade's fist approached him. This fellow does not flinch. Does he believe his towering stature can withstand my monstrous strength head-on? A fleeting thought crossed Tsunade's mind as her gaze sharpened, and without mercy, she struck Dan's chest with a powerful punch. Bang! With the eruption of her strength, the impact caused Dan's entire chest to cave in, a sight that was truly terrifying. At such a degree of injury, even if he miraculously survived, he would be left permanently incapacitated. Years ago, Jiraiya had peered at Tsunade while she bathed, only to be met with her monstrous strength, resulting in 6 broken ribs, fractured arms, and multiple ruptured organs, nearly leading to his demise. In Tsunade's eyes, this Uchiha's life surely could not endure as Jiraiya's had. Yet is it truly so? Tsunade's pupils suddenly constricted as she sensed something amiss. Dan's chest was not caved in by her blow. Rather, he had somehow employed a technique to deliberately soften his body. In that moment, Dan's sinewy frame transformed into that of pliable clay, his bones becoming as supple as noodles, showcasing his terrifying mastery over his own musculature. Kushina's immense strength is akin to concentrating all her power into a single point, capable of shattering even the most formidable defenses. The key to countering this force lies in exploiting the collapse of one's chest to evade the most potent point of impact, thereby dissipating the majority of her formidable energy. With a swift motion, he harnessed the momentum from Kushina's punch, propelling himself backward, eventually descending to the ground like a leaf. His chest returned to its original form, unscathed. This exemplifies the adage that skill breeds audacity. There exists no other who would dare to confront Kushina's raw power in such a manner. He stood there, refraining from retaliation, seemingly inviting her to continue her assault. Kushina sensed a profound provocation. With a resounding boom, she unleashed her frustration upon a nearby wall, which instantly crumbled and collapsed into a myriad of rubble. Then, she forcefully pushed off the ground, launching herself into the air with one leg raised high above her head, preparing to deliver a crushing blow. The painful heavenly foot technique, with its superior might compared to mere punches, channels chakra into the soles of her feet, allowing her full weight to trample her adversary. As she struck, the ground beneath her quaked. He, however, did not evade. This time, his Sharingan provided him with a clearer understanding, allowing him to fully grasp the chakra's flow. Moreover, rather than employing flexibility to mitigate the impact, he focused intently, intending to absorb the blow. Only by experiencing Kushina's force firsthand could he truly comprehend the essence of her strength. In the next instant, he tensed every muscle, activating his defensive technique, resembling a massive bell firmly grounded. Kushina's painful heavenly foot descended upon him like a bell's clapper. With a resounding clang, her foot collided with his chest, sending a shockwave through her leg and causing her to stumble backward. Yet, he too was not without consequence. The sheer force of her strike was overwhelming, even for him. The onslaught surged through him like a tsunami, wreaking havoc within his body. Nonetheless, his feet remained steadfast, as if rooted to the earth, refusing to budge. However, his upper body began to sway, with increasing intensity. As he swayed, the very ground beneath him trembled, cracking like spiderwebs across the street. In that moment, he seemed to merge with the earth itself. With a thunderous rumble, he channeled the force of Kushina's attack through his body into the ground, ultimately releasing it. During this process, the hundreds of onlookers were thrown into disarray, toppling in every direction. When the tremors subsided, a glance revealed that apart from him and Kushina, not a single person remained standing. All had fallen to the ground. Is this what a battle at the level of the three ninjas looks like? People cautiously lay on the ground, lifting their heads to gaze at the two figures. Much like mortals beholding celestial deities, their faces etched with awe and astonishment. Enough is enough, thought Duan. After enduring Tsunade's immense strength twice, he felt he had seen and experienced enough. He had gained confidence in replicating such power. Thus, there was no need to continue the confrontation. He turned to leave. What does this mean? Tsunade, sensing that Duan intended to depart, felt profoundly insulted. It was not that he was unable to contend with her. Rather, he had stood his ground, absorbed two of her punches without retaliating, and simply decided to walk away. Could there be a more humiliating act? As this thought crossed her mind, she shouted, "Stop," and pursued him, launching a punch towards his back. Duan shook his head. Sensing the powerful wind of her punch approaching from behind, he raised his right arm and swiftly swung it back, his arm vibrating at a high frequency, producing a crackling sound in the air. Bang! Their forearms collided with tremendous force. In an instant, as the two engaged in combat, a sonic boom erupted, shattering the glass of nearby shops. Suddenly, Tsunade's vision blurred, as if she had developed presbyopia, rendering her unable to see Duan clearly. This is bad, she quickly realized. She had fallen victim to an illusion. Yet, Tsunade could not fathom how this had occurred, for she had been cautious to avoid Duan's Sharingan gaze. Unbeknownst to her, Duan's shadow clone illusion technique combined physical prowess with Genjutsu, allowing him to channel his chakra throughout his body and unleash illusions through any part during combat. When this technique was activated, it exhibited a unique characteristic. To the enemy, a specific part of Duan's body would tremble at an exceedingly high frequency, imparting an ethereal and unreal sensation. From Uchiha Itachi to the root ninjas, and now to Tsunade, this technique had proven infallible. Of course, while the principle of the shadow clone illusion technique may sound straightforward, mastering it is as challenging as the lightning release body technique of the Cloud Village. Duan dedicated a full decade to develop its rudimentary form, and he was still in the process of perfecting it. The Senju clan possessed physical attributes far superior to ordinary individuals, naturally endowing them with formidable resistance to Genjutsu. Thus, Tsunade managed to break free from the illusion in merely half a second, her vision regaining clarity. However, that half second was sufficient for Duan to maneuver behind her. With lightning speed, he extended a muscular arm, his forearm and bicep forming a right angle as he encircled Tsunade's neck from behind. Simultaneously, his other hand slipped around the back of her neck, locking her in place. Just as Tsunade regained her senses and realized the precarious situation, Duan pressed his forehead against hers and forcefully pulled back on his elbows, leaving her with no room to struggle. At this moment, with a sudden embrace from behind, Duan enveloped Tsunade, their faces pressed closely together, resembling a pair of enamored lovers. However, the reality was starkly different. This was a bear choke, a technique from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which is further categorized into blood chokes and air chokes. The blood choke constricts the carotid artery, leading to cardiac arrest without requiring excessive strength, thus exemplifying the principle of the weak overcoming the strong. The air choke, on the other hand, constricts the throat, inducing a sensation akin to suffocation, more suitable for individuals with robust arms. Duan employed the air choke on Tsunade. As he exerted force, his arm pressed against her neck while simultaneously lifting her petite form off the ground, leaving her feet dangling. Tsunade, unable to vocalize, felt her face flush red from the pressure, her legs flailing helplessly in the air due to the lack of leverage. Driven by an intense will to survive, she unleashed a tremendous surge of chakra, raising her elbow to strike fiercely at Duan's ribs. Regrettably, her efforts were in vain. Unfazed, Duan absorbed her feeble elbow strike, tightening his grip further, locking her in a more suffocating hold. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. In a mere 5 seconds, Tsunade rolled her eyes back, her arms drooping as she succumbed to unconsciousness from asphyxiation. With a thud, Duan released his hold, and Tsunade collapsed limply onto the ground, her life hanging in the balance. Ignoring the astonished onlookers around him, he waved his sleeve and departed gracefully, swiftly disappearing at the end of the street. Tsunade-sama. Ino, panicked, rushed over to the unconscious Tsunade, administering urgent care. After a flurry of efforts, Tsunade abruptly sat up, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. At that moment, her complexion was pale, drenched in cold sweat, as if she had just returned from the brink of death. Tsunade-sama, it's such a relief to see you safe, Ino finally exhaled, her eyes glistening with tears. Tsunade, filled with dread, reflected on her years of neglecting her training due to her fear of blood, allowing herself to become complacent, leaving her with nothing but the title of one of the legendary Sannin to intimidate others. Now, faced with a formidable adversary, she found herself unprepared. Her true self laid bare and easily subdued. Yet, what perplexed Tsunade was the intent of that Uchiha. He had provoked her into action without retaliating, only striking to incapacitate her when she pressed on. Suddenly, Tsunade recalled that he had utilized the Akimichi clan's secret technique, the expansion jutsu. Could it be that he aimed to use his Sharingan to copy her extraordinary strength? This was utterly inconceivable. Resolving her thoughts, she declared, Ino, we must leave. Rising to her feet, her expression grave, she hurriedly departed the street alongside her disciple. 2 days later, Duan entered a small grove of trees. He engaged in a fierce battle with Tsunade, enduring 2 powerful punches with his body. Though his exterior showed no signs of distress, he did sustain some minor internal injuries. The strength of this woman is indeed formidable. However, after a brief period of recuperation, he had fully recovered. This slight injury led to his mastery of a new ability, superhuman strength. In truth, he had long been studying this physical technique. By utilizing his Sharingan to gain insight and experiencing it firsthand, he finally achieved a profound understanding. He approached a large boulder, towering over a person, and extended a finger to press against its surface. In the next moment, a tremendous force erupted from him, transmitting a powerful energy through his fingertip into the stone. With a resounding crack, a web of fissures radiated from his finger, culminating in an explosive shattering of the boulder into a pile of rubble. This exemplified superhuman strength. The principle behind superhuman strength is quite straightforward. It involves concentrating chakra in a specific part of the body and then unleashing it instantaneously to enhance destructive power. Yet, as the saying goes, techniques that sound simple can often be the most challenging to master. Through exploration, he discovered that 3 conditions must be met to successfully execute superhuman strength. First is the amount of chakra. Harnessing superhuman strength requires a substantial concentration of chakra, Only with an abundance can one realize its destructive potential. As a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade naturally possesses several times more chakra than an average ninja. Second is physical endurance. Concentrating a large volume of chakra in a specific area places immense strain on the body. If one cannot withstand this pressure, the result could be self-inflicted injury. Tsunade's physical resilience is well known and needs no further elaboration. Third is the precise refinement and control of chakra. To effectively employ superhuman strength in combat, one must rapidly refine chakra and control its flow to targeted areas of the body. As a medical ninja, this aspect is Tsunade's forte. As for him, chakra is fundamentally a fusion of physical and mental energy. Clans like the Senju and Uzumaki possess formidable physical strength, while the Uchiha are known for their mental prowess, which grants them an abundance of chakra compared to ordinary individuals. He, on the other hand, possesses both physical and mental strength. He is unaware of the extent of his chakra reserves, as he has never experienced chakra depletion. Regarding physical endurance, he had learned the 8 gates technique from Might Guy. His body, having undergone extensive enhancement, can easily withstand the 6th gate, let alone the relatively lesser strain of superhuman strength. Lastly, although he is not a medical ninja, he has trained his physique for many years, mastering control over all 639 muscles in his body, as well as the autonomic and somatic nervous systems. These feats are more complex than merely refining and controlling chakra. Thus, the seemingly unreplicable superhuman strength was successfully learned by him. Additionally, there was an unexpected delight. Ever since he awakened the ability of the Stand World, he could only halt time for 2 seconds, which felt rather brief. During this period, he encountered battles with Obito, the Root Team, and Tsunade, facing perilous situations and sustaining some injuries. Perhaps it was this sense of crisis that ultimately awakened the latent potential of his stand. Thus, in this moment, he raised a finger and, directing it towards the void before him, calmly uttered those 4 words once more, Zavaludo. In the next instant, his pupils dilated, and within the reflection of his eyes appeared a great gear, slowly rotating. It was the gear of time. In this unremarkable grove, a colossal gear manifested before him, ancient and weighty, as if it had endured countless trials of the world, turning relentlessly and inexorably. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him. The power of his stand transformed into a beam of light, piercing through like a fine needle, lodging itself within one of the gear's teeth. The gear of time came to a halt, and the entire world dimmed, losing its vibrant hues. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. After a full 5 seconds, with a snap, as the needle fractured, the gear of time resumed its motion. At last, he could pause time for 5 seconds. Though this was merely an increase of 3 seconds from the previous 2, the possibilities within those 3 seconds multiplied immensely. It is vital to understand that in the realm of ninjas, even a mere 0.1 seconds can determine life or death. Now, facing adversaries like Obito or Danzo, even if they wielded his Izanagi, he could attempt to seize their Sharingan within the time freeze and deliver a fatal blow. Imagine it, 5 seconds of stasis. Combined with his physical prowess and the full power of his stand, how many in the ninja world could withstand such an assault? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Something fell upon his hat. He looked up to see the sky darkening, with countless raindrops cascading down. It was time to return home. He ventured into the woods, strolling along the path in the rain, heading towards Konoha. The rain intensified, pattering against the leaves with a resounding clatter. The descending raindrops intertwined, forming countless lines that culminated in a net, ultimately resembling a waterfall pouring down from the heavens. In the primal forest of the Land of Fire, a woman clad in a dark green trench coat, her black high heels splashing, raced through the rain. Splash! She stepped into a puddle, mud splattering onto her fair instep, tarnishing her red-polished toenails. Yet, Tsunade had no time to concern herself with such trivialities. After being choked by Dans, she spent 2 days recovering, and the first thing she did was pursue him. Earlier, during their confrontation, she had scattered a colorless and formless powder upon him, imperceptible to anyone but herself. She pursued him to uncover his true identity. However, it has begun to rain. Once the faint scent of the powder is washed away by the rain, Tsunade will lose track of her quarry. Thus, she must hasten her pace. Suddenly, Tsunade halted, her figure momentarily stilled, for she espied a figure standing in the rain ahead. Back turned to her. The person towered nearly 2 meters, adorned with a straw hat and draped in a cloak, their imposing stature exuding an overwhelming presence akin to a mountain. Indeed, it was that individual. The torrential rain drenched Tsunade's golden hair and garments, clinging to her form and rendering her appearance pitifully disheveled. Yet, remarkably, this figure remained untouched by the downpour. Tsunade focused intently, and upon closer inspection, she discerned that a layer of chakra enveloped the individual, repelling the countless raindrops that fell upon them without a single droplet landing. The entirety of their being, from hair to skin, including the hat and cloak, resembled lotus leaves, effortlessly shedding the rain, which rolled away, taking with it any trace of dust. This scene left Tsunade profoundly astonished and somewhat humbled. The adeptness with which this person wielded chakra was nothing short of extraordinary. It was as if they had seamlessly integrated the training of a ninja into the fabric of daily life, utilizing even the act of being rained upon as a means to hone their chakra techniques, never allowing a moment to go to waste. Such an individual was indeed formidable, which explained the terrifying musculature they possessed. This person was none other than Uchiha Dan. In the rain, Uchiha Dan remarked, "It is no wonder you are one of the legendary three. You managed to leave a tracking mark on me without my awareness." He spoke without turning. A mere trifle, hardly worth mentioning. Tsunade shook her head, her gaze resolute, directly posing the question that lingered in her mind. "Are you a ninja from Konoha?" "No," Dan replied succinctly. Indeed, he was from Konoha, but he was not a ninja, having never graduated from the first year of the Ninja Academy. Tsunade furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she pressed further. "Then who exactly are you? How do you possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha and the expansion technique of the Akimichi clan?" "I am Araki, a bounty hunter," Dan responded. Araki? Upon hearing the name, Tsunade surmised it was likely a pseudonym rather than his true identity, yet she dismissed the thought. Since she could not extract further information, it was time to act. She stepped through the puddles, advancing toward Dan, resolved to avenge past indignities in their impending battle. Sensing Tsunade's unabashed intent to engage, Dan cautioned, "I am not interested in fighting you right now. Please do not approach any closer." Tsunade, undeterred, clenched her fist, her eyes aflame with determination, retorting, "What if I insist on fighting you?" As she spoke, she had already closed the distance to within 5 meters of Dan, entering the optimal range for an attack. Tsunade is a fiercely competitive woman, particularly when it comes to brawling. Having lived for decades, she has never known fear or tasted defeat. However, just 2 days prior, she suffered a complete and utter loss at the hands of Duan's naked chokehold. The more she reflected on her defeat, the more incensed she became, believing it to be a result of her poor performance. Unless she could engage in another battle with Duan to reclaim her honor, she would feel utterly discontent. Faced with Tsunade's stubbornness, Duan silently sighed and resolved to issue her a warning, thus muttering 4 words in his mind: "Smash." Naruto. In an instant, the world transformed into shades of gray. Countless raindrops suspended in the air like a transparent curtain of pearls, creating an unprecedented spectacle. Duan turned around to see Tsunade, just 5 meters away. Raising her fist with fierce determination, the torrential rain unable to extinguish the fire in her eyes. With a swift lowering of his center of gravity, Duan lunged forward. After shattering numerous raindrops, he extended his right arm, sweeping Tsunade off her feet and hoisting her onto his shoulder. He sprinted a distance of 20 meters before gently placing her down as if she were a statue, then quickly pivoted and dashed back to his original position. This entire sequence of actions transpired within a mere 5 seconds. Time resumed its flow. "Prepare yourself," Tsunade shouted as she prepared to unleash a punch, only to suddenly freeze in place. She realized that her opponent, who had been within arm's reach, was now 20 meters away in the blink of an eye. No, it wasn't that he had moved. She had retreated. A chill ran down Tsunade's spine. What on earth was happening? Had she fallen victim to his illusion again? Refusing to succumb to superstition, Tsunade vigorously shook her head to maintain clarity, then cautiously advanced towards Duan once more. This time, she was fully focused, her mind taut with tension, wary of any potential illusionary attack. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Once again, she found herself at that distance. Then, the bizarre scene replayed itself. Tsunade inexplicably found herself retreating back to a distance of 20 meters from Duan. The silhouette of that man appeared as an unreachable destination. No matter how hard she tried, she could not draw closer. In the rain, Tsunade stood bewildered, her confusion deepening. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Duan extended his left arm from beneath his cloak, parallel to the ground. That colossal arm, thicker than Tsunade's thigh, boasted deltoids bulging like tires, biceps as plump as lotus roots, well-defined triceps, and a forearm as unyielding as steel. The lines were perfect, exuding an overwhelming sense of strength. This arm was a work of muscular art. In the next moment, Duan opened his palm, and a blue crystal necklace fell gracefully from his grasp. This necklace seemed eerily familiar. Tsunade suddenly lowered her head, noticing her chest was devoid of the necklace she usually wore around her neck. It had seemingly vanished without a trace. This crystal necklace, a relic of the first Hokage, contained his sealed chakra, possessing enough power to subdue the Nine Tails. It was one of Tsunade's most cherished treasures. Now, she felt a dull ache in her chest, as if the necklace had been violently yanked from her, stolen away. How could this be? Upon seeing the crystal necklace, Tsunade was struck with shock, her mind buzzing, utterly unable to comprehend what had transpired. This is your final warning. If you persist, I will show no mercy, Dano declared, pocketing the crystal necklace as if it were a trophy. He was not one to senselessly slay the innocent, nor did he hold any grudge against Tsunade. Their earlier confrontation had been provoked by him. The responsibility did not lie with her. But if she sought her own demise, he would oblige. Tsunade remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Danto's retreating figure. Though she appeared defiant, her body betrayed her compliance. Under Danto's warning, she dared not move an inch. After several seconds, Danto, still with his back to her, slowly turned around. This time, he approached Tsunade step by step. As he advanced, the rain parted around him, not a single drop touching his form. With a gulp, Tsunade instinctively clenched her fists, her eyes unblinking, her entire being tense to the utmost. 10 meters, 5 meters, 1 meter, until they were face to face. In the downpour, Danto did not cast a glance at Tsunade, brushing past her without acknowledgement. Ultimately, she did not dare to strike. In that fleeting moment, she stiffly turned her head, catching a glimpse of Danto's profile beneath his hat, and the purple star-shaped birthmark beneath his left neck. Danto departed, vanishing into the rain, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Tsunade slowly turned her head, no longer able to see Danto's figure or sense his presence. With a thud, she finally relaxed, collapsing to the ground, allowing the rain to continue drenching her. At the border of the Land of Fire, a resounding explosion echoed through a ravine as the explosive tags detonated, sending flames soaring into the sky. As anticipated by the third Hokage, the Phantom Clan of the Land of Forests had betrayed Konoha, and after being uncovered by Might Guy, a battle erupted between the two sides. Guy's team was already formidable, not to mention the support from Kakashi's Umbu. Thus, the battle was overwhelmingly one-sided, concluding swiftly. In the clearing, with an expression of sheer astonishment, Guy watched as Itachi silently wielded his ninja blade, delivering fatal strikes to the fallen enemies one by one. With each piercing scream, he spared not a single life. This was the merciless duty of the Umbu. With a cheerful and kind-hearted disposition, Kai could never commit such deeds. In stark contrast, Itachi, who had taken lives since the tender age of 4, had long grown accustomed to such grim realities. The haunting memories of his childhood, when his father brought him to the battlefield, were etched in his mind. The ninjas from various villages, all meeting the same grotesque end, corpses strewn across the ground. Rivers of blood flowing, reminiscent of a hellish landscape. At that moment, Itachi's young heart experienced a profound shock. It was from that day forward that he aspired to become the most exceptional ninja, the Hokage, believing that only then could he change the world and eradicate war. Now, however, a conflict between the Uchiha clan and the village seemed imminent. Itachi calculated the time. It appeared he could still make it to the clan meeting if he hurried back. With this thought, he exhaled a sigh of relief. On the way back, Itachi abruptly inquired of Kakashi, "Captain, though you are not an Uchiha, you possess the Sharingan and can wield the power of the Uchiha clan. Which side do you truly align with? Do you stand with the Uchiha or with the village?" In that moment, Itachi was not merely questioning Kakashi. He was also probing his own heart. He had never contemplated such a question. Kakashi shook his head, disinterested in choosing sides, and simply stated, "This Sharingan was entrusted to me by a friend. It serves as a reminder of the most vital principle: never allow your comrades to be slain." Upon hearing this, Itachi pondered deeply. He had previously heard that Kakashi had sacrificed comrades to fulfill missions, but now it seemed there was more to the story. Nevertheless, regarding the Uchiha and Konoha, and his own identity and stance, Itachi felt no clearer after his conversation with Kakashi. He remained in a state of confusion. As he entered the familiar alley of Konoha, He spotted the gym already open for business, though, as usual, there were hardly any customers. He pushed the door open. "Director, you're back," Samui exclaimed with joy. "Has anything happened while I was away?" Itachi casually inquired. "No, everything is fine," she replied. Itachi nodded. He had expected that after failed attempts on his life orchestrated by Danzo, Samui might have been kidnapped or even killed as a means of intimidation. It seemed, however, that Danzo possessed a modicum of restraint, albeit limited. After exchanging pleasantries, Itachi carried a box filled with cash towards his room, but after taking a few steps, he halted and turned back to Samui. "Isn't your birthday approaching?" "Yes, it's in 3 days. Thank you for your concern, Director," she replied with a bow. Itachi contemplated for a moment, then took out a crystal necklace he had acquired from Tsunade and casually handed it to Samui as a birthday gift. Samui was taken aback, quickly returning the necklace with both hands. "Director, this is too precious. I cannot accept it." She recognized at once that the necklace was crafted from rare crystal stones and was exquisitely made. "I merely bought it on a whim. It is of little value." Duan casually fabricated a reason and, without waiting for Samui to speak, walked away. He was aware that this necklace once belonged to Hashirama Senju, imbued with wood-release chakra, capable of restraining Jinchuriki. It was exceptionally precious. However, Duan also knew that Tsunade had previously gifted this necklace to her brother and lover, both of whom met untimely deaths. The necklace seemed to harbor a curse of death. Curious about its veracity, Duan decided to use Samui as a subject for an experiment under the pretense of gifting. After all, she was a spy from the Cloud Village, and ultimately, not one of his own. Unbeknownst to Samui, Duan's intentions were sinister. She approached the mirror, delicately adorned the necklace, and watched as the blue crystal sank into her chest, feeling a chill. She found it quite appealing. "The curator can't truly be pursuing me, can he?" Samui mused to herself while toying with the necklace, her thoughts swirling in complexity. In the blink of an eye, Duan had returned for 2 days. During this time, he remained in the gym training, not venturing elsewhere, reverting to his previous lifestyle. Regarding the assassination attempt orchestrated by Danzo, Duan chose to act as if it had never occurred. The reasons were twofold. First, he had sold the evidence to the exchange, trading 4 root corpses for 10 million Ryo. Second, he understood that even if he exposed the root corpses and escalated the situation, he could not hold Danzo accountable. Thus, he planned to adopt a strategy of gradual gains, continually milking the root organization for resources. As long as Danzo dared to send more agents, Duan would seize the opportunity repeatedly, exchanging corpses for money. However, if the day came when he was forced into a desperate situation, Duan did not intend to engage in any political scheming. He would simply storm the root base and eliminate Danzo. At present, Duan was more concerned with another matter. Only 1 day remained until the Uchiha clan meeting. Within the gym, there was a ring. At this moment, both Duan and Samui donned white t-shirts emblazoned with meat modification and red shorts, practicing jiu-jitsu in the ring. Jiu-jitsu, while reminiscent of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist, was entirely distinct. It was a martial art from Duan's past life, emphasizing the technique of bringing an opponent to the ground and utilizing the body to execute chokeholds and joint locks to subdue them. The drawbacks of jiu-jitsu were apparent. As a grappling art, it was ill-suited for multiple opponents. However, its advantages were equally clear. It was invincible in one-on-one confrontations, deserving the title of the king of dueling martial arts. Even in this world of ninjas, Duan held this belief. After all, compared to ordinary humans, ninjas possessed only 1 head, 2 arms, and 2 legs. The structural composition of human joints and muscles remained constant, even for someone like Kaguya Otsutsuki. Duan believed that if there existed a martial art capable of defeating Kaguya, it would undoubtedly be jiu-jitsu. It was a grappling art, fundamentally reliant on the concept of entanglement, requiring a tight connection with the opponent. For instance, at this very moment, in the ring, Duan and Samui lay on the ground, their bodies forming a cross at a perfect 90-degree angle. Duan's legs pressed against Samui's neck and chest, while one of her arms traversed through his groin, tightly embraced by his hands and held against his chest. With a forceful thrust of his hips, the mechanics of leverage caused Samui's elbow to hyperextend momentarily, subjected to immense pressure and facing the risk of strain or even dislocation. Slap, slap, slap. In pain, Samui hastily tapped the ground with her other hand in surrender. This is the cross lock, also known as the arm lock, one of the most representative techniques in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. While it is simple to learn, its variations are numerous. making mastery elusive. Do you understand? Now it's your turn, Duan instructed after demonstrating and explaining the technique to Samui. Eager to try. Samui jumped onto him from the mounted position and initiated the cross lock, executing the entire sequence with fluidity and precision. Her performance was commendable. Duan, pinned beneath her, offered a compliment. Thank you, director. Elated by his praise, Samui stood up and brushed her hair behind her ear, feeling a surge of joy. Next, they would learn the naked choke. As customary, Duan demonstrated, repeating the actions he had performed on Tsunade just days prior on Samui. Go ahead, he commanded. With a swift movement, Samui dashed behind him, leaping onto his back and locking her arms around his neck. Simultaneously, her legs wrapped around his waist, squeezing tightly to prevent his escape through hip movement. However, the awkwardness arose from Duan's substantial size, rendering Samui's legs insufficiently long to fully secure him. Additionally, her ample bosom proved to be a hindrance, significantly affecting her ability to execute the technique. With a resounding thud, Duan easily broke free and executed a back throw, sending Samui crashing onto the mat. Noticing her slight dismay, Duan offered timely encouragement. You've made significant progress lately. You should be at the level of a Konoha nin. Really? Samui feigned delight, yet internally, she felt a surge of defiance. After all, she was a special nin from the Cloud Village. She believed that the combat prowess of the Cloud shinobi generally surpassed that of Konohas, at least in her view. Have you ever considered becoming a ninja? The benefits would undoubtedly exceed working for me. If you're interested, I could recommend you to my brother-in-law, Duan suggested unexpectedly. Huh? Samui was taken aback for a moment, quickly shaking her head. No need, director. I wish to continue working here. Please don't dismiss me. With that, she bit her lip, her expression betraying her anxiety. What a jest. Her sole mission now was to thoroughly study Uchiha Duan from head to toe and relay his intelligence back to the Cloud Village. As the fourth Raikage was awaiting her report, Sam would never part ways with Duan. How could he abandon him to become a mere leaf genin? After a brief pause, Duan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Following a short respite, the two resumed their rigorous training, dedicating the entire afternoon to their practice. As dusk descended, Itachi Uchiha pushed open the door of the gym and entered. He followed the sounds to the area beneath the ring, where a man and a woman, were engaged in a practice of the triangle lock. Sam lay on the ground, her fair thighs encircling Duan's neck, her hands clutching his head as she forcefully pressed him towards her chest. Once the triangle lock is established, it becomes nearly inescapable. Unfortunately for Sam, her opponent was Duan. As he became ensnared, he effortlessly lifted her entire weight off the ground and slammed her down with a thud, violently breaking free from the hold. Observing the slightly aggrieved expression on Sam's face, Duan looked down at her and remarked, "Technique is vital, but strength remains fundamental. A 3-year-old, no matter how adept in the art of Jiu-Jitsu, cannot triumph over a grown man." "I understand, master," Sam replied, rising from the ground and bowing to Duan. Though she often found herself at the receiving end of his bullying, she had grown accustomed to such intense training, which would undoubtedly make her encounters with others far easier in the future. "Apologies for interrupting your training," Itachi spoke up at that moment. With a swift motion, Duan leapt down from the ring, wiping sweat from his brow with a towel as he casually inquired of his nephew. "I heard from Sam that you haven't visited the gym in a few days. Have you been on a mission? I hope all is well." "Thank you for your concern, Uncle," Itachi replied, slightly bowing before hesitating for a moment before continuing. "Uncle, I have something to discuss with you regarding tomorrow's clan meeting." "Oh, certainly," Duan responded readily, noticing Itachi's reluctance to converse in that setting. He patted his nephew's shoulder, suggesting, "Let us take a walk outside." The gym was located in a narrow alley at the village's edge. Behind the alley lay a mountain path, which the uncle and nephew began to ascend slowly. As they walked, Duan glanced at Itachi, who remained silent, and chose not to speak first. Eventually, Itachi seemed to find the right words and looked up to ask, "Uncle, have you awakened your Sharingan?" He had yet to witness Duan's Sharingan. 38. Let the world burn, Itachi continued, not waiting for Duan's response. At the age of 8, my companion, Tenma, was killed by the masked man, which triggered my awakening of the Sharingan. When my father learned of this, he showed no concern for my feelings, merely congratulating me while feeding the fish, saying I had truly become a part of the Uchiha clan. It was only later that I grasped the reality. For the Uchiha, The loss of comrades or family members is a necessary sacrifice to gain the power of the Sharingan. Many members of the clan have forsaken the lives of those they cherish, using the momentary anguish to awaken their senses. Those who can endure such suffering are deemed to possess greatness. This is the secret of our Uchiha clan's Sharingan, our so-called pride. His words revealed a disdain and mockery towards the Uchiha. So that is how it is. Duan echoed his sentiment, yet his thoughts diverged. He had not experienced the pain of losing a beloved, but rather, it was during a significant breakthrough in his physical training that he awakened his Sharingan, a joyful emergence. However, sharing this would likely be met with disbelief from his nephew. Itachi suddenly halted, fixing his gaze upon Duan, inquiring, "Uncle, did you move out alone due to your aversion to the Uchiha's so-called pride and glory?" He sought to uncover his uncle's true sentiments, wondering if they mirrored his own disappointment and disdain for the clan's atmosphere. Yet, to Itachi's dismay, Duan replied, "No, I merely sought peace and tranquility, without overthinking it." Upon hearing this, Itachi lowered his head as they continued their walk. After a while, Itachi posed another question. "Uncle, the current Konoha village, both its leaders and ordinary citizens, harbor deep-seated hatred towards the Uchiha. Are we truly, as the second Hokage claimed, a naturally malevolent clan? Where did you hear such a thing?" Duan retorted, shrugging nonchalantly. "Why concern yourself with others' opinions? Even if we were inherently wicked, it suffices to accept one's truest self." Duan had never cared for the judgments of others. Even if the entire shinobi world condemned him, he would remain unperturbed, continuing to live life as usual, unaffected. Similarly, even if the entire shinobi world praised him, he would feel no different, remaining steadfast in his identity. This is what it means to discern between internal and external matters, to navigate the realm of honor and disgrace, thereby attaining inner freedom and tranquility, a philosophy reminiscent of Taoism. Duan's words astonished Itachi, who furrowed his brow. "Uncle, your perspective is so profound that I cannot comprehend it." In response, Duan placed a large hand on his nephew's head, saying, "You are still young. It is perfectly normal not to understand. Furthermore, do not burden yourself with adult concerns. Some matters do not require your worry." "Some matters?" Itachi's interest was piqued. "Are you referring to the relationship between the clan and the village?" He discerned the underlying meaning in Duan's words and pressed further. "Uncle, what do you believe the future holds for the Uchiha and the village? Can reconciliation be achieved?" Duan glanced at his nephew once more, shook his head, and resolutely declared, "It is impossible." "Why?" "Since the demise of the fourth Hokage and the reinstatement of the third, the rift between the Uchiha clan and the higher echelons of Konoha has become irreparable, only to widen until it ultimately shatters. Over the years, the upper echelons have employed every conceivable means to suppress the Uchiha, and under such oppressive circumstances, it is inevitable that the Uchiha will be driven to rebellion, embarking on the path of a coup d'etat." Duan calmly articulated his judgment. "A coup?" Itachi was taken aback, for Shisui had once told him that should the hawkish faction within their clan gain the upper hand, the worst-case scenario would indeed be a coup. Unbeknownst to them, the uncle and nephew had meandered along the mountain path, ultimately arriving at the summit of Hokage Rock. Beneath their feet lay the imposing and majestic stone faces of the past Hokages, lined up in a formidable row. At that moment, as the sun dipped below the horizon and a gentle breeze caressed the air, a vibrant display of crimson clouds painted half of the sky. From this vantage point, the architecture of Konoha spread out in a fan-like arrangement, revealing a breathtaking panorama. The streets below bustled with shops and passers-by, exuding an air of vibrancy and prosperity. However, the Uchiha territory was situated in the secluded upper right corner of this fan-shaped layout, appearing desolate and starkly contrasting with the rest of Konoha. As if they were a group of outsiders, a gust of wind swept through, causing the hair and garments of the two to flutter gently. At this juncture, Itachi, having pondered for some time, finally posed his final question to Duan. "Uncle, if one day the Uchiha decide to instigate a coup, which side would you stand on? The family or the village?" Duan did not respond immediately, but countered with a question of his own. "And you?" I do not know," Itachi replied, his expression one of confusion. In truth, when he, as an Uchiha, uttered those three words, it already indicated that he would not side with his clan, but rather lean towards Konoha. In Itachi's heart, his clansmen had long succumbed to narrow-minded tribalism. His guiding light was Shisui Uchiha, and he followed the true will of fire that Shisui represented. Duan was not surprised by Itachi's response. Although he had resolved to guide his nephew towards personal growth, altering a mindset that had been ingrained over many years could not be achieved with mere reprimands. It would require more than just a few stern lessons. However, today, Duan had no intention of chastising his nephew. As for me, in response to Itachi's expectant gaze, he uttered 2 words, his eyes drifting contemplatively towards the horizon, pausing for a moment. Duan's perspective remained unchanged. To him, Konoha resembled a nefarious organization, akin to the bizarre small nations of his previous life, and its destruction would be of little consequence. The Uchiha clan was not without its faults, embodying arrogance and a propensity for self-destruction. Nonetheless, if, as depicted in the original narrative, Konoha were to face no repercussions while Itachi and Obito annihilated the Uchiha, it would indeed be dreadfully uninteresting. For a traveler from another world, witnessing the Uchiha's night of extermination was akin to rewatching a movie already seen. What thrill could it possibly hold? What Dan envisioned was a grand conflict between the Uchiha clan and the higher echelons of Konoha, a fair and fierce duel. In this dramatic spectacle, he had no intention of becoming the protagonist, yet he willingly accepted the role of the unseen playwright. Intent on dismantling the conspiracies within Konoha to ensure a full-blown clash between the Uchiha and the village. Let them fight, let them both suffer devastating losses, or even perish entirely, leaving behind a pristine void, with all splendor dissipated into oblivion. Then, the world would fall silent. With this thought, Dan wore a half-smirk as he addressed Itachi. Whether the Uchiha or Konoha, I am indifferent. Yet, I sincerely hope for an all-out brawl. The spectacle would surely be magnificent. Would it not? Imagining that scene filled Dan with an anticipation and a long-lost sense of delight, reminiscent of the moment he first awakened his eyes. Perhaps, when that day truly arrives, he might harness this elation to unlock the kaleidoscope. Itachi's expression froze, his uncle's response catching him entirely off guard, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Why? He murmured, recovering his senses. Because, dear nephew. Dan's large hand ruffled Itachi's hair, his lips gradually curling into a radiant smile. His sole desire to witness the world ablaze. As his words faded, his eyes abruptly transformed into the shape of 3 tomo. Though both possessed the same 3 tomo, Dan's Sharingan glowed a deeper crimson than Itachi's, concealing within its seemingly tranquil depths a madness known only to him. Itachi trembled, staring blankly into Dan's eyes. In the reflection of his uncle's pupils, he perceived the entirety of Konoha, seemingly engulfed in a blood-red inferno. Under the setting sun, Konoha appeared beautiful and serene, yet resembled a fragile painting that would ignite and burn fiercely to ashes at the slightest spark. In that moment, Itachi finally discerned the abyssal darkness that resided within his uncle's heart. Uchiha Dan was undeniably a madman. Lost in a daze, Itachi wandered homeward, unable to recall how he had parted ways with his uncle or how he returned to the clan's grounds. Uncle, I merely wish to see this world burn. Dan's words echoed in Itachi's mind, sending shivers down his spine and leaving his hands and feet icy cold. After a lengthy pause, Itachi regained his composure. He resolved not to divulge his uncle's deranged intentions to his father, for his father had never truly understood him. He would confide in his most trusted friend, Shursui. That night, on the cliffs of the Southie River, Itachi earnestly implored, Shursui, I entrust this to you. At tomorrow's clan meeting, should my uncle exhibit any outrageous behavior, please, you must intervene. I understand, Itachi, Shursui replied, having drawn in a sharp breath, his expression grave. I had no idea Dan harbored such dangerous thoughts. Itachi, in a moment of candor, divulged all the information he possessed regarding his uncle to Shursui. This encompassed the battle with the enigmatic masked man at the Southie Shrine, as well as the incident where Dan evaded an assassination attempt, causing the oil-wielding Ryuma to return empty-handed. Uchiha Dan was a man who revered only power. The sole means to thwart or alter his convictions lay in defeating him publicly, thereby making him realize he was not omnipotent. Itachi earnestly urged Shursui to show no mercy should conflict arise with Dan. Rest assured, I shall prevail. For I, too, possess the Mangeki Sharingan, akin to the masked man you mentioned. Shursui patted Itachi's shoulder, revealing a confident and warm smile. In the midst of Itachi's astonished gaze, Shursui's ebony eyes transformed into the 3 tomo, then spiraled once more, manifesting a novel pattern. Unlike the triangular pinwheel eyes of the masked man, Shursue's Mangeki resembled a four-pointed shuriken. Based on your description, the masked man had only a single Mangeki Sharingan, which accounted for his careless defeat at the hands of Uchiha Dan wielding 3 Tomo. The power of the Mangeki is significantly amplified when both eyes are engaged, unleashing its true potential, a force referred to as the power of the gods. Shursue's gaze deepened, shrouded in mystery as he spoke. The power of the gods? Itachi, taken aback, felt a wave of astonishment, yet a sense of reassurance washed over him. After all, Shursui had never let him down. Simultaneously, Itachi found himself inevitably yearning for the Mangeki. Both the masked man and Shursui, the bearers of the Mangeki, represented an unattainable existence for him, leaving him in a state of admiration. His ambition was to become the most formidable ninja, ascend to the position of Hokage, and eradicate war from the world. To reach that pinnacle, it seemed a Mangeki was indispensable. As if sensing Itachi's thoughts, Shursui encouraged him, Itachi, I am confident that you will one day awaken your own Mangeki Sharingan. Each Mangeki bears a unique pattern and possesses distinct abilities. Perhaps yours will surpass all others in strength. Shursui smiled meaningfully at Itachi, offering encouragement, yet he refrained from disclosing how he had awakened his own Mangeki, for he lacked the courage to revisit that painful chapter of his past. The night passed in silence. The following afternoon, at the Hokage building, a loud crash echoed as Danzo barged into the Hokage's office, finding the third Hokage with his back turned, gazing out the window of Konoha while smoking a pipe. Hayashi, what are you doing at this hour, still lost in the scenery? Danzo's voice was cold, punctuated by a heavy thump of his cane against the floor, expressing his discontent with the Hokage's demeanor. What brings you here? The third Hokage inquired calmly, turning to face him. There is a man named Uchiha Dan, whom you should be aware of. He lured my 4 subordinates to a remote area outside the village, and then ruthlessly ambushed them, killing them all. Tans glared furiously at the third Hokage, his voice sharp and accusatory. Uchiha Dan is a member of Root, a subordinate of yours, Hokage. This move by Uchiha Dan is undoubtedly instigated by his brother-in-law, Uchiha Fugaku, signaling a rebellion against us. With this statement, he attempted to cast the first stone, preemptively branding Dan and the Uchiha clan as traitors. The third Hokage observed Tanz's theatrics with quiet composure. He exhaled a plume of smoke, unhurriedly reclining in his Hokage chair, tapping the ash into the tray. Itachi has already informed me of this matter. Clearly, you attempted to win Dan over but were met with bitter rejection, leading you to resort to assassination, which ultimately failed, correct? The third Hokage spoke leisurely, his gaze penetrating. After reviewing Dan's intelligence report, he had realized the importance of this individual, even dispatching Uchiha Itachi to monitor him. From Itachi's previous reports, the third Hokage was aware that Tanz had suffered a setback with Dan, though he had not anticipated the loss of 4 men from Root. Evidently, Uchiha Dan was proving to be far more troublesome than he had imagined. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Tanz's expression stiffened. That little brat, Uchiha Itachi, had divulged his embarrassing incident in the tea room to the Hokage. Nevertheless, Tanz, with his thick skin, decided to move on as if the matter had never been mentioned. He snorted dismissively and continued to counsel the third Hokage, urging him to make a decision. Even if you intend to disregard Uchiha Dan, do not forget that tonight is the Uchiha clan meeting. We both know this clan is becoming increasingly perilous. During this critical period, we must deploy the Umbu to encircle the Uchiha territory. Should any disturbances arise, we must be prepared to respond immediately. In fact, if necessary. At this juncture, Tanz's gaze turned icy, his meaning unmistakable. Are you attempting to instruct me, the Hokage? Tanz, you have overstepped your bounds. The third Hokage furrowed his brow, displeasure evident on his face. Unyielding, Tanz stepped forward, exerting pressure across the desk. Hizashi, everything I do is for Konoha. This time, you must heed my advice. Bang. The third Hokage rose abruptly, slamming his palm on the desk, and barked at Tanz. You are being utterly outrageous, Tanz. I am the Hokage. You will regret this. Tanz shot back, showing no respect as he turned and stormed out. After a moment of silence, the third Hokage sighed. Come out now. Uchiha Shursui emerged from behind the screen. Having witnessed the entire exchange between the third Hokage and Tanz, he stood silently, lost in thought. I apologize for the spectacle, Shursui. I am not worthy of this position as Hokage if I cannot manage my subordinates. The third Hokage remarked with self-deprecating humor. Shursui, with a solemn expression, earnestly replied. Lord Third, You are the greatest Hokage in history. Without you, there would be no Konoha today. Sarutobi Hiruzen had served as Hokage for nearly 4 decades, guiding Konoha through 2 ninja world wars, ultimately securing the peace and prosperity the village enjoys today. His esteemed reputation now eclipses that of the first and second Hokage. Oh, when did you learn to flatter? The third Hokage jested, though his expression revealed his appreciation. I merely speak the truth, Shursui replied solemnly, embodying unwavering loyalty to the third. In response, the third regarded the young man with increasing warmth and inquired with genuine concern, "You have been tasked with numerous missions lately. Your health must be suffering. Perhaps you should take a few days to rest and reconnect with your clan. I have heard that your kin harbor some grievances. It is imperative you mend those relations." This feigned concern was, in truth, a subtle probe. Shursui, not naive, grasped the underlying message and promptly bowed, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama." He then voiced his apprehensions regarding the Uchiha clan. His close ties with Konoha's upper echelons had stirred discontent among the more radical members of his clan, and he feared they might confront him during tonight's clan meeting. Should the radicals gain influence, the Uchiha would drift further into opposition against the village. The third sighed deeply upon hearing this and lamented, "This is all my fault. During my tenure, I failed to resolve the animosities between the Uchiha and the village, ultimately passing this burden to the fourth Hokage. I never anticipated his untimely demise, which forced my return to this position. Our village has yet to recover from the chaos of the Ninetales incident a few years ago, leaving us vulnerable, with the other shinobi villages, particularly Kumogakure, eyeing us warily. Any turmoil within the Uchiha could spell disaster for Konoha, igniting internal strife that would inevitably invite external conflict. Should Konoha falter, how could I face the first and second Hokage in the afterlife?" After sharing these heartfelt sentiments, the third appeared significantly aged. Shursui, moved by his words, spontaneously declared, "Hokage-sama, I will do everything in my power to prevent any issues within my clan. I will not allow you to worry. That is precisely what I wish to hear." The third replied, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity as he gazed intently at Shursui. "Shursui, your grandfather, Uchiha Kagami, was my dear friend, and I have always regarded you as my own grandson. Kagami was an extraordinary ninja who embodied the will of fire throughout his life. I firmly believe that you will inherit his legacy and safeguard the future of Konoha. I entrust everything to you." In that moment, he placed an immense weight of responsibility upon the young man before him. Jisui's body trembled, and he then knelt on one knee, solemnly declaring, "Uchiha Jisui swears to fulfill the mission at all costs." "Excellent, excellent." The third Hokage once again revealed a benevolent smile, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. First, he offered his concern, then enacted a ploy of self-sacrifice, and ultimately invoked Jisui's ancestors, employing the will of fire to impose a moral obligation. The third's rhetorical mastery had reached an extraordinary level. After watching Jisui depart, the third returned to his chair, once more engulfed in contemplation. In his strategy against the Uchiha, he had not only Jisui but also Itachi as pawns, a dual approach, so to speak. Yet, despite this, the third still felt uneasy. After all, Jisui and Itachi were ultimately of the Uchiha clan. One must never place absolute trust in an Uchiha. This was the advice imparted to him by his mentor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, during his lifetime. Caution was imperative. 10 minutes later, Kakashi appeared in the Hokage's office. After much deliberation, "I believe no one in the Umbu excels more than you. Only someone with the Sharingan, like yourself, possesses the understanding and capability to infiltrate their clan's territory." The third Hokage stated earnestly. He tasked Kakashi with covertly entering the Nanha Shrine to gather intelligence on the Uchiha clan meeting. "Understood," Kakashi replied, kneeling with his head bowed. Typically averse to troublesome tasks, he found this particular assignment daunting. However, in the face of the Hokage's command, he had no grounds for refusal. The third seemed to grasp Kakashi's apprehensions and gently added, "Remember, prioritize your safety. If you sense any danger, withdraw immediately. Do not be reckless." "I understand, Lord Hokage," Kakashi affirmed once more. Though the third spoke with such care, Kakashi was acutely aware that this matter pertained to the village's security, and he needed to acquire valuable intelligence without fail. He could not return empty-handed. As Kakashi contemplated his infiltration strategy, he made his way toward the exit of the Hokage building. Unexpectedly, he encountered a familiar figure around the corner, Danzo. "Kakashi, I greatly admire your performance in the Umbu. And I even consider bringing you into Root, Danzo stated straightforwardly, blocking Kakashi's path. Kakashi's expression shifted, and he politely declined. Please, do not jest, Lord Danzo. No. Root is far more suited for you than the Umbu, as you possess the qualities of darkness, Danzo remarked, his gaze laden with meaning, as if he had already seen through the shadows buried deep within Kakashi's heart. He understood that this seemingly loyal young man to the will of fire harbored significant grievances toward the third Hokage. This was due to the fact that the suicide of Tsukumo Hatake was indirectly caused by the third. Moreover, Danzo had subtly suggested to Kakashi that the third, who prided himself on being a pacifist, had inadvertently escalated conflicts, becoming the architect of the tragedies that befell Obito and Rin. Later, in an effort to restore order, the third Hokage prohibited the Umbu from participating in the battle on the Night of the Nine Tails, resulting in the demise of Kakashi's mentor, the fourth Hokage. Although Kakashi ultimately dismissed Danzo's conspiracy theories, the seeds of doubt, once sown, quietly took root and began to flourish. Lord Danzo, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Kakashi stated, disinterested in entangling himself with Danzo, and prepared to depart. However, Danzo raised his cane and obstructed Kakashi's path. Narrowing his eyes as he inquired, the third Hokage has summoned you to infiltrate the Uchiha clan's territory, has he not? It is exceedingly reckless to send you alone on such a perilous mission. Without waiting for Kakashi's reply, he produced a signal scroll from his robes and assured Kakashi. Rest assured, all members of my root will be mobilized tonight to encircle the Uchiha territory. Should you detect any signs of rebellion or find yourself in danger, simply activate this signal scroll and root will provide immediate assistance. Danzo's words instilled in Kakashi a renewed sense of the gravity of the situation. Yet he maintained a facade of composure as he queried, is the Hokage aware of this matter? Danzo shook his head, declaring with righteous fervor, the third is far too indecisive. To deal with the Uchiha, one must act decisively and with thunderous resolve. If he wishes to avoid bearing the brunt of the blame, he should allow me to assist him as Hokage. Kakashi fell into silence upon hearing this. Having served as a ninja for so many years, he understood that the third Hokage and Danzo represented the light and darkness of Konoha, each dependent on the other. Thus, even when Danzo committed the heinous act of attempting to assassinate the Hokage, the third ultimately forgave him. There were matters the third publicly opposed, yet secretly permitted Danzo to pursue. Was this instance no different? After a moment's hesitation, Kakashi accepted the signal scroll from Danzo's hands. As he watched Kakashi's retreating figure, Danzo's gaze flickered with anticipation. His eagerness to eradicate the Uchiha stemmed not only from their threat to Konoha's peace, but also from his covetous desire for their Sharingan. However, should tonight's operation fail, it would pose no issue. Kakashi had been dispatched by the Hokage, and any ensuing turmoil would rest on the third's shoulders. In that event, Danzo could leverage the situation to compel Sarutobi Hiruzen to resign. Regardless of the outcome, it would be a victory for him. Soon, evening descended, the sky darkening. In the gym, Dan's leisurely finished his dinner, and his nephew, Uchiha Itachi, arrived punctually. Following his father's instructions, Itachi was to accompany Dan's to the clan meeting that night. Make sure to close up and rest early. I shall return shortly, Dan's instructed Samui before departing with his nephew. The two walked along the streets of Konoha in silence. And upon reaching the entrance to the clan's territory, Itachi casually glanced at the surrounding tall buildings. He sensed that the Umbu had noticeably increased their numbers over the past few days, and they were likely stationed within those high rises, meticulously monitoring the movements of the Uchiha. Upon revisiting the Uchiha clan's territory, a serene atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, while the ordinary clansmen remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. Itachi cast a fleeting glance at his uncle's profile, whose expression remained inscrutable, leaving Itachi to ponder his thoughts. He silently wished for his uncle to refrain from losing composure during the clan meeting. As night descended, a new crescent moon graced the branches. Beneath the gentle glow of moonlight, the uncle and nephew made their way to the main hall of the South-He Shrine, lifting the seventh tatami mat to unveil a concealed passage. Following the lengthy corridor, they swiftly approached the clan-destined chamber where the clan assembly was to be held. Upon pushing open the door, a cacophony of voices greeted them, resonating with fervor. In the dimly lit chamber, a stone tablet inscribed with enigmatic characters stood majestically, while the Tengu mural adorning the rear wall seemed to convey profound significance. Two braziers flickered on either side, casting light upon the inscriptions and illuminating the faces of those gathered within. Seated on the floor were over 50 members of the Uchiha clan, engaged in spirited conversations, some animatedly discussing while others whispered in hushed tones. Among them were individuals with serene expressions and others radiating excitement. All the Uchiha were donned in deep blue high-collared robes, each embroidered with a fan emblem featuring a red face and a white handle, presenting a strikingly unified appearance. It must be noted that this uniform was not only modern and avant-garde in design, but also tailored to accentuate their physiques, epitomizing the Uchiha's elegance and charm. At that moment, the arrival of Dan and Itachi attracted considerable attention. Whispers rippled through the assembly as eyes turned to assess them. An astonishment flickered across faces upon noticing Dan. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his imposing physique rendered him an undeniable focal point wherever he roamed. Unlike the other Uchiha, he wore a loose-fitting black martial arts uniform, giving him an appearance and aura distinctly separate from that of his clan. Isn't that Itachi, the clan leader's son? Who is that formidable figure beside him? He seems rather intimidating, someone murmured. I know him. He is Itachi's uncle, Uchiha Dan, who has been invited by the clan leader to participate in this gathering. Another responded, revealing that he was indeed the clan leader's brother-in-law. I heard his martial prowess is formidable. Not long ago, he eliminated several spies in broad daylight. He certainly looks robust, but has he awakened the Sharingan? Skepticism lingered among the crowd, for according to clan customs, only those who had awakened the Sharingan were deemed eligible to attend a clan meeting. Dan, however, paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him. His gaze was as tranquil as still water, sweeping across the unfamiliar faces, though he recognized a few: Hakadai, Tetsuhebe, Inahebe, and the elder Uchiha Shana. The radical faction members changed countenance upon seeing Dan. They understood his strength and volatility better than others, particularly the alarming Tamatsukuri plan he had proposed, which instilled fear within the ranks of the radicals. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, several individuals instinctively turned their heads, avoiding direct eye contact with him. Suddenly, amidst the sea of faces, he spotted a woman with long black hair, smiling and waving at him. It was his sister, Mikoto Uchiha. Although Mikoto had embraced the role of a full-time housewife, dedicating herself to family life, she was, without a doubt, a genuine jonin of Konoha and an elite member of the 1st Division of the police force. Having distanced herself from clan meetings for some time, it was evident that she had made a special effort to attend this gathering for her brother. With a smile, he strode forward confidently. "Make way," he declared, extending his large hands like a fan to part the crowd. Those reluctant to yield found themselves stumbling aside as he pushed through. Soon, amidst the furious glances cast by his kinsfolk behind him, he reached the front row of the assembly. He plopped down beside Mikoto, enveloping her in an aura of protection akin to a small mountain. "Dan, as this is your first clan meeting, there are certain matters you need to be aware of," Mikoto said, linking her arm with his and kindly imparting the rules of the gathering. He nodded along, his attention wandering as her words flowed in one ear and out the other. After Itachi escorted Dan to the private chamber, he did not follow his uncle any further. Dan surveyed the surroundings but was unable to spot sure sway among the throng, which stirred a hint of worry within him. Suddenly, a melodious and delighted voice echoed from nearby. "Itachi." Turning toward the sound, Itachi discovered it was Izumi Uchiha. This marked her first attendance at a clan meeting since becoming a genin, and she appeared somewhat lost, lingering in a corner until her gaze fell upon Itachi. Itachi felt a surge of happiness, though he concealed it, approaching her instead. "Do not be anxious. Many of our clan members are not as capable as you," he reassured her. His words rang true. Izumi had awakened her Sharingan at the tender age of 5, the earliest among the Uchihas that Itachi knew of, and by 11, she had evolved it to the 3-tomo stage, showcasing her remarkable talent. It was worth noting that many clan members in their 20s still possessed only 1 or 2 tomo in their Sharingan. By their standards, Izumi's potential far exceeded that of the average Uchiha. In comparison to prodigies like Itachi, what Izumi lacked at present was not talent, but rather the combat techniques and experience, as well as the fortitude forged in the crucible of life and death. Nonetheless, as long as she did not meet an untimely demise, these qualities would undoubtedly be hers in due course. Upon hearing Itachi's encouraging words, Izumi finally relaxed, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she brimmed with anticipation for the clan meeting. Yet, Itachi sighed inwardly at her excitement. Aware that Izumi remained oblivious to the current state of the Uchiha clan and the escalating internal conflicts, should a quarrel erupt, potentially escalating into violence. She would likely be frightened beyond measure. With this thought lingering in his mind, Itachi gazed intently at Izumi, earnestly advising her. No matter what transpires at the clan meeting, you must remain silent and refrain from taking sides or expressing opinions. Do you understand? He was concerned that Izumi might become ensnared in this tumultuous situation and suffer the repercussions. Oh, I understand. Izumi nodded, somewhat grasping the gravity of his words. Realizing that this clan meeting might diverge significantly from her expectations. As the two conversed, a familiar voice called from behind, and Itachi turned to see Shursui had finally arrived. I'll be over there for a moment, he said to Izumi before striding towards Shursui, quickly engaging in conversation with him. Is that your uncle? Shursui inquired, glancing at the imposing figure of Dan, whose mountainous silhouette was impossible to overlook, igniting his curiosity. Indeed, Dan was markedly different from the other Uchiha. Yes, that's him. Itachi replied solemnly, once again entrusting Shursui with a significant responsibility. I leave him in your capable hands. Rest assured, I am well prepared, Shursui chuckled, folding his arms and settling down on the spot. Observing this, Itachi joined him, and the two sat together at the back of the crowd, coolly surveying the myriad expressions of their clansmen. Meanwhile, in the front, after outlining the regulations of the clan meeting, Mikoto addressed Dan. Do you have any questions? Dan pondered for a moment, then abruptly initiated a census with Mikoto. Sister, how many Uchiha are there currently? How many have awakened the Sharingan, and among them, how many are Jonin? Mikoto was somewhat taken aback. Her younger brother had previously shown little interest in such clan matters. Now that Dan finally cared about their family, she was more than willing to share. From her, Dan learned that the Uchiha clan's population was nearly 800, a significant decline from over 1,000 during its peak. Yet it still constituted a prominent clan within Konoha. Of these, approximately 1/10, or around 80 individuals, had awakened the Sharingan. As for the Jonin, excluding a few stationed at the police department and others on missions, over 50 were present in the secret chamber that evening. In Konoha, the total number of Jonin, both active and inactive, was approximately 100. Although the Uchiha were Konoha's foremost clan, they had faced suppression since the era of the second Hokage, resulting in limited opportunities for clan members to ascend in rank. Currently, there were only 10 legitimate Jonin within the clan, half of whom had fought valiantly on the Eastern Front during the Third Shinobi World War. It is well known that any Uchiha ninja who activates the 3-Tomo Sharingan possesses sufficient strength to attain Jonin status, and presently, there were 30 individuals within the clan who had awakened this level of Sharingan. This implies that the Uchiha clan, in fact, boasts 30 esteemed Jonin, among whom are elite figures such as Fugaku and Shursui. The abundance of talent within the clan is unparalleled throughout Konoha. Furthermore, there exists a notion of invincibility in one-on-one combat among the Uchihas. The combat prowess of these 30 Jonin on the battlefield could easily rival that of 70 to 80 ordinary Jonin, far exceeding the level of those from Kumogakure who were swiftly dispatched by Minato with a single strike. Given this, it is apparent that the Uchiha possessed the resolve to instigate a coup d'etat and the capability to contend with the higher echelons represented by the Konoha F4 in a life-and-death struggle. Alas, as depicted in the original narrative, with Shursui's suicide and Fugaku's resignation as clan leader, the Uchiha were annihilated by Itachi and Obito, two wielders of the Manjiki Sharingan. Nearly 100 pairs of Sharingan were subsequently divided between Obito and Danzo. Upon absorbing this information, Duan began to contemplate how to orchestrate events to compel the Uchiha to rise up against Konoha, amplifying the chaos to epic proportions. As he pondered, the host of this clan meeting, Fugaku Uchiha, finally made his grand entrance. The moment Fugaku appeared, silence enveloped the chamber. No one dared to speak. Having held the position of clan leader for several years, his prestige among the clan members remained formidable. With arms crossed, he stood before the ancestral stone tablet, his serious gaze sweeping across the crowd to account for those present. Satisfied that all had arrived, he cleared his throat and announced, "Before we commence, I would like to introduce a newcomer attending this clan meeting." Then, under the watchful eyes of all, Fugaku extended his left hand to point at Duan, seated in the front row, and declared, "I believe some of you are already aware, this is my brother-in-law, Uchiha Duan. His physical prowess is remarkable, and he has opened a fitness center in the village. Should you be interested, I encourage you to pay a visit." Fugaku had promised Makoto during her birthday celebration to promote her brother's fitness center at the clan meeting. He had not forgotten this commitment, nor dared to go back on his word, especially with his wife observing from below. Upon Fugaku's conclusion, Makoto quickly tugged at her brother's sleeve. Duan understood her implication. Although he felt that the goodwill from his sister and brother-in-law was unnecessary, he nonetheless stood, offering a slight bow to the assembled clan members, adhering to the customs of decorum. In the chamber, whispers erupted. A fitness center? Most attendees appeared skeptical upon hearing those 3 words. Did the Uchiha really need such a place? Did they require muscles? No, possessing the Sharingan sufficed. As the Uchiha's revered bloodline limit, these eyes not only endowed the clan with extraordinary dynamic vision, but also enhanced the physical capabilities and reflexes of the wielder. The more tomo present in the pupils, the more pronounced the augmentation of physical prowess. This indicated that the Uchiha need not engage in rigorous physical training. Rather, the pursuit of enhancing their ocular power was the true path. Moreover, the Sharingan grants the Uchiha clan the ability to unleash formidable Genjutsu, rendering them immune to the illusions cast by their foes, while also enabling the replication of ninjutsu, thereby achieving a state of seamless integration between physical prowess, ninjutsu, and genjutsu. Who would forsake the wealth of the Sharingan for the arduous pursuit of physical training in a gym, unless one were to lose their reason? At a time when the clan members exhibited a general lack of enthusiasm, suddenly, Uchiha Hakadai raised his voice in agreement, signaling his support. He even cast a benevolent glance towards Duan. Upon hearing his words, many clan members were taken aback. Hakadai had always opposed the clan leader. Why had he, today, shown such unexpected favor towards the clan leader's brother-in-law? Duan glanced at Hakadai, but chose not to respond, returning to his seated position on the floor. On the night he faced off against Obito, Hakadai had likely been present, observing from the shadows throughout the conflict. Had the sight of his defeat of the self-proclaimed Uchiha Madara reignited his desire for alliance? After a moment of contemplation, Duan discerned Hakadai's intentions. Indeed, his uncle had established connections with Hakadai and the others. Itachi observed this scene with a grave expression, as his concerns were manifesting. Should Duan and Hakadai join forces, the radical faction within the clan would gain increased momentum and strength. Shursui, upon hearing this, confidently remarked, "It matters not. I shall intervene." Although Fugaku also felt perplexed by Hakadai's declaration, he did not dwell on it for long. After concluding his promotional remarks, he officially announced, "The clan meeting is now in session. Itachi, have you heard any news circulating in the village recently?" Fugaku immediately inquired of his son in front of the assembly. The decision to enlist Itachi into the Umbu had been discussed in prior clan meetings, where Fugaku had explicitly conveyed to the members that it was intended for Itachi to serve as a spy. The efficacy of this strategic move would ultimately depend on the intelligence Itachi could procure for the Uchiha. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Itachi rose slowly. "Through my observations, while the village's higher-ups and Umbu colleagues exhibit caution towards the Uchiha, fundamentally, their sentiments are rooted in concern and envy. We ought not to magnify these sentiments or attribute all our grievances to them," he stated with an air of tranquility. As his words resonated, some clan members found merit in his perspective, nodding in agreement. It was only natural for the Uchiha to be envied and ostracized. After all, who could deny our exceptionalism? To incur jealousy is the mark of mediocrity. These individuals were predominantly moderates, wishing to prevent the escalation of tensions between the clan and the village, thus supporting Itachi's viewpoint. However, others were not in accord. Hakadai sprang to his feet, his brow furrowed, and immediately confronted Itachi, asking, "Itachi, which side do you truly stand on? Are you implying that we Uchiha are suffering from a persecution complex, unjustly accusing the village's higher-ups?" The enmity between Itachi and Hakadai had long been established, a year prior. After Itachi's promotion to Chunin, Fugaku had expressed at a clan meeting his desire for his son to join the Umbu, becoming the Uchiha's eyes within the village. It was at that moment that Itachi spoke up, asserting that the Uchiha were members of the village and should cease advancing the hostile relations between both parties. Unsurprisingly, his remarks incited the ire of the radical 8th generation, who questioned Itachi's allegiance to the village, deeming him incapable of fulfilling his role as a spy. Ultimately, under the mediation of the clan leader Fugaku, the turmoil concluded with Itachi offering an apology to the 8th generation. However, to everyone's astonishment, a year later, Itachi's stance remained unchanged. Consequently, the 8th generation once again targeted Itachi. Any perceptive observer could discern that the 8th generation's relentless scrutiny of Itachi was, in fact, a veiled attempt to exert pressure on the clan leader Fugaku. In the face of the 8th generation's accusations, Itachi met his gaze unflinchingly and, with a clear conscience, declared, "I am a member of the Uchiha." It was precisely because he genuinely wished for the Uchiha's well-being that he endeavored to prevent his kin from embarking on the path of rebellion. Itachi understood the formidable foundation of Konoha, particularly after his induction into the Umbu. He believed that merely the Umbu under the 3rd Hokage would be sufficient to annihilate the Uchiha's coup d'etat conspiracy. Not to mention, there were other clans in Konoha, along with the thousands of ninjas from the entire village. None would stand alongside the Uchiha, for the Uchiha lacked popular support. In such circumstances, how could the Uchiha possibly prevail? Itachi even contemplated the worst-case scenario, the Uchiha's failed rebellion leading to their extinction, resulting in the irrevocable loss of their once glorious reputation, relegating them to the status of a disgrace and a joke in the eyes of the entire ninja world, akin to the Kaguya clan of the Mist. With these thoughts in mind, Itachi's resolve grew ever stronger, vowing to pull his family back from the precipice. Fugaku observed the heated exchange between Itachi and the 8th generation in silence. His reluctance to intervene stemmed from a desire not to shield his son from scrutiny, allowing the clan members to express their opinions freely. If a dispute were to ensue, let it be vigorous. Perhaps clarity would emerge from the chaos. Should the situation escalate beyond control, he, as the clan leader, would naturally intervene to prevent any genuine internal strife. However, to everyone's surprise, the 8th generation refrained from further harassing Itachi, instead casting a sidelong glance at the nearby Shursui, suddenly shifting his focus onto Itachi's closest companion. "Shursui, I have heard you are Itachi's dearest friend. Do you share his views, or is it his ideology that you have instilled in him?" the 8th generation demanded sharply. Upon hearing this, Itachi felt increasingly irritated with the 8th generation, ready to retort, but was restrained by Shursui's hand on his shoulder. "Indeed, it was I who encouraged Itachi to express such thoughts." Shursui stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Itachi, redirecting all attention towards himself. Itachi gazed at Shursui's brotherly silhouette, his eyes glistening with emotion. Shursui's declaration ignited murmurs among some clan members and led the 8th generation to believe he had seized upon a weakness in Shursui. "Indeed, you have allied yourself with the 3rd Hokage and have long forsaken the interests of our clan. Uchiha Shursui, do you still hold any regard for us, your fellow clansmen?" The 8th generation bellowed aggressively at Shursui. "It is precisely because I hold my family dear that I cannot idly watch as you tread upon the path of folly." Shursui responded with calmness, his words mirroring the sentiments harbored by Itachi's heart, without deviation. Upon hearing this, the 8th generation expressed considerable dissatisfaction with Shursui's pedagogical tone. Ready to erupt. A cough abruptly interrupted the 8th generation. It was the elder Uchiha Shana, who rose with the support of his cane. He regarded Shursui with a cold gaze and reproached him, saying, "Shursui, you have been brainwashed by that damned will of fire. Much like your grandfather Uchiha Kagami in his day." Shursui's eyes narrowed. Offering the elder no courteous response, he retorted coldly, "Elder Shana, I implore you to choose your words with care." He was acutely aware that Uchiha Shana, who had once led a rebellion and ended up imprisoned by the 2nd Hokage, was indeed the very source of today's radical faction within the clan. "Am I mistaken?" Shana raised an eyebrow and suddenly elevated his voice, addressing all the clansmen present. "In the past, the 2nd Hokage took 6 disciples, 4 of whom have ascended to the upper echelons of Konoha, while one, Akimichi Torafu, has returned home to enjoy retirement. Only Uchiha Kagami met an untimely death at the tender age of 25. To say there is no conspiracy in this matter, who would believe it? In my view, Uchiha Kagami was undoubtedly plotted against by the other Konoha leaders. It must be acknowledged that much of what Shana asserted was grounded in truth. In those days, the 2nd Hokage had taken Uchiha Kagami as a disciple in an effort to pacify the Uchiha clan and convey to them that they too possessed the potential to inherit his will and ascend to the position of Hokage. Yet, what was the outcome? Not only did Uchiha Kagami fail to become Hokage, but he also perished under mysterious circumstances. Elder Shana was not entirely wrong. Many clansmen were indeed stirred by his words, their spirits ignited with indignation. Shursui inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Shana, and articulated each word with intent. "My grandfather sacrificed himself to uphold the will of fire, For the sake of the village, he never cared for power or hollow fame. Elder Shauna, I beseech you to refrain from uttering such derogatory remarks about the deceased. The stubbornness displayed by Shui incensed Shauna to the point of raising his blood pressure, leaving him momentarily speechless. Stop wasting your breath on him. The 8th generation shouted in fury, commanding that Elder Shauna be escorted away, before immediately revealing his Sharingan. Not only he, but also Inaho and Tetsuharu, activated their respective Sharingan in unison. At that moment, 3 pairs of 3 tomo fixated intently upon Uchiha Shui. In the eyes of the 8th generation, despite Shui being hailed as the clan's foremost expert, he was merely an immature youth of 15 or 16 years, akin to his own son's age. Today, he intended to impart a lesson to this boy in the name of elder authority. Witnessing the escalation of conflict between the two sides, Fugaka hesitated, but ultimately refrained from intervening. For he too wished to seize this opportunity to discern the true extent of Shusui's prowess and how far he had developed. Thus, he commanded them to stand aside, clearly indicating his stance. The crowd promptly parted ways, creating a passage between Shui and the 3 from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha are a warlike lineage, adhering to the philosophy, if one can act, it is best not to squabble. Disagreements among clan members often lead to sparring. Resolving disputes through physical confrontation is commonplace. At this moment, a spectacle was unfolding. Shui shook his head. He had no intention of intervening, but the narrow-minded and radical views of the others compelled him to act. Shui, allow me to assist you. Itachi stepped forward, revealing his Sharingan, intending to join forces with Shui in a 2-on-3 confrontation. Shui smiled faintly. There's no need. Please step aside. This will be over swiftly. Before he finished speaking, a pair of 3 tomo Sharingan manifested in his eyes. In that instant, Shui and Hakadai's gazes met, and he quietly activated his Genjutsu. Humph, Hakadai scoffed, already on guard, immediately countering with his ocular prowess. The Uchiha are masters of illusion, and Hakadai was among the elite, particularly adept at reflecting Genjutsu. With his sharp Sharingan, he frequently sees through his opponent's illusions, returning them intact to inflict significant psychological damage. Shusui's attempt to ambush him with Genjutsu was, indeed, a fool's errand. However, Hakadai's confidence lasted less than a second. Wah, how could this be? He suddenly froze, a pained expression crossing his face, and Shusui's form swiftly blurred in his vision before he collapsed forward with a thud, unconscious. Hakadai had underestimated the disparity in ocular power between himself and Shui. The wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan utterly overwhelmed the 3 tomo in both quality and quantity. Even without revealing the full form of his Manjiki, the Genjutsu he employed carried the potency of the Manjiki's ocular strength, which Hakadai could not easily discern. Had Hakadai been fully defensive, he might have withstood it for a moment, but his overconfidence in attempting to reflect the Manjiki's Genjutsu was nothing short of hubris. Thus, all present witnessed Shui incapacitate the Uchiha second-in-command, the radical leader Hakadai, with a mere glance. This scene left the surrounding Uchiha clan members utterly astounded. Hakadai-sama, Inada and Tetsuharu reacted, rushing forward in alarm, eager to awaken Hakadai. Shui did not grant them this opportunity. With a swift motion, he dashed before the 2, his form splitting into 2, each advancing toward them. The body double technique. Due to the cramped confines of the chamber, ninjutsu such as fire release could not be executed. Furthermore, all clan members had adhered to protocol, leaving their weapons and ninja tools outside. Thus, apart from illusions, only physical confrontation remained. Inada and Tetsuharu, being genin, were not to be underestimated. They immediately engaged, each confronting Shusui's real form and his clone. However, they soon realized that the 2 Shizuis before them were mere phantoms. Not the true Shui. But the true Shizukawa had quietly emerged behind Taikai, striking with a precise knife hand that severed the artery at the back of his neck. In an instant, as the carotid artery contracted, Taikai's brain was deprived of blood, causing him to lose consciousness. Infuriated by the sight of his fallen comrade, Daowa unleashed a furious punch that connected directly with Shizukawa's face. Strangely, however, the Shizukawa struck by Daowa transformed into an illusion, while the specter that had just engaged him morphed into Shizukawa's true form, launching an assault from the side. It was too late for Daowa to react. With a resounding thud, Shizukawa's fist struck Daowa's abdomen, delivering a crushing blow that caused his body to curl up like a shrimp, ultimately collapsing to the ground in agony. This flurry of attacks was dazzling, flowing like water. Such was the instantaneous movement of Shizukawa, whose ghostly speed was beyond the reach of even the Sharingan's dynamic vision. Employing a technique that rendered the distinction between illusion and reality indistinguishable, this was the Phantom Instantaneous technique. In a mere 10 seconds, Shizukawa had decisively taken down 3 prominent members of the radical faction, showcasing a disparity in strength that was utterly astonishing. In the dimly lit chamber, silence fell like a shroud. The clan members stood in stunned disbelief, rendered speechless. It was an undeniable fact that Shizukawa was the strongest within the clan. Yet, his opponents were not weaklings, and they had engaged him in a 3-on-1 confrontation. The outcome was neither evenly matched nor a narrow defeat for one side. It was a complete and utter rout. Why? They were all elite jonin with 3 tomo activated in their Sharingan. Yet the 3 from the 8th generation could not withstand a single blow from Shizukawa. Fyaake remained silent, having anticipated this outcome. Regrettably, the trio from the 8th generation, though seemingly formidable, had been easily dispatched by Shizukawa, failing to compel him to reveal his true power, the Meijiki Sharingan. As the clan leader, Fyaake was the only one privy to the existence of Shizukawa's Meijiki. He knew all too well the strength of that pair of eyes. This understanding was also the reason behind Fyake's consistent leanings towards the moderates, for he believed that as long as Shizukawa was willing to ally with him, the Uchiha would never be driven to the brink of annihilation. Among those present, the most astonished was undoubtedly Itachi. He could discern that Shizukawa had grown increasingly powerful, particularly in his speed, which was as swift as lightning. Indeed, he might rival even the legendary 4th Hokage. Moreover, as the mysterious masked man had indicated, speed was precisely the weakness of his uncle. This implied that Shizukawa's abilities could counteract his uncle's. Contemplating this, Itachi glanced at his uncle not far away and noted the furrowed brow, a clear sign of his apprehension towards Shizukawa. After vanquishing the 3 radicals, Shizukawa's gaze swept across the room, ultimately resting upon Uchiha Shana. Instantly, Shana recoiled in terror, retreating alongside the remaining radical clan members. From this day forth, the clan and the village must coexist in peace. I, Uchiha Shursui, shall become the bridge between the 2 factions. Shursui gazed intently at Shana and the others, resolutely declaring, his voice resonating within the confines of the chamber. In response to his proclamation, none among the radicals dared to voice a contradiction. Meanwhile, those who already supported Shursui voiced their agreement, rallying behind his decision. It appeared that this gathering had transformed into a personal showcase for Shursui, poised to conclude with a resounding victory for the moderates. Shursui did not betray the trust placed in him by the 3rd Hokage, single-handedly averting a looming crisis. Or so it seemed. Shursui's gaze shifted toward Uchiha Dan. If he intended to intervene, now would be the moment. To Shursui's surprise, Dan appeared completely unfazed, casually draping an arm around his sister Mikoto's shoulder, engaging in light-hearted conversation as if he were merely an onlooker. It was at this moment that Itachi speculated. Perhaps Uncle Dan, after witnessing Shursui's formidable prowess, chose to retreat from the limelight, no longer daring to assert himself. Just then, the trio of Hakadai, Inahibi, and Tetsuhibi rose from the ground. They seemed to have reached a consensus, and under Hakadai's lead, they navigated through the crowd to stand before Dan. Thud. With a determined expression, all 3 knelt on one knee, astonishing every member of the clan. Dan, we misjudged you last time. I, Uchiha Hakadai, extend my apologies. From this moment forth, I hope you can be the cornerstone of our faction, guiding us onward. Hakadai raised his head, his gaze fixed intensely upon Dan as he uttered these astonishing words. Not long ago, on that fateful night, Hakadai had witnessed Dan's triumph over the masked man, planting a seed of admiration within him. Now, after personally experiencing Shursui's terrifying strength, Hakadai realized that within the entire Uchiha clan, only Uchiha Dan possessed the potential to defeat Shursui. Thus, even if Dan was aligned with the radical faction, it mattered not, for strength was paramount. What was transpiring? The sight of Hakadai and his companions bowing in submission to Dan left the assembly in utter astonishment. The clan leader's uncle was merely a muscular man running a gym, was he not? Even Fugaku furrowed his brow in confusion. He had witnessed firsthand how Dan's overly moderate stance had led to a fallout with the radicals, at which point Hakadai had even shouted about imprisoning Dan in the police department. Was Hakadai merely resorting to desperate measures? Or did he recognize Dan's strength and deliberately elevate him, seeking to utilize Dan against Shursui? Fugaku's mind raced. He approached, brow knitted, and admonished Hakadai, Hakadai, rise. What are you doing? Yet, simultaneously, Fugaku discreetly signaled to Dan. He too did not wish to see Shirsue's moderates dominate entirely. If the will of fire seeped into the Uchiha, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the clan. As the clan leader, Fugaku could not personally confront Shirsue, for such a confrontation would prove difficult to resolve. Thus, he subtly gestured to his brother-in-law, implying, "If you are confident, then proceed." Duan shook his head. Through the clan meeting that night, he had confirmed one thing. The members of the Hakadai were indeed a disorganized rabble. He remained silent and turned to walk towards the exit of the secret chamber, seemingly intent on an early departure. Was he intimidated? Duan's reaction led everyone to naturally assume that he feared Shirsue. However, what they did not expect was for Duan to suddenly turn back at the doorway and say to Shirsue, "Let us have a duel, but not here. If we collapse the chamber, everyone inside will be buried alive." Should Shirsue gain the upper hand, the narrative would unfold as per the original tale, a scenario Duan wished to avoid. Finally, it had come. Shirsue was not surprised. He nodded in agreement and followed Duan out of the chamber. He understood that if he could defeat Duan, he would be able to quell the restless hearts of the clan members, ensuring that the Uchiha would finally settle down. "Excellent!" Hakadai exclaimed, rising with excitement to follow. The other clan members, witnessing this, also began to pour out of the secret chamber. A crescent moon hung in the night sky, casting a cold, luminous glow that illuminated the tranquil forest of the Uchiha compound, causing the waters of the Nange River to shimmer. At the Nange Shrine, Kakashi effortlessly infiltrated the vicinity of the shrine, as the majority of Uchiha's ninjas were occupied with the clan meeting. The next part, however, would prove to be the most challenging. He had to find a way to enter the secret chamber within the shrine undetected and eavesdrop on the discussions of the Uchiha clan meeting. Such a task was akin to scaling a mountain. As Kakashi concealed himself in a large tree, uncertain of his next move, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He spotted two familiar figures emerging from the shrine, one following the other, Uchiha Duan and Uchiha Shirsue. Shortly after, other Uchiha clan members poured out like a tide. Over 50 of them gathering in the open space outside the shrine. The clan meeting had concluded so swiftly. Kakashi's first thought was that he had arrived too late and missed the meeting. Yet, he quickly realized that the situation was not as he had presumed. The Uchiha members dispersed, forming a circle around Duan and Shirsue, who stood several meters apart in the clearing, facing each other. What was this? A competition? Kakashi was momentarily perplexed, but he soon recognized that the difficulty of his task had significantly diminished. Thus, Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, revealing his crimson Sharingan, and endeavored to conceal his presence as he observed the unfolding events below. In the clearing, Izumi cautiously navigated through the crowd to stand beside Itachi. "Izumi, do not lose focus. In the battle ahead, it is imperative that you use your Sharingan to perceive everything clearly. It will greatly benefit you," Itachi earnestly advised her. His eyes already transformed into the shape of the three Tomo. In Itachi's view, the battle between Shirsue and Dan would mark the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan's conflicts. The question of who currently stands as the foremost among their kin would be resolved in this confrontation. Meanwhile, Mikoto watched Dan's silhouette with concern, before turning to Fugaku with a gaze filled with sorrow. "Why do you not stop Dan? Is there a possibility he can defeat Shirsue? Do not worry. At the critical moment, I will intervene. I cannot allow Dan to be harmed. Moreover, do not underestimate your brother," Fugaku reassured his wife. His words laced with a hint of helplessness. His wife, gentle, beautiful, and virtuous, was nevertheless an incorrigible brother-in-law enthusiast. At that moment, Shirsue inquired from the center of the clearing, "Shall we begin?" "Let us proceed," Dan replied calmly. Both were aware of each other's intentions. Thus there was no need for superfluous dialogue. They engaged directly in combat. With a swift motion, Shirsue employed his familiar tactic, unleashing an illusionary assault against Dan. Akin to his approach with the 8th Hokage, should Dan succumb to the Genjutsu, the battle would conclude instantaneously. It is worth noting that Dan had feigned an invitation for Shirsue to duel outside due to his concerns about collapsing the hidden chamber. If he had spent so long setting the stage only to be swiftly defeated by Shirsue's illusion, he would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule, losing all dignity and standing within the clan. Dan was well aware of Shirsue's cunning strategy, but he was determined not to allow his opponent to succeed. Confronting the Genjutsu, the three Tomos suddenly manifested within Dan's black pupils, blood red as if stained by crimson. He withstood the impact of Shirsue's ocular prowess, remaining steadfast as a mountain, unyielding and upright. "Oh!" Shui remarked in surprise at this sight. His Genjutsu was enhanced by the power of the Sharingan. The surrounding clan members regarded Dan with newfound respect. Many had just questioned whether he possessed the Sharingan at all. Yet now, the mere fact that he could resist Shui's illusion suggested that his ocular strength had surpassed that of the 8th Hokage. Is it due to his formidable physique that he has increased resistance to Genjutsu? Fugaku speculated keenly. It is known that powerful physical ninjas, due to their robust life force, find it challenging for their chakra flow to be disrupted, thus rendering them less vulnerable to illusions. The Senju clan serves as a prime example of this phenomenon. Fugaku's conjecture was partially correct. While Dan's muscular physique indeed provided him with a degree of resistance to Genjutsu, his own ocular power and understanding of illusions were equally significant. Unlike other Uchiha, Dan's Sharingan had awakened under conditions of immense joy. Over the years, every significant breakthrough he achieved in his training brought him genuine delight, consequently augmenting his ocular prowess. At present, Dan's ocular strength had vastly exceeded that of an ordinary 3-tomo, though he had yet to reach the threshold of the Manjiki Sharingan. The technique of shadow clone, painstakingly developed over a decade, stands as a testament to his exceptional mastery of illusion. By seamlessly intertwining physical prowess with illusionary arts, he has achieved a unique feat that no one else in the entire ninja realm has accomplished. Thus, when confronted with Shui's formidable illusions, he neither flinched nor evaded, resolutely enduring the assault. With a calm demeanor, he took a step forward and addressed Shui. What other techniques do you possess? Unleash them all. Do you not require a weapon? Shui inquired unexpectedly. None is necessary, he replied, asserting that his body alone serves as the finest weapon. Then I shall not hold back, Shui declared, brandishing his tanto, positioning it across his chest, and slowly drawing it from its sheath. The blade shimmered under the cool moonlight, emanating a chilling glow. Unmistakably a weapon capable of severing hair with ease. With a swift caress of his fingers along the blade, an orange flame flickered to life, enveloping the tanto and transforming it into a fiery sword. Uchiha style, flame dance. In the next instant, Shui activated the body flicker technique, darting in a zigzag pattern with remarkable speed, appearing at his side to deliver a piercing strike. Unlike the feeble 8th Hokage, his Sharingan spun rapidly, successfully capturing Shui's movements. With an arm as taut as steel, he countered with a powerful swing. The clash of metal rang out, sparks flying as Shui was thrust back several meters. Though surprise briefly flickered across his face, he quickly regained his composure and launched a relentless barrage of attacks against him. With unwavering poise, he remained rooted in place, effortlessly parrying Shui's strikes with just his 2 hands, fending off assaults from all angles. Around them, over 50 pairs of Sharingan widened, fixated on the duel, all holding their breath instinctively. Shui's Uchiha-style swordsmanship is a form of ninja physical technique. Years ago, the second Raikage of the Hidden Cloud developed lightning release body techniques. The third Raikage utilized this skill to single-handedly contend against the Eight Tails, battling thousands of Kumogakure shinobi for 3 days and nights, while the fourth Raikage matched the legendary Minato Namikaze with it. This technique is, without a doubt, unparalleled in the ninja world. The emergence of such physical techniques naturally inspired many to emulate them. Among them was the prodigious young Uchiha Shui. He combined fire release with his swordsmanship, infusing the chakra of fire release into his tanto to scorch his foes. He later further enhanced it by incorporating wind release chakra, sharpening the blade's edge. Only an Uchiha adept at the subtleties of fire release could master this sword technique. Its formidable power could effortlessly sever kunai and ninja blades, not to mention flesh and bone. With Uchiha-style swordsmanship, Shui dominated the battlefield, invincible until he encountered him. Having heard from Itachi that his physique was remarkably robust, Shui initiated the confrontation with the flame dance technique, only to be met with the astonishing resilience of his opponent's body. Yet, did it yield no effect? Perhaps not. Shui noted the charred marks that marred his opponent's arms, the very imprints left by the tanto. This indicated that his swordsmanship could inflict harm upon Duan. Thus, his next objective was to enhance the intensity of his blade technique to thoroughly breach Duan's defenses. With this thought in mind, Shui swiftly assumed a stance for a frontal assault, only to instantaneously reappear behind Duan. Seizing the moment while his opponent was still unresponsive, he raised his small dagger with both hands and unleashed a formidable diagonal slash from a distance. A massive arc of blazing flames surged towards Duan's back. This was the Uchiha-style, Gale Blade, Jishui's most powerful sword technique, which he believed Duan could no longer withstand with mere physical resilience. Sensing the imminent danger approaching from behind, Duan inhaled deeply, immediately tensing his entire body. As his muscles swelled dramatically, his shirt ripped apart with a sharp sound, transforming into tattered scraps that revealed a broad, imposing back resembling a demonic visage. Under the undulating motion of his muscular back, the grotesque face formed by his muscles seemed to come alive, opening its maw to devour everything in its path. The back was Duan's most fortified area of defense, a shield against any assault. What would be the outcome? Boom. The fiery blade struck fiercely against Duan's back, yet he remained utterly unmoved, his ghastly back increasingly menacing, silently mocking Jishui with its arrogance. The fire blade shattered, scattering countless embers in all directions before gently descending to the ground, reminiscent of a splendid fireworks display. Witnessing this spectacle, even Jishui was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of disbelief. At that moment, Duan finally moved, having maintained his defensive stance. He seized the opportunity while Jishui was momentarily dazed and launched a counterattack. With a swift motion, he appeared before Jishui and delivered a resounding slap. Jishui, regaining his senses, instinctively sought to evade the confrontation, relying on his instantaneous movement technique. In terms of speed, he surpassed Duan by a considerable margin. As long as he refrained from engaging directly, Duan would not even graze the hem of his garment. In the realm of ninjutsu, swiftness is paramount. From the unparalleled speed of Shinji Tobarama to the yellow flash of Namikaze Minato, and then to the instantaneous movement of Jishui, speed remained their greatest advantage. As long as one's velocity vastly exceeded that of the adversary, they could both advance and retreat with ease, maintaining an unshakable composure, forever standing on the undefeated ground. However, in his attempt to evade Duan's slap, Jishui's gaze naturally fell upon Duan's hand, only to discover, buzzing. Duan's large hand was vibrating erratically at an extraordinarily high frequency, creating afterimages. The in release, phantom body technique. Jishui was caught off guard, suddenly experiencing a wave of dizziness that robbed him of control over his body. For an ordinary individual, falling victim to such a technique would inevitably lead to severe injury from Duan's slap. Nevertheless, Jishui was no ordinary person. Compared to the visual Genjutsu directly unleashed by the Sharingan, the in-release technique employed by Duan through his physical body, while unpredictable, would inevitably be less effective. Additionally, Jishui was a master of illusions, bolstered by the power of his Manjiki Sharingan. Thus, confronted by the effects of the shadow escape technique, he instantaneously regained his composure at an astonishing speed. He then retreated, raising his tanto and thrusting it towards the severed hand. In response to Shirzue's counterattack, Duan remained unperturbed, sweeping his massive hand outward, akin to an old bull extending its tongue, effortlessly snatching the sharp tanto from Shirzue's grasp. With a series of sharp cracks, the tanto fell into Duan's hand, as if chewed by the bull's tongue, swiftly reduced to mere fragments that cascaded from the severed palm. This tanto, which had accompanied Shirzue for many years and felt countless foes, was thus shattered like clay in Duan's hands. Startled, Shirzue abandoned his weapon and fled. Reappearing over 20 meters away, Duan did not pursue, aware that he could not catch up. The two adversaries once again found themselves in a standoff. How splendid! Itachi murmured, his Sharingan flickering between Duan and Shirzue, eager not to miss a single detail of the battle. Beside him, Izumi wore a look of shock. For even with her Sharingan activated, she could not discern the movements of either combatant. It was too swift. Many of her kin shared her sentiment. Shirzue's flamboyant, flame-imbued sword technique and elusive body flicker were truly awe-inspiring. Duan stood immovable as a mountain, although his speed did not rival Shirzue's. His striking speed was no less formidable. His muscular physique exuded immense strength and exaggerated defense, while the ghastly visage on his back seemed to evoke terror, as if a demon from the depths of hell had fixed its gaze upon onlookers. In this confrontation, transitioning from offense to defense and back again, Duan executed a masterful counter, successfully suppressing Shirzue's momentum and dismantling his ninja blade. As it stood, Duan held a slight edge. Duan thoroughly vanquished this traitor, Hakadai exclaimed, his spirit invigorated, echoing his fervor alongside Ina and Tetsu, who, despite having been on the receiving end of Duan's blows, could not help but cheer him on. In the forefront of the crowd, Fujitake observed with arms crossed, a look of approval in his eyes as he praised his brother-in-law. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Mikoto wore a worried expression, silently praying for her brother to remain vigilant, for the battle appeared far from over. In the distance, atop the treetops, Kakashi concealed himself within the dense foliage, only his Sharingan visible as it scrutinized the unfolding events below. He understood that the exchange between Duan and Shirzue was merely a warm-up. The true performance was yet to commence. Indeed. Shirzue's gaze burned with intensity as he addressed Duan. Duan, your muscles are incredibly powerful, your physical prowess honed to perfection. Yet, I refuse to believe that your body possesses no weaknesses. No sooner had he spoken than he swiftly formed hand seals. In an instant, a multitude of clones, identical to Shirzue, materialized beside him. They circled around Duan, moving at a speed that created afterimages, forming a large circular formation that encircled him tightly. It was the renowned technique of Jishue, the phantom instantaneous movement. This technique, clearly more effective outside than in a confined space, allowed Jishue to manifest over a dozen clones at once, leaving onlookers bewildered. Whoosh! These clones swiftly surged forward, launching a tempestuous assault on Duan. Crack! Duan stepped forward, his arms sweeping like a great dragon, producing a sound akin to an explosion as it struck 3 of Jishue's clones. All were mere phantoms. He countered with another palm strike aimed at 2 clones approaching from behind. Still phantoms. The most troublesome aspect of Jishue's clones was that they did not dissipate upon being attacked. There was a flaw. Amidst the clones, Jishue's true self seized the opportunity, launching a stealthy attack from the side. Whoosh! A vicious kick aimed at Duan's groin, propelled by a fierce gust of wind. Faced with this ambush, Duan remained unperturbed. Falling backward, his massive frame crashing down like a collapsing mountain upon Jishue. If Jishue's attack landed, he too would be pinned beneath Duan's weight, rendered immobile. Jishue furrowed his brow. This mutually destructive tactic was untenable for him. Thus, he abandoned the ambush, his true self instantly transferring to another clone, leaving behind only an afterimage. Both sides' attacks missed their mark. Yet Jishue quickly resumed his assault. He employed feigned attacks with the clones to distract Duan, while his true self concealed among them, targeting Duan's eyes, temples, groin, and even the area between his buttocks. These vital points were his focus. He could not believe that Duan had fortified his weaknesses to the hardness of steel. It must be said that Jishue was astute, having indeed identified Duan's physical vulnerabilities. However, in this process, Duan equally discovered Jishue's weakness. The so-called phantom instantaneous movement was, in reality, a synthesis of instantaneous movement and clone technique. Jishue's clones were not shadow clones. Thus, they lacked a physical form and would not dissipate even when struck. However, his speed was so remarkable that he could instantaneously shift to any clone, overlapping it with his true self to launch an attack. From this perspective, each of Jishue's clones was tantamount to being real. On the battlefield, attacks against Jishue's clones were ineffective, and predicting from which direction he would strike next was nearly impossible, rendering defenses futile. However, Duan was different from others. He realized that he did not need to anticipate Jishue's attacking direction. He merely had to protect his vital areas. For Jishue could only choose to assault those few locations. As for other areas, even if left exposed for Jishue to strike, they would not falter, instead inviting an opening that Duan could exploit to seize Jishue's true self. Jishue quickly recognized this as well. He launched a relentless offensive, yet he could not breach the formidable defenses nor strike at the opponent's vital points. The sounds of fists meeting flesh echoed in the air, but the two remained locked in a stalemate, neither able to gain the upper hand. So, how might he break this deadlock? If he were to invoke the stand, unleashing a 5-second time stop, during which he could identify and defeat the true form of his opponent, such a feat would not be insurmountable. However, he had long since resolved to refrain from summoning his stand unless absolutely necessary, and he would not easily resort to the devastating power of his stand. This decision served to safeguard his own intelligence, but more critically, he wished to avoid becoming overly reliant on the power of time manipulation. Should one develop a dependency on the abilities of their stand, they risk stagnation, becoming complacent, and ultimately unambitious. He would never forget, it is humanity that possesses strength, not the stand itself. Even if his stand were to vanish, he would forge his path in this world through his own might. For now, he would endeavor to unravel the mystery of his opponent's phantom technique. Suddenly, A flash of inspiration struck him. Since he could not distinguish the true form of his opponent from the illusions, he would strike them all at once. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a surge of chakra, flooding his muscles, skin, and fascia with energy, causing them to swell. Accompanied by the sound of cracking joints, his physique expanded dramatically, resembling that of a giant. Thick veins coursed across his body, resembling entwined serpents, as he fully unleashed the potential of his corporeal form. What was he planning? The opponent, startled by his transformation, hesitated momentarily, yet intensified the assault, seizing the opportunity presented by his apparent vulnerability. Was this truly a favorable moment for his adversary? The answer revealed itself in the next heartbeat. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a barrage of punches, his arms moving with the precision of a high-speed piling machine. His punches multiplied, splitting into pairs, then into groups of 4, 8, and eventually into a veritable storm of fists. The air was filled with explosive sounds as countless strikes created shockwaves, crashing upon the multitude of illusions like a tempest. This martial technique was known as the Great Storm Fist. The term great signifies the extensive range of the attack, leaving the enemy with no avenue of escape. Storm embodies the ferocity of the onslaught, akin to a torrent of water being violently splashed forth, and fist denotes the explosive power generated by his strikes, surpassing even the mightiest of gales. Others are unable to utilize this technique, for it requires one to unleash a barrage of rapid and powerful punches in all directions within a single second. Such formidable physical prowess and striking speed can only be achieved by Duan. In that moment, the Great Storm Fist enveloped all of Jishui's clones, as well as his true self. A dull thud resounded. Oh! Jishui coughed up blood, his body soaring backward like a kite with its strings severed, while his clones vanished in an instant. The invincible phantom body technique was thus dismantled by Duan through sheer, unadulterated force. Boom! Jishui flew over the crowd, crashing against a wall of the Nana shrine, causing spiderweb-like cracks to spread out from the point of impact. Fortunately, Duan's flurry of punches, though numbering in the hundreds within that second, lacked the full potency of his usual strikes, allowing Jishui to remain on his feet, albeit barely. Duan would not grant Jishui a moment's respite. He pursued relentlessly, pouncing upon him like a tiger descending from the mountain. Employing jujitsu, he initiated a frontal chokehold. With a swift motion, Duan's arm coiled tightly around Jishui's neck, forcefully pressing his head against his chest, a maneuver reminiscent of a guillotine. Once locked in place, this guillotine could exert tremendous pressure on the carotid arteries, rendering the opponent unconscious in a matter of moments. The outcome for Jishui appeared inevitable. Suddenly, with a cacophony of cawing, Jishui's form dissipated, transforming into a flock of crows that scattered in all directions, leaving behind only dark feathers drifting to the ground. Duan lifted his gaze, watching the crows spiral in the air, ultimately converging not far away to reconstitute Jishui's form. The bird clone technique, akin to the phantom body technique, was another unique cloning technique developed by Jishui. Within the forests of the Uchiha clan's territory, many crows resided. Upon discovering them, Jishui nurtured them as summoning beasts, cultivating a profound rapport over time, successfully developing the bird clone technique. The bird clone is far more chakra efficient than the shadow clone, exhibiting exceptional maneuverability, allowing for evasion of powerful enemy attacks through the crow's dispersal and regrouping, thus enabling Jishui to extricate himself seamlessly. Impressive. Duan observed Jishui from a distance, raising his hands to applaud. Genuinely impressed. Prior to his encounter with Jishui, all the Uchiha ninjas Duan had faced were mere facades, lacking any challenge or difficulty. Even that Obito fellow relied on his Kamui, demonstrating a rather low combat intellect. Today, Duan finally witnessed what a formidable Uchiha truly embodies, the ability to effortlessly annihilate with a 3-tomo Genjutsu. The integration of fire release into sword techniques to create a ninjutsu body, and an astonishingly swift body flicker technique, combined with an array of elaborate clone techniques. Jishui not only possesses no shortcomings but has also demonstrated innovation in the realms of ninjutsu and genjutsu, developing his own formidable techniques. Truly, he is the foremost strength of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, this young man is merely 16, leaving ample room for future growth. Had Jishui not met his demise, he would undoubtedly reach new heights of strength by the time he matured. In Duan's eyes, Jishui's talent and potential surpass even Itachi. Alas, such a remarkable genius has been ensnared by the will of fire, causing his mind to falter. With this thought, Duan shook his head in disappointment. Cough, cough. Jishui gasped for breath, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. After enduring a single blow from Duan, his internal organs had been shaken, leaving him injured. This is a common affliction among many ninjas. High attack, low defense. Even a genius like Jishui is no exception. Jishui conceded. Yada taunted once more, reveling in his moment of triumph. Witnessing Jishui's bloodshed at Duan's hands brought him immense satisfaction. Itachi cast a cold glance at Yada, recognizing him merely as his uncle's lapdog. Unaware of what he was so proud of. Brother Jishui, are you about to lose this time? Izumi asked cautiously, knowing well the close bond between Itachi and Jishui. Akin to brothers. Itachi shook his head firmly, declaring, no, Jishui cannot possibly lose to his uncle. He is yet to unleash his true power. True power? Izumi questioned, perplexed. To her, it appeared that Jishui had exhausted all his means, employing every technique at his disposal. Could there be another trump card? As Izumi pondered. Fugaku's voice suddenly resonated behind them. Itachi, it seems you are aware that Jishui possesses the Manjiki Sharingan. Did he inform you? Startled, Itachi turned and nodded. Yes, father. The Manjiki, is that the legendary pair of eyes? Mikoto exclaimed, equally astonished, yet her concern for her brother grew. Oh no, if it is the Manjiki, Duan surely stands no chance. Fugaku inwardly wished to express his exasperation towards his wife. In his view, thus far in the battle, Duan had maintained the upper hand, not only leaving Jishui bloodied but also emerging unscathed himself. Yet Mikoto, rather than feeling reassured, seemed increasingly anxious for her brother's safety, as if it were Duan who had sustained grave injuries. Such reasoning was truly perplexing. Naturally, these thoughts remained unspoken, as he dared not voice them in Mikoto's presence. Aside from Fugaku and a few others, the rest of the Uchiha clan engaged in lively discussion, each sharing their thoughts on the thrilling battle unfolding before them. At that moment, Duan advanced step by step toward Jishui, remarking, "What are you waiting for? Stop holding back. Unveil the power of the Manjiki. I have seen it before. It appears you are already aware." Shisui offered a wry smile. Indeed, based on the intelligence provided by Itachi, Dans had engaged in combat with that enigmatic masked man and was already cognizant of the existence of the Manjiki Sharingan. It is hardly surprising that he deduced the presence of such an eye. This exchange between the two left many clan members bewildered, as they had never before encountered the term Manjiki. However, they were soon to witness its manifestation. With a swift motion, Shirsui's three-tomo Sharingan began to spin, and when it ceased, it transformed into a distinct pattern, an emblem reminiscent of a shuriken with 4 points. That was the Manjiki Sharingan. Among the crowd, Uchiha Shana suddenly lost his composure, trembling as he pointed towards Shirsui's eyes, exclaiming in astonishment, "Elder Shana, what is the Manjiki?" The likes of Hakadai and others, perplexed, approached him with eager inquiries. Shana, regarding the assembly of clan members with a grave and solemn expression, proclaimed, "The Manjiki Sharingan is the subsequent evolution of the three-tomo Sharingan. It represents the ultimate power of the Uchiha. Lord Madara Uchiha possessed a pair of such eyes. As a follower of Madara, Shana had naturally witnessed the prowess of the latter's Manjiki in his youth. The term Manjiki echoed among the dozens of clan members present, who murmured it in unison. Today, they learned that the three-tomo was not the final form of the Sharingan, but rather a precursor to the Manjiki. Madara Uchiha also wielded the Manjiki. Even those who had never experienced its might had heard the legends surrounding Madara, a figure who stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, second only to the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. Despite Madara's departure from the Uchiha, many clan members still took pride in him and aspired to emulate him, for his strength was unparalleled. Now, Elder Shana declared that Shisui possessed a Manjiki Sharingan akin to Madara's. With this revelation, the clan members turned their gaze toward Shirsui's eyes. Though he had yet to unleash any power of the Manjiki, their expressions already imbued with reverence. It dawned upon them that their defeat was not due to their own weakness, but rather Shirsui's formidable strength. At that moment, Hakadai felt compelled to salvage his dignity, attempting to regain some semblance of respect. Yet, he was met with indifference. Even his companions, Inuzuka and Tatsu, fixated intently on Shirsui's eyes, their own gazes filled with aspiration and desire. The battle between Dans and Shirsui had reached a climactic moment. Shirsui gazed at Dans and slowly articulated, "You are too powerful, terrifyingly so. At this juncture, the only method I can conceive to defeat you is to employ that technique. I must stop you, Dans." His words conveyed both recognition and admiration for Dan's strength, but more so, an unwavering resolve to vanquish him for the salvation of the Uchiha clan. Come forth. Dan responded with those two words. He understood that Shursue's Kodo Amatsukami was a technique of the Uchiha clan, capable of permanently altering another's will. However, its activation required a cooldown period of over a decade. The technique that Shursui spoke of could not possibly be Kodo Amatsukami, for his intention was to defeat Danzo before all his clansmen. Therefore, it could only be Susanoo. Would Danzo fear it? The answer was no. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, launching an attack at Shursui with a powerful punch that stirred the winds. Shursui's gaze sharpened, and his ocular power erupted. In the next moment, a massive green hand, approximately 4 to 5 meters in length, abruptly emerged behind Shursui, forming a fist that surged forward. Bang! The enormous fist, towering over a person, collided with Danzo, sending him staggering back several meters. Regaining his footing, Danzo shook his hand, feeling a slight ache in his arm. Yet it was nothing serious. He turned his attention back to Shursui. Huh! Shursui shouted sharply, forming the tiger seal with his hands. A substantial, tangible chakra erupted from within him. From that green hand, chakra surged upward, morphing into rows of ribs, a spine, and a skull, culminating in the creation of a nearly 7-meter-tall, semi-transparent green skeletal giant. But the transformation was not yet complete. Following this, the skeleton became infused with veins and flesh. Its body enveloped in a chakra armor that formed a chest plate, while its right hand wielded a spiraling long sword. Thus, a magnificent armored half-giant, Susanoo, materialized before Danzo and all the Uchiha clansmen. Is this the divine power that Shursui spoke of? Itachi was left in awe. At that moment, through his Sharingan, the green giant appeared to be entirely composed of tangible chakra, radiating with a brilliance akin to the sun, an unimaginable force for a ninja to command. Among the crowd, Uchiha Shursui exclaimed the name of the giant, Susanoo. Indeed, it was Susanoo. The stunned clansmen quickly regained their composure and eagerly inquired of Shursui about the nature of Susanoo. When Uchiha Madara departed from Konoha, he took with him a vast number of clan texts and secret techniques. Since then, the secrets of the Manjiki Susanoo had nearly been lost. Known only to the clan leader or elders like Shursui, Susanoo is the ultimate ocular technique that can only be wielded by Uchiha ninjas who have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Do you see? Shursui has materialized his ocular power, summoning a guardian spirit that possesses absolute defense and unparalleled offensive might. Lord Uchiha Madara once utilized the Susanoo to battle the first Hokages would release at the Valley of the End. This is the divine power of the Uchiha clan. Any enemy who has witnessed it on the battlefield is doomed to perish. Shursui excitedly recounted the prowess of Susanoo to his clansmen, proclaiming it as the ultimate power. The ultimate ocular technique, the divine might. The words echoed in the minds of those present, resonating profoundly. In the distance, Kakashi, concealed within the trees, touched his left eye. The eye bestowed upon him by Obito harbored such immense potential. How astonishing! He suddenly realized that he had squandered its capabilities over the years, merely employing the Sharingan to replicate Jutsu and unleash Raikiri. Had Obito still been alive, perhaps he too could have awakened this pair of eyes known as the Manjiki. After all, despite being labeled as the underachiever, only Kakashi, as his comrade, recognized Obito's true genius. On the open ground, Shizuku stirred. As he advanced, the colossal Susanoo moved synchronously around him. The Susanoo possessed several forms, ranging from its initial state to first, second, third, and ultimately the complete form. Currently, Shizuku commanded the second form, a half-armored Susanoo, which, while less potent than the subsequent forms, boasted optimal balance. He deliberately maintained the height of the Susanoo at 7 meters. For times his own stature, not too tall, yet not too short, allowing for effortless manipulation. It was imperative to swiftly defeat Duan. Shizuku had been struck by Duan's punch and found himself in poor condition, unable to sustain the Susanoo for an extended period. Fortunately, this divine power enabled him to seek a quick resolution. With that thought in mind, Shizuku commanded the Susanoo to strike. As his right-hand spiraling sword whirled at high speed, resembling a colossal drill aimed at Duan. Duan's gaze sharpened. He dared not confront the attack with his flesh. With a powerful push from the ground, he deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the thrust of the spiraling sword. Boom! The attack missed its target, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater several meters wide, the violent force reverberating underground for dozens of meters. Countless fragments of stone erupted into the air, Witnessing this astonishing destructiveness, Fyaake, not far away, furrowed his brow and commanded the surrounding clansmen, "Disperse a bit. Be cautious of the fallout," heeding their leader's orders. The clansmen hurriedly retreated 20 to 30 meters, daring only to observe from a distance. Whoosh! After evading the Susanoo's strike, Duan did not continue to evade or retreat. Instead, he charged directly toward the Susanoo. To him, Shizuku's previous speed had been too swift to match, but now that his opponent had summoned the Susanoo, its maneuverability had significantly diminished, rendering it cumbersome. Duan finally seized the initiative and was free to attack at will. Indeed, he was intent on assaulting the Susanoo. What? Shizuku was momentarily taken aback as Duan boldly approached. This fellow dared to launch an attack from the front of the Susanoo. Did he wish to compete with a deity in strength? Without hesitation, he guided the left hand of the Susanoo to strike at Duan, like an eagle seizing its prey, spreading its 5 fingers to capture him. Little did he expect. A low growl emanated from the severed throat, as a right arm's muscles began to ripple, rapidly swelling to a gargantuan size, instantly matching the dimensions of the colossal hand of Susanoo. This was the technique of multiplication. With a resounding thud, the broken right hand thrust forward, meeting the oncoming giant hand of Susanoo, their palms and fingers interlocking. What? Shirzue felt the force transmitted from the fractured arm through Susanoo and was taken aback. Before he could react, the other arm of the broken figure also surged with an explosive growth, striking like lightning to grasp Susanoo's right wrist, preventing the spiral sword from piercing through. Thus commenced a struggle akin to a static wrestling match between Duan and Susanoo, both combatants locked in a contest of strength. In terms of stature, the 2-meter-tall Duan stood in stark contrast to the towering 7-meter Susanoo, a disparity in mass that was overwhelmingly apparent. However, Duan managed to resist Susanoo with his disproportionately exaggerated arms. Crack! Crack! The force of their confrontation reverberated through their bodies, sending tremors into the ground beneath them, which erupted into countless fissures spreading outward. This scene left the Uchiha clan in a state of astonishment. What were they witnessing? Duan was opposing Susanoo with mere human muscle. In his arms, was that the multiplication technique of the Akimichi clan? Many of the Uchiha ninjas, well-versed in the ways of combat, recognized that Duan was employing what appeared to be a secret technique of the Akimichi. This revelation only heightened their amazement. Shirzue was equally unprepared for Duan's hidden prowess, especially as he realized that Duan's strength was subtly overpowering his Susanoo. This could not continue. With a sharp gaze, Shirzue tightened his grip on Duan's hand while commanding Susanoo to open its mouth, unleashing a torrent of blazing orange flames. Susanoo's inferno. This was not the benign fireball jutsu, but flames capable of melting gold and iron. The instant Susanoo opened its mouth, Duan sensed the impending danger. His heart raced, and his arms and hands swiftly shrank as if deflating, taking advantage of the moment to withdraw from the struggle with Susanoo. He then retreated with haste. The flames followed closely behind. With a roar, the fire spewed forth from Susanoo's mouth, resembling a vast ocean, rapidly engulfing an expanse of dozens of meters ahead, creating a veritable sea of flames. In a battlefield scenario, such a fire technique could easily incinerate hundreds. But where was Duan? Shirzue's eyes darted across the fiery inferno. Yet he could not discern Duan's figure. It was only when he sensed an enemy presence behind him that he hastily commanded Susanoo to pivot. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the flames, Duan had stealthily maneuvered to a position 10 meters behind Shirzue. Bathed in moonlight, Duan stood like a solitary rooster, raising a sinewy, muscular leg directly above his head toward the endless night sky. Then, with the ferocity of a battle axe, he brought it crashing down upon the ground. The earth trembled beneath the weight of his attack. This technique, borrowed from Tsunade, concentrates chakra in the legs. With a single step, the earth quakes. A tremendous force erupted from beneath the ground, surging directly toward Shirzue. Although the second form of the half-body Susanoo envelopes the user completely, its greatest vulnerability lies in the gaps beneath its feet. Realizing the imminent danger, Shirzue leapt backward, taking the Susanoo with him into the air. In the next moment, a massive hole was blasted where he had stood, sending countless fragments soaring into the sky. Suspended in midair, Shirzue could only adjust the orientation of his Susanoo to shield himself. However, this resulted in a loss of balance upon landing, causing both him and the Susanoo to falter. Seizing this opportunity without hesitation, Duan leapt into the air, his entire torso swelling like a balloon, his head and limbs retracting into his body. transforming into a colossal orb exceeding 5 meters in diameter. Then he spun rapidly, plummeting from the sky with tremendous force. The meat projectile was unleashed. With a resounding crash, the meat projectile collided forcefully with the Susanoo, rolling over it like a massive wheel, dragging the latter across the ground and carving a vast trench. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30 meters. The tumult continued as both collided with trees, shattered walls, and ultimately demolished a row of towering vermilion torii at the Nanda shrine before finally coming to a halt. The Susanoo, like a collapsing mountain, fell backward with a thunderous roar, raising a cloud of dust. Yet despite enduring such a devastating blow, its defense remained unyielding, leaving Shirzue unscathed. Furious, Shirzue could not accept that even after summoning the divine power of the Susanoo, he was still being relentlessly overwhelmed. Under his command, the chest armor of the Susanoo opened, revealing a massive orange magatama within, seemingly poised to unleash an ultimate technique. Unfortunately, Duan acted more swiftly. At that moment, he was atop Shirzue's Susanoo, raising a fist the size of a cauldron, exuding a powerful force, and struck downwards with a single punch. The sheer strength startled Shirzue, prompting him to hastily close the Susanoo's chest armor, stifling the impending technique. In the next instant, a resounding explosion occurred as Duan's powerful punch connected squarely with the Susanoo's chest. The force of the blow swept through the air, dispersing the surrounding dust, and the violent energy traveled through the massive form of the Susanoo into the ground, triggering an earthquake. Observers from the Uchiha clan struggled to maintain their footing. Nearby trees shed their leaves, and flocks of crows erupted from the forest, swirling into the night sky. Even Kakashi nearly lost his grip on the branch he was perched upon. Crack! Shirzue heard a sound. The chest armor of his Susanoo bore the brunt of Duan's monstrous strength, shattering into 7 or 8 pieces and flaking away. Beneath the armor, the Susanoo's body revealed visible cracks, a sight that was startling. The damage to Susanoo left Shirzue in considerable discomfort, blood spilling from his eyes. How could this be? The power of humanity, how could it be so overwhelming? Enduring the pain in his eyes, Shirzue maneuvered Susanoo to glide backward, attempting to escape from Dan. Even with Susanoo's protection, he dared not confront Dan directly, focusing solely on creating distance and bombarding his opponent with long-range ninjutsu. Yet, he found no respite. Dan propelled himself off the ground, his gaze fierce as he unleashed a flurry of punches. With each strike, the cracks on Susanoo's surface widened, revealing the ribs within. Shirzue coughed up blood, the pain in his eyes intensifying. His ocular power had been severely depleted, making it increasingly difficult to control Susanoo, let alone repair the fractures. It was time for a final strike. Dan, recognizing Shirzue's weakened state, showed no mercy as he activated the multiplication technique, summoning 2 colossal arms that grasped Susanoo's limbs. Then, as he had once done with Obito, he tore them apart. The 2 arms of Susanoo, severed with brute force, lost their connection to Shirzue's ocular power and quickly disintegrated into tiny green lights, fading into the air. Then, with a roar filled with primal ferocity, Dan, like a rampaging gorilla, hoisted the armless Susanoo above his head. Indeed, he lifted it. Under the astonished gaze of many Uchiha clansmen, his immense hands plunged into Susanoo's torso, seizing the ribs on either side. With a tremendous effort, he wrenched them apart. A deafening crack echoed as the massive Susanoo was violently torn asunder, splitting in 2. To dismantle Susanoo with bare hands, that was the essence of Uchiha Dan. In this moment, he embodied the magnificent deity of muscles, a perfect manifestation in the realm of mortals. Under the night sky, Susanoo shattered, transforming into countless green starlights scattered across the expanse. With the protection of Susanoo gone, Shirzue plummeted to the ground, tears of blood streaming from his eyes, staining his face. Dan. He struggled to utter his opponent's name, a sense of unwillingness in his voice. Before his vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness, a manifestation of ocular exhaustion. Dan approached, gripping Shirzue's neck and lifting him effortlessly. He had emerged victorious. Though the battle between them appeared both intense and brutal, it was merely a sparring match. On the battlefield, Shirzue would undoubtedly have employed the Kotoame Tsukumi. Furthermore, even if he were unable to defeat Dan, he could simply utilize the body flicker technique to escape. Never foolish enough to engage in a direct confrontation until his chakra was depleted. Shirzue, much like Minato Namikaze, was the kind of ninja who, if he desired to leave, would not be restrained. However, that said, if it were truly a life-and-death duel, there would be no need for such elaborate maneuvers. It would undoubtedly begin with a fierce assault on Naruto, instantly eliminating Shirzue without affording the opponent any opportunity. Amidst the crowd, Elder Shana exclaimed, "Did you not assert that Susanoo is a divine power? How can Duan rend Susanoo apart? Is it possible he can slay a god?" One of the clansmen, his face a mask of disbelief, stammered, his voice quaking. The notion of conquering the kaleidoscope with mere 3 tomo, of obliterating Susanoo with flesh and blood, was simply unfathomable, particularly as it unfolded before the eyes of the assembly. Shirzue. Itachi murmured softly, the myth of Shirzue's invincibility shattered in an instant like glass. He regained his senses only to witness Shirzue being lifted by the throat, a look of sheer horror overtaking his features, fearing that his uncle intended to take a life. Just as Itachi was about to rush in to intervene, another figure surpassed him in speed. "Duan, cease this!" Fugaku shouted, dashing onto the battlefield with an expression of urgency. This was merely a contest. Should Duan unleash his true fury and, in a fit of rage, slay Shirzue, it would spell catastrophic loss for the Uchiha clan. Duan cast a glance at Fugaku, his brother-in-law, who had been watching from the sidelines since the clan meeting, seemingly plotting something, and now sought to mediate the conflict. He did not release his grip but pondered internally whether to confiscate Shirzue's Sharingan to prevent it from falling into Danzo's hands. Realizing Duan was disregarding his command, Fugaku's heart sank, recognizing that he could no longer remain hidden. In the next moment, with a swift motion, Fugaku's 3-tomo Sharingan began to whirl rapidly, his pupils constricting as the 3-tomo expanded, tightly encircling his irises like a 3-blade propeller. The kaleidoscope Sharingan activated, and a colossal, tangible surge of blue chakra erupted from within Fugaku, enveloping him in a blue half-formed Susanoo. What? This spectacle widened the eyes of the gathered clansmen. The clan leader had activated the kaleidoscope and could wield the divine power of Susanoo. Yet, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Under Fugaku's command, Susanoo extended a massive blue hand, attempting to wrest Shirzue from Duan's grasp. In response, Duan stood firm, not even lifting a finger, seemingly regarding Susanoo with indifference. However, behind him, a towering phantom emerged. The world of the stand-in made its appearance. This world was grander and more imposing than before, towering over 4 meters. It bore deep azure skin, adorned in resplendent white armor, with dual diving tanks strapped to its back. A white metallic helmet obscured the upper half of its face, adding an air of enigma. With a thunderous presence, the world surged forward, unleashing a flurry of punches that struck relentlessly against Susanoo's form. Fugaku, caught off guard, staggered backward several steps, his expression one of shock. "Dan, you. Could it be?" He gazed at the world that had subdued his Susanoo, at the shadow that materialized behind Dan, wondering if it too was related. Not only he, but the entire clan shared this thought. What was that? Was it Dan's Susanoo? So, Dan possessed the Manjiki Sharingan as well, meaning, the Uchiha clan suddenly boasted 3 pairs of Manjiki? Yet, why did Dan's Susanoo appear distinct from that of the clan leader and Shirzue? Could it be that Dan's ocular prowess was superior, resulting in a more advanced form of Susanoo? The speculations and discussions of the clansmen reached Dan's ears, solidifying a realization. Indeed, the stand could be perceived. It must be noted that in the world of JoJo, ordinary individuals typically cannot see stands. Only stand users have that ability. However, fundamentally, stands are not as enigmatic as they seem. They are merely manifestations of spiritual energy, images generated based on individual mental strength. In the realm of Naruto, mental power is essentially in-release chakra. Thus, stands and Susanoo are remarkably similar, making the clansmen's confusion entirely reasonable. After repelling Fugaku, Dan glanced at Shirzue, who lay with his eyes tightly shut and bloodied, and sighed. It was best to refrain from further harm. Shirzue had exhausted his chakra and sustained injuries. If his eyes were forcibly taken, it would only exacerbate his condition, potentially rendering him incapacitated. Moreover, extracting another's eyes in front of the entire clan felt rather inappropriate, bordering on cruelty. Such an act should be conducted in private. Therefore, for today, Shirzue would be spared, but in a few days, once he had recovered, Dan was determined to claim his eyes. After all, Kodoame Tsukumi unsettled him greatly. Should Shirzue regain his ocular strength and resolve to use Kodoame Tsukumi on Dan, compelling him to protect Konoha for eternity, it would spell significant trouble. To a certain extent, he was indifferent to future adversaries like Obito, Nagato, Madara, and Kaguya, regardless of their might. It was only the Kodoame Tsukumi technique that truly instilled fear in him. With this thought in mind, Dan uttered. Brother-in-law, I heed your counsel. Upon finishing his statement, he released his grip on Shirsue's neck, allowing Fugaku to breathe a sigh of relief. Thud, as Shirsue collapsed to the ground. He suddenly erupted into a fierce coughing fit, gradually opening his eyes and regaining some awareness. Shirsue. Fugaku, witnessing Shirsue's awakening, began to dispel the Susanoo and approached the two. Leader you. Shirsue, upon seeing Fugaku's Manjiki and Susanoo, could hardly conceal his astonishment. He had always believed the leader had not awakened the Manjiki. Little did he know that Fugaku had concealed it even more deeply. Then, Shirsue beheld the world of substitutes behind Dan, his heart increasingly astonished. It turned out that during their confrontation, right up to the very end, he had been unable to compel his opponent to unleash his full potential. With a body of steel, techniques of duplication, monstrous strength, and Susanoo. How many more hidden cards did Dan possess? Shirsue truly could not fathom. Thus, when he was assisted to his feet by Fugaku, he gazed at Dan. And though his voice was feeble, he spoke with genuine admiration. I concede, Dan. The title of the foremost Uchiha now belongs to you. He coughed, blood escaping his lips before he could finish his words. Fugaku, observing his younger brother-in-law, felt a mixture of emotions. He had always believed that he, with his concealed Manjiki Sharingan, was the strongest within the Uchiha clan. Yet, after witnessing the battle between Shirsue and Dan that very night, he realized that he could only rank third among his kin. However, aside from a slight sense of disappointment, Fugaku's eyes sparkled with delight. Dan's prowess far exceeded his expectations. As both clan leader and Dan's brother-in-law, he was immensely proud. At that moment, the clan members gathered around, surrounding the three. Dan, do you possess the Manjiki Sharingan as well? The eighth couldn't help but inquire. Without hesitation, Dan nodded. Of course, did you not witness my Susanoo? Since everyone had mistaken his substitute for Susanoo, believing he possessed the Manjiki, he decided to embrace the misunderstanding. Truly, Dan was remarkable. Hearing Dan's affirmation, the eighth felt increasingly assured that entrusting the radical faction to Dan was indeed the right gamble. Clan leader, Shirsue, and Dan, we Uchiha have 3 pairs of Manjiki. The other clan members confirmed this news, their excitement palpable. Among them, Uchiha Sh was so overwhelmed with emotion that tears streamed down his face as he exclaimed, The Uchiha have concealed our strength for so long. It is finally time for our resurgence. Indeed, the eighth echoed, his eyes gleaming. With the 3 pairs of Manjiki united, we can orchestrate a coup against the higher echelons of Konoha and reclaim our rightful power. After declaring this, he knelt on one knee, gazing up at Dan with fervent admiration. The eighth had once deemed Dan's shattered jade plan too reckless, but now his perspective had entirely shifted. This battle had proven Dan's strength. He was the true leader of the Uchiha, capable of besting even the combined might of the clan leader and Shirsue. In the eighth's heart, Dan had transformed into the savior of the Uchiha. Seeing this, Inazuma and Tetsuhira also knelt down, imploring, Dan, please guide us on our path forward. Inspired by the 3 other radical clan members, and even many moderates, were swept up in fervor, kneeling to seek Dan's command. Witnessing this scene, Shirsue's face turned ashen. His greatest fears have come to pass. Is the Uchiha clan truly on the verge of taking an irrevocable step tonight? Fugaku's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident to all that he, the clan leader, had been sidelined. At this moment, Dan was more in tune with the hearts of the people, embodying the essence of a clan leader. A bittersweet sensation welled up within Fugaku, yet his primary concern was how Dan would respond to the clan members. In Fugaku's understanding, Dan was originally a staunch moderate, even harboring inclinations towards surrenderism. It was only after being enlightened by his brother-in-law that he aligned with the neutral faction. Dan's sparring with Shirsue seemed merely a manifestation of his competitive spirit, with little connection to factional allegiance. Thus, from Dan's standpoint, it was unlikely he would act impulsively and lead a coup. Right? More anxious than Fugaku was Kakashi, perched atop a tree. As anticipated by Dan's, it appeared that the Uchiha were indeed plotting a rebellion. What should he do? Should he find a way to return and report to the Hokage? Or should he directly employ a signal scroll to summon Roots ninjas to intervene? Kakashi found himself in a state of indecision. Dan looked down upon the kneeling clan members, their eager gazes fixed upon him, and simply said, Please rise. Dan, have you made a decision? The eighth asked, rising hastily to inquire, then did not respond. Instead, Uchiha Shana cast a sharp glare at the eighth, admonishing, What are you so anxious about? Can't you see that Dan is contemplating the coup plan? Our duty is to loyally execute it, following him into the Hokage building to eliminate the higher-ups of Konoha. In stark contrast to Fugaku's perspective, the radicals held an entirely different impression of Dan. They believed him to be an extreme radical, now in a position of power, surely poised to overturn the table and engage in a fierce battle against Konoha. Faced with these divergent expectations from both factions, Dan suddenly smiled, raising a hand to his forehead, and softly began to laugh. As the laughter continued, the curve of his smile broadened until it revealed a row of gleaming white teeth. His head tilted back as he let out a series of boisterous guffaws echoing into the dark night sky. Ha 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 ha. It was over. His uncle had lost his mind. Itachi, witnessing Dan's demeanor, was instantly gripped by a sense of foreboding. Indeed, what was happening to Dan? Just as the clan members were left in bewilderment, Dan's laughter abruptly ceased, his expression transforming into one of chilling coldness. With an indifferent gesture, he extended a finger forward and uttered those 4 words, "Smash Valuto." In an instant, the gears of time ground to a halt, casting the world into shades of gray, freezing all existence. The clan members before him, still perplexed by Dan's manic laughter, wore expressions of utter astonishment. The world of the Shadow Clone re-emerged behind Dan, its demeanor mirroring his own, indifferent and proud. Now let us commence. In that moment, the entity known as Duan, accompanied by his alter ego, charged towards the Uchiha clan members. Delivering a powerful punch, one struck from the left side of the crowd, while the other attacked from the right, ultimately converging in the center. Just 5 seconds had passed. Time resumed its flow. Thud, 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 thud. With a synchronized rhythm of blows, the Uchiha members were caught off guard, their feet lifting from the ground as they were sent flying in all directions. Over 50 of them were propelled more than 10 or 20 meters away, some crashing against walls, others hanging from trees, and a few even plunging into the waters of the Minami River. Before Duan, only 3 figures remained: the clan leader Fugaku, the gravely injured Shursui, and his sister Mikoto. What just happened? Mikoto murmured, her gaze wandering around in confusion. Fugaku and Shursui exchanged a glance, both reflecting shock in their eyes. They suspected Duan was responsible. Yet the terrifying reality was that even their Sharingan could not discern how he had accomplished such a feat. Over 50 elite members of the Uchiha clan dispatched in an instant. One individual, subduing an entire clan. Was this truly the extent of Duan's power? Around them, clan members began to rise, gingerly assessing their bodies and realizing that apart from minor aches, they bore no serious injuries. This was due to Duan's mercy. However, there were exceptions. Itachi. Are you all right? Izumi rushed to support Itachi, who was kneeling on the ground, struggling to rise. To her dismay, she found him clutching his abdomen in agony, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his complexion alarmingly pale. He appeared gravely injured. Itachi laboriously lifted his head, casting a glance at his uncle in the distance. Comprehending that Duan was deliberately punishing him, was it because he had asked Shursui to intervene and prevent his uncle's actions? Itachi's deduction was correct. The Uchiha clan's 8th generation, similarly afflicted, lay on the ground, wailing in despair. The deputy head of the police department was in worse shape than Itachi. Not only could he not stand, but even the slightest movement sent waves of pain throughout his body. In response, Inaba and Tetsuhiko hastily fashioned a makeshift stretcher to carry the 8th generation away. I call this technique Shinra-tensei, Duan declared. The 8th generation had been punished for his series of actions at the clan meeting, where he appeared to submit to Duan while secretly attempting to manipulate him. He had incited Duan to confront Shursui and urged him to usurp Fugaku's authority, initiating a coup that the radicals had long desired. Duan had seen through his intentions and decided that the 8th generation would remain bedridden for 10 days to reflect on his actions. At this moment, the 8th generation lay weakly on the stretcher, his gaze towards Duan filled only with profound dread. Uchiha Shursui, witnessing the 8th generation's condition, could not help but break into a cold sweat. In an instant, it became abundantly clear to Shana that he had not endured the same beating as the 8th generation, likely due to his frail condition, which rendered him unfit to survive for another 2 years. Thus, Duan had shown him mercy. Indeed, this was the case. After a while, the Uchiha clan members, sprawled across the ground, perched in the trees, and submerged in the water, all clumsily rose to their feet, casting apprehensive glances toward Duan. He stood there like a statue, his muscular form bathed in the silvery glow of the moonlight, with the imposing silence of the Stand World behind him, and a crescent moon ascending to its zenith beyond that. The man, the stand, and the moon formed a harmonious alignment. At that moment, Duan resembled a deity beneath the moonlight. The clan members felt an overwhelming sense of reverence mixed with confusion. Why did Duan erupt into maniacal laughter in response to their pleas? And why did he strike against his own kin? The answer was simple. Duan harbored disdain for the Uchiha. Casting his gaze over the crowd, he slowly addressed the more than 50 members before him. The Uchiha of today are woefully weak. You all seem preoccupied with internal strife or clinging to the powerful, never contemplating the strength within yourselves. Only when your capabilities meet my standards shall we discuss matters of a coup. To declare the Uchiha weak? In the entire ninja world, few would dare utter such words, yet when spoken by Duan, they seemed entirely justified. He alone could suppress 2 Sharingan users, and with a single strike, he could send the clan's elite reeling. Before him, the gathered crowd resembled nothing more than a flock of hapless chickens. Upon hearing his words, the expressions of the clan members varied. Some felt shame, others indignation, and still others pondered deeply. Shursui observed Duan's silhouette, taken aback. He had not anticipated that Duan would act first and speak later, thus extinguishing the flames of rebellion and inadvertently aiding him in fulfilling the third Hokage's directive. This Duan seemed markedly different from the madman described by Itachi. Fugaku furrowed his brow, attempting to decipher the true intentions behind Duan's words. Did Duan agree to the coup but believe the timing was not yet ripe, that the Uchiha had not adequately prepared? Or was it that Duan fundamentally opposed the coup, using this excuse to suppress the restless clan members? After some contemplation, he concluded it must be the latter, for his nephew's stance was characteristically moderate. Shana, regaining his senses, suddenly grasped the situation and turned to Inaho and Tetsuhiko, saying, I understand now. Duan wants us to prepare for battle and enhance our strength, so that we can minimize clan casualties in the forthcoming coup. Upon hearing this, the radical faction members began to eagerly rub their hands together. Each individual interpreted Duan's words through the lens of their own beliefs, yet no one comprehended his true thoughts, save for Itachi. Itachi fixed his gaze on Duan, trembling, his heart sinking to the depths. He realized that his uncle, who clearly found the Uchiha lacking, desired his kin to grow stronger, so that they might stand a chance against Konoha and revel in the ensuing chaos. As for the uncle himself, it is utterly inconceivable that he would directly engage in the coup. He would merely observe from the sidelines. Just as Duan has previously articulated, he feels no sense of belonging to either the family or the village. He simply yearns to witness the world ablaze. However, Itachi is unable to express these sentiments, for at present, no one would believe him. Duan, just now you effortlessly sent us all flying. How on earth did you accomplish that? At this moment, Ina could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. Before Duan could respond, Fugaku frowned and admonished, Ina, there are questions that should remain unasked. Inquiring about the intelligence of other ninjas is a grave taboo, even among kin. No worries, Duan replied, waving his hand dismissively, and proceeded to fabricate a response. This technique of mine is called Shinra Tensei. It allows me to unleash a formidable repulsive force from within, propelling all foes away. It is an invincible ocular technique. Was it Tsukuyami? No, it was Shinra Tensei. Duan believed that rather than allowing others to ruminate and speculate about his time-stopping ability, it would be more advantageous to reveal it, steering their thoughts toward an ostensibly rational yet entirely erroneous conclusion. Indeed, the concept of manipulating repulsion? Upon hearing the principle of this technique, the clan members were astounded, their astonishment further heightened by the name Shinra Tensei, which resonated with an overwhelming sense of power. Fugaku and Shursui fell into deep contemplation. Each pair of Sharingan, when activated, harbors a unique ocular technique, often unparalleled in its might. Was Duan's ocular technique indeed the Shinra Tensei, capable of repelling all living beings, an unseen hand of divinity? Truly formidable. Simultaneously, the two could not help but subconsciously compare Duan's Sharingan technique with their own abilities. Fugaku cast a glance at Shursui beside him. He pondered why Shursui had not employed his unique ocular technique during their confrontation. Was Shursui's ability, like his own, also of a non-combat nature? Shursui, too, was oblivious to Fugaku's Sharingan capabilities. Yet he understood that he could never afford to disclose the powers of Kodo Amatsukami. For such strength was terrifying and would incite fear in all. Who could tolerate the presence of one capable of silently altering the thoughts and will of others? Just as the clan members were engrossed in their admiration for Duan's Shinra Tensei, Duan suddenly lifted his head, gazing towards the nearby woods, and remarked, "Having observed for so long, it is time to reveal yourself, It?" As it turned out, when Duan entered the time stop, his perception was significantly heightened, allowing him to clearly observe everything within that gray realm. During the activation of Tsukuyami, he had noticed Kakashi hiding in the trees from a distance. One must admit, this fellow's stealth technique is quite remarkable, enabling him to conceal himself so effectively. Someone. Duan's words startled the Uchiha clan. In an instant, over 50 pairs of Sharingan turned their gaze towards the woods, each individual's crimson eyes rapidly rotating, searching in all directions. Perhaps it was due to the enthralling battle between Dan and Shursui that the clan members had been transfixed, neglecting their surroundings. The thought that someone had been lurking in the shadows, observing for so long, filled the Uchiha clan with a profound sense of humiliation. Under the scrutiny of numerous Sharingan, Kakashi felt every hair on his body stand on end, an icy chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head, leaving him with a tingling sensation. Escape? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. How could he possibly flee under the watchful gaze of 3 pairs of Manjiki and dozens of Sharingan? Thus, he sighed in resignation, muttering to himself. He then voluntarily dispelled his invisibility technique and leaped down from the tree. Captain Kakashi. Itachi was taken aback upon recognizing Kakashi. The other Uchiha clan members quickly identified the intruder as Kakashi of the Umbu. Typically, once a Konoha ninja joined the Umbu, it signified a life of anonymity. Yet Kakashi was an exception. Before Shursui and Itachi joined the Umbu, Kakashi Sharingan had already become legendary within the organization, earning him the title of Copy Ninja. Consequently, the entire ninja world was aware of the existence of Kakashi, the Sharingan wielder from Konoha's Umbu. Though Kakashi was not clad in Umbu armor or wearing a mask that night, to the Uchiha, it was merely a futile attempt at concealment. In no time, dozens of Uchiha ninjas surrounded him. Kakashi, why have you silently infiltrated our Uchiha territory? Fugaku, the clan leader, stepped forward, furrowing his brow as he sternly questioned Kakashi. It was evident to all that Kakashi's presence here was a clear indication that he had been sent by the higher-ups of Konoha to gather intelligence. Seeing Kakashi remain silent only intensified Fugaku's displeasure, his tone growing more severe. You must understand, even if you say nothing, merely trespassing into Uchiha territory is enough for the police department to take action against you. In Konoha, the Umbu typically symbolize the notion of freedom of movement. Their every action reported directly to the Hokage, with no obligation to explain themselves to anyone else, a privilege of the Umbu. However, there was one place even the Umbu could not enter freely, the Uchiha territory. The Uchiha enjoyed complete autonomy, functioning as a truly independent realm. Faced with Fugaku's inquiries, what could Kakashi do? Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Should he remain silent and risk being taken away by the police for severe interrogation? Or should he seek assistance from the root? Kakashi instinctively reached for the signal scroll at his waist. The moment he unfurled the scroll, the root ninjas, who had long been lying in wait outside Uchiha territory, would surge in without hesitation. However, before reinforcements could arrive, he would undoubtedly perish when confronted by the elite of the Uchiha clan. Moreover, upon witnessing the 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, Kakashi harbored grave doubts. Even if Danzo's root were to mobilize entirely, it seemed likely that they would return only to face annihilation. Contemplating this, Kakashi gradually loosened his grip on the scroll. At that moment, Dan stepped forward and extended his hand towards Kakashi, saying, "Hand it over." Kakashi understood what was being requested and, after a moment's hesitation, relinquished the scroll. Dan tossed the scroll to Fugaku, who examined it closely and then, with a piercing gaze, declared, "It is a signal scroll." Kakashi is not acting alone. Other leaf ninjas are present on the periphery. After speaking, he gazed distantly at the few brightly lit high-rises outside the clan's grounds, where the village's surveillance was likely concealed. Traditionally, Uchiha clan meetings were held in underground chambers, alleviating concerns of eavesdropping or spying. However, tonight, with Dan's and Shursui engaged in battle, causing such a commotion, and with Fugaku also summoning Susanoo, it was highly probable that the surveillance had captured their actions. Fugaku articulated his suspicions, pondering whether the secret of their 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan had been swiftly exposed. Many clan members, recognizing the gravity of this issue, turned pale. "Dan's, what should we do now?" Uchiha Sh cast a beseeching glance towards Dan's, hoping for guidance. This elder, who had inherited Madara's will and was once imprisoned for rebellion, now regarded Dan's as a second Uchiha Madara, obediently following his commands. Not only him, but the rest of the clan members felt the same. The Uchiha had always revered strength, a sentiment that had never wavered. Despite Fugaku being the clan leader and having awakened his Mangeki, he appeared trivial in comparison to Dan's. At this critical juncture, which determined the survival of the Uchiha, only a powerhouse like Dan's could command the trust of all the clan members. Even Fugaku himself had mentally prepared for the possibility. In these tumultuous times, he would not hesitate to yield the leadership position to Dan's, feeling no qualms about the familial ties. To everyone's surprise, Dan's did not make any decisions for the Uchiha, but instead glanced at Fugaku and stated, "I will heed the clan leader's counsel." Upon hearing this, Fugaku felt a surge of emotion. Dan's had indeed shown deference to him as his brother-in-law. Amidst this emotional tide, Fugaku understood that he could not falter at this moment, for it would lead to disappointment among the clan members. Thus, he decisively declared, "Let us go meet our guests." Dan's approached Kakashi, placing a large hand, akin to a fan, upon the latter's shoulder. With merely a gentle press, Kakashi's brow furrowed in pain, yet he bore it in silence. The implications of the situation were undeniably clear. Any erratic movement from Kakashi would be met with swift retribution. Under Fugaku's command, a formidable assembly of over 50 Uchiha clan members marched purposefully towards the outskirts of their territory. The moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the deepening night. Within the clan's confines, the streets lay silent. Shops had shuttered and residences extinguished their lights, as the ordinary Uchiha populace succumbed to a profound slumber. The sound of footsteps echoed as the sharp-eyed Uchiha elites, emanating an aura of palpable menace akin to the darkness itself, traversed the streets. Upon passing the police department building, Fugaku paused momentarily to address his wife. "May, ensure that Shursui and Itachi are taken to the infirmary. They are not to leave until their injuries are fully healed." Shursui, loyal to the third Hokage, and Itachi, an Umbu operative, were not to be permitted to leave the clan grounds and return to the Hokage building, unless the unfolding events of the night resolved favorably. "I am injured as well," muttered the eighth, weakly reclining on a stretcher. The three were promptly escorted to the infirmary. Meanwhile, the Uchiha ninjas who had remained on duty in the police department, upon hearing of the impending clan meeting, emerged from the building. Their numbers now exceeded 60. Under Fugaku's leadership, the clan members surged with fierce determination towards the entrance of their territory. Surveying their surroundings, they found the area devoid of life. The buildings encircling the clan's grounds were shrouded in darkness, all lights extinguished. Not a sound could be heard, not even the whisper of the wind or the chirping of insects. The silence was almost surreal. At that moment, a man cloaked in black suddenly appeared at the far end of the dimly lit street, advancing towards the Uchiha clan's gates. Simultaneously, sinister presences emerged from the surrounding shadows, making themselves known atop trees, walls, and rooftops. It was Oil Girl Ryoma, leading the route. Coincidentally, as these root ninjas materialized, the moon was obscured by clouds, casting an even deeper darkness around them, as if signifying that root embodied the very essence of shadow. Ryoma's pace was measured as he halted just outside the Uchiha clan's entrance, maintaining a distance of several meters from Fugaku and the others. Despite the late hour, he donned his sunglasses, his gaze sharp enough to discern Kakashi among the captives. This indicated that Danzo's plan had unraveled. At this juncture, Fugaku confronted Ryoma without reservation. "What is the purpose of your Umbu gathering here at such a late hour? Is this a declaration of war against the Uchiha?" Ryoma, maintaining a stoic expression, replied, "Fugaku, you misunderstand. We were merely tasked with safeguarding the village, conducting routine patrols, and had not set foot within the Uchiha clan's territory." Upon hearing this declaration, Fugaku wasted no time. He promptly produced the signal scroll and hurled it towards Ryoma, inquiring, "Then enlighten me. What is the nature of this item discovered on Kakashi?" "This. I am not privy to that information," Ryoma replied, shaking his head and maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Fugaku. "You should be aware, as the head of the Uchiha, that we are affiliated with the root, under the command of Danzo. Kakashi, as a member of the Umbu, acts under the orders of the Hokage. Not only did he distance his faction from Kakashi, but he also attempted to redirect suspicion towards the third Hokage." Fugaku's brow furrowed deeply. Recognizing that Ryoma's answers were meticulously crafted, he understood that he could not gain any advantage through verbal exchanges. He glanced at Itachi, who remained unresponsive, and instantly grasped his intent. The Uchiha were not yet prepared to confront the village directly. With this thought, Fugaku gestured to Ryoma, issuing an order for them to depart. Your presence here in the dead of night, wandering about, could easily lead to misunderstandings with our law enforcement. Therefore, I must insist that you leave at once. I regret that I cannot comply, Ryoma replied, his expression impassive and devoid of any inclination to retreat. At this, Fugaku's anger ignited. The three tomo in his eyes began to swirl, revealing the Sharingan in its kaleidoscopic form as he fixed a cold glare upon Ryoma. It was not just him. In that moment, over 60 Uchiha ninjas behind him activated their Sharingan, their crimson eyes illuminating the darkness like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Fixating solely on Ryoma. Under the weight of 60 pairs of Sharingan, the pressure was such that even the third Hokage would struggle to withstand it, let alone a mere Ryoma. His expression paled drastically, and in an instant, he exploded into a multitude of insects, scurrying in all directions down the street. As Ryoma retreated in disarray, the remaining root ninjas swiftly melded into the shadows, vanishing without a trace. In truth, Danzo was acutely aware of the formidable challenge that the root would face in attempting to eradicate the Uchiha clan. His plan relied on Kakashi activating the signal scroll for assistance, which would allow the root to seamlessly infiltrate the Uchiha territory and escalate the situation. At that point, utilizing Kakashi as a pawn would compel the third Hokage to take decisive action against the Uchiha. However, with Kakashi captured and unable to activate the signal scroll, and the Uchiha remaining undeceived, the root found themselves lacking both justification and resolve to act. Observing the root's retreat, Kakashi realized he had become a discarded piece. For the Uchiha clan, the dilemma now lay in how to deal with this forsaken pawn. After all, as Oil Woman Ryoma once remarked, Kakashi is the envoy sent by the third Hokage. What do you think we should do? Fugaku entrusted Dan with the decision regarding this matter. After pondering for a moment, Dan gently patted Kakashi on the shoulder and meaningfully stated, report back to the third Hokage exactly what you witnessed today. Additionally, convey to him that we Uchiha do not wish to be adversaries with the village, but do not force our hand. Was this a mere tactic to delay conflict with Konoha? Fugaku and several clan members surmised the true intent behind Dan's words. At the clan meeting that had just concluded, a fierce altercation had erupted between Shursui and Dan, leaving Shursui considerably injured, while Dan must have expended a significant amount of chakra and needed to recuperate. Therefore, the Uchiha clan's immediate priority was to exercise restraint and restore their vitality. The earlier retreat of the root ninjas was already a victory for the Uchiha. It was time to withdraw while ahead. Fugaku and others were correct in their assumptions. Had the Uchiha rushed into battle with Konoha that night, it would have undoubtedly ended in a predictable defeat. If a conflict were to arise, Dan would have had no interest in watching from the sidelines. He would have simply taken his sister Mikoto and fled under the cover of night. Thus, he resolved to release Kakashi, sending a signal of temporary peace to the third Hokage. Kakashi was taken aback. He had not anticipated being allowed to leave by the Uchiha. However, since Dan had spoken, he hastily made his exit, lest they change their minds. Ironically, the more he worried, the more things unfolded as he feared. Just as Kakashi took a step, barely crossing the threshold of the Uchiha compound, a voice from the crowd called out, "Wait." As the words left his lips, Inuzuka and Tetsuharu emerged from the throng, blocking Kakashi's path. "Elder Shana, what do you wish to say?" Fugaku inquired, puzzled. Shana cautiously cast a glance at Dan, and upon seeing that Dan bore no visible anger, he felt somewhat reassured. He then recounted a past event to Fugaku. "You should recall, after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, our Uchiha clan intended to reclaim Kakashi's Sharingan. However, you argued that Obito fought valiantly on the battlefield and insisted on respecting his wishes, thus ultimately denying our request. Yet now, Kakashi employs the Sharingan bestowed upon him by Obito to surveil the Uchiha clan. This is ample evidence that your previous decision was misguided." Shana's gaze was piercing as he publicly challenged Fugaku, asserting his viewpoint as a clan elder. "Kakashi may leave tonight, but his Sharingan must remain." "Indeed," the other clan members echoed, finding merit in his argument and nodding in agreement. Allowing Kakashi to depart was acceptable, but reclaiming his eyes would serve as a warning to the third Hokage from the Uchiha. Fugaku found himself in a quandary. Observing this, Kakashi felt a sense of understanding dawning within him. He did not wish to complicate matters for Fugaku and calmly addressed the assembled Uchiha, saying, "I understand. As soon as the words left his mouth, he raised his right hand, poised to extract his own left eye, intending to return it to the Uchiha clan. Obito. I am truly sorry, Kakashi silently lamented within. At that moment, Dan made an unexpectedly bold move. With a resounding clap, he stepped forward, firmly grasping Kakashi's arm, halting him amidst the latter's astonished expression. After restraining Kakashi from self-mutilation, Dan turned to address the gathered clansmen, stating, Kakashi is a pitiable soul. His father was a hero of Konoha, his strength surpassing that of the legendary Sannin, yet he fell victim to the jealousy and ostracism of the village's higher-ups. Once they seized upon his failures during missions, they maliciously spread rumors to tarnish the reputation of Susanoo Itachi, ultimately driving him to take his own life. Is not the plight that Susanoo faced akin to what we, the Uchiha, currently endure? Upon hearing these words, both the Uchiha and Kakashi were momentarily taken aback. It was then that Shursui, the elder, quickly reacted, his mind shifting a full 180 degrees upon Dan's declaration. What Dan says is indeed correct. I, too, am aware of Susanoo's fate. Like Shursui, he was once an idealist who fervently believed in the will of fire. Thus, when he discerned the hypocrisy of the village's leaders and realized that the so-called will of fire was but a facade, his spirit shattered. Unable to accept the collapse of his ideals, he ultimately abandoned his son, choosing to escape through death. Shursui spoke with such gravity that one might mistake him for a close confidant of Susanoo during his life. Yet, his words indeed offered a plausible explanation for Susanoo Itachi's demise. The Uchiha clan, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a sense of sympathy, regret, and even outrage over the death of the White Fang of Konoha. Indeed, outrage. We, the Uchiha, must not suffer the oppression of Konoha's elite as Susanoo did, nor allow ourselves to be driven to despair. We must rise in defiance, to uphold the honor and rights of the Uchiha. Inada raised his voice in fervent rallying. Indeed, the clansmen echoed, their emotions ignited. Thus, after casting a glance at Kakashi, Dan calmly expressed, since Kakashi's eye was gifted to him by the Uchiha, it shall remain with him. I believe that this Sharingan will bestow upon Kakashi the strength necessary to avoid treading the same tragic path as his father. This, too, is a testament to the generosity and magnanimity of our clan. Fugaka discerned Dan's intent to forge an alliance with Kakashi. As the clan leader, he nodded in agreement. Yes, Dan speaks wisely. Kakashi was once Konoha's greatest prodigy, achieving the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12, unprecedented. The Sharingan in his possession does not tarnish our Uchiha legacy. This statement bore truth. The title of Copy Ninja echoed across the nations, while Kakashi's name gained fame. It was the Sharingan that remained etched in the memories of many. The entire ninja world recognized that Kakashi's ability to replicate thousands of jutsu stemmed from the Uchiha Sharingan. In a certain sense, over the past few years, Kakashi has become the emblematic representative of the Sharingan, greatly enhancing the reputation of the Uchiha clan. For this reason alone, many members of the Uchiha harbor a degree of respect for Kakashi. When confronted with the unexpected goodwill from the Uchiha, Kakashi fell silent for several seconds before slowly articulating his stance. I apologize, but I am merely an ordinary leaf ninja. Implicitly, he conveyed that should the Uchiha intend to recruit him through the Sharingan, such an endeavor would be futile. Dan scoffed silently and shook his head. I am not asking you to betray the third Hokage and side with us. You merely need to make good use of that Sharingan. He looked down at Kakashi with an air of indifference, stating, you may leave. Upon finishing, he released Kakashi's wrist. Had I misread the situation? Kakashi chuckled self-deprecatingly, casting a deep glance at Dan's and the Uchiha before turning to depart. Observing Kakashi's retreating figure, Dan seemed lost in thought. In the original narrative, during Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan, he ensnared the third Hokage with a barrier technique. Kakashi, serving in the Umbu, not only refrained from offering assistance, but also dissuaded Might Guy from attempting to rescue the third Hokage. This incident clearly illustrates that Kakashi harbors resentment towards the third Hokage. Ultimately, Kakashi is a disciple of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, rather than the third, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Furthermore, after taking charge of Team 7, Kakashi showed considerable care for Uchiha Sasuke, even favoring him by imparting all the ninjutsu he could teach. Conversely, he did not extend the same level of attention to his other disciple, the orphan of the fourth Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. Kakashi may not align himself with the Uchiha, but he also will not steadfastly support the higher echelons of Konoha. He remains an impartial observer. This trait, in fact, resonates with Dan's, which is why he chose not to impose upon Kakashi but rather allowed him to leave. However, it is worth noting that Dan's is aware that Kakashi's left eye is not merely an ordinary three-tomo Sharingan. It was awakened during the traumatic death of Rin Noara, in conjunction with Obito, who possessed the other eye, leading both to awaken their Manjiki Sharingan. Unfortunately, Kakashi is too naive to utilize it effectively. Such a powerful eye indeed holds considerable value for reclamation. Nevertheless, Dan's believes that directly retrieving Kakashi's eye may not be the optimal course of action. Perhaps surreptitiously orchestrating an eye transplant to replace it with a standard three-tomo Sharingan could prove to be a prudent strategy. In doing so, he could seize the opportunity to outmaneuver Obito at a critical moment. How splendid that would be! As Dan's contemplated this eye swap plan, nearby Fugaku, after a moment of reflection, solemnly announced to his clan, from this moment forth, the Uchiha will enter a state of heightened vigilance, remaining on alert 24 hours a day without respite. Moreover, the clan meeting's frequency has been altered from once a month to weekly. Is there any objection? No. The crowd responded in unison. Fujitake nodded with satisfaction, instructing personnel to enhance the posts and patrols of the clan grounds before he dismissed everyone else to rest. Soon, all clan members departed, leaving only Fujitake and Duan behind. Duan, are you free tomorrow? Fujitake called out to Duan, who was about to turn away, his expression serious. Come to the secret chamber for the clan meeting tomorrow night. I have matters to discuss with you. Understood. Duan did not inquire further and agreed. At the entrance of the clan grounds, the two parted ways, each heading in opposite directions. On the street, Uchiha Run hurried along. He was a nin, possessing the activated two-tomo Sharingan, and one of the participants in the Uchiha clan meeting that night. However, after the meeting concluded, he did not return home. Instead, he veered into a dark alley and transformed back into the form of White Zetsu. Indeed, this Uchiha Run was, in fact, White Zetsu sent by Obito to surveil the Uchiha clan. The real Uchiha Run had been possessed and stealthily killed by White Zetsu a day prior. After absorbing Uchiha Run's chakra, White Zetsu infiltrated tonight's clan meeting by means of Transformation Jutsu. Transformation Jutsu is the most formidable of all change techniques in this world. Even the most familiar individuals or sensory-type ninjas cannot discern it. Additionally, due to Uchiha Run's reclusive nature and lack of friends, White Zetsu's impersonation proceeded seamlessly, with no flaws revealed throughout. I must swiftly convey what transpired tonight to Obito. The three pairs of Manjiki Sharingan are truly astonishing, particularly that Uchiha Duan. He is an exceptionally fearsome entity. White Zetsu murmured, a flicker of trepidation crossing his visage. When Duan repelled all the clan members with Shinra Tensei, White Zetsu was taken aback and nearly revealed its true form. It gradually sank into the ground, merging with the earth and vegetation, employing the Dune technique. With a swish, the subterranean White Zetsu suppressed all traces of its presence and departed the Uchiha clan grounds at an extraordinary speed, heading north towards the mountainous cemetery. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, the third Hokage stood under the night sky. As he puffed on his pipe, he gazed at the distant nightscape. At one moment, tap, 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 the sound of a cane striking the ground reached him from behind. The third Hokage did not turn, but knew it was Danzo. What brings you here so late? He inquired, exhaling a puff of smoke. Danzo approached the third Hokage, standing shoulder to shoulder as they overlooked the entirety of Konoha. After a moment, he let out a cold snort. Hizashi, why ask what you already know? The Uchiha are currently convening a clan meeting. Have you not, like me, dispatched someone to gather intelligence? Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's brow furrowed in displeasure. Danzo, recall your men immediately. I have already dispatched Shisui. He is the foremost warrior of the Uchiha clan, possessing sufficient strength to resolve the issues surrounding them. Danzo, however, remained unconvinced and coldly remarked, you would do well to hope for Shisui's success. Should he falter, my men will take action. Just as the third Hokage was about to express his anger, a sudden shock ran through him as he directed his gaze towards the village's outskirts, in the direction of the Uchiha territory. From the forest there, intense fluctuations of chakra resonated. What was happening? Had Shisui engaged in combat with his kin? The third Hokage's expression was one of uncertainty. Danzo narrowed his eyes, waiting patiently for Kakashi to utilize the signal scroll, anticipating the brilliant fireworks to illuminate the sky above the Uchiha estate. When that moment arrived, he would compel the third Hokage to make a decision, to unleash the Umbu or even the entirety of Konoha's forces to eradicate the malevolent Uchiha clan. As moments ticked by, the two elderly men on the rooftop appeared oblivious to the chill of the late night, their eyes fixated on the direction of the Uchiha territory. Eventually, the fierce chakra fluctuations subsided, and it seemed that the situation had reached a conclusion. The anticipated signal fireworks had not ascended. Causing Danzo to furrow his brow with increasing concern, his expression darkening. In contrast, the third Hokage's previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. It appeared that Shursui had succeeded. He truly was a descendant of Kagami. A satisfied smile graced the third Hokage's face as he resumed smoking his pipe. After a brief interval, it arrived. The third Hokage spotted a familiar figure rapidly approaching the Hokage building. With a swift motion, Kakashi appeared, kneeling before the two men and bowing his head. Kakashi. What is the situation? The third Hokage glanced at Danzo, deliberately inquiring before the latter, awaiting Kakashi's good news. However, Lord Hokage. Shursui faced off against Dan's and unfortunately fell to the latter's hand. I was also discovered by the Uchiha. As Kakashi recounted the events of the night, the expressions of both the third Hokage and Danzo transformed dramatically. If Kakashi's description was not sufficiently vivid, Danzo, with an emotionless voice, was soon joined by oil woman Ryoma, who also reported on the rooftop. He brought with him images captured by root ninjas overlooking the Uchiha territory from their surveillance post. The footage revealed Shursue's green Susanoo in the distance, alongside the blue Susanoo that emerged shortly after, belonging to the clan leader Fugaku. As for Danza's substitute, due to its unique form, it was not captured in the surveillance footage. Nevertheless, Kakashi's words confirmed that Dan's also possessed a Susanoo. After viewing the surveillance footage, the third Hokage and Danzo exchanged a glance, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes, the tremors within their hearts lingering long after. Susanoo. This technique, which they had witnessed on the battlefield during their past, was once wielded by Uchiha Madara, a figure whose terrifying power they well understood. It was a force akin to that of a deity. Furthermore, the mere fact that an Uchiha could utilize Susanoo indicated that this individual had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. This meant that the Uchiha clan had unveiled 3 pairs of Manjiki on this very night. Such a revelation was truly daunting. Uchiha Dan. Teenza pondered this name, one that filled him with trepidation, and his gaze grew increasingly sinister. He finally comprehended the situation. No wonder Dan dared to confront him so boldly. He possessed the audacity reminiscent of the once mighty Madara. Simultaneously, Teenza realized that his plan to eradicate the Uchiha clan had been somewhat hasty. Indeed, when the third Hokage regained his senses, the first thing he did was sternly reprimand Teenza. Listen, whatever your plans may be, cease them immediately. Otherwise, you may as well resign from your position as Hokage's assistant. 3 pairs of Manjiki. Even if Shursui stood with the village, there were still 2 pairs of Manjiki to contend with. Particularly concerning was Uchiha Dan, whose true strength, as described by Kakashi, remained a mystery. Should a confrontation with the Uchiha clan arise, the repercussions would be incalculable. However, the third Hokage was also aware that the Uchiha had allowed Kakashi to return unharmed and even provided him with information regarding the Manjiki, signaling to the higher-ups of the village that the Uchiha desired to avoid conflict, yet were not afraid of it. Contemplating this, he resolved to convene a high-level meeting the following day. The third Hokage cast a remark at Teenza before turning to leave the rooftop. Kakashi. Teenza glanced at Kakashi, who at that moment was still intent on undermining him. However, as soon as he called Kakashi's name, the latter's expression changed, and he quickly bowed before vanishing in a flash. Humph. Teenza, infuriated, swept away in a huff. Dan walked the path home, reflecting on the clan meeting that evening. He had bested the leader of the moderates, Shursui, and, leveraging Kakashi as a pawn of the third Hokage alongside the external threat of the root, had united the Uchiha clan members. Currently, while not every member had transformed into radicals, a significant majority had aligned themselves resolutely with the family. As it stood, Shursui and Itachi had been confined to the infirmary, and Obito had been rendered incapacitated, having lost his arms. The traitors of the Uchiha clan, as depicted in the original narrative, had all fallen. Was this not a positive development? Even if Konoha sought to annihilate the Uchiha at this juncture, without Dan's intervention, Fugaku could still lead the clan to deliver a fierce retaliation against Konoha. However, achieving mutual destruction or even victory appeared challenging at present. Yet, such concerns were not Dan's to bear. As for how to enhance their strength, let the Uchiha ponder that for themselves. Dan returned to the gym. he traversed the corridor, halting abruptly as he passed Samui's room, straining to listen. The interior was enveloped in silence, save for the faint sound of breathing. It appeared that Samui had succumbed to slumber. He resumed his stride, heading to the bathroom for a refreshing shower before retiring to his chamber. The night passed in utter silence. The following day dawned. As the first rays of sunlight broke across the horizon, the villagers emerged from their homes, gradually infusing the village with life. Today, Konoha remained tranquil, as it often did, with no disturbances to disrupt the peace. Meanwhile, the Uchiha Police Department dutifully dispatched personnel to patrol the streets. In the Hokage building, the higher-ups exhibited no signs of agitation. Yet, a select few were privy to the perilous events of the previous night, when the village teetered on the brink of internal strife. Beneath this facade of calm, undercurrents of tension were brewing. At 10 in the morning, in the Hokage's office, 3 leather sofas encircled a coffee table, where 4 venerable elders took their seats. Present at this high-level meeting were the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his aide, Danzo Shimura, alongside 2 advisors, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Mitokado. Koharu and Hamura not only oversaw the vast administrative apparatus of Konoha, but also facilitated communication between the village and the Fire Daimyo, earning recognition as esteemed elders. These 4 influential figures, all disciples of Hashirama Senju, had jointly governed Konoha for nearly 4 decades following the demise of the 2nd Hokage. They had weathered 2 ninja world wars and numerous tribulations. It could be said that the current glory of Konoha was largely attributed to the leadership roles played by this quartet, a fact clearly delineated in the curriculum of the Ninja Academy. At this moment, Koharu and Hamura each held a dossier, their expressions grave after perusing its contents. They were astonished to discover that the Uchiha clan had silently acquired 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, concealing their intentions with remarkable cunning. It seems that the Uchiha have been biding their time, allowing us to lower our guard, and have finally revealed their fangs, Koharu remarked, narrowing her eyes. Hamura adjusted his spectacles, nodding in agreement. As disciples of Hashirama, they were well aware of the implications of the Manjiki Sharingan. Fortunately, based on the intelligence currently at hand, while Fugaku, Shursui, and Dan possessed formidable strength, they paled in comparison to the legendary Madara Uchiha of yore. Not to mention, Madara's Susanoo towered over 100 meters. Capable of leveling mountains and diverting rivers with a mere flick of his wrist, more fearsome than the rampaging Ninetales. Should the Uchiha clan produce 3 Madaras, there would be no contest. Even Hashirama's resurrection would be rendered inconsequential. Clearing his throat and setting down his pipe, the 3rd Hokage was poised to speak when Danzo interjected. With a decisive motion, Danzo cast the intelligence report onto the coffee table, his voice low and serious. The contents of this document have already been discreetly disseminated. Before long, the entire village will be aware of the existence of 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan within the Uchiha clan. Upon hearing this, the 3rd Hokage furrowed his brow, suppressing his anger as he confronted Danzo, demanding an explanation for his actions. Why would you do such a thing? Give me a reason. Despite having commanded Danzo to cease all actions against the Uchiha, the latter continued his course, showing blatant disregard for the authority of the Hokage. Unfazed by the 3rd's outburst, Danzo calmly sat on the sofa, responding with conviction, "It is precisely to ensure that the entire village stands with us. After all, no one wishes to witness the emergence of another Uchiha Madara in Konoha. The revelation of the Uchiha's 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan will only intensify the fears and suspicions harbored by those already wary of the clan. Consequently, the various ninja factions and thousands of civilian shinobi will unite against the Uchiha without your command, Hokage, with the collective strength of the village at our disposal. What fear do we have of the Uchiha rising again?" Believing himself justified, Danzo remained undeterred by the 3rd's inquiries. The 3rd Hokage, however, shook his head in disappointment, chastising Danzo without mercy. "Danzo, your perspective is exceedingly narrow. You are preoccupied with confronting the Uchiha, yet you fail to consider that our village cannot withstand internal strife at this juncture. Do not forget that the other major ninja villages are ever watchful of Konoha. If we exacerbate our conflicts with the Uchiha and incite civil unrest, how far behind will external threats be? Tell me." Danzo, upon hearing this, rose to his feet, his gaze piercing as he countered, "Hiruzen, your indecisiveness has allowed the Uchiha to grow unchecked, transforming them into a malignant tumor within our village. You, as Hokage, must bear full responsibility for this matter." At this moment, both Koharu and Hamura opted for silence. They supported Danzo's stance on the Uchiha issue, advocating for a more aggressive strategy rather than the current approach. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, the third Hokage slammed his hand on the coffee table, standing up with fervor, and admonished Danzo, "Enough. We are not yet resolved on how to handle the Uchiha, and here we are, squabbling amongst ourselves. What is this?" Seeing the tension escalate, Koharu and Hamura exchanged resigned glances and attempted to play the role of peacemakers. This was not the first quarrel among the Konoha F4. After decades of collaboration, the four had often found themselves at odds over differing political views, leading to disputes and arguments. Yet, one commonality persisted among the Konoha F4. All their actions stemmed from a desire to protect the interests of the village. At least, that was how they perceived it. Once calm returned, Koharu, as the sole female member of the high-ranking council, offered her perspective. As Hiruzen has stated, engaging in war with the Uchiha at this moment is ill-advised. The Uchiha clan allowing Kakashi to return signifies their desire to avoid a rift with the village, as they are acutely aware of their lack of advantage. However, Yin echoed Xiaochun's concerns, noting that the pressing issue lies in the Uchiha revealing their trump card of 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. If we fail to respond decisively, they will undoubtedly become restless and attempt to reclaim control over the police department. How shall we confront this challenge? The dilemma posed by the Uchiha is, in essence, a dilemma for the police department, a source of torment for Konoha's upper echelons for decades. This predicament can be traced back to the second Hokage's misstep. Danzo scoffed dismissively, showing no respect for his deceased mentor. The second Hokage's decision to entrust the police force to the Uchiha clan was, in his view, the second greatest blunder of his life. Danzo harbored resentment towards the second Hokage for not selecting him as the successor, opting instead for Sarutobi Hiruzen. This discontent was not limited to Danzo. Both Xiaochun and Yin shared the same dissatisfaction and confusion over the second Hokage's decision to bestow the police department upon the Uchiha. The police department bears the responsibility of formulating Konoha's laws, maintaining public order and stability, and apprehending individuals with criminal tendencies. It possesses comprehensive legislative, executive, and judicial powers, effectively providing a seamless service from arrest to trial and incarceration. The authority of the police department is so vast that only the Hokage's Umbu can provide a check on it. In other words, within Konoha, apart from the Umbu ninjas, the remaining nearly 10,000 ninjas and hundreds of thousands of civilians fall under Uchiha jurisdiction. The Uchiha can apprehend anyone at will, given any pretext. Is this justifiable? Thus, over the past 30 years, to rectify the mistakes made during the second Hokage's tenure, Konoha's F4 has tirelessly endeavored to curtail the powers of the police department, ensuring the Uchiha could not create substantial upheaval. Let us cease our grievances against our mentor. The third Hokage admonished Danzo with an unpleased expression, before reflecting nostalgically on the second Hokage's decision to entrust the police department to the Uchiha, which undoubtedly stemmed from his profound foresight. We, in our short-sightedness, lack the standing to question his judgment. He was the chosen successor of Senju Tobarama, and to uphold the second Hokage's legacy is to uphold one's own authority. Nevertheless, the third Hokage conceded that the current era is markedly different. Konoha is no longer the same as it was during the second Hokage's reign. The powers of the police department should be reclaimed by Konoha in an appropriate manner. Danzo awaited this acknowledgement from the third Hokage, and with a glint in his eye, proposed, "I have a strategy. If we can demonstrate the Uchiha's inability to manage the police department, we can rightfully diminish their powers." "How do we prove this?" inquired the third Hokage. "A prison riot." Danzo coldly articulated in 4 words. "What do you mean?" The third Hokage furrowed his brow and pressed for clarification. Tuanzo took a sip of water, then spoke slowly, revealing his plan. "The enforcement of the police department has been excessively harsh, often arresting individuals on the streets for trivial matters, which has led to widespread discontent among the villagers. Therefore, I intend to orchestrate a prison riot, using it as an opportunity to reclaim control of the police department's prison from the Uchiha clan. In doing so, we can also liberate those ninjas and civilians wrongfully imprisoned, thereby naturally garnering greater public support. This is a strategy that serves 2 purposes, allowing us to achieve a dual victory." As Tuanzo spoke with such confidence, it was evident he had contemplated this scheme for quite some time. However, the third Hokage shook his head resolutely, recognizing the inherent dangers. Once a prison riot ensues, the situation could spiral out of control. If the criminals from the police department escape, how can we ensure the safety of the villagers and their properties? Do not attempt to persuade me with such arguments, Jiraiya, Towanzo retorted with a mocking expression, as if he had already seen through the third Hokage's concerns. To accomplish great things, sacrifices must be made. How many villagers would be affected during a prison riot? The Uchiha would bear the brunt of that responsibility. After all these years as Hokage, you cannot possibly lack this understanding, can you? Sometimes, for the greater good, the interests of a few must be sacrificed. This is a truth that every leader must comprehend. I will reiterate, this matter requires careful deliberation, the third Hokage replied, his gaze sharp and unwavering. If that is your stance, then I have nothing further to say, Towanzo declared, rising abruptly and leaving. Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances, both realizing that the third Hokage's apparent opposition was, in fact, a tacit approval of Towanzo's intentions. He simply did not wish to bear the blame openly. Without Towanzo's burden of darkness, how could the world perceive a benevolent and resplendent third Hokage? If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave, Koharu said, standing up alongside Hamura to bid farewell. Sigh, the third Hokage lamented, feeling utterly exhausted. Must he truly allow Towanzo to proceed with such actions? Just as he hesitated, an Anbu wearing an eagle mask hurried into the office, reporting to the third Hokage, Lord Hokage, the Uchiha clan is making moves. Just moments ago, over 30 Uchiha ninjas departed from their compound. The third Hokage's expression shifted, momentarily setting aside other concerns, and asked, who is their leader, and where are they headed? Are they coming towards the Hokage building? At this critical juncture, his fears were materializing. The eagle's response, however, took the third Hokage by surprise. No, it seems they are heading towards the gym of Uchiha Dan. The eagle offered a hypothesis, though it remained unconfirmed. The third Hokage paused, then commanded, understood. Continue to monitor their movements. After a while, the third Hokage, still feeling uneasy, retrieved a fist-sized, translucent crystal ball from his drawer. He focused his chakra and, with a subtle hand gesture, the crystal sphere revealed the image of a shadowy figure, codenamed Hawk, who was stealthily perched atop a rooftop, surveilling a narrow alley below. In that alley lay the recently established gym, known as the Body Modification Department, an exclusive technique of the third Hokage, dubbed the telescope technique. By mastering the target's chakra signature, one could utilize the crystal ball as a medium for long-distance monitoring. This was indeed a remarkable surveillance technique. However, it was not so exaggerated as to allow the third Hokage to indiscriminately observe every villager. He lacked both the capability and the energy for such an endeavor. Thus far, he had only monitored a select few subordinates and certain notable individuals within the village, such as Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Some formidable ninjas, like Danzo, could sense the third Hokage's scrutiny and employ methods to render the telescope technique ineffective. This was also the reason the third Hokage refrained from spying on Shisui, as the latter would undoubtedly detect it. To jeopardize his image in Shisui's eyes would be an unwise trade-off. At that moment, the crystal ball illuminated the scene of over 30 Uchiha ninjas advancing into the alley, heading directly toward the gym. What could these individuals possibly intend? The third Hokage furrowed his brow, his gaze intent upon the unfolding spectacle. A contingent of Uchiha ninjas, clad in high-collared blue cloaks, marched with grave expressions, moving swiftly through the streets. Leading the group were Uchiha Dato, Uchiha Teiho, and several senior members of the police force. Passers-by could not help but speculate as they witnessed this unusual assembly. What could prompt so many Uchiha ninjas to mobilize collectively? Their expressions hinted at a foreboding mission. Were they in pursuit of some significant criminal? Given the gravity of their demeanor, it seemed likely that a prominent ninja clan in the village was in for a dire fate. Regardless, it would be wise to keep a safe distance, lest they become inadvertently entangled. As the Uchiha passed, the onlookers turned pale, eager to avoid any potential involvement. Yet, their assumptions were misguided. This ostentatious display created quite a stir, but ultimately, the Uchiha made their way into a secluded, uninhabited alley. At the clan meeting the previous night, Uchiha Danto had made a striking entrance as the clan leader's brother-in-law, showcasing astonishing power before the gathered clansmen, revealing the stark reality of their own inadequacies. His feats, tearing apart Susanoo, unleashing Shinra Tensei, instilled both awe and fear within the Uchiha. Danto proclaimed that the current strength of the Uchiha clan was far too inadequate to capture his interest. Upon hearing this, many prideful clan members returned home, deeply contemplating how they could enhance their abilities. Some even spent the entire night in restless thought. This morning, a group of individuals gathered together, pondering for quite some time. However, they were unable to conceive a method to awaken the kaleidoscope or enhance their strength through other means. Ultimately, Itachi and his companions decided to muster their courage and seek counsel from Dan at the fitness center. Over 30 members of the Uchiha clan, comprising both radicals and moderates, many of whom had set aside their tasks or taken leave from the police department, made the journey to visit Dan. Fujitaka, the clan leader and head of the police force, not only acquiesced to their actions but also readily approved everyone's leave. Thus, the group hurriedly arrived at the fitness center. Upon noticing such a multitude of Uchihas entering, Sammy's expression shifted instantly, instinctively thinking that the director had encountered some trouble. She recognized the leader among them as Itachi, who had visited previously. "Hello," Itachi greeted Sammy with a nod, clarifying their purpose. "Last night at the Uchiha clan meeting, we heard that Dan had opened a fitness center. Everyone was quite interested, so we came to take a look. I hope we are not intruding." This explanation was impeccable, especially since it was Fujitaka himself who had promoted his brother-in-law's fitness center at the clan meeting. "Oh." Sammy paused momentarily, regaining her composure. "Of course not. I will go call the director. He is currently in meditation." For some reason, she felt that Itachi seemed considerably more courteous than during his last visit. However, upon hearing that Dan was meditating, Itachi quickly interjected, a look of urgency on his face. "No need. We can wait." They dared not disturb Dan during his practice. "Is that so?" Itachi's demeanor surprised Sammy. Nevertheless, she believed that the visit of over 30 Uchihas was not a trivial matter and that the director should be informed at once. With this thought in mind, she gestured for them to follow her and led Itachi and his companions to the door of the meditation room. The door was ajar. "Knock, knock." Sammy approached and gently tapped the door with 2 fingers, calling out clearly, "Director, there are guests visiting." She then turned to Itachi and the others. "Please, come in. The director usually receives guests in the meditation room." "Thank you." Itachi nodded, first removing his shoes, then taking a deep breath. He entered with a serious expression. The other Uchihas followed suit, forming a line and quietly stepping into the meditation room, careful not to make any loud noises. As more than 30 individuals poured into the room, the originally spacious meditation area became considerably crowded. Upon entering, they noticed the calligraphy displayed prominently on the wall, inscribed with the words "sit and forget" in a flourish. Below these words, they beheld Dan reclining on his side, his eyes gently closed, seemingly taking a brief respite. His right elbow rested on the floor, with the back of his hand supporting his temple, while his left hand lay upon his left thigh, and his feet were placed together, the expression on his face serene and tranquil. This posture evoked the image of a statue of Buddha within a temple, embodying a harmonious blend of peace and solemnity. Sleeping? The Uchiha clan members exchanged glances, none daring to rouse him from his slumber. Thus, they resolved to wait. Daohua turned back, signaling to the others, before settling himself on the ground. His position was not casual. He knelt with his knees on the floor, his hips resting upon his ankles, and his upper body held upright, hands neatly placed upon his knees. His demeanor was grave and focused, unwavering in his gaze. Observing this, the remaining clan members instinctively arranged themselves into 4 rows, kneeling silently on the floor in a respectful posture, patiently awaiting him. In the depths of his dreams, Duan's breaths were long and deep. Each inhalation resonated like a great whale drawing in water, the air within several meters transforming into a flowing stream, surging into Duan's abdomen. With each exhalation, a plume of white mist escaped his throat, solid and unyielding, resembling a gleaming sword. The extraordinary phenomenon occurring between his breaths caused Daohua and the others to widen their eyes and hold their breaths in astonishment. At that moment, to them, Duan appeared no longer as a mere man, but as a slumbering tailed beast. Even in repose, he exuded an aura of authority that instilled a sense of awe. In truth, Duan was in the process of nurturing his body. After his fierce battle with Shishui the previous night, he had engaged in a physical confrontation with the Susanoo, which had undoubtedly left him somewhat fatigued and injured. Typically, following such a monumental clash, one would require at least 10 days to 2 weeks of recuperation. However, through this method of dream breathing, Duan enabled all his muscles, meridians, and organs to enter a profound state of rest, facilitating self-repair, allowing him to restore his physical form to its peak condition in less than a day. As time flowed by, unknowingly, 2 hours had elapsed. Daohua and the others, having waited for an extended period, still saw no sign of Duan awakening. Rather, he seemed to sink deeper into his slumber. Ultimately, even his breathing appeared to cease, as if he had truly transformed into a Buddha, poised to attain nirvana and depart from the mortal realm. Maintaining such an upright posture for an extended duration would be intolerable even for a ninja, yet the Uchiha clan members endured in silence, none daring to act hastily. In the meditation room, a profound stillness prevailed, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Samui peered through the crack of the door, increasingly intrigued. On the floor of the meditation room, a grand taiji, yin-yang, symbol was painted. Duan reclined on the sunny side, lost in a state of forgetfulness and slumber, while over 30 Uchiha members sat upright on the shaded side, arranged with precision, resembling commoners summoned by a lord. This scene compelled Samui to ponder what transpired at the Uchiha clan meeting the previous night. She pondered for a while, and although she was uncertain about what the curator had done, one thing was clear. He had transformed overnight from a marginal figure of the Uchiha clan into a central figure of the Uchiha lineage. Creak. Samui gently nudged the door open with one hand, while balancing a tray filled with dozens of cups of tea in the other, delivering them inside. A cup was placed before each guest on the floor. Yet, perhaps fearing that the sound of drinking would disturb Dan, many refrained from even sipping the water. An hour passed. The prolonged sitting had left Inahibi and the others with aching, numb legs. They were on the verge of collapse. At that moment, Dan finally opened his eyes. With a swish, he seemed to awaken as a dragon from its winter slumber, his piercing gaze illuminating the entire meditation room. Under Dan's scrutiny, the Uchiha clan members averted their eyes, unable to meet his gaze. "What brings you here?" Dan inquired as he sat up. "Dan, please guide us on how we can become stronger. We implore you," Inahibi stated earnestly, bowing forward and striking his forehead against the floor with a resounding thud. "Please, Dan." The Uchiha clan followed suit, collectively beseeching him with their foreheads pressed to the ground, creating a striking spectacle. However, Dan remained unmoved, his tone as indifferent as ever. "Why should I teach you?" he replied flatly. At these words, their hearts sank. Inahibi trembled, slowly raising his head to meet the gazes of his clansmen, and they all saw the bitterness reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, every powerful individual possesses their own unique training methods. Why would Dan divulge such vital knowledge to Inahibi and the others? Just because they shared blood? Before last night, very few Uchiha had even recognized Dan, let alone regarded him as a close kin. Thus, Dan's refusal to welcome them was entirely justifiable. Realizing this, Inahibi said, "Dan, we apologize for our abruptness. We shall take our leave." He stood, bowing solemnly to Dan in apology for their intrusion, and prepared to escort his clansmen away. Unexpectedly, Dan interjected, "It's not that you were too abrupt. After all, this gym of mine is open for business." With that, Dan stood up and exited through a side door to water the flowers in the courtyard. As lightning suddenly struck his mind, Daohua gazed at the departing figure of Uchiha, experiencing an epiphany. How could he have overlooked this? A wave of joy surged within him. He hurriedly exited the meditation room and sought out Samui, inquiring, "Might I ask how one becomes a member here? I wish to obtain a membership card." The other clan members echoed his enthusiasm, expressing their desire to stay and train. Samui was taken aback. Typically, the gym would go weeks without a single visitor, yet today, over 30 had appeared at once. Could it be that the dismal business was finally on the verge of revival? "Please register at the front desk," she managed to say, regaining her composure and addressing the Uchiha clan politely. Thus, the group formed a line, each member registering for their cards in turn. "Our physical enhancement department offers a monthly membership for 500 taels, a quarterly one for 1,000 taels, and an annual card for 2,500 taels. The longer the duration, the more economical it becomes. Which type would you prefer?" Samui expertly explained the membership system to Daohua. Without hesitation, Daohua opted for the annual card, promptly paying the 2,500 taels, a price quite reasonable for someone of his stature as a Nin, presenting no financial burden whatsoever. Samui inquired about Daohua's height and weight, retrieving a white t-shirt emblazoned with physical enhancement and a pair of red shorts from the cabinet, which she handed to him. Subsequently, she produced a small booklet, introducing it to Daohua. "This is a fitness manual personally written by our director. It contains guidance for beginners on training, nutrition, and achieving the perfect physique." Daohua was taken aback, feeling as if he had discovered a treasure, and eagerly began to peruse the booklet. Observing his enthusiasm, The others rushed to obtain their own membership cards. After distributing all the membership cards, workout attire, and manuals, Samui addressed the crowd once more. If anyone has questions during their training, feel free to consult me at no charge. I will do my utmost to provide answers. Thank you, Daohua and the others responded gratefully. 10 minutes later, the Uchiha clan emerged from the changing room, all clad in white t-shirts and red shorts, and surged into the equipment area to attempt various exercises. Soon, the gym resonated with a chorus of deep grunts. Samui navigated through the crowd, clarifying doubts, correcting postures, and even demonstrating techniques herself. With a commanding shout, Samui lifted over 600 kilograms with a barbell, prompting Daohua and the others to regard her with newfound respect. Feeling humbled, indeed, the woman who had earned Dan's recognition and remained by his side was extraordinary. From that moment on, Samui was affectionately referred to as coach by the clan. Samui found the situation quite remarkable. The Uchiha ninjas, who typically walked with an air of superiority, were now respectfully calling her coach, making her feel as though she were living in a dream. Samui realized that the reverence displayed by the crowd was not directed towards her, but rather towards the curator standing behind her. While she assumed the role of a coach, she engaged in casual conversation with the Uchiha clan members, occasionally pricking up her ears to eavesdrop on their discussions. Before long, she gleaned a considerable amount of information regarding the events of the previous night's Uchiha clan meeting from Ina and others. The terms kaleidoscope Sharingan, Susanoo, and the strongest Uchiha astonished Samui, simultaneously reshaping her understanding of Uchiha Daisuke, with whom she had shared 3 years of close quarters. She had not anticipated that the seemingly unassuming curator harbored such terrifying power. Samui finally comprehended why the fourth Raikage was so intrigued by the curator and sought to obtain his complete training regimen. It appeared that the Raikage's discernment was indeed remarkable. In truth, even if Samui had not inquired, she would have soon learned about the clan meeting, as Danzo had already dispatched individuals to disseminate the information widely. During an intense training session, Ina stumbled upon a photograph hanging on one wall of the gym, depicting 2 individuals together. In the frame, on the left, stood a youthful Daisuke, around 17 or 18 years of age, his face still displaying traces of immaturity, with muscles not as pronounced as they were now, yet already hinting at an aura of invincibility. On the right was a middle-aged man, muscular with a prominent brow and a watermelon hairstyle, flashing a broad smile and giving a thumbs up to the camera, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. The bond between the two appeared to be quite close. Curiosity piqued. Ina turned to Samui and inquired about the identity of the man. He was eager to discover what sort of person could befriend Daisuke. Oh, that was the curator's former friend, or rather, his gym buddy, named Might Guy. However, Mr. Guy perished during the Third Shinobi World War, Samui replied. Might Guy? Ina echoed, feeling a sense of familiarity with the name, and suddenly recollected. This was the individual who had unleashed the 8 Gates technique, defeating the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, renowned as the strongest genin of Konoha. So, Might Guy was also a member of the gym? Upon learning this news, the Uchiha members were filled with excitement and motivation to enhance their fitness. They had heard that the 8 Gates technique demanded exceptionally high physical fitness from its practitioner. A perennial genin, after undergoing training in the physical enhancement department, was capable of executing such a forbidden technique and single-handedly combating the 7 ninja swordsmen. This example was sufficient to illustrate that fitness could indeed empower individuals. With this thought, Ina and the others felt invigorated, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. They trained fervently, thankful that the inhabitants of this world possessed extraordinary physical resilience. Otherwise, engaging in such rigorous activity would have led to muscle dissolution and hospitalization in the ICU. As time flew by, evening descended, and a glance around the gym revealed that every member of the Uchiha clan was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, and sprawled out on the floor. Upon witnessing this, Samui, in her capacity as coach, addressed the group, stating, "Let us conclude for today. Ample rest is equally essential, for it is during these periods that muscles truly develop. You have all worked diligently." Naturally, the group complied with their coach's words. By the way, the gym shower facilities have not been utilized for quite some time, and unfortunately, they are currently out of order. I will expedite repairs. I sincerely apologize for this oversight. Samui earnestly expressed her regret, having just discovered the issue. It's quite all right. It's merely a minor inconvenience, the group replied, chuckling and waving off her concerns. At that moment, The door to the meditation room swung open with a clang, and Date emerged, casting a scrutinizing gaze over the Uchiha members. Under Date's penetrating stare, the smiles on Ina and others' faces froze instantaneously as they instinctively held their breaths. Engulfed in anxiety, would Date find them bothersome or conjure some other pretext to send them away? Just as the tension mounted, Samui unexpectedly offered each of them a fitness meal as compensation for the inability to shower. Yes, Director, Samui acknowledged, promptly heading to the kitchen to prepare. Eggs, broccoli, and the quintessential chicken breast sauce were on the menu. Much like the past experiences of Itachi, the Uchiha members grimaced in agony after consuming the meal. Before they could expel it, they fled in haste from the gym. On the streets, a group of Uchiha clad in t-shirts and shorts, exuding an unmistakable odor of sweat, once again caught the attention of passers-by. Yet, the Uchiha were unfazed by the curious glances of others. They animatedly discussed the day's achievements and planned to delve into fitness manuals upon their return, hoping to glean wisdom from Date's insights. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage shifted his gaze from the crystal ball, weariness etched upon his face. He had never anticipated that the Uchiha's fervent gathering was merely for a workout at the gym. Let them indulge in their antics, he thought. While he was concerned about potential disturbances caused by the Uchiha, he found solace in the current situation. In fact, if the Uchiha were to channel their energies into weightlifting rather than flaunting their prowess, would that not usher in a period of tranquility for the village? As night fell, the stars twinkled in the sky. After dinner, Duan almost forgot that his brother-in-law, Fuyue, had arranged to meet him in the secret chamber of the South Shrine that evening for an important discussion. He turned to Samui and instructed, "I must step out for a while. You may leave early and rest." The curator bid him farewell as he gracefully exited the narrow alley. Once he departed, Samui's expression hardened. She promptly closed the gym's door and returned to her room to organize the crucial intelligence she had gathered that day. Subsequently, she summoned a shinobi hawk and dispatched it urgently back to Yuin village. The moonlight was chill. Upon arriving once more at the South Shrine, Duan entered the underground chamber where a fire pit burned brightly. Fuyue stood with his back to him, gazing at the inscription on the Uchiha clan's stone tablet as if he had been waiting for a considerable time. "Duan, you have arrived," Fuyue said, turning to him and gesturing towards the stone tablet. "I summoned you to show you this tablet. It contains revelations left by our ancestors of the Uchiha clan over a millennium ago. I cannot comprehend the writing on it," Duan remarked, casting a glance at the tablet. Seemingly disinterested. However, Fuyue smiled mysteriously and beckoned him closer. "Come nearer and observe with your Sharingan." Reluctantly, Duan did not wish to dampen his brother-in-law's enthusiasm. He approached the tablet, activated his Sharingan, and began to scrutinize the rows of black script inscribed upon its surface. Through his Sharingan, the enigmatic characters suddenly began to writhe, twisting like tadpoles, devoid of any discernible pattern, rendering them indecipherable. "So it is an illusion," Duan remarked. "Indeed," Fuyue affirmed, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. "Who would have thought that our ancestor cast an illusion upon this tablet? Its technique has endured for a millennium, which is truly remarkable." He explained to Duan that only by piercing through the illusion left by their forebear with the Sharingan could the tablet's contents be unveiled. Under Fuyue's guidance, Duan successfully decoded the initial portion of the tablet's inscription. It spoke of an ancient figure named Kaguya Otsutsuki, who consumed the chakra fruit from the divine tree and single-handedly quelled the chaos of her time. Blessed by her people, she subsequently conceived and gave birth to 2 sons. This family became the common ancestors of all ninjas today. However, from that point onward, the subsequent text became obscured, shrouded in a veil of mystery. An intriguing myth, Duan remarked, withdrawing his gaze. "It is not merely interesting," Fuyue responded, observing Duan's calm demeanor. "I suggest you activate your Manjiki Sharingan, for only that I can reveal the true value of the contents inscribed upon this tablet." With that, he gazed at Duan with anticipation. In the past, when Fuyue had deciphered the continuation of the tablet using his Manjiki, he had been overwhelmed with excitement, unable to sleep soundly for weeks. He firmly believed that the forthcoming reaction would mirror his past self. Duan's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, devoid of any movement for several seconds. He lacked the kaleidoscopic Sharingan to discern anything. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly expose him. Thus, he turned away, standing with his hands clasped behind him, and calmly stated, "No need." "Why?" Fugaku was momentarily taken aback. "Why?" It was unthinkable to admit that his kaleidoscopic vision was a ruse. Duan never retracted the facade he presented as a member of the Uchiha clan. Because I have already seen it, he replied. Fugaku grasped the situation. He had initially believed his brother-in-law had discovered this secret chamber only during his first participation in the clan meeting yesterday. Little did he know that Duan had been here long before. With this revelation, Fugaku pressed on with his inquiries. So you are already aware that our Uchiha clan is actually descended from the Sage of the Six Paths? Of course, Duan nodded. Although he could not decipher the inscriptions on the stone tablet, he was well versed in the original narrative. Coupling this with Fugaku's earlier statement, he decided to elaborate on the spot. The content of this tablet essentially states, the Sage of the Six Paths subdued the Ten Tails and became its Jinchuriki. Before his passing, he divided the power of the Ten Tails into 9 parts, which became the 9-tailed beasts known in the current ninja world. Furthermore, the sage had 2 sons, Indra, the elder, and Ajura, the younger. They inherited his sage eyes and body, which are the ancestors of the Uchiha and Senju clans today, correct? Having crafted a narrative he deemed sufficient, Duan paused. Upon hearing this, Fugaku nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, Duan, your insight truly surpasses mine. Your understanding is far more detailed than the content of the tablet. By the way, what are your thoughts on the fact that we Uchiha are descendants of the Sage of the Six Paths? Let it be, Duan replied with a serene indifference. Fugaku, upon hearing this, regarded him with admiration, increasingly impressed by his brother-in-law. It is noteworthy that upon discovering his own noble lineage, Fugaku had once succumbed to arrogance and pride, becoming somewhat haughty. In contrast, Duan's composure was remarkably stable. What a pity. Fugaku glanced at the stone tablet and remarked, as for the latter part of the inscription, even the kaleidoscopic Sharingan cannot decipher it. Only the eternal Meijiki Sharingan can. Eternal Meijiki? Duan feigned ignorance and inquired further. At that moment, Fugaku's expression turned solemn as he revealed a secret. Indeed, the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. It can only be awakened through the transplantation of another's Meijiki Sharingan, fusing it with one's own. The closer the blood relation, the higher the success rate. Such a revelation? Given the potential for discord among clan members vying for one another's Meijiki, this secret has traditionally been safeguarded solely by the clan leader. The last person from our Uchiha clan to awaken the eternal Meijiki Sharingan was Uchiha Madara, who transplanted the eyes of his younger brother, slain by the second Hokage. Fugaku recounted the circumstances surrounding this event, as well as a tale concerning the eternal Meijiki to Itachi. Since such matters are known only to the clan leader, why do you choose to share this with me, brother-in-law? Itachi inquired, perplexed. Sighing deeply, Fugaku began to elucidate. Currently, there are 3 pairs of Meijiki Sharingan within our clan. While they may appear formidable, they pale in comparison to Madara's power. Just as the potency of the Meijiki eclipses that of the Sharingan with 3 Tomo, the strength of the eternal Meijiki is on an entirely different level. Possessing such eyes allows one to utilize the Meijiki abilities with frequency and to summon an advanced form of Susanoo. Furthermore, upon awakening the eternal Meijiki and deciphering the subsequent messages of the stone tablet, Madara forsook the Uchiha clan, seemingly in pursuit of an even greater power. I believe that power lies beyond the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, in the eyes of our ancestor, the Sage of Six Paths, the Rinnegan. Oh, Itachi, though already aware of these revelations, could not hide his astonishment, admiring Fugaku's deductive prowess. Fugaku gazed intently at Itachi, imparting a solemn warning. I share this with you because you possess a greater potential than I to awaken the eternal Meijiki, perhaps even the Rinnegan. It is only by obtaining such eyes that the Uchiha can truly realize our revival. This heartfelt declaration evidently indicated Fugaku's intent to groom Itachi as the next clan leader. 62. You overestimate me, brother-in-law. Duan shook his head, lacking any interest in reviving the Uchiha clan and not even having awakened the Meijiki Sharingan, let alone the eternal Meijiki or the Rinnegan. All right, I shall not pressure you. Faik, thinking Duan was merely being modest, chuckled as he patted his brother-in-law on the shoulder, choosing to change the subject. However, he soon broached a more serious topic. Duan, I must ask you, if one day our Uchiha truly embarks on the path of an armed coup, what do you believe is the probability of our clan's success? Faik's expression turned grave, hoping Duan would candidly express his thoughts. At most, a 30% chance, Duan estimated, not accounting for his own strength. You think as I do. Faik's lips curled into a bitter smile upon hearing this. He explained to Duan that even if the Uchiha clan unleashed their full might, toppling the Konoha leadership and defeating the Umbu, Root, In various factions supporting the Hokage, it would merely signify the completion of half the coup. Following that, the newly ascendant Uchiha would immediately face both internal and external turmoil. The internal strife would stem from the village's ninjas harboring a general disdain for the Uchiha, meaning that even if the Uchiha became Hokage, their legitimacy would remain unrecognized. The external threat would arise as the other four great ninja villages would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to wage war, uniting to invade Konoha. In such a scenario, the Uchiha would find themselves surrounded by enemies on all sides. Therefore, Fayek had long held a pessimistic view, believing that an Uchiha coup was destined to result in self-destruction. Duan, you must remember, Fayek urged, the hope for the salvation of the Uchiha clan lies within this stone tablet left by the Sage of Six Paths. Not in a coup. He pointed to the stone tablet, earnestly imploring Duan. Duan's gaze flickered before he nodded. I understand, brother-in-law. With that, he approached the tablet and crouched down. Fayek felt a sense of relief, believing that Duan had come to appreciate the tablet's significance up close. However, the next moment, Duan's actions took Fayek by surprise. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, Duan swiftly raised his fist and, without a moment's hesitation, delivered a powerful blow to the tablet. A thunderous crash echoed, causing the entire secret chamber to tremble, with dust cascading from the ceiling and walls. The force of Duan's punch extinguished the torches mounted on either side of the chamber, plunging it into darkness. Duan, what have you done? Fayek exclaimed, taken aback. He hastily reignited the torches and, illuminated by their flickering light, anxiously glanced at the tablet. To his astonishment, he discovered that the tablet remained entirely unscathed, not even a single crack marring its surface. It is worth noting that the Sage of Six Paths had inscribed numerous heartfelt words upon this tablet, hoping that future generations would grasp his earnest intentions and eliminate the enmity among them, ultimately striving for harmony within the ninja world. This stone tablet bears the earnest hopes of the Sage of Six Paths for posterity. Therefore, to ensure its preservation for millennia, the sage must have imbued the tablet with some form of enchantment, rendering it as resilient as steel to prevent it from being destroyed by those with malicious intent. At that moment, Duan furrowed his brow. It is merely a stone tablet left by a deceased individual. He could not believe it could not be shattered. With renewed determination, Duan clenched his fists, both of them. Duan, cease at once. Fuji-Take bellowed, rushing forth to halt his reckless brother-in-law. But it was too late. Smash. Without hesitation, Duan summoned his stand and activated Time Stop. In the ensuing 5 seconds, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon the tablet. With each strike, he poured forth all of his might, holding nothing back. Once the flurry concluded, time resumed its flow. Crack. Fuji-Take's hands gripped Duan's wrists tightly, relieved to have intervened in his brother-in-law's unhinged actions. Yet, he soon heard a chilling sound. Turning in horror, he beheld the surface of the stone tablet, now marred by a web of fissures. As the enchantment upon the tablet collapsed, the mysterious inscriptions vanished, and the entire structure crumbled to rubble. Fuji-Take's head buzzed, and he released his grasp on Duan's wrists. Suddenly, he felt as if all strength had drained from him. His eyes lost their luster, and he collapsed to the ground. The head of the Uchiha clan trembled as he reached for the fragments, staring blankly for a long moment before accepting the harsh reality of the tablet's destruction. Duan, tell me, why have you done this? Fuji-Take raised his head, his gaze filled with fury, disappointment, and profound confusion. Duan looked down at his brother-in-law with indifference. As the clan leader, is it wise to place the fate of our entire lineage upon a stone tablet of dubious authenticity? This is the stone tablet left by our ancestor, the Sage of Six Paths. Fuji-Take retorted angrily. And so what? Duan replied dismissively, disregarding the sage's significance. Regardless of what our so-called ancestors proclaimed, that is all in the past. The future of the Uchiha clan must be forged by our own hands. Whether this statement was hubris or noble ambition remains to be seen. Regardless, Fuji-Take was taken aback. His pupils dilated, his lips parted in an attempt to respond. Yet no words emerged. Brother-in-law, let us reconstruct the tablet. From this day forth, it is upon our generation to write a new history for the Uchiha. With these words, Duan turned and departed, leaving Fuji-Take in stunned silence. The act of shattering the tablet may have been a sudden impulse for Duan, but it was anything but impulsive. It had been a decision weighed with careful consideration, although he could not comprehend the inscriptions on the stone tablet. His familiarity with the narrative allowed him to surmise the essence of the remaining text. Essentially, It conveyed that only the union of the Uchiha clan's Yin release and the Senju clan's Yang release could bestow the power of the universe upon one. In the past, Madara must have meticulously orchestrated the battle at the Valley of the End after deciphering this revelation through the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, successfully claiming a piece of flesh from Hashirama Senju to transplant into himself. Through this method, Madara adeptly acquired Hashirama's Yang release power and ultimately awakened the Rinnegan. As for the truths contained within the stone tablet, they were undeniably altered by Black Zetsu, revealing the so-called Moon Eye Plan. In a certain light, this stone tablet belonging to the Uchiha clan serves as the malevolent origin of world destruction. Thus, he resolved to shatter it, to prevent others from being misled into pursuing the Moon Eye Plan. Although he did not subscribe to the values of the ninja world and found a certain satisfaction in witnessing the destruction of the Leaf Village, the illusionary realm of infinite Tsukuyomi was equally intolerable to him. What joy could there be in a world where everyone's spirit is manipulated, eternally trapped in a false dream? What he sought was absolute freedom, both mentally and physically, unrestrained by any bonds. After his departure, Fugaku remained in a daze for an extended period. Eventually, he rose slowly, his expression shifting dramatically as he arrived at a profound decision. Suddenly, the pattern of the kaleidoscope appeared in his eyes, signaling the activation of his ocular technique. In the folklore of the shinobi world, there exists a category of beings known as prophetic beasts. These entities occasionally manifest in the human realm, speaking the language of mankind, foretelling impending calamities such as wars, epidemics, and droughts, while also imparting wisdom on how to evade such misfortunes. Following their accurate prophecies, these creatures meet an immediate demise, leading lives that are both fleeting and legendary, imbued with an air of enigmatic mystery. The tales of these prophetic beasts evoke skepticism in some, while others hold an unwavering belief in their existence. Uchiha Fugaku belongs to the latter group, for within his kaleidoscopic Sharingan lies a power akin to that of the prophetic beast, known as Amabi. This technique allows Fugaku to glimpse into the fates of individuals, witnessing fragments of the future that await them. The target of this technique can be himself or another, as long as he records the chakra of the individual with his Sharingan. Though the inertia of destiny is formidable, it is not immutable. By foreseeing one's fate and exerting sufficient effort, it is conceivable to alter it, thereby achieving fortune and averting disaster. This is the formidable strength of Amabi. However, such a transcendent ocular technique is not without its drawbacks. Firstly, the future perceived through Amabi is limited and incomplete. It reveals merely the most probable trajectory among countless potential fates. Secondly, akin to the technique of other celestial beings, each use of Amabi necessitates a prolonged cool-down period, spanning several years or even decades. Furthermore, it bears a more significant side effect, the substantial consumption of the user's lifespan. This is the price one pays for peering into the future with a mortal vessel. The last time Fugaku employed Amabi was 6 years prior, during the Night of the Nine Tails. On that fateful evening, the Nine Tails ran rampant, attacking the hidden Leaf Village. Tragically, shortly after assuming office, the fourth Hokage, who had fostered a cordial relationship with the Uchiha clan, lost his life. While the Uchiha were suspected by the village's higher-ups of being involved in the chaos, many had witnessed the Nine Tails' eyes transform into Sharingan, indicating that it was under the influence of the Sharingan's ocular power. Confronted with the village's suspicion and animosity, Fugaku was compelled to activate Amabi to alleviate the crisis facing the Uchiha clan. As a result, he foresaw a future where the Uchiha, discontent with the oppression from the village elite, instigated a coup, ultimately leading to their annihilation. Therefore, as the clan leader, Fugaku chose to endure and comply with the higher-ups' demands, relocating the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village and repeatedly enduring their suppression until the fateful date of prophecy had passed. He sacrificed 5 years of his own lifespan to save his family from devastation. Yet, it remains true that the inertia of destiny is potent. At times, it may be postponed by a certain force, but it will eventually arrive. This is the essence of fate. Such is the destiny of the Uchiha clan. Although the Uchiha clan narrowly escaped a calamity, the challenges they faced remained unresolved, intensifying over the years. Fugaku was acutely aware that every choice made by an individual or a family in the present would reverberate into the future. Now, the moment had come to make a decision. He inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, and murmured to himself, "Let me witness once more the path that the Uchiha clan shall ultimately tread." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Amaterasu. This time, Fugaku did not target himself, but rather Uchiha Dan. Indeed, It was Dan's emergence, his formidable presence during the clan assembly that quelled the entire Uchiha clan, which compelled Fugaku to resolutely invoke this iteration of Amaterasu. Images began to materialize before Fugaku's eyes, fleeting like a panorama, revealing a vibrant world. In that moment, he glimpsed the future. Yet, this future appeared far from auspicious. He beheld the familiar Hokage building in the streets of Konoha, where fierce battles raged between two factions. One side comprised the Umbu guarding the Hokage building and ninjas from various clans of Konoha, including Inuzuka, Hyuga, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Nara. Their adversaries were none other than the Uchiha clan. Had the Uchiha ultimately chosen the path of rebellion? Then, Fugaku saw himself amidst the fray. Activating Susanoo to shield his kin, valiantly charging through the encirclement of Konoha ninjas. Under his command, the Uchiha fought gallantly, claiming numerous enemy lives. However, faced with adversaries outnumbering them by dozens, the Uchiha suffered grievous losses. Many familiar faces among his clan lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies cold. A thunderous roar erupted. The rampaging Nine Tails, once more under the sway of the Sharingan's power, wreaking havoc upon the village. Konoha was engulfed in a scene of utter carnage, corpses strewn about, rivers of blood flowing, transforming the place into a veritable hell on earth. Suddenly, Fugaku sensed something amiss. Where was Dan? His eyes darted rapidly, scanning every corner of the scene, until he finally located him. To his astonishment, Dan was not engaged in battle. Instead, he stood in the Hokage's office, gazing down at the battlefield through the expansive floor-to-ceiling window. With arms outstretched, he laughed maniacally, his crimson eyes displaying a kaleidoscopic pattern that Fugaku had never witnessed before. Soon after, it seemed Dan had laughed enough. He shattered the glass window and leaped from the Hokage building. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from within him, soaring into the heavens. All present on the battlefield looked up in astonishment. At this juncture, Fugaku's eyes suddenly stung, and the scene before him rapidly dissolved into a blur, rendering it impossible to discern anything. In the next moment, his eyes shed two streams of terrifying blood tears. What did these visions truly signify? Fugaku covered his eyes, striving to recollect the fragments of the future he had just witnessed, attempting to draw a conclusion. Could it be that Dan would be the one to save the Uchiha? Fugaku could not see clearly. He was utterly unable to see. In the northern region of the Land of Fire, a vast expanse of desolate forest lay before him. The mountain graveyard. Madara lay on the sickbed, having listened to Black Zetsu's report. Upon learning that Shursui had awakened the Mangeki, he felt a mere flicker of surprise. Yet, when he heard that Dan had dismantled Susanoo with his bare hands, his brows knitted in concern. Finally, when Black Zetsu revealed that Dan had used a single technique, Shinra Tensei, to send all Uchiha clan members flying, Madara's composure crumbled entirely. With a start, he sat upright in shock. Shinra Tensei? Is that not an ability of the Rinnegan? During his convalescence, he had been unable to comprehend how Dan had reversed the situation that fateful night and torn off his two arms. Now, it seemed that Dan had indeed wielded the power of the Rinnegan. Not only Madara, but Black Zetsu also displayed a look of astonishment. This mastermind had toiled for over a millennium, repeatedly inciting the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura to fight amongst themselves. After much effort, he had finally managed to grant Madara a pair of Rinnegan. Who was this Uchiha Dan, who could quietly awaken the Rinnegan? No, it could not be that simple. The awakening of the Rinnegan requires not only the eternal Mangeki but also the transplantation of the first Hokage cells, and after acquiring the power of the six paths, it necessitates decades of cultivation. Even Madara had only succeeded in awakening his eyes when he was on the brink of death. Dan could not possibly achieve this. Madara and Black Zetsu ultimately reached a conclusion. This so-called Shinra Tensei was likely nothing more than a ruse concocted by Dan. Regardless of the truth, one fact was undeniably certain. The Uchiha clan possessed 3 pairs of Mangeki. This was troublesome, Black Zetsu remarked gravely. Madara's expression grew somber as well. One of his greatest fears had always been the emergence of more Mangeki within the Uchiha clan, for as the wielder of such eyes, he understood their formidable power all too well. The abilities of the Mangeki are diverse and can create infinite possibilities. No, the Uchiha must not continue to exist. They must be eradicated swiftly. With this thought, Madara's gaze turned icy as he tore off the bandages from his arm and rose from the sickbed. To Konoha, he coldly declared, donning his cloak, seizing the tiger-striped mask beside him, and striding out of the mountain graveyard. He had already devised a plan for the destruction of the Uchiha. As time swiftly passes, a week has elapsed. In the village of Konoha, numerous rumors have surfaced. suggesting that the Uchiha clan has long concealed 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, allegedly concocting a grand conspiracy. This has instilled a sense of unease among the villagers, leading to heightened animosity towards the Uchiha. However, the members of the Uchiha clan remain largely indifferent to these whispers, as they have grown accustomed to such scrutiny. Presently, the clan members are preoccupied with a different matter: fitness. Following a visit to the body modification department by Inahibi and others, news spread within the clan, swiftly attracting more members eager to acquire gym memberships. The number of patrons at the gym has been increasing daily. Were it not for their commitments to the police department, many clan members would likely flock to the gym in droves. As evening falls, on the embankment by the Konoha River, my guy is warming up for his run. After suffering a crushing defeat at the hands of Duran, Guy has deeply reflected on his shortcomings, devising a new training regimen, vowing to build a strong physique before challenging Duran once more. Although his focus is now on strength training, he still maintains the habit of running several laps around the village each day. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupts behind him, shouting, "Body modification." Startled, Guy turns to see a group of Uchiha ninjas clad in white t-shirts and red shorts, sprinting past him with fervor. Bystanders along the riverbank regard the scene with astonishment, engaging in hushed conversations. Frowning, Guy recognizes their attire as the gym uniforms of the body modification department. Have all the Uchiha ninjas joined the body modification initiative? Witnessing their enthusiasm, Guy clenches his fists, unwilling to concede defeat. Let the flames of youth burn bright, he bellows, igniting the fire of youth within him as he pursues the Uchiha. In a narrow alley, within the gym, Samui has just finished tidying up, drenched in sweat. Are you feeling overwhelmed with work lately? Is your body holding up? Duran inquires, showing concern for his subordinate. I'm not tired, Director, Samui replies, slightly taken aback by Duran's attentiveness. She cannot shake the feeling that Duran has been checking in on her frequently over the past few days, asking if she feels unwell, if she has had nightmares, or if she is ill. This has led her to suspect that he might soon confess his feelings for her. Her heart races at the thought. Observing that Samui appears to be well, Duran maintains a composed demeanor, his gaze drifting to the crystal necklace around her neck, a fleeting hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He gifted her the necklace, which belonged to Tsunade, over a week ago, yet nothing significant has transpired. Could it be that the necklace's curse of death has yet to take effect? Perhaps he should wait a little longer. Let us close up early today. I must visit a patient, he concludes. Duan issued a brief command to Sam before exiting the gym. Naturally, when visiting the injured, one cannot arrive empty-handed. Therefore, he first made his way to a nearby shopping street, where he purchased a fruit basket from a shop. As he strolled along the avenue, he overheard 2 lower-ranked ninjas from the Leaf Village engaged in discussion about recent rumors. What exactly is the Manjiki Sharingan? Is it truly more powerful than the 3 Tomo Sharingan? Not merely powerful. It is said that the Manjiki possesses such formidable ocular powers that it can control the 9 tails. I witnessed the 9 tails incident years ago with my own eyes. So, if the Uchiha clan were to once again use the Sharingan to manipulate the 9 tails to attack the village, what should we do? Rest assured, the village has learned its lesson and will surely protect the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails well. The Uchiha will not have another opportunity. Upon hearing their discourse, Duan's gaze shifted across the street, where he spotted a yellow-haired boy standing outside the glass window of a barbecue establishment, drooling over the delicious meat inside. How fortuitous. Is that not the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails, Naruto Uzumaki? He seems to have no one guarding him, although Duan had long heard tales about the mischievous boy. Today marked the first occasion he encountered Naruto on the bustling street. He approached the scene. The barbecue shop was thriving, with patrons noticing Naruto and many pointing and whispering about the boy. They say he was born on the night of the 9 tails attack, yet he has no parents. Have you seen the whisker-like markings on his cheeks? They resemble those of the fox spirit, a most ominous sign. The village elders proclaim that this child is a harbinger of calamity, destined to bring disaster to Konoha. Someone should swiftly drive this monster away. The crowd displayed expressions of disdain. Following complaints from customers, an employee of the barbecue establishment hurriedly emerged, brandishing a broom. Hey, kid, move along. You're disturbing the diners. The employee, reluctant to touch Naruto with his hands, attempted to shoo him away with the broom, fearful of being tainted by bad luck. I'm sorry, Naruto stammered, feeling anxious and helpless as he stood frozen in place upon seeing the broom advance toward him. Just then, with a swift motion, Duan reached out and seized the broom, snapping it in two with a sharp crack. Duan. Mr. Duan, the employee exclaimed in surprise upon recognizing him, quickly donning a sycophantic smile. Duan's annual patronage at the barbecue shop amounted to millions, single-handedly sustaining a significant portion of the establishment's revenue, making him their most esteemed customer. Is it really necessary to treat a 5- or 6-year-old child this way? Duan remarked. But he is. The employee hesitated, clearly conflicted. What is he? Duan inquired. Glancing at Naruto, the employee struggled to articulate a response, aware only that the villagers harbored great disdain for the boy, and thus he instinctively followed suit. To me, this child seems no different from an ordinary person, Duan stated as he extended his hand, gently ruffling Naruto's tousled yellow hair. Uncle, you are so tall and strong. Naruto stammered, gazing up at Dan with a curious expression. The little rascal was quite unafraid. Are you hungry? Dan inquired. Not really. I just had dinner. Naruto replied with a chuckle, scratching his head. However, as soon as he spoke, his stomach let out a loud growl. He quickly covered his belly, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. Observing this, Dan instructed the staff, prepare a deluxe barbecue set for this little one, and put it on my tab. What are you standing there for? Ah, yes, Mr. Dan, the staff member snapped back to reality, hastily moving to fulfill the order. Upon hearing this, Naruto's blue eyes widened in astonishment, and he asked, Uncle, why are you treating me to barbecue? He found it perplexing that a stranger would be so kind to him. This meal is not without purpose. I will require your assistance in the future, Dan stated, and without allowing Naruto to inquire further, he turned and departed. A coup by the Uchiha clan would seem incomplete without the chaotic presence of the Ninetales, wouldn't it? As Naruto gazed at the departing figure of Dan, he found himself at a loss. He was merely a naive child, unversed in the ways of the world, and wondered how he could possibly offer assistance. Nevertheless, the acknowledgement from the elder had filled him with a sense of joy. Alas, it was only when Dan had vanished at the far end of the street that Naruto realized he had forgotten to express his gratitude. Just as he began to feel a pang of regret, a staff member from the barbecue restaurant emerged, holding a food box. Hey, kid, you should hurry along, the employee urged, hastily shoving a barbecue meal into Naruto's hands, a flicker of jealousy crossing their face. This lavish meal, priced at 5,000 ryo, was equivalent to an entire month's wages for an average person. Few in the Hidden Leaf could afford such a luxury. Indeed, this child had stumbled upon an unexpected fortune. Naruto accepted the weighty food box but did not depart immediately. Instead, curiosity compelled him to inquire, Excuse me, could you tell me where Mr. Dan resides? From the employee. He learned that Dan owned a gym, and he quietly committed the address to memory. Today had proven exceptionally fortuitous, as he had encountered a kind-hearted soul. It was worth noting that since he could remember, apart from the occasional visits from his benevolent grandfather, no one had ever shown him such kindness. Thus, he resolved to find an opportunity to visit Dan and express his thanks. With a swift motion, Naruto lifted the lid of the food box, and the rich aroma of grilled meat wafted up to his nostrils, igniting his appetite. At last, he would no longer be confined to instant noodles. He inhaled deeply, overcome with emotion. Suddenly, he pondered whether such delectable barbecue should be shared with friends. But then he realized he had no friends. This thought cast a shadow over his countenance. Clutching the food box, he walked alone toward his modest apartment, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. Meanwhile, at the Uchiha clan grounds, Dan approached the entrance of the police department building, where the station guard recognized him and quickly came forward. In the present day, Dan had become a prominent figure within the Uchiha clan. Where is the infirmary? I wish to check on Itachi and Shursui, Dan inquired. Upon entering the building, he had not taken many steps when Fugaku appeared. I shall lead you there, he said with a smile, having learned of Dan's purpose. Along the way, he took the opportunity to introduce Dan to the personnel in various departments of the police force in his capacity as the captain. Within the infirmary, Itachi, now recovered from his injuries, stood vigil at Shursue's bedside, attending to him. Itachi, I apologize for disappointing you by failing to defeat Dan. He is far too strong, Shursui lamented, his pallid face reflecting his remorse. You have done your utmost, Shursui. Focus on recuperating and regain your strength, Itachi reassured him. Harboring no blame. With a sigh, Shursui gazed at Itachi, contemplating for a moment before speaking again. I have spoken with Lord Hokage and received permission to disengage from routine missions to freely investigate the movements of the Uchiha. However, I am currently unable to report to him, so I must rely on you for this matter. During my convalescence, Shursui and Itachi also heard the rumors circulating in the village, suggesting that the Uchiha clan, possessing 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, harbored ulterior motives, leaving both of them in a state of acute anxiety. This rumor is not entirely true. At least, Shursui's position has always been resolutely in support of the village. Therefore, Shursui hopes that Itachi can promptly convey his thoughts to the 3rd Hokage, clarifying the misunderstandings and dispelling the latter's suspicions. I understand, Itachi solemnly nodded, immediately rising to his feet and heading towards the door. However, he was intercepted by Tetsuharu, who stood guard at the entrance. The clan leader has instructed that you and Shursui are not to leave during this period. Please return to your room, Tetsuharu stated with a stern expression. Itachi's displeasure was evident as he contemplated forcing his way through, yet he realized that this was the police force's headquarters. Even if he subdued Tetsuharu, he might not be able to exit the building. Reluctantly, Itachi decided to bide his time for a better opportunity. After a while, the door to the recovery room creaked open. To the astonishment of both Itachi and Shursui, Dan entered alongside Fugaku, carrying a basket of fruit. The 3 pairs of Uchiha's Manjiki Sharingan had gathered once more. Oh, you are up so quickly. You truly are my nephew, Dan remarked, casting a glance at Itachi, thinking perhaps he had been too lenient in his earlier actions. Itachi's expression darkened, remaining silent. Itachi, why do you not greet your uncle? Fugaku reprimanded his son for his lack of manners. Reluctantly, Itachi muttered, "Hello, uncle." "Good boy," Dan replied, ruffling Itachi's hair before instructing his nephew to step aside. He then locked eyes with Shursui, and after a few seconds of silence, Dan directly posed a question to him. "Shursui, do you believe that with the strength of the clan leader, you and myself, we could lead the Uchiha in overthrowing the current higher-ups of Konoha and take their place?" Shursui was taken aback by Dan's forthrightness. He had indeed contemplated this issue and concluded that there was a certain possibility. With his own Manjiki Sharingan technique, Kodo Amatsukami, he could undoubtedly control 2 of Konoha's higher-ups, such as the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, given the right opportunity. Moreover, the Manjiki abilities that Dan and the clan leader had yet to reveal might be even more formidable. However, in the face of Dan's tempting words, Shursui ultimately shook his head, offering his response. "I do not support the Uchiha staging a coup. I believe there must be a way to achieve peace between our clan and the village." He gazed unwaveringly at Dan, his eyes ablaze with the will of fire. "Shursui, you." Fugaku hesitated, perceiving Shursui's stubbornness. Dan was not surprised. The abilities acquired from the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan were often deeply philosophical, linked to the personality or wishes of the wielder. Awakening the Byakugan, a form of ocular technique, signifies that the will of Shizuka is immutable and cannot be altered by any individual or circumstance, unless Shizuka were to perish and subsequently be resurrected. There exists a possibility for change. Death, however, is to be avoided. The Byakugan, on the other hand, must be seized without fail. Contemplating this, I found little more to say. Dan, with a stoic demeanor, extended a hand towards Shizuka's eyes. It was then that Itachi, witnessing Dan's actions, gasped in alarm, "Uncle, what are you doing?" Shizuka too felt a sense of foreboding and instinctively sought to activate his Manjiki Sharingan. In that fleeting moment, with a swift motion, Dan fixed his gaze and unhesitatingly invoked the time stop, transforming the room into a monochrome realm where everything came to a standstill. Within those 5 seconds of halted time, he struck twice, forcibly extracting Shizuka's eyes from their sockets. As time resumed its flow, a piercing scream erupted from Shizuka, leaving behind 2 dark, gaping holes where his eyes once resided. He curled into himself, clutching his empty eye sockets in agony. Meanwhile, Dan held 2 bloodied eyeballs in his hand. This unfolding scene transpired with alarming suddenness. "Shizuka!" Itachi cried out in despair, racing to the bedside, rendered helpless at the sight of Shizuka's torment. He then whirled around, fixing a furious glare on Dan, demanding, "Uncle, how could you commit such an atrocity?" Driven by rage, Itachi's obsidian eyes transformed into crimson tomo, as if ready to confront Dan in battle. Dan, maintaining a serene expression, regarded his nephew's eyes and taunted, "Seeing your fury, I thought you were on the verge of awakening your Manjiki, but it seems I was mistaken. Clearly, Shizuka does not hold as much significance in your heart as I presumed." Itachi, upon hearing this, clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. "Itachi, no." Shizuka suddenly grasped Itachi's arm, imploring him not to oppose Dan on his behalf, for it would be a futile endeavor. Dan cast a glance at Shizuka and spoke in an unperturbed tone. Your Meijiki Sharingan will be temporarily entrusted to me, to prevent you from undertaking actions detrimental to the Uchiha clan. Once you have gained clarity, I shall consider returning it to you. Having uttered these words, he produced a glass container filled with sterile preservation fluid. With a definitive motion, he placed Shizuka's eyes into the vessel before securing it within a storage scroll, keeping it close to himself. This scroll could only be opened using Dan's chakra. Witnessing this, Itachi was engulfed in despair, casting a pleading glance towards his father. Sighing, Fugaku addressed Itachi, saying, Itachi, I believe your uncle's actions are justified. In times of crisis, extraordinary measures must be taken. Shizuka poses a threat to the existence of the Uchiha clan, and as its leader, I could not bear to take such actions, leaving it to Dan to assume the role of the villain. Fugaku harbored gratitude towards Dan, naturally inclined to protect the latter. Itachi's despair had not yet reached its zenith until Dan uttered the forthcoming words. By the way, brother-in-law, I suggest you submit a resignation letter to the Hokage building, relinquishing Itachi's position in the Umbu. Otherwise, this young man will inevitably be swayed by the higher-ups of Konoha. Dan patted Fugaku's shoulder with a grave demeanor, offering to take Itachi under his wing for training. Upon hearing this, Fugaku readily agreed, expressing his delight. Dan, having the strongest Uchiha personally guide Itachi's training is indeed the best scenario. With that, the two exchanged a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Itachi was struck with a tremor, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. At that moment, to him, his father and uncle appeared as two malevolent demons. For Itachi, joining the Umbu was the first step towards becoming Hokage and dispelling the village's prejudice against the Uchiha clan. Now, having barely taken that step, he was pulled back by both his uncle and father, signaling the shattering of his dreams. Left with hearts as desolate as ash, Dan and Fugaku exited the infirmary. Clan leader, what transpired? Iron Fire, waiting at the door, wore a puzzled expression. He had overheard Shirsue's agonizing cries from outside. Immediately find someone to tend to Shirsue's eyes. And do not let this matter leak out, understood? Fugaku instructed Iron Fire with a serious countenance. Upon entering the room, Iron Fire's gaze fell upon the horrifying sockets on Shirsue's face, causing him to gasp in shock. Was it Dan's doing? Fugaku invited Dan to his office. Dan, you and Shirsue share no blood relation. If you recklessly attempt to transplant his Meijiki Sharingan, the risk of failure is exceedingly high. You must exercise caution. As soon as he entered, Fugaku earnestly cautioned Dan, clearly suspecting that Dan's true motive for extracting Shirsue's eyes was to acquire the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. What are you saying, brother-in-law? Dan shook his head in denial. I never contemplated transplanting Shirsue's eyes. I've mentioned before, once he comes to terms with it, I will return his eyes. In reality, he lacked the conditions to even consider such a transplant, as his own Meijiki had yet to awaken. Fugaku was taken aback by his response. By the way, does the clan possess any surplus Sharingan? Dan suddenly inquired, having obtained Shirsue's Meijiki and now contemplating a means to perform an eye replacement surgery for Kakashi. Of course there are. Fugaku paused briefly, then proceeded to explain to Dan. The Uchiha clan, unlike the High-GA, lacked a branch system and did not employ the caged bird seal. After all, the Uchiha held strong ties to emotions, being a clan rooted in love. Thus, when Uchiha ninjas fell on the battlefield, their Sharingan were not marred by seals or similar curses and were typically reclaimed by their kin. Even if the Sharingan were taken by others, the powers of the eyes would be difficult to harness in a body that was not of Uchiha lineage. Instead, it would render the Sharingan a burden upon the body. Rare are the prodigies like Kakashi who can seamlessly adapt to the Sharingan. Over the years, the Uchiha clan has amassed more than 20 pairs of Sharingan in their vault, ranging from 1 to 3 tomo. Are you planning to temporarily bestow a pair of Sharingan upon Shirsue? Fugaku misinterpreted once again. No, Dan shook his head. As for Shirsue's eye transplant, you may handle it as you see fit. Just prepare another 3 tomo Sharingan for me, if you please. After saying this, he prepared to depart. Wait. Fugaku called out to Dan, inviting him to tonight's clan meeting to discuss the recent rumors surrounding the Uchiha clan. I am indisposed tonight. I shall not attend. Dan casually offered an excuse and slipped away without a backward glance, leaving Fugaku helplessly watching him go. As night fell, in the gentle evening breeze, Obito stood halfway up the mountain, gazing down at the hidden leaf village. The reformed white Zetsu and black Zetsu, adorned with a flytrap design, emerged from the ground. Obito, to better contend with the Uchiha clan, it is time to reclaim your left eye, Black Zetsu suggested in a grave tone. Kakashi, who was supposed to surveil the Uchiha clan, had instead become a prisoner, nearly losing his Sharingan in the process. This incident had been narrated in detail to Obito by White Zetsu. White Zetsu chimed in with a flippant tone, Indeed, that Kakashi, who awakened the Manjiki alongside you, spends his days merely replicating ninjutsu with it. What a waste of potential. Upon hearing this, Obito scoffed derisively that Kakashi is nothing more than a counterfeit. However, he shifted his tone, stating that he had no intention of reclaiming his left eye for the time being. Why? Both Black and White Zetsu inquired in unison. Their curiosity piqued. They were already quite puzzled. Logically, after Obito activated the Manjiki years ago and eliminated all the Umbu present, he should have also disposed of Kakashi and retrieved his left eye. Yet, he had spared Kakashi, allowing him to continue using his Sharingan. Initially disinclined to explain, Obito grew weary of their incessant questioning and coldly replied, Humph, because I want Kakashi to suffer for all eternity. As long as the Sharingan remains with him, he will never forget my existence, nor will he ever forget that night when he personally killed Rin. I intend for the remainder of his life to be spent in tormenting guilt. Upon hearing this, White Zetsu applauded, praising, You never cease to amaze, Obito. Yet, Black Zetsu's gaze flickered. He perceived that beneath Obito's cruel and callous exterior lay a soft spot, a lingering affection for Kakashi. Ultimately, Obito's resolve was not as steadfast as Madara's. However, Black Zetsu raised a concern. What if one day the Uchiha decide to reclaim Kakashi's eye, only to discover it is a Manjiki? What then? Rest assured, the Uchiha will not reach that day. Obito let out a cold chuckle as he revealed his scheme. I intend to incite a full-scale war between the Uchiha and Konoha, utilizing Konoha as a weapon to eliminate the Uchiha. This was a plan he had set into motion years ago during the Night of the Nine Tails. The timing had not been ripe then, but now he could simply attempt it once more. Just as he spoke, a sudden explosion echoed from afar, followed by a brilliant burst of flames. It originated from the direction of the police department's prison. It appeared that a riot had erupted. Korezetsu, with keen perception, expressed his astonishment. It seems I need not intervene. Konoha and the Uchiha are already at each other's throats. Obito sneered again, knowing that an intriguing spectacle was about to unfold. In the tumultuous village of Konoha, there exist two prisons. One is the police department's facility, which has been strategically placed alongside the police headquarters under the pretext of monitoring inmates. This blatant decision has effectively marginalized the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village. Despite this, the village's upper echelons, led by the third Hokage, remain apprehensive about the Uchiha's considerable authority over the prison. In an effort to dilute the power of the police department, they established a separate penitentiary specifically for serious offenders, managed by the Umbu, who oversee the most egregious criminals. Consequently, the police department's prison came to confine only minor offenders. Within the confines of this prison, over 200 inmates mostly consist of petty thugs engaged in brawls, unruly ronin causing disturbances, and a few lower-ranking ninjas guilty of minor crimes. High-ranking offenders are a rarity. For the Uchiha, managing such a motley crew proved relatively easy. Since the establishment of the police department, there had been no significant incidents within the prison walls. However, this very complacency allowed the Uchiha to lower their guard in overseeing the prison. On this particular night, with the majority of the villagers attending a clan meeting, the security at the police department prison had reached its most lax state. Within the dimly lit cells, the sound of snoring filled the air. Devoid of recreational activities, the inmates maintained a healthy routine, retiring to sleep early. Suddenly, an unassuming short-statured inmate quietly rose from his bed, standing before the iron bars and gazing across to the opposite cell. Alongside him, 3 others remained awake. The 4 exchanged glances, nodding subtly at one another. Their outward facade was that of ordinary Konoha civilians, apprehended 3 days prior by the police department for engaging in a brawl. In truth, however, these 4 were all root ninjas. Act now, commanded one of them in a hushed tone, and their eyes sharpened with determination. Mere minutes later, the prison's main door crashed down amidst a blaze, smoke billowing forth as the 200 inmates erupted into chaos, fleeing in all directions. Quickly capture them, shouted a dozen Uchiha guards, frantically pursuing the escaping inmates in a desperate attempt to recapture them. Yet, the disparity in numbers rendered their efforts futile. Even herding 200 unruly pigs would require considerable time, let alone outsmarting cunning criminals. Moreover, during this tumult, the Uchiha guards found themselves ambushed by root ninjas. Succumbing one by one, the Uchiha are all at the clan meeting. The police department is nearly deserted. Let us set this place ablaze. It is time to exact our revenge on the Uchiha who have oppressed us. Several root ninjas blended into the crowd, inciting fervor while weaving hand signs to perform their jutsu. The air crackled with anticipation. In an instant, fire and wind ninjutsu, along with kunai and shuriken affixed with explosive tags, were hurled toward the police department building. Witnessing this spectacle, the criminals became increasingly exhilarated, roaring as they besieged the police department. Naturally, a portion of the more astute criminals, taking advantage of the night's cover, seized the chaos to flee in all directions. The mission was accomplished. The four root ninjas exchanged glances and silently withdrew. Lord Danzo had issued a strict order. Not a single piece of evidence must fall into Uchiha hands. Having achieved this extent, they were satisfied. Inside the police building, in the infirmary, Shursui lay on the hospital bed, his eyes wrapped in white bandages, seeping dark red blood. For the inherently proud Uchiha, losing his Sharingan felt akin to death itself. Thus, Itachi remained vigilantly by Shursui's bedside, fearful that his companion might contemplate despair. Itachi, you should rest. There is no need to worry about me, Shursui murmured, managing a faint smile. I am not weary, Itachi replied, resolute in his commitment to care for Shursui. At that moment, a thunderous crash erupted outside the window, followed by the clamor of battle, a cacophony of chaos. What is happening? Shursui asked in astonishment. I'll go take a look, Itachi said, rising. As he approached the window, his pupils narrowed in alarm. With a sharp sound, a kunai shattered the glass and flew into the infirmary, aimed straight at Itachi's face, which he deftly caught. Turning swiftly, he hastily informed Shursui. There is trouble at the prison. I must investigate. No sooner had he spoken than Itachi leapt from the window, landing in the open space before the police department. At that moment, the guard on duty, Tetsu, was leading several Uchiha ninjas to defend the entrance, fiercely battling the throng of criminals. Get that brat! The criminals shouted, rushing towards Itachi in a frenzy. With a resounding thud, Itachi activated his Sharingan, swiftly dispatching the assailants with a few well-placed strikes, leaving them writhing on the ground in agony. Suddenly, several shuriken flew from the shadows, but Itachi drew his kunai, expertly deflecting them. Just as his Sharingan locked onto the ambusher, a figure appeared silently behind the enemy, rendering them unconscious. It was Shursui. Shursui, how did you get out here? Itachi exclaimed. Taken aback, Itachi quickly informed the clan leader. I'll handle things here, Shursui urged, and with a swift set of hand seals, he conjured a multitude of shadow clones. Charging into the fray. Even without his Sharingan, Shursui's strength surpassed that of AJ Nin, not to be underestimated. His perceptive abilities could substitute for sight, effortlessly dispatching the criminals before him. It's the instantaneous Shursui. A criminal shouted in panic, inciting a wave of disarray. Reputation precedes. And despite Shursui's bandaged eyes rendering him sightless, his name alone was sufficient to intimidate the criminals. The stillness of the water had stabilized the situation. Itachi gritted his teeth and swiftly broke free from the encirclement of the criminals, hastening towards the South-He Shrine with utmost urgency. Inside the secret chamber of the South-He Shrine, under normal circumstances, the clan members would be deeply concerned about the disappearance of the ancestral stone tablet. Yet, at this moment, the Uchiha clan was fervently denouncing the higher-ups of Konoha. The upper echelons had deliberately spread rumors, inciting the entire village to harbor animosity towards the Uchiha. Thus, even if they wished to refrain from rebellion, they would inevitably be driven to a desperate path. They wielded the power of public opinion, having previously slandered Tsukumo Hatake, and now targeting the Uchiha. Their tactics had remained unchanged over the years. Amidst the rising anger, a loud crash resounded as the door to the secret chamber was forcefully thrown open. Itachi burst in, exclaiming, "A riot has erupted in the prison. All the inmates have escaped." The room fell into an immediate silence. Fugaku's expression shifted dramatically as he uttered two words, "Return." In a narrow alleyway at the gym, Samui jolted awake from her slumber. She glanced out the window, only to see flames rising towards the sky from the direction of the Uchiha clan, accompanied by a cacophony of noise. What was happening? Samui hastily leaped out of bed, donned a tank top and shorts, and rushed to the rooftop for a better view. 2 minutes later, She knocked urgently on the door of the gym, her voice laced with anxiety as she called out, "Director, it seems there's a situation at the police department. A riot has occurred in the prison." After a few moments of silence, a calm voice emerged from within the room. "It's not our concern. Go back to sleep." As the director arrived, all stood in reverence. However, Samui hesitated, ultimately retreating to her room. Upon closing the door, her gaze flickered. Her anxiety was a mere facade, a pretense of concern for the Uchiha clan. She was simply perplexed. The director currently commanded considerable respect within the Uchiha, with many clan members rallying behind him, holding him in awe, and following his lead. Although he permitted Inakawa and others to utilize the gym for physical training, he maintained a rather indifferent demeanor towards his kin. Now, with the Uchiha embroiled in turmoil, he adopted a detached attitude, seemingly unconcerned. Samui found it utterly incomprehensible what was truly on his mind. In the police department, as dozens of Uchiha returned from the South-He Shrine, the perpetrators scattered, and what ensued was a chaotic game of chase. This upheaval persisted throughout the night. During this tumultuous period, the violent clashes led to extensive damage within Konoha, with numerous buildings affected and countless civilians injured or even killed. Before dawn, the unrest finally subsided, leaving behind a scene of devastation. The following day, the sleepless Uchiha busied themselves with accounting for the captured prisoners, pursuing those still at large, investigating the causes of the riot, and repairing the police department building and the prison. The flurry of activities left them overwhelmed. Meanwhile, within less than half a day, the events of the prison riot spread throughout the village of Konoha, inciting widespread panic. When the villagers learned that the Uchiha's convening of a clan meeting had led to a lapse in prison security, culminating in the uprising, public discontent ignited swiftly. Under the influence of certain individuals, a multitude of villagers gathered in front of the police department building that afternoon, vocally protesting. The Uchiha, day by day, either convened clan meetings or formed groups to visit the gym, neglecting their duties. Do such people still deserve to oversee the police department? This is gross dereliction of duty, and the Uchiha must apologize. Faced with the swelling tide of public opinion, the Uchiha, with their proud natures, could hardly tolerate being openly berated, and they retorted without reservation, escalating the tension between both sides. They nearly clashed physically with the fervent villagers. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, it was the clan leader, Fugaku, who stepped forward. He restrained his impassioned kin and solemnly addressed the protesting villagers, assuring them that the Uchiha were diligently investigating the incident and would provide a clear account to all citizens of Konoha. Yet, the villagers remained unconvinced by Fugaku's words, perceiving them as a mere stalling tactic designed to placate them. Just as the uproar reached its peak, two Umbu ninjas emerged from the crowd, delivering the third Hokage's directive to the Uchiha. The negligence of the police department has resulted in a prison riot, causing severe losses to the personal safety and property of the residents of Kamui. The Hokage has decreed that a meeting of clan leaders will convene tomorrow at 9 in the morning to vote on the penalties for the police department and the Uchiha clan. Clan leader Fugaku, it will be necessary for you to visit the Hokage building at that time. The two Umbu, adorned with hawk and elephant masks, recited the third Hokage's order in a detached tone before turning to leave amidst the villagers' cheers. Did you hear that? At last, the Uchiha clan is to face stern punishment. The Hokage is indeed wise. Let us see if the Uchiha can continue their arrogance thereafter. The villagers rejoiced, their long-suppressed grievances finally on the verge of release. Fugaku's expression was grave, fully aware that this time, the Uchiha would likely have to accept their fate. He promptly commanded everyone to gather in the conference room. "Itachi, please fetch your uncle," Fugaku instructed specifically. Itachi felt a jolt within. He understood that his uncle Uchiha Dan's opinion would significantly influence the collective will of the Uchiha clan at this juncture. Half an hour later, Dan entered the police department building alongside Itachi. On the way, he had gleaned the gist of the situation from his nephew and surmised that the prison riot was likely a maneuver orchestrated by the higher-ups of Kamui. The subsequent actions would probably involve extreme pressure on the Uchiha clan, aiming to reclaim control of the police department. This tactic was reminiscent of the antics favored by certain leaders in a nation on his previous planet. For Dan, who relished in the unfolding drama, he was eager to hear how the Uchiha's clever minds would devise their response. Thus, he attended the meeting. The uncle and nephew ascended to the third floor and arrived at the end of the corridor, pushing open the door to the conference room with a creak. Most of the Uchiha members had already gathered, numbering over 70, significantly more than the last clan meeting Dan had attended. All the clan members were seated around a massive rectangular conference table, filling every available space, with some standing along the sides due to a lack of seats. Although the meeting had yet to commence, fervent discussions regarding the incident had already erupted within the room, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. It was only when Dan and Itachi entered that a wave of gazes turned towards the door, landing upon Dan. Many of the Uchiha present had been sent flying by Dan's Shinra Tensei and had since obtained gym memberships, joining the physical enhancement department. Influenced by their trainer Samui over the past few days, numerous Uchiha had started referring to Dan as the director. Now that the director had arrived, the previously raucous conference room fell silent within mere seconds. Director, Ino led the others in rising to greet Dan, with the remaining clan members following suit, standing in unison. This level of respect was typically reserved for a clan leader. Upon witnessing this scene, Fuyue, seated at the head of the conference table, did not exhibit any displeasure. Rather, he smiled and beckoned to Duan, saying, "Duan, come over here. You are the only one missing." The first seat to Fuyue's right remained vacant, reserved specifically for Duan. Consequently, Duan made his way past the gathered clan members and took his place at the table. Meanwhile, Itachi silently stood behind his uncle, directly opposite Duan. In the position to Fuyue's left, sat Shursui, his eyes wrapped in bandages, remaining utterly silent, despite having suffered a crushing defeat at Duan's hands. This renowned Shunshin user was still acknowledged as the second strongest within the clan. Hence his status at the conference table ranked just below that of the clan leader and Duan. It was rumored that Shursui's eyes had suffered from excessive strain, leading to a deterioration of his condition to the point where he could no longer withstand even the faintest glimmer of sunlight. Seated to Duan's right was Uchiha Shana, the fourth strongest in the clan, who spoke in hushed tones. "Oh," Duan replied, taken aback, although Fuyue had issued a gag order. If Shursui were determined to divulge the incident regarding the removal of eyes and accuse Duan, no one could stop him. Such a revelation would undoubtedly tarnish Duan's reputation within the clan. After all, the act of extracting the eyes of a fellow clansman was inherently brutal and merciless, especially for the Uchiha, for whom the Sharingan represented their very essence. Duan's actions were excessive and would be impossible for the clan members to condone. Unexpectedly, Shursui chose to endure, publicly declaring that he had succumbed to an eye ailment. The meaning of Konoha lies in the notion of collective welfare. Itachi spoke softly, gritting his teeth as he implored, "Uncle, I hope you do not let Shursui down, nor allow the Uchiha clan to descend into despair. Even if it is just this once." Itachi understood that given his uncle's penchant for chaos, it was only a matter of time before he would lead the Uchiha clan and the entire village of Konoha into the flames of ruin. Yet, before that eventuality, Itachi prayed that his uncle would grant the Uchiha a little more time, allowing individuals like himself and Shursui to discover the true path that could save both the Uchiha and the village before the situation became irreparable. In response to Itachi's plea, his uncle agreed, "Very well, I promise. As long as I remain silent. Is that not sufficient?" A slight smile graced his lips as he leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, clearly intending to observe rather than disrupt. At that moment, Fugaku, seated at the head of the table, cleared his throat and solemnly announced the commencement of the meeting. Everyone present is undoubtedly aware of the current situation. In light of the recent prison riot, the village has decided to convene a clan leader-level meeting to discuss penalties for the police force and the Uchiha. Though I am the only clan leader attending, I represent the voices of all Uchiha, so I invite everyone to express their opinions freely. As Fugaku's words echoed, the meeting room erupted in discussion. Shursui cautiously glanced at his uncle, noting his composed demeanor suggesting he had no intention of speaking. Looking across the table at Itachi, he noted no signs of agitation either. Thus, as a representative of the radical faction, Shursui took the initiative to articulate his long-held stance. With a resounding bang, he slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet in anger, declaring, "It is evident to anyone with sight that this riot was orchestrated by the higher-ups of Konoha, inciting villagers to protest at the police department. Do they truly believe us Uchiha to be fools?" Indeed, Elder Shursui is correct, the clan members echoed in agreement, voicing their shared disdain for the despicable tactics employed by Konoha's leadership. Fugaku furrowed his brow and inquired, "Elder Shursui, what do you propose?" Shursui inhaled deeply, pausing before responding as he surveyed the room with a weary gaze. After a long sigh, he began to recount. Many of you are too young to remember the Warring States period, and have nearly forgotten that it was the reconciliation of the Uchiha and Senju clans that led to the establishment of the first hidden village, Konoha. The very name Konoha was coined by our former leader, Uchiha Madara, where Kono represents Senju and Ha signifies Uchiha. Furthermore, the title of Hokage was originally intended for Madara, the master of fire techniques, to become the first leader of the village. As Shursui spoke the name Uchiha Madara, he felt a surge of emotion, overwhelmed by the weight of legacy and history. Is this truly so? The significance of Konoha and the Hokage is revealed in a manner unforeseen. The words of Shana stirred the clansmen, particularly those under the age of 40, who were entirely ignorant of this historical narrative. The elders of the clan, having opposed Madara's actions back in the day and subsequently severed ties with him, had chosen to deliberately conceal this chapter of the past, seldom sharing it with the younger generation. As for the curriculum in the Shinobi Academy, it has never touched upon these matters, only expounding on the will of fire. According to the interpretation of the will of fire, Konoha signifies, where the leaves dance, the fire shall endure. The flames shall continue to illuminate the village, nurturing the growth of new leaves, embodying a spirit of sacrifice. This entire doctrine fails to mention even a syllable representing the Uchiha. Is this not a blatant act of forgetting one's roots? At this moment, even Shursui, who had unwavering faith in the will of fire, found a fleeting moment of doubt and hesitation upon hearing Shana's words and the discussions among the clansmen. Shana discreetly wiped her eyes with her fingers and glanced at Dan, her murky gaze filled with reassurance. This elder of the Uchiha firmly believed that Dan would become the next Madara Uchiha. Then, raising her voice, Shana continued to address her clansmen. The Uchiha and Senju have persisted for over a millennium, recognized throughout the shinobi world as the two mightiest clans. After the two clans united to establish Konoha and usher in peace, the chaos of the Warring States period finally dissipated, with other smaller clans hastily seeking to affiliate themselves with the two great families. Thus, as one of the founders of the shinobi village era, the Uchiha inherently possessed half of Konoha's power, being the true masters of this village. Even the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, who harbored the greatest animosity towards the Uchiha, could not deny this fact, which is why he established the police force, entrusting the powers of Konoha's defense, civil affairs, and criminal investigations entirely to the Uchiha. However, later on, the higher-ups of Konoha, led by the third Hokage, not only displayed narrow-mindedness and jealousy towards the Uchiha, but also conspired with the smaller clans and civilian shinobi to ostracize and suppress the Uchiha. These individuals now believe that Konoha belongs to them, wishing to usurp our rightful place and drive the Uchiha away. Look at the fate of the Senju clan. The once mighty Senju clan vanished completely less than 30 years after the death of the first Hokage, leaving only Tsunade, who has become elusive. The Konoha elite even claimed that the first Hokage's dying wish was for the Senju clan to obscure their lineage and integrate into the village. Who would genuinely believe such a ludicrous lie? Today, the wood in Konoha has long ceased to exist. As the leaf, we Uchiha must not meet the same fate as the Senju and await our demise. We must resist with unwavering resolve. Therefore, I assert that the Uchiha must not only refuse to compromise with the village, but also assertively reclaim all powers of the police force, reinstating ourselves as the true masters of Konoha. Her impassioned declaration resonated profoundly with the assembly. At present, the Uchiha clan possesses 3 pairs of Mangekyou Sharingan, which serves as their paramount asset in the struggle against the village. Konoha, in any circumstance, dares not to confront the Uchiha openly. The high-ranking officials' self-righteous maneuvers ultimately amount to nothing more than shooting themselves in the foot. Cough, cough, cough. After delivering such a lengthy and impassioned discourse, the elder Uchiha Shursui found himself momentarily breathless, succumbing to a fit of intense coughing. Nevertheless, his eloquent address ignited a fervor within many clan members, garnering their enthusiastic support. Even the typically composed clan leader, Fugaku, could not restrain his rising emotions, visibly affected. The atmosphere in the conference room swiftly reached a fervent crescendo. Observing this scene, Itachi felt a surge of anxiety, his heart racing with concern. No matter how illustrious the Uchiha's past may have been, their unwavering resolve to confront the entire village now, convinced of their superiority, would inevitably lead to a disastrous conclusion. Itachi harbored suspicions that Shusui's words were orchestrated by their uncle behind the scenes. I propose that we abandon the police department. At this moment, Itachi turned towards Shursui, as Shursui had expressed his intention to speak at this meeting. Indeed, Shursui placed his hand on the table and gradually rose to his feet. Noticing this, Fugaku declared loudly, "Silence," thereby granting Shursui the floor. "Thank you, clan leader," Shursui began, expressing his gratitude to Fugaku for the opportunity to speak. After a moment of careful consideration, he continued, "I partially acknowledge Elder Shada's perspective. The police department is the foundation of the Uchiha clan standing in Konoha. The authority we must wield should be firmly grasped in our hands. However, here." Shursui paused, pointing out the most pressing issue currently facing the police department. Due to its stance against criminals, the police department has naturally become a target of disdain. Over the years, it has increasingly lost the favor of the people, which is a verifiable fact. If this continues, it will only incite greater public resentment and exacerbate the divide between the Uchiha and the villagers. Ultimately, even if the Uchiha were to reclaim full control of the police department, it would likely be futile, as they would face widespread resistance from the villagers, who would no longer be willing to abide by the department's governance. Upon hearing Shursui's earnest words, Fugaku inquired on behalf of the clansmen. "Then what do you suggest we do?" "I propose that the Uchiha take the initiative to propose reforms for the police department to the village." Shursui articulated his long-considered thoughts with a serious tone. "How should we reform it?" Fugaku pressed, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Indeed, he had contemplated reforming the police department himself as the clan leader. Subsequently, Shursui presented his reform proposal. The most crucial point was to open certain positions within the police department, no longer limited to the Uchiha, but accessible to all ninjas in the village. Anyone could freely apply, and as long as they passed the police department's assessments, they could assume a position. In Shursui's vision, by proactively sharing and allowing ninjas of all clans and commoners the opportunity to join the police department, not only could the issue of personnel shortages be alleviated, but it would also significantly enhance the Uchiha's reputation, thereby diminishing the villagers' antagonism towards the police department. "That is unacceptable." Before Shursui could finish, the recently recovered second-in-command of the police department, Uchiha Hakadai, interjected with his opposition. His reasoning was that, according to Shursui's proposal, outsiders would undoubtedly flood into the police department, displacing many Uchiha clan members from their current positions. Indeed, Hakadai's words resonated strongly with numerous clansmen. No one wished to see their livelihoods threatened or lose their jobs. Furthermore, for a clan that had always prided itself on its status within the police department, it was difficult for them to lower themselves to work alongside other ninjas of Konoha. In the face of this dissent, Shursui refrained from excessive elaboration and simply countered, "All positions that are open will be subject to fair competition, with employment based on merit." Are we, the Uchiha clan's ninjas, truly so lacking in confidence? This statement rendered the 8th generation and others momentarily speechless. Furthermore, within my proposed plan, even after the reform of the police department, the Uchiha still retains control over the leadership, financial matters, and personnel decisions. Foreign ninjas may only ascend to the position of squad leader, and thus pose no direct threat to the power of the Uchiha. After addressing the 8th generation, Shursui elaborated further. Fugaku pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded, echoing Shursui's sentiments. "Indeed, if I present Shursui's reform proposal for the police department at tomorrow's clan leader meeting, I am certain we can garner the support of the other clan leaders in Konoha, significantly increasing our chances of resolving this crisis." It must be said, Shursui's proposal is both innovative and bold, offering more feasibility compared to Elder Shitaku's purely radical ideas. It indeed provides a viable path for the Uchiha and the police department to navigate through the current predicament, with the clan leader endorsing it. Some members of the clan calmed down and began to seriously discuss the viability of the reform proposal. However, a faction of Uchiha still staunchly opposed Shursui's suggestion, believing that this course of action would eventually lead to the police department falling into the hands of others. Tensions rose as both sides became embroiled in heated disputes, even resorting to shouting. Observing the commotion among his clansmen, Fugaku sighed and shook his head in resignation. "Silence," he commanded once more, instructing the clan members to cease their futile arguments, and then turned towards his brother-in-law on his right. "Dan, do you have any thoughts to share with everyone?" Dan, as the current strongest member of the Uchiha, held a prestige that even slightly overshadowed that of the clan leader. His stance, whether in support of Shitaku or Shursui, would undoubtedly tip the scales and play a decisive role. "Why are you asking me?" Dan raised an eyebrow. He had promised his nephew to remain uninvolved, and now, confronted by his brother-in-law's inquiry, could only glance at Itachi in silence. Under the weighty gaze of his uncle, Itachi felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Within moments, everyone in the conference room, aside from the blind Shursui, had turned their attention to Itachi. Their curiosity was piqued as to why Dan refrained from responding to the clan leader's inquiry and instead focused intently on Itachi. Under the scrutiny of over 70 pairs of eyes, Itachi felt an immense pressure and ultimately relented, speaking to Dan. "Uncle, whatever you wish to say. Just say it. This was your request." Dan chuckled, habitually ruffling his nephew's hair before turning back. His gaze swept from Fugaku at the head of the table, moving rightward, passing over each clansman. Amidst the tense and expectant stares of the assembly, Dan fell silent for a moment before finally speaking with a composed demeanor. "I suggest that the Uchiha completely relinquish the police department." At this proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the room. The expansive conference hall was filled with expressions frozen in shock. After a lengthy pause, "Did I mishear you? Are you suggesting that the Uchiha clan should abandon the police department?" Elder Shana's voice trembled, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Across from him, Shursue's face was obscured by bandages, concealing his eyes, yet the parted lips revealed his own surprise. "Are you serious?" Faik furrowed his brow, his tone grave. In such circumstances, jesting was wholly inappropriate. In response to the collective incredulity, Duan reclined in his chair, offering no explanation. He was aware of the various factions within the clan, radicals, moderates, and neutrals, who relished interpreting his words, often discerning multiple meanings. "Since you all enjoy guessing, go ahead," he thought. Observing Duan's demeanor, the clan members exchanged glances, but soon, whispers began to circulate within the conference room. Duan, the foremost warrior of the Uchiha, the revered head of the police department, could not possibly speak without purpose. Thus, everyone strained to comprehend the deeper significance behind his startling declaration. Unexpectedly, the first to grasp Duan's profound intent was not Faik, Shursui, or Shana, but a young clansman. "I concur with the director's perspective." A young man in his 20s, sporting a ponytail, raised his hand. His name was Uchiha Kenzo. Having served in the police department for a decade, currently holding the position of squad leader. Instantly, all eyes turned to Kenzo, nervously swallowing. He cast a tentative glance at Duan, unsure of his interpretation but emboldened by determination. He articulated his thoughts. "I believe the police department of the Uchiha is merely a facade of prestige. In truth, it is the most arduous task in Kamogakure." His words were striking, yet Kenzo was not speaking recklessly. Regardless of how the police department was originally conceived, his 10 years of service had unveiled a stark contrast to his initial aspirations. Upon finishing, Kenzo glanced at the clan leader, Faik. Although Faik frowned, he refrained from interjecting, instead nodding slightly, encouraging Kenzo to continue. Kenzo, emboldened, poured forth his grievances. "Our officers in the police department are burdened with an overwhelming number of patrol duties. To maintain the village's security and order, we must apprehend thieves, spies, and mediate disputes amongst villagers, managing an endless array of issues. Upon returning to the department, we are also tasked with managing and interrogating criminals. Despite our relentless efforts, we receive no respect. Instead, we are met with a torrent of complaints. In the course of enforcement, if we are too stringent, we are accused of abusing our power and lacking compassion. Yet if we are lenient, we are criticized for insufficient rigor and ineptitude. If a clan member errs, the halo effect magnifies the mistake, resulting in a tarnished reputation for both the police department and the Uchiha clan. In essence, the duties of the police department are a thankless endeavor." Stanson had not finished his statement. He seized the cup from the table and drained it in one gulp, then added with a face full of indignation, "Moreover, the Umbu of the third Hokage often meddles in our police department's affairs, causing a plethora of issues. Yet, under the pressure of public opinion from Konoha's higher-ups, whenever something goes awry, the villagers solely blame the police department, never the Umbu. Conversely, any capture of significant criminals or spies is invariably attributed to the Umbu, with no acknowledgement of the police department's involvement. What basis is there for this? To me, the police department appears to be a resplendent garland, yet in reality, it is a heavy shackle around the neck of our Uchiha clan. I, Uchiha Sien-san, would rather undertake the most perilous missions, engaging in fierce battles on the battlefield, than remain in the police department, enduring such a stifling existence." With that, silence enveloped the conference room. No one spoke for a long while. Rather than merely lamenting his job, Xiansen was, in fact, questioning the very purpose of the police department's existence. His words were undeniably audacious. Indeed, Xiansen's remarks caused Fiake, the police department captain, to furrow his brow into a frown, seemingly on the verge of erupting in anger and stripping Xiansen of his position as squad leader. At that moment, however, Duan suddenly raised both hands, clapping a few times in approval of Xiansen's speech. Upon seeing Duan nod slightly in his direction, Xiansen, who had been exceedingly tense, could not help but break into a smile of delight. Well said. The 8th generation, witnessing this, slammed his hand on the table, the first to seize the moment and support Xiansen. Since being bested by Duan previously, he had been eager to restore his standing in Duan's eyes, and seizing this opportunity, he quickly declared, "I have long believed that the Uchiha clan's presence in the police department is akin to a slow suicide. The trivialities of the police department squander the Uchiha's time and energy, depleting their talents and enthusiasm. The Uchiha could undoubtedly enjoy greater freedom, yet they are relegated to daily street patrols, thus becoming tamed and gradually descending into mediocrity. This must be a conspiracy of Konoha's higher-ups. The solution to this predicament, as Duan stated, is not for the Uchiha to cling to the chains of the police department, but rather to actively break free. Truly, the deputy of the police department has honed his rhetorical skills to perfection. Just moments ago, the 8th generation insisted that the police department should vie for power with the higher-ups, yet he swiftly reversed his stance, articulating his points with conviction and fervor. This is precisely why he has risen to become a leader among the radicals. Elder Shana did not speak. Though aged, his mind remained sharper than that of the youth. He understood that Duan's proposal to abandon the police department was, on one hand, a strategy to lull Konoha's higher-ups into complacency, thereby reducing their wariness toward the Uchiha. On the other hand, it is to sever the retreat of the clansmen, compelling them to fight with unwavering resolve and join the coup without hesitation. Indeed, is Duan preparing to gradually cultivate the conviction of the clansmen to shatter their own jade? Ji Shui and Itachi were taken aback. The proposal to reform the police department was conceived by Ji Shui during his days of convalescence, and Itachi had contributed several ideas as well. Yet, in comparison, Duan's suggestion to have the Uchiha entirely relinquish the police department undoubtedly serves the village's interests better. This could potentially resolve the long-standing conflict between the clan and the village once and for all. What is Duan truly contemplating? Both Ji Shui and Itachi felt perplexed, sensing that the matter was far from simple. At that moment, Fugaku recalled Duan's bold declaration when he shattered the ancestral monument, expressing his intent to lead the Uchiha in writing a new chapter of history. Thus, he once again addressed Duan, imploring him to elucidate why the Uchiha should abandon the police department. It was only then that Duan slowly rose to his feet, prepared to articulate his thoughts. "Can anyone here tell me what constitutes the greatest asset of the Uchiha clan?" he inquired, surveying the room. The gathered clansmen fell into contemplation. Is it the police department? No, given that Duan posed the question, that could not be the answer. Duan, not keeping them in suspense for long, straightforwardly revealed, "The greatest asset of the Uchiha is none other than our own bodies, particularly these Sharingan." As his words faded, his deep black eyes transformed into the form of 3 tomo. Duan's 3 tomo were more crimson and exquisite than anyone else's, emanating a terrifying aura of ocular power. Duan cast a glance at Fugaku and continued, "According to the inscriptions found in the secret chamber of the South He Shrine, the Uchiha clan descends from the Sage of 6 Paths, the progenitor of ninjutsu, dating back a millennium. This truth is interpreted through the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. Therefore, the Uchiha should follow in the footsteps of our ancestors, even surpass them, rather than engage in trivial games with the mundane denizens of Kamui. This proclamation was akin to casting a massive stone into a tranquil pond, instantly stirring tumultuous waves. Is this true? The Uchiha clan, descendants of the Sage of 6 Paths? Many clansmen were hearing this revelation for the first time, struggling to believe its authenticity, yet it emanated from Duan's lips, rendering it irrefutably credible. Duan's assertion that the Uchiha must transcend their ancestors ignited fervor among the clan members. What a magnificent and unparalleled ambition, to aspire to become sages, not mere mortals. Duan did not cease, continuing to expound upon his philosophy. What constitutes power? Is it the police department that oversees the entire village, the high-ranking officials of Kamui wielding authority, or the feudal lord governing the land of fire. No, none of these are true power. Those in such positions merely occupy their roles through the elevation of others, possessing only the art of manipulation. Even a revered figure such as a Hokage can swiftly find themselves betrayed and cast down from their pedestal, facing the scorn of the masses. However, there exists a certain type of individual who remains impervious to such fate. This is the person who cultivates their own strength, deriving power from within rather than relying on others. Such individuals possess a power that cannot be taken from them. It only grows more formidable. Remember, power is born from strength, not the other way around. The Uchiha clan aspires to be a lineage of true power, to become sages rather than mere mortals. This declaration served as a beacon, illuminating the path ahead for the Uchiha, dispelling the fog of uncertainty. At this moment, rather than aiding the Uchiha, Dant was articulating his own philosophy. It was a revelation from the great god of muscles to Dant. For him, any external force is but an illusion. True strength lies in the explosive power of one's own clenched fist. Eternal strength. Dant, typically reserved and taciturn, spoke at length today. Then, under the gaze of all the Uchiha, he slowly and deliberately raised his right arm, fingers outstretched, pointing towards the ceiling. His wide sleeves fell away, revealing the prominent blue veins and the chiseled contours of his muscles, appearing almost explosive. Suddenly, a low hum emanated from his outstretched fingers and entire right arm, vibrating at an extraordinary frequency, quickly creating a multitude of afterimages. The shadow manipulation technique was activated. In an instant, all present found their senses overwhelmed. And in the blink of an eye, they were transported from the conference room to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Around them, dark clouds swirled, thunder rumbling ominously. Dant stood aloft, his robes billowing in the tempest, undisturbed by joy or sorrow, his gaze sharp as lightning, akin to the exalted deity of thunder, surveying the world below. Countless bolts of lightning converged from all directions, gradually being drawn into Dant's grasp as he closed his fingers. The next moment, with a resounding shout, Dant's right hand descended like divine retribution. With a crackling sound, his fierce command sent shockwaves rippling through the air, shattering every window in the conference room in an instant. Even the chandelier above splintered, its bulbs crashing down. The Uchiha, overwhelmed by the thunderous display, were left paralyzed with fear, toppling from their seats, sprawled upon the floor. Only Fujitaka and Shursui remained seated amidst the chaos. This is a technique I developed by merging the power of the Uchiha's shadow manipulation with physical prowess. It is called the shadow manipulation technique. This embodies what I refer to as power. Dant regarded his pale-faced clan members, lowered his arm, and returned to his seat. The Uchiha murmured the name of the technique as they began to rise from the ground. Can they also master such arts? The 8th generation, just recently recovering from his shock, eagerly began to flatter. Duan is truly remarkable, having created the phantom technique, rivaling even the second Raikage who developed the lightning release ninja body technique. Inada couldn't help but reflect on his previously narrow perspective. I never understood Duan. Now I realize that his choice to refrain from becoming a ninja and to forego work in the police department was driven by a desire not to squander a single moment, allowing him to dedicate himself to training and follow in the footsteps of the Uchiha ancestor, the Sage of Six Paths. Thus, Duan could remain silent for 24 years and then astonish the world with his prowess. With a mere display of his abilities, he overshadowed an entire clan. The other clan members, upon hearing this, found themselves filled with yearning. If only they could abandon the mundane tasks of the police department and devote themselves to rigorous training from this moment on. Even if they could not attain Duan's level of strength, possessing a fraction of his power would suffice. Duan cast a glance at the 8th generation and Inada, signaling them to cease their flattery. Instantly, both fell silent. In truth, Uchiha Shana had accurately guessed Duan's intentions. Today, Duan's momentary enthusiasm and igniting fervor was aimed at encouraging the Uchiha to break free from the constraints of the police department, allowing them to engage wholeheartedly in the coup d'etat he envisioned. Only then would there be a spectacle worth witnessing. I concur with Duan's proposal. The Uchiha should abandon the police department. At that moment, Uchiha Shana raised his hand, formally expressing his support for Duan. Observing this, other clan members followed suit, raising their hands in a show of solidarity. I agree too. Tired of being mistreated, I refuse to serve these ungrateful leaf villagers any longer. From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training at the meat modification department, striving to cultivate muscles and strength akin to the director. I too shall join. Fitness is far more engaging than patrolling the streets. The room was filled with the fervor of the Uchiha, each individual ignited by the desire to grow stronger. Influenced by Duan's words, the Uchiha, once akin to wolves, had been domesticated into dogs, yet now the blood of wolves stirred once more. A true Uchiha seeks the most formidable power, reveling in the dance of blades and flames, traversing the ninja world with abandon. In this moment, the clan members shared a burning consensus within their hearts. I support Duan, Jishui declared, raising his hand. He had not anticipated Duan's audacious suggestion to abandon the police department, nor the extent to which he had swayed the proud clan members. One after another, the 70 or more individuals in the conference room raised their hands in agreement, some even lifting both hands in approval. Faced with such a scenario, Fugaka took a deep breath, feeling the immense pressure. He understood that as the leader of the Uchiha clan, he was about to make a monumental decision, one that, once spoken, could not be retracted. The future of the Uchiha clan might well be transformed as a result. Under the watchful gaze of numerous eyes, amidst the tense yet hushed atmosphere, Fugaka pondered for a full minute. Finally, given the circumstances, let us liberate the Uchiha clan from the confines of the police department, Fujitaka declared, his words resonating clearly in the ears of every individual present. As soon as he finished speaking, the conference room erupted into a chorus of cheers. 10 minutes later, it was mandated that the discussions held during this meeting remain strictly confidential. Not a single word was to escape their lips. Following Fujitaka's stern directive, all attendees nodded solemnly and proceeded to rise and leave in an orderly fashion. Itachi, I will assist you, he promptly offered, rushing to support Shursui. No need, Itachi. I have been practicing my sensory skills these past few days and can now move about freely like an ordinary person, Shursui replied with a smile. His modesty belied his true capabilities. Not only could he maneuver with ease, but he could also contend with even the most skilled jonin. Such is the nature of a genius. The reason for Shursue's smile was the outcome of today's meeting, which filled him with joy. Though he had lost his sight, he envisioned a promising future, a harmonious existence between his clan and the village. Dan, wait a moment, Fujitaka called out to his brother-in-law, who was about to depart. Although only Fujitaka was permitted to attend the clan leader meeting the following day, the head of the clan certainly warranted a degree of representation. According to the regulations, he was allowed to bring 2 bodyguards into the Hokage building. Thus, he sought out Dan. All right, Dan contemplated briefly before agreeing. Having lived for 24 years, he had yet to set foot in the Hokage building. This was an opportunity to take a look, a reconnaissance mission of sorts. As for the second bodyguard, Dan glanced at Shursue's retreating figure and casually suggested to Fujitaka, I've heard Shursui has long wished to meet the third Hokage. Let him have that chance. He was curious to see if Shursui, having lost his Manjiki, would still stubbornly adhere to the so-called will of fire. Outside the police department building, the Uchiha clan members wore expressions of joy and relief, as if they had finally shed a long-standing burden. Engaged in animated discussions about fitness, they patiently awaited Dan's emergence from the building. Director. As soon as Dan stepped outside, they rushed to surround him like moths drawn to a flame. Subsequently, a procession of dozens made their way out of the Uchiha district towards the body modification department. Not far off, members of the Umbu, who had been observing, swiftly organized their intelligence and proceeded to the Hokage building to report. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage furrowed his brow, pondering, what on earth are the Uchiha planning? Aren't they the least bit concerned? Danzo, leaning on his cane, narrowed his eyes and solemnly stated, regardless of what the Uchiha are scheming, we must impose strict sanctions on the police department during tomorrow's clan leader meeting. Xiaochun and Yin echoed in agreement. The prison riot plan has thus far yielded excellent results. Let Danzo preside over tomorrow's clan leader meeting. Very well. The third Hokage paused for a moment before nodding. The Konoha F4 has devised a plan. This time, they intend to reclaim the police department's prison during the clan leader meeting, reduce the police department's budget, and additionally dispatch the Umbu to establish an oversight group within the police department, thereby completely subduing the Uchiha clan. As evening fell, the Uchiha members chanted their slogans, exiting the gym, basking in the setting sun, filled with laughter as they made their way back to the clan grounds. The gym closed its doors early today. A night of silence followed. As dawn broke, a faint light emerged from the horizon, awakening the slumbering village of Konoha. A new day had begun. At 7 in the morning, Duan rose promptly, as was his routine, and reached for the black uniform hanging on the coat rack. However, halfway through putting it on, he suddenly recalled something and removed it. With a swift motion, he slid open the wardrobe door and retrieved a deep blue high-collared robe from the back, emblazoned with a striking red and white flame fan emblem. This garment had been specially given to him by Makoto Uchiha during a recent shopping trip with Samui. It was a heartfelt gift, meticulously sewn by his sister, who had always hoped her brother would return to the clan and reclaim his identity as an Uchiha. Such earnest intentions. Shaking his head, Duan decided that since he was to serve as the clan leader's bodyguard today, it would be best to attend in the capacity of an Uchiha. After many years, he donned the Uchiha attire once more, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, adjusting his collar, and finally fastening a white belt around his waist. This belt not only secured the garment, but also provided a tailored fit, allowing for the attachment of various ninja tools, swords, or scrolls. By regulation, as a bodyguard to the clan leader, he was permitted to carry weapons into the Hokage building. Nevertheless, for Duan, such measures were unnecessary. His body was the finest weapon. Stepping out of his room, he found Samui had already prepared a steaming breakfast, 30 egg whites, 20 strips of bacon, and a liter of milk. He consumed the meal in no time. Wiping his mouth, he remarked, "My appetite has truly diminished of late." Indeed, as Duan underwent his physical transformation, his food intake had significantly reduced. The days of consuming an entire cow in one sitting were long gone. This was due to the fact that his muscles had reached their peak enhancement, no longer requiring such abundant nourishment. Perhaps in the future, when he surpasses human limits once more, his appetite will return. After brushing his teeth and discussing a few matters concerning the gym with Samui, Duan stepped out. As always, Samui stood at the entrance, watching him depart the alley. She understood that he was headed to the Hokage building. Today was the day. If the Uchiha clan were to sever ties with Konoha due to the issues surrounding the police department, wouldn't that present an opportunity for the Cloud Village? Samui has grown increasingly familiar with Danzo. She has discerned that, given the curator's eccentric personality and bizarre methods, wherever he goes, conflict and chaos inevitably ensue. Danzo embodies turmoil. Unfortunately, she cannot enter the Hokage building and witness it firsthand. 20 minutes later, Danzo arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha clan's territory and immediately spotted Shursui, who had been waiting there. Shursui was clad in a high-collared robe and had donned fresh bandages. No longer did blood seep from his eyes, and he bore a small tanto on his back. "Danzo, thank you for granting me the opportunity to attend this meeting with you and the clan leader," Shursui expressed, sensing Danzo's chakra as he approached. For Shursui, witnessing the historical moment when the Uchiha renounced the police department and reconciled with the village would be worth any sacrifice, even the eternal loss of his sight. Perhaps techniques like the Kodoame Tsukumi ought to be sealed away, never to surface in this world again. Entrusting them to Danzo seemed the wisest choice. With this thought, Shursui smiled sincerely. "You're welcome," Danzo replied, patting Shursui's shoulder with a large hand. The two then stood in silence, as there was little common ground between them. After a while, the Uchiha clan leader and head of the police department, Fugaku, finally arrived. Since taking on the role of captain, Fugaku had typically donned the black combat attire of the police force paired with a green vest. However, today he astonishingly wore the Uchiha robe, akin to that of Danzo and Shursui, having shed his police uniform to attend this meeting. This act alone spoke volumes about Fugaku's stance. "Danzo, Shursui, let us proceed," Fugaku said, casting a glance at the two before striding out of the Uchiha territory. Danzo and Shursui followed closely behind him, flanking him on either side, as they swiftly made their way onto the main street, heading directly for the Hokage building. In the early hours of the morning in Konoha, the sun shone brightly, warming the hearts of its inhabitants. The breakfast shops lining the streets had opened their doors, and amidst the vendors' calls, the fragrant steam of hot food wafted through the air, enticing passing villagers, office workers, and students of the Ninja Academy. The scene was one of vibrant prosperity. However, as the trio from the Uchiha clan approached from down the street, the previously harmonious atmosphere quickly shifted, and the sounds of the bustling street diminished significantly. Vendors ceased their haggling, and children halted their playful antics, all eyes diverted, striving to avoid contact with Fugaku and his companions. Students heading to the Ninja Academy cautiously navigated around the three, opting to take a longer route to their destination. It was the three members of the Uchiha clan, each bearing the powerful Sharingan. It is said that the QB disturbance from a few years ago was orchestrated by someone who manipulated the beast using a kaleidoscope, working insidiously behind the scenes. But who could that possibly be? Without question, all three individuals must have had a hand in it. These whispers among the villagers fell upon Shirsue's ears, casting a shadow over his heart. At the time of the QB incident, he was engaged in a mission outside the village and only learned of the turmoil afterwards. Had he been present, he would have undoubtedly utilized the power of the kaleidoscope to thwart the QB, preventing the demise of the fourth Hokage. If that had been the case, the Uchiha clan would not have faced the villagers' suspicions and animosity, nor would they have arrived at their current predicament. As for who controlled the QB, was it the clan leader or Danzo? Shirsue dared not inquire, and, in truth, the answer to that question has since lost its significance. In contrast to Shirsue, Danzo would not indulge the villagers as they murmured behind his back. Their words were inconsequential. What truly bothered him was the incessant buzzing of these gossips, akin to a swarm of flies, that perpetually surrounded his ears. Thus, with a glacial gaze, he swept through the street. Anyone who caught his sight, even without direct eye contact, felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, as if death were imminent. The villagers' expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily fell silent. The trio continued on their way when suddenly, a small blonde-haired boy burst forth from a nearby alley, shouting, "Oh no, I'm going to be late." It was Naruto Uzumaki. Upon seeing him, the surrounding villagers exhibited the same expressions of dread as they did in the presence of the Uchiha. Perhaps even more so, as if they wished to avoid him at all costs. Yet, Naruto seemed either oblivious or accustomed to such discrimination, brushing it off without a care. Upon noticing the trio, he paused for a moment before joyfully trotting over. "Mr. Danzo, the grilled meat you treated me to yesterday was delicious. I forgot to thank you. Sorry about that," he exclaimed, his blue eyes sparkling as he scratched the back of his head with a silly grin. "No need for thanks. I mentioned that I would require your assistance in the future, so do not forget," Danzo replied, his tone laden with significance. At this, Naruto promptly thumped his chest, declaring, "Whatever you need, just let me know. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I promise I will uphold my word." As Naruto spoke, Fugaku's expression had already shifted drastically. While others may not recognize Naruto, he certainly did. Fugaku's wife, Makoto, was a close friend of the fourth Hokage's wife, Kushina Izumaki, and they had played together since childhood, even sharing similar pregnancy timelines. Sasuke was born merely 2 months before Naruto. The small blonde boy, bearing the surname Uzumaki and carrying the rumors of the fox spirit, was undoubtedly the son of the fourth Hokage and the current host of the QB. Although Fujitake was unsure why the higher-ups of Konoha treated the son of a hero in such a manner, he understood that they were undoubtedly averse to the Uchiha clan approaching Naruto, especially not the three of them who bore the Mangekyou Sharingan. Thus, with a grave expression, he inquired of his younger uncle, Duan, "When did you first meet this child?" "I chanced upon him while out shopping yesterday, seeing him famished. I invited him for a meal," Duan replied candidly. He then turned to Naruto and casually asked, "Have you had breakfast yet? Let us be on our way." However, Fujitake, not waiting for Naruto's response, hurried to depart, unwilling to delay any further. But it was too late. In a swift motion, 2 Umbu, donning masks resembling a pig and a frog, materialized out of thin air, positioning themselves between Naruto and the Uchiha trio. "What does this mean?" Duan questioned. "Keep your distance from this child, or you will find yourselves in trouble," the two warned coldly. In the face of the Umbu's threat, Duan merely chuckled lightly, unperturbed, and retorted loudly, "What do you mean, child? He has a name. You know, Uzumaki Naruto, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails." Upon hearing the name Nine Tails Jinchuriki, the 2 Umbu were taken aback, instantly drawing their ninja blades, treating the situation as if facing a formidable adversary. Duan evidently knew Naruto's true identity. Fujitake sighed inwardly, realizing that given Duan's nature, he would never approach a stranger without reason. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki? Shirsue was also taken aback. Regaining his composure, he concentrated on sensing Naruto's chakra and discerned that something was indeed amiss. Naruto, bewildered, first scrutinized the 2 suddenly appearing masked ninjas, then curiously asked Duan, "Mr. Duan, why do you say I am the Nine Tails Jinchuriki? What does that mean?" Duan, unrestrained, directly addressed Naruto, "Because you are the—" Silence. The 2 Umbu could no longer contain themselves, angrily interrupting Duan's words. Competing with my voice. That is a death wish," Duan retorted, raising an eyebrow. He took a deep breath, channeling his chakra, and unleashed a single word from his lips: roll. This utterance resonated like thunder on a clear day, echoing throughout the entire street. This was a sound technique. Duan's voice, intertwined with chakra, transformed the word into a force that not only struck fear into the heart, but also generated a tangible shockwave in the air. Bang! Bang! The two Umbu, caught off guard, were propelled backward by the shockwave, their minds reeling from the impact of the word, nearly dislodging their very souls. Staggering backward, Naruto was also affected, his face a mask of terror as he stumbled several steps before ultimately falling to the ground. Duan looked at Naruto, intending to finish what he had left unsaid. Duan, that is enough. Fugaku hastily intervened, casting a pleading glance at his brother-in-law, urging him not to complicate matters further and impede today's meeting. Very well. Dan withdrew his gaze. The Uchiha trio soon departed. Observing Dan's retreating figure, Naruto murmured to himself, Mr. Dan, so he is a formidable ninja? With just a shout, he can send someone flying. He is far superior to the instructors at the Ninja Academy. The young boy's heart was profoundly shaken. Meanwhile, the two Umbu members felt a ringing in their ears, and they were unaware that their masks had cracked at some point. They exchanged a glance, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. May I inquire who you are? At that moment, Naruto approached, his curiosity piqued as he regarded the two. The duo remained silent, and in the midst of Naruto's bewildered gaze, they vanished in an instant. Curious, Naruto could only turn away in confusion and head to the Ninja Academy. The meeting was set in the Hokage building. This three-story structure was not only a landmark of Kumogakure, but also a symbol of authority. However, its barrel-shaped exterior, painted in a vibrant red, along with the black cables coiled around it, made it resemble a colossal rice cooker. Dan, what are you looking at? Outside the building, Fugaku noticed his brother-in-law had halted and inquired. Dan surveyed the Hokage building, stroking his chin thoughtfully. If I were to become Hokage, my first act would be to demolish this decrepit structure and construct a 9-story watchtower, aptly named Tenshikaku. Then, I would stand atop it with a folding fan in hand, gazing down upon the masses, proclaiming myself as one of celestial descent. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression shifted immediately, and he hastily retorted, Do not speak so recklessly. Fortunately, there were no onlookers. I was merely jesting, brother-in-law. I have no desire to become Hokage. Dan chuckled, indicating that it was just a casual remark. Yet, while the speaker may have been flippant, the listeners were deeply affected. Did Dan truly jest? The trio then entered the lobby on the first floor. A female Umbu ninja, adorned with a cat mask, approached and slightly bowed to Fugaku. Captain Fugaku, the Hokage and the clan leaders are already awaiting you in the conference room. You are the last to arrive. Oh, is it not still a bit early? Fugaku glanced at the wall clock, noting it was only 8:30. A full 30 minutes before the meeting was set to commence. These individuals are indeed impatient. With this thought, Fugaku chuckled coldly in his mind. Though he maintained a composed demeanor, addressing the Umbu female ninja, then please, lead the way. The Umbu female turned and guided the three up to the 3rd floor, through the corridor, towards the conference room. Adjacent to the conference room was a designated waiting area, prepared for the guards and attendants of the clan leaders. The Umbu female ninja raised a hand, signaling Dan and Shursui to halt. Rest assured, I shall clearly articulate the collective will of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku spoke briefly to the two, and then, alongside the female ninja from the Umbu, proceeded towards the conference room. As the door to the waiting area creaked open, a cacophony of voices rushed forth. Upon a cursory glance, it was evident that the room was quite crowded, with more than 30 individuals present. Thus, inferring from the rule that each clan leader may bring 2 attendants, it seemed that the number of attendees for the clan leaders meeting, including the esteemed Konoha SF4, had likely surpassed 20. Did Konoha truly have such a multitude of clans? Don felt a twinge of confusion, as he could only recall a handful of ninja clans from Konoha, yet today he was gaining new insights. The waiting room contained several sofas, though clearly insufficient to accommodate all the attendees. Consequently, the prominent and seasoned ninjas from the major clans occupied the sofas, while the remaining individuals either stood, engaged in idle chatter, or gazed out at the scenery. Make way, Don declared upon entering, parting the crowd as he made a beeline for the central sofa. His gaze settled upon a large, long-haired man adorned in clothing emblazoned with the character for food, a clear indication that he was a member of the Akimichi clan. Do you really think it acceptable to occupy 3 seats for yourself? Stand up, Don urged. Who are you to say that? Itachi lifted his head, eyeing Don's imposing stature with astonishment, retorting, "You're hardly any slimmer than I am. If I relinquished my seat, would you have the audacity to sit?" His entitlement to the sofa stemmed from his participation in the Third Great Ninja War, where he had partnered with the Fourth Hokage on the front lines against the Hidden Cloud, earning significant accolades. All present in the room regarded him with the respect due to a senior. Seeing Tudu's refusal to vacate the seat, Don extended his hand, pulling Shursui closer, and, with an impassive expression, remarked to Tudu, "Do you see this? He is disabled. If you are unwilling to yield your seat to a disabled person, do you still possess the will of fire in your heart? How can you still call yourself a ninja of Konoha?" Tudu was momentarily at a loss for words, wishing to counter but was nudged by Nara Shizuka beside him, prompting him to begrudgingly stand and move aside. Don boldly seated himself on the couch, glancing at Shursui, who remained standing. He then patted the sofa, beckoning, "Come, take a seat." Shursui felt somewhat uncomfortable, hesitated briefly, but ultimately sat by Don's side. This scene incited a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. That towering figure must be Uchiha Don, the one rumored to have defeated Shursui, now the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan. Many eyes were drawn to Don. Shursui's reputation was merely inflated. He was just a boy in his early teens during the Third War, managing to take down a few missed ninjas, yet the Uchiha clan glorified him excessively. This Don is said to be the brother-in-law of the Uchiha clan leader. He probably isn't much different. Some voices dripped with sarcasm. However, one could not help but wonder, why was Shursui's eye bandaged? An Uchiha without the Sharingan was akin to a tiger stripped of its teeth. The murmurs of discussion echoed incessantly. Once Don and Shizuku took their seats, an expanse of space opened up around them, as everyone consciously maintained their distance, reluctant to approach the two. On one hand, the Uchiha clan was generally not well regarded in the village. Moreover, everyone in the room was acutely aware that today's clan leader meeting was convened specifically to penalize the Uchiha clan and the police department. Nara Suzaku lowered his voice, casting a glance at Don's back, and whispered to Akimichi Tudu, "The Uchiha clan's arrogance cannot endure for long. It is pitiable that he remains oblivious to his situation." Clearly devoid of insight. Since Shizuku had his eyes gouged out, his hearing had become extraordinarily acute. Thus, upon overhearing the murmurs, he was filled with apprehension, fearing that Don might unleash his fury upon everyone present. He was well aware that Don possessed the capability to do so. Fortunately, through his sensory perception, Shizuku discerned that Don's breathing was remarkably steady. It turned out that he had crossed his arms and entered a meditative state. Meanwhile, in the adjacent conference room, as Fugaku entered, a barrage of piercing gazes fell upon him, instilling a profound sense of pressure akin to being encircled by a pack of wolves. The pack leader was undoubtedly the third Hokage, seated at the head of the table. The elderly man cast a fleeting glance at Fugaku, his eyes deep and inscrutable, leaving no one privy to his thoughts. The meeting was presided over by Danzo, who stood beside the third Hokage, leaning on his cane. Danzo pointed to an empty seat within the gathering and spoke to Fugaku in a low, commanding tone, "Captain Fugaku, please take your seat. Everyone has been waiting for you." That seat was the farthest from the head of the table, situated in a corner of the room, isolated from others, accompanied only by a water dispenser, rendering it dismal and desolate. The intent of the attendees to ostracize Fugaku was glaringly evident. In the face of Danzo's overt display of authority, Fugaku maintained an impassive demeanor, walking toward the chair while subtly observing the clan leaders present. Among the larger clans were Sarutobi and Hyuga. The mid-sized clans included Shimizu, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara, Inazuka, and Yamanaka, while numerous smaller clans, such as Kazumitsuri, Ise, Kurama, Tsukikage, and Yuhi, were also represented. Some of these individuals were unfamiliar to Fugaku, who pondered whether they had all been summoned merely to bolster numbers in a grand show against the Uchiha clan. He felt a sense of disdain within, as he approached the chair in the corner and sat down heavily. Interestingly, despite being aware of the impending storm due to the higher-ups' intention to sanction the police department, Fugaku's heart remained undisturbed. He gazed calmly at the third Hokage at the head of the table and the unwelcoming stares of the clan leaders, suddenly recalling an event from 3 days prior. Amidst his busy schedule, he had carved out time to visit his brother-in-law at the gym. Two individuals strolled along the streets of Konoha, engaged in light-hearted conversation. During this leisurely walk, Fugaku, filled with curiosity, inquired about Dan's hobbies, wondering if it were true that aside from fitness, he exhibited little interest in anything else. At that moment, a mischievous wild monkey snatched food from a nearby child and, having retreated to a tree, began to make faces at the onlookers. Observing this, Dan proceeded to a fruit stand and purchased a bunch of bananas. Under Fugaku's puzzled gaze, Dan approached the tree and offered the bananas to the monkey. However, just as the monkey eagerly scampered down to receive the fruit, Dan performed a swift motion, making the bananas vanish as if by magic. The monkey, bewildered and distressed, scratched its head in confusion. Subsequently, Dan playfully swatted the monkey, sending it tumbling away, while he burst into joyful laughter at the creature's clumsy retreat. "My hobby is playing with monkeys," Dan remarked, turning to Fugaku with a grin. "What a peculiar pastime." Fugaku mused, initially perplexed but now suddenly realizing that Dan's words were not about teasing monkeys, but rather, teasing people. His own brother-in-law derived amusement from tricking others. While such antics are generally frowned upon, if the target were akin to the wild monkey that had snatched food from the child, it would be a different matter altogether. Much like the current situation, where the Uchiha clan resembled the child deprived of food, and the village's upper echelon, led by the third Hokage, embodied the mischievous monkey. Interestingly, Fugaku recalled that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had been nicknamed Monkey in his youth. Given this context, Fugaku decided to indulge them in their antics. Initially intending to be straightforward and announce the Uchiha's decision to relinquish their role in the police force to expedite the meeting, he suddenly felt compelled to observe what schemes the third Hokage and others had devised to sanction the Uchiha. Watching the monkey perform was indeed an enjoyable spectacle. Was it not? With this thought, Fugaku smiled subtly, arms crossed, settling into a position of calm assurance. His demeanor astonished those present, indicating that the Uchiha clan leader had come prepared and was not inclined to yield easily today. Danzo, noticing this, let out a cold snort and refrained from further pleasantries. He slammed his hand on the table and, addressing Fugaku in front of everyone, launched an accusation. "Uchiha Fugaku, as the captain of the police force, what is your explanation regarding the negligence that led to the prison riot? This upheaval resulted in 15 deaths, 67 injuries, and extensive property damage. These are all failures of the police department." Faced with this aggressive inquiry, Fugaku nodded in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, these are all failures of the police department, without offering any defense. This unexpectedly docile demeanor momentarily stunned Danzo, who questioned if he had misheard. In his contemplation, Fuyue would likely argue that the riot incident harbors numerous ambiguities, suggesting it could be orchestrated by malevolent individuals, providing some seemingly plausible evidence in an attempt to absolve the Uchiha clan of responsibility. What is the situation now? Tuanzo, regaining his composure, grew disinterested in the tricks at play and immediately pressed on with a confrontational inquiry. "If that is the case, I shall announce the village's sanctions against the police department on behalf of the village. Do you acknowledge this?" "Of course, I do," Fuyue replied, his demeanor reverent and compliant, akin to a docile lamb. His behavior left Tuanzo somewhat perplexed. It is worth noting that Tuanzo had diligently prepared for this meeting the entire previous night, aiming to demonstrate authority by punishing the Uchiha clan in front of all the village leaders. Yet, before he could even strike with his metaphorical fist, Fuyue lay down in submission. To onlookers, it seemed less a testament to Tuanzo's capability and cunning, and more reflection of Fuyue's overwhelming weakness. Nevertheless, as long as the process was completed and the Uchiha clan was dealt with, the accolades for this endeavor would unequivocally belong to Tuanzo alone. No one could usurp that from him. Thus, Tuanzo picked up a document from the table and coldly announced to Fuyue, "Listen carefully. The sanctions against the police department are as follows. First, this riot incident has proven that the Uchiha clan is incapable of managing the police department's prison. Thus, it must be reclaimed by the village. However, considering the police department's reputation, the prison's location will remain unchanged, and the village will appoint dedicated personnel to oversee it, fully responsible for the detention, interrogation, and release of prisoners. Second, to allocate more resources to the Konoha Hospital, the Ninja Academy, and the Umbu. The annual budget for the police department will be reduced by 30 from now on. Third, to rectify the unfavorable atmosphere within the police department and alleviate public discontent regarding the Uchiha's violent enforcement. An oversight group from the Umbu will be stationed within the police department, empowered to suspend, demote, or dismiss personnel as necessary." Upon hearing these 3 points, even the clan leaders present gasped in shock. Indeed, These sanctions felt like 3 sharp blades, each striking at the very lifeblood of the police department, threatening to leave the Uchiha clan bleeding profusely. The meeting room fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. The clan leaders exchanged silent glances, internally reflecting that the higher-ups in Konoha, after suppressing the police department, were poised to further centralize power. If the third Hokage were to eliminate this threat posed by the Uchiha, it was likely he could remain in power for decades, potentially dying in that position. To curry favor with the higher-ups and to secure their own family's futures, these leaders would undoubtedly raise their hands in favor of the sanctions against the Uchiha clan. Fuyue lowered his gaze, smiling as he shook his head. It was at this moment he truly realized. Whether it is the radical proposition of Elder Shana or the reform plan for the police department proposed by Shizumi, neither can pass in this assembly. This is because the strategy of Konoha's upper echelons is to exert extreme pressure on the police department without truly pushing the Uchiha clan to the brink of extinction. Rather, they intend to leave them a thread of life to cling to. According to the punitive conditions set forth by Danzo, after this meeting concludes, the upper management will usurp the police department's authority, though on the surface, it will still appear to be under Uchiha control, allowing them to maintain a semblance of dignity. Nothing more than that. Fugaku finally comprehended how astute the decision was to have the Uchiha relinquish their hold on the police department. It is time to commence voting. Those in favor of imposing the aforementioned 3 penalties on the Uchiha, please raise your hands. A majority will render it immediately effective. Danzo, unable to contain his eagerness, urged the assembly to cast their votes. Just then, Fugaku suddenly raised a hand, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Danzo, proclaiming with clarity, "I have a superior proposal." "What proposal?" Danzo inquired, his brow furrowing. Taking a deep breath, Fugaku calmly articulated before the assembly, "The Uchiha clan has resolved to collectively resign from their positions and withdraw from the police department." "What?" The words detonated like a bomb within the conference room, inciting a wave of astonishment. Every face reflected a myriad of emotions, including the third Hokage. The seasoned leader of the village, having just lifted his pipe to smoke, set it down, his eyes filled with incredulity. The Uchiha clan is choosing to forfeit control of the police department? Is this a reckless abandonment? The third Hokage narrowed his eyes, contemplating a possibility. Yet, based on his long-standing acquaintance with Fugaku and the Uchiha, such a decision did not seem characteristic of the clan. Danzo, realizing the implications, scowled and reproached Fugaku. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" He felt as though he had been manipulated. "You did not inquire," Fugaku replied nonchalantly. "Captain Fugaku, have you truly considered this?" The third Hokage interjected, his demeanor serious as he counseled Fugaku. The police department was entrusted to the Uchiha by the second Hokage. It represents both power and responsibility. "Hokage-sama." Fugaku interrupted the third's disingenuous counsel, reiterating with unwavering conviction that the Uchiha clan, now diminished in talent and capability, could no longer fulfill the responsibilities of the police department. Returning the police department to the village was a decision reached through collective deliberation among the Uchiha clan members. "Is that so?" The third Hokage fell silent for several seconds before pressing. "Do you have any demands?" He found it hard to believe that the typically proud Uchiha would surrender the police department without conditions. However, there were none. Fugaku replied with resolute finality, simultaneously imparting a selfless suggestion. "I merely hope that the future police department be entrusted to those truly capable families, for only then can the village truly flourish." After speaking, his gaze swept over the clan leaders, including Hinata, Inuzuka, and Oilwoman, taking charge of the police department. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Since the demise of the Senju clan, the Uchiha had ascended to become the most prominent clan in Konoha. The establishment of the police department had further elevated the Uchiha's prestige and power to unprecedented heights. Now, whoever assumed control of the police department would effectively inherit the Uchiha's position, becoming the new leading clan of Konoha. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone began to fidget in their seats. After listening to Fugaku's unequivocal stance, Danzo leaned in to discuss matters with the third Hokage, while Kotetsu and Inju joined in. Below, a group of clan leaders whispered amongst themselves, contemplating how to stake their claim on the lucrative police department. Fugaku observed their reactions with a cold smile inwardly. He finally grasped the thrill of pulling strings. Let them compete. Let them vie for power. The Uchiha would no longer play along with their games. In the adjacent waiting room, why is it still not over? Danzo opened his eyes and inquired of Shursui beside him. "Patience is a virtue." Such high-level clan meetings typically last at least half an hour. It would not be unusual for it to extend until noon, Shursui explained. Yet, internally, he was far more anxious than Danzu, eager to learn the outcome of the meeting. Danzu pondered. If it were the deviously cunning and astute second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, he would certainly not allow the Uchiha to relinquish control of the police department. Instead, he would utilize it as leverage to keep the Uchiha firmly in check. Did the current Konoha elite grasp this? Furthermore, if his inept brother-in-law entered the meeting room and faltered, allowing the higher-ups to seize control, would their efforts today be in vain? It was unwise to continue idly waiting. He needed to find an excuse to enter the meeting room and assess the situation. Just as he contemplated this, a sudden waft of smoke reached him, causing Danzu to frown. On the opposite sofa, a man with a goatee, seemingly impatient after waiting too long, pulled out a lighter and lit a cigarette. This is a public space, Danzu reminded curtly. My apologies. I'll extinguish it immediately, Asuma replied with an awkward smile, though he took a deep drag before releasing a thick cloud of smoke. Only afterward did he reluctantly toss the cigarette but into the nearby trash can. Danzu waved his hand to disperse the smoke, his expression growing increasingly displeased. Are you aware of the dangers of secondhand smoke? Do you intend to harm me and this ailing individual beside me? Asuma was momentarily taken aback by the remark, then responded with irritation, What do you want from me? I've already apologized. If it weren't for accompanying his girlfriend, Kurenai Yuhi, he would not have bothered attending such a dreadfully tedious meeting. As the son of the third Hokage and a prominent figure in Konoha, Asuma had always been rebellious, once a delinquent in his youth. And his temper was far from mild. As the protagonist of Konoha Village, Asuma harbored a deep disdain for the Uchiha clan, viewing them as a malignancy within the village. Enough, he decided. Sensing the atmosphere was tense, Shursui hurriedly attempted to diffuse the situation. He discerned from the tone of voice that the individual was the son of the third Hokage, a person whom the Uchiha could not afford to provoke. However, it was too late. With a chilling glare, Deitetsu erupted into action, seizing Asuma by the collar and hoisting him upright from the sofa. A gasp of astonishment echoed throughout the room. In the conference room, Danzo urged, Hizashi, why do you hesitate? Seize this opportunity to initiate the clan leader vote and reclaim the police department from the Uchiha. Patience, the third Hokage replied slowly, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The Uchiha relinquishing the police department may not necessarily be a fortuitous development. As Hokage, he had to consider not only the welfare of the village but also the interests of the Uchiha clan, a testament to his broader perspective. Nearby, En and Koharu fell into deep thought. Could the Uchiha's actions truly harbor a hidden agenda? At that moment, a resounding crash reverberated from the adjacent conference room, startling everyone present. The clan leaders turned towards the sound. With a crack, a massive fissure appeared in the wall opposite the conference table, rapidly spreading. Within mere seconds, the wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, merging the conference room and waiting area into a single expansive space. What on earth is happening? Before anyone could process the situation, a figure was propelled through the air, crashing onto the conference table. Upon recognizing the individual, gasps filled the air. Asuma, a woman with black hair and crimson eyes, rushed forward in a panic. She was Waihai Kurenai, a renowned Genjutsu specialist from the illustrious Waihai clan, who had succeeded her father, Waihai Akihiko, as clan leader following his death. She was also Asuma's girlfriend and the prospective daughter-in-law of the third Hokage. What could possibly be unfolding? Who would dare to strike the son of the Hokage in such a setting? Surely, apart from the Uchiha, no one in Konoha possessed the audacity to commit such an act. As the onlookers' astonishment grew, Deitetsu strode boldly through the broken wall into the conference room. In an instant, all the clan leaders rose in unison, directing their gazes towards him. The guards in the waiting area swiftly surrounded him, drawing their weapons in readiness. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the corridor as numerous ANBU ninjas surged into the now conjoined rooms, effectively encircling Deitetsu. Within mere moments, he found himself utterly surrounded. Calmly, Deitetsu extended his hand, brushing off the dust from his attire, and surveyed the surroundings. Seated directly before him at the conference table was Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, who had ruled the Hidden Leaf Village for 4 decades and was renowned as the most formidable Hokage in history. Alongside him were the esteemed council members, Danzo, Koharu, and Hamura. Flanking the sides were over 20 notable figures from the Hyuga, Akimichi, Yamanaka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans. Behind him stood more than 30 elite guards, including Nara Shizaku and Akimichi Dato. Additionally, there were over 40 Umbu operatives donning masks of various animals: eagles, tigers, bulls, cats, vermilion, elephants, and cheilants, ready to spring into action at the slightest command from the third Hokage. In the periphery, he even spotted Kakashi, distinguished by his white hair, standing at the door, seemingly idling. Nearly 100 of the elite ninjas from the Leaf Village had gathered in this moment. Silence enveloped the room, with every gaze firmly fixed on him. The weighty atmosphere bore down on him like a mountain, an intangible pressure surging like waves, as the collective stares pierced his very being. Yet, amidst all this, he felt an unprecedented sense of indifference. As for the book, I initially intended to craft a narrative titled The Platinum Star of the Uchiha. But upon discovering that someone else had already embarked on that storyline, I opted to replace Platinum Star with World, perhaps influenced by this change. My original vision of creating a more virtuous protagonist morphed into that of a villain as I continued writing. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan is inherently malevolent, so perhaps a protagonist who is a lunatic or a madman is to be expected. I have come to realize something. Despite my work not measuring up to the standards of others, I do possess one advantage: my book garners considerable criticism. The review section is a lively battleground, thriving with activity. A fellow author kindly alerted me that my review section had exploded with various critiques, even compiling a list of points of contention, suggesting I might want to tidy it up. Many readers, upon entering through recommendations, might not have even started reading the book, only to be deterred by the negative commentary and promptly exit. After some contemplation, I decided against deleting any comments or imposing restrictions on expressions. If one wishes to vent, they should do so freely. Even if some declare they would never cast a vote for this book or spend a penny on it, I remain sincerely grateful. It is thanks to the enduring support of my readers that this work has continued to receive recommendations, even managing to secure a bit of recognition through the Small Trumpet and Sanjiang features. Of course, while others achieve the Small Trumpet with collections starting in the thousands, my combined total with Sanjiang merely reached 4,000, which could be considered a disgraceful Small Trumpet. Haha. Lastly, regarding the decision to publish, the reasoning is quite straightforward. For those of us who struggle, creating a book that garners no attention at least allows for some earnings from the website after publication, which can help supplement one's living expenses. Currently, this book has amassed 27,000 collections, a modest improvement over my previous work. The previous book secured an initial order of 500 copies, and I dare not aspire for anything too lofty with this one, as there are indeed many detractors. It is possible that, once released, the enthusiasm will dissipate rapidly. I am even somewhat apprehensive that its performance may fall short of that of the previous work. Therefore, if there are indeed readers who quietly immerse themselves in the narrative, I sincerely hope for your subscription support, which would enable me to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to completing this story. The subscriptions from readers serve as the greatest motivation for an author. Thank you. Tomorrow, I shall launch with a minimum update of 12,000 words, seeking your initial subscriptions. In the conference room, due to the abrupt demolition of walls and the reckless actions against Asuma Saratobi, the gathering of clan leaders was forcibly interrupted. As a result, the blame fell squarely upon Dan. Under the intense scrutiny of the assembled individuals, even the slightest movement from him could provoke a collective onslaught. Step by step, Shursui, unable to bear the pressure, retreated 2 paces, his form wavering. Although blind, he could sense the nearly 100 chakra signatures around him, all directed towards Dan with hostility, forming an intricate web of animosity. Just standing beside Dan, Shursui felt such pressure that it was difficult to fathom the magnitude of the burden Dan was currently facing. Dan, what is the meaning of this? Fugaka suddenly rose from his corner seat, a look of bewilderment upon his face. Despite his younger brother's propensity for unexpected behavior, this incident had escalated, rather significantly. In response, Dan uttered not a word. He merely lifted one foot and took a step forward. A torrent of yang-released chakra coalesced beneath him. Boom! A formidable gust of wind erupted from Dan, sweeping through the entire conference room like a tempest. In that instant, every individual's hair and garments were blown upwards, rendering it difficult to even keep their eyes open. Those nearest to Dan struggled to maintain their footing, lest they be toppled by the force of the wind. The previously tense atmosphere was shattered by this gale. Crack! As Dan's foot connected with the ground, the floor erupted violently, fracturing into a web of fissures centered around his position. In a heartbeat, these cracks expanded, racing towards every corner of the conference room. climbing the walls, and even reaching the ceiling. Bang! The portraits of the Hokage, which adorned the walls, cascaded to the ground, dislodged by the cracking surfaces. The third Hokage lowered his gaze to the fissures spreading beneath him, eyes wide with astonishment. He then looked up at Dan, witnessing a surge of chakra erupting from the latter, as overwhelming and relentless as a tsunami. This chakra, rich in intensity and dark as the night, materialized around Dan, forming a tangible shroud. His imposing physique, cold visage, and the ink-black chakra gave him the appearance of a demon arisen from the depths of hell. Alone, he stood against the multitude. Not only did he not fall behind, but he also sought to dominate the atmosphere, overpowering everyone present. As he took that step forward, the collective pressure of the crowd immediately crumbled into dust, dissipating entirely. Such formidable yang-release chakra. Akiyama Dingza gazed in astonishment at Duan, unable to suppress his exclamation. This is the power of the Senju clan. How can you, a Uchiha, possess it? Among the many ninja clans in Konoha, aside from the Senju, the Akiyama clan had conducted extensive research on yang release, and there had been numerous exchanges between the two clans. Thus, Akiyama Dingza could discern that the manner in which Duan unleashed his chakra bore an uncanny resemblance to the extraordinary strength of the Senju clan, almost identical in nature. Duan cast a glance at Akiyama Dingza. This was their second encounter, the first being an unexpected meeting during a barbecue. "Good eye," he casually remarked. "This technique is called the painful sky kick, learned from Tsunade." With that, he retracted his chakra, returning to a state of tranquility. This seemingly nonchalant statement sent ripples through the crowd. Tsunade, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, who could possibly be unaware of her? The extraordinary strength was a closely guarded secret of the Senju clan, impossible to learn without guidance. Although the Uchiha Sharingan could replicate ninjutsu, it was widely accepted that secret techniques and bloodline limits fell outside its purview. Just look at Kakashi for confirmation. Hadn't Lady Tsunade already left the village? Why would she teach yang release to Uchiha Duan? In an instant, the crowd was rife with speculation. The third Hokage, peering across the conference table, narrowed his eyes as he scrutinized the young man before him. A Uchiha rumored to possess a Manjiki Sharingan, standing 2 meters tall and weighing 300 pounds, wielding the extraordinary strength of the Senju clan. The shadows of Uchiha Madara's In release and the first Hokage's yang release loomed over Duan, instilling a profound sense of unease in the third Hokage. Regardless, Duan's actions, demolishing walls, assaulting others, and barging into the conference room, constituted criminal behavior, and not a minor offense at that. The third Hokage's expression hardened, ready to admonish, when suddenly, cough. Asuma coughed up blood and, supported by Yuhi Kurenai, straightened himself. "You attacked me," he shouted defiantly at Duan, brandishing 2 serrated chakra blades, poised for combat. In his early 20s, Asuma had yet to undergo sufficient tempering and was far from the composed figure depicted in the original narrative. He was still brimming with youthful vigor. As the son of the third Hokage, he felt the sting of humiliation in front of so many eyes. And he could not fathom how he would face the village after this. He had to reclaim his honor. "It is you who lacks decorum, smoking in public. I merely intervened to educate someone of your low moral standing," Duan asserted, towering over Asuma with an air of authority. "You." Asuma found himself at a loss for words upon hearing this. Many in attendance discreetly cast their gazes toward the third Hokage, not only because he is Asuma's father, but also due to the pipe he holds in his hand. The third Hokage is rarely seen without it. Regardless of the occasion, he indulges in a puff. And no one has ever dared to voice a complaint, for none would challenge him. Could this be deemed as a reflection of poor leadership? Such a statement undoubtedly casts aspersions on both the third Hokage and his son. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, the third Hokage's expression darkened as he discreetly tucked the pipe back into his sleeve, then sternly admonished his son, "Asuma, do you not feel sufficiently embarrassed? Leave at once." At his commanding gaze, Kurenai gently urged and guided Asuma out through a side door. Only then did the third Hokage slowly address Dan. "Is it truly appropriate to escalate a minor dispute to such a violent extent, Uchiha Dan?" His tone was deliberate, evoking the image of a benevolent old neighbor. Yet this seemingly gentle elder could, with a mere flick of his finger, determine the fate of any soul in Konoha. Before him, from clan heads to ordinary genin, all tread cautiously. Everyone was eager to hear how Dan would justify his actions. However, Dan merely crossed his arms and stared defiantly at the third Hokage, uttering 3 simple words. So what? Such audacity was unprecedented among those present. Dan brazenly acknowledged his wrongdoing. I, Uchiha Dan, did it. What of it? Even the third Hokage was taken aback by Dan's boldness. It seems that all these years have not altered the 6-year-old Uchiha brat who once publicly assaulted a Chunin instructor. Back then, you forced me to expel you from the Ninja Academy. Today, do you wish to compel me to imprison you in Konoha? With a sigh, the third Hokage prepared to issue orders for Dan's arrest. He is a benevolent elder, yet his compassion has its limits. Just then, Fugaku, having grasped the situation, stepped forward, firmly placing a hand on Dan's shoulder. In the name of the police force, I hereby arrest you for disrupting the clan leaders' meeting. Fugaku then turned to the third Hokage, apologizing. My apologies, Hokage-sama. I will ensure this individual is dealt with severely, without favoritism. He then instructed Shursui, take Dan away. Fugaku's actions were motivated by a desire to protect Dan. He understood Dan's strength but recognized that confronting all the elite ninjas of Konoha would be a perilous endeavor, even for one as powerful as Uchiha Madara. Thus, Fugaku aimed to downplay the situation, leveraging his authority within the police force to shield his nephew. The astute individuals present immediately discerned Fugaku's intentions. Tuanzong let out a cold laugh, pointing out to Fugaku that Uchiha Dan had deliberately harmed others, vandalized the Hokage building, and intruded upon a confidential meeting, committing 3 severe offenses that warranted his transfer to the Umbu for imprisonment in a high-security facility for serious criminals. As for the police department, it likely lacked the authority to apprehend such dangerous offenders. Upon hearing this, Fugaku's expression darkened. Dan, however, appeared entirely at ease, showing no signs of distress. Instead, he cast a glance at Tuanzong and remarked, "Oh, isn't that Tuanzong? The last 4 root members you sent to assassinate me turned out to be rather worthless. I only managed to sell them for 10 million ryo at the exchange." The corpses of the Inuzuka and Akimichi clans still held some value, but the Hyuga clan wouldn't even accept theirs for free and even asked me for cremation fees. Next time you wish to eliminate me, do remember to dispatch a few of higher worth. His words left the crowd in stunned silence. I have no idea what you are talking about, Tuanzong vehemently denied, initially unconcerned that Dan would use the assassination incident to accuse him, the Hokage's advisor, as there was insufficient evidence against him. Instead, he feared the backlash of being accused of slandering the higher-ups. However, Tuanzong was utterly unprepared for Dan's brazen admission, revealing to everyone that he had sold the bodies of root ninjas for profit. In the face of such self-incrimination, Tuanzong's denial seemed feeble and ineffective. Nearby, the heads of the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans regained their composure, their expressions mirroring a shared fury. Among them, Hyuga Hisashi, in a fit of rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Dan, publicly declaring, Uchiha Dan, you have not only slain leaf ninjas but also sold their remains at the exchange. That is a grave crime. Dan met Hisashi's gaze calmly and replied, Tuanzong sought to abduct my nephew, Uchiha Itachi, attempting to brainwash a mere 10-year-old boy into the root. After I refused, he sent assassins after me. I, Uchiha Dan, acted to protect my family. What wrong have I committed? Instead of blaming Tuanzong, you come to accuse me. Are you not of sound mind? These words left Hisashi trembling with rage. Had it not been for the circumstances, he would have unleashed the gentle fist upon Dan. Yet, one could not deny that Dan's assertions held a semblance of truth. Over the years, Tuanzong had exploited his power to forcibly conscript numerous talented ninjas from various clans into the root, after which they vanished without a trace, akin to disappearing into thin air. The clan leaders present had harbored significant grievances regarding this issue, but had refrained from voicing their concerns out of fear of Tuanzong's tyranny. Until today, it was Uchiha Dan who, in front of all the clan leaders, boldly condemned Tuanzong, exposing this long-standing conflict. Should the discussion continue, Tuanzong might indeed find himself in a precarious position. Thus, Tuanzong's gaze flickered, and he urged the third Hokage, Hisashi, what are you waiting for? Quickly apprehend Uchiha Dan. Do not allow him to mislead the crowd with his deceitful words. Act now. With the command given, while the Umbu remained still, the root ninjas sprang into action. Several members of the root organization emerged from the crowd, closing in from all directions, intent on subduing him by force. End of this chapter. In this world, a playground. With a swift motion, Duan activated his Sharingan, his eyes darting about. To his left, a member of Root removed his gloves, revealing an arm that was entirely purple, likely laced with deadly poison. To his right, another wielded a thick, jet black chain inscribed with vivid red sealing formulas. And there was one who appeared to belong to the clan of the mountains, rapidly forming hand seals, aiming to unleash an illusion to disrupt Duan's mind. It seemed that since the last encounter, which had cost them a few operatives, the Root members had realized that confronting Duan directly would be futile. They would have to resort to underhanded tactics. Suddenly, Fujitake, witnessing the scene, bellowed an order and decisively activated his Manjiki Sharingan. He positioned himself protectively behind Duan, his crimson eyes emanating a powerful wave of ocular energy, vowing that today, no matter what, he would not allow his nephew to be taken by the Root. However, in the next moment, Duan's voice rang out coldly behind him, uttering 4 words, Shinra Tensei. Duan's tone was frigid and merciless, echoing throughout the conference room. What he referred to as Shinra Tensei was, in actuality, the forceful impact of a devastating push. A hum resonated as the power of time suspension enveloped the entire room, freezing everyone's movements and expressions. The world of the stand-in appeared behind Duan once more, as if a deity had descended. Then, with a resounding barrage, Duan's original form and his stand launched into action, their fists raining down upon the members of Root like a torrential storm. 5 seconds passed. He returned to his original position, retracting the stand. Time resumed its flow, as the words Shinra Tensei still reverberated in the ears of those in the conference room. Leaving them bewildered, a shocking scene unfolded. With a series of abrupt thuds, the nearby Root ninjas were seemingly struck by an unseen force, hurtling backward. One shattered a window, flying out. 2 others crashed into the crowd, causing chaos and appending numerous ninjas in their wake, while 2 more crashed through the waiting room door and wall, their bodies tumbling into the corridor outside. The last of them soared directly over the conference table, hurtling towards Danzo with the speed of a cannonball. Danzo was taken aback. Just as he was about to evade, when he collided head-on with the flying Root ninja, sending his cane flying from his grasp. Boom! Danzo was propelled backward, crashing into the wall and creating a large hole, before plummeting 3 floors down to the ground outside the Hokage building. Lord Danzo! Several voices exclaimed in alarm. Rushing to assist, the 3rd Hokage turned to glance at the gaping hole in the wall, inhaling sharply. The entire assembly was left in shock, as if they had seen a ghost, utterly terrified. They had indeed heard of Duan's exploits, knowing he had defeated Shisui and become the foremost master of the Uchiha clan. The crowd had certainly heard of Danzo's prowess, but witnessing it firsthand was a revelation of its true terror. First, the sheer might of the Senju clan, followed by the Uchiha's ocular technique, Shinra Tensei. The power Danzo exhibited was not merely formidable, it was terrifyingly overwhelming, reminiscent of the legendary Uchiha Madara. In that moment, everyone instinctively retreated, refraining from approaching within 5 meters of Danzo. Particularly, Akimichi CHD, who had previously sought to vie for a seat beside him, was now fervently wiping the sweat from his brow, relieved to have narrowly escaped calamity. At that instant, the 3rd Hokage suddenly bellowed with authority, shattering his previously gentle demeanor, replaced instead by a piercing gaze and an air of command. The usually stoic leader of the Hidden Leaf had become incensed. When the Hokage's fury ignited, all present were compelled to bow in submission. Even Uchiha Fugaku felt a tremor within, cold sweat beating upon his palms. Yet Danzo remained impassive, his gaze fixed coldly upon the 3rd Hokage, their eyes locking in an unspoken silence that hung heavily in the air. In that moment, every breath was held in anticipation. Was the Uchiha clan truly on the brink of war with the village? Would the chaotic events of Madara's rampage in Konoha be reenacted? If Danzo was indeed the second coming of Uchiha Madara, did that make the 3rd Hokage the second Senju Hashirama? No one could tell. Danzo, however, was utterly indifferent. He had no interest in reviving the Uchiha clan, nor any motivation to annihilate the higher-ups of Konoha. His sole desire was to seek amusement. As he had once confided to his brother-in-law Fugaku, aside from his goal of honing his physique, his only passion was to toy with others. Rather than directly eliminate those he found displeasing, he preferred to manipulate them like puppets, watching them leap and flail in their performances. Was that not far more entertaining? Thus, Danzo toyed with Itachi, Fugaku, Shisui, Obito, and the entire Uchiha clan. He amused himself with Danzo, Kakashi, and even publicly played with the 3rd Hokage and the ninjas of Konoha. In Danzo's eyes, the world was but a vast amusement park. As a time traveler, Danzo had never fully integrated into the world of Naruto, even though everything here felt so vividly real and every individual so lively. He harbored an ingrained arrogance and disdain for the natives of this world. Perhaps this very arrogance was the reason for his rebirth as an Uchiha, a clan renowned for its hubris, and Dan's arrogance soared above all. Reflecting on this, Dan slowly raised his left hand, extending his index finger in a manner reminiscent of Dio, pointing directly at the third Hokage across the conference table. Though he had no intention of ending the Hokage's life, should the latter court his own demise, he could not be held accountable. Indeed, within Konoha lay a hidden depth of talent and skill. Those gathered in this room wielded various secret techniques, forbidden arts, and even the most shameless of sealing jutsu. If it came to a one versus many confrontation, the odds were decidedly against Dan's. However, the distance separating Dan and the third Hokage was merely a desk apart, less than 10 meters. Despite the heavy guards surrounding the latter, if Dan were to unleash the technique, no one could hinder him within the 5 seconds of time suspension. This proximity provided a genuine opportunity to eliminate the third Hokage directly. Should the order be given, Dan would act without hesitation. Following that, he would seize the next moment to activate time suspension, break through the encirclement, and escape with his sister Mikoto from Konoha. What was it to be a rogue ninja? A trivial matter indeed. As for the fate of the Uchiha clan, whether they would thrive or perish, it was no longer Dan's concern. Dan Faik, witnessing Dan point accusatorily at the third Hokage, was filled with shock. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to fight alongside him, trusting Dan Faik. As both the head of the Uchiha clan and Dan's brother-in-law made up his mind to stand shoulder to shoulder with his brother-in-law until the very end. Thus, with a hissing sound, a tangible blue chakra erupted from Faik's body, forming a translucent skeletal hand behind him. The confines of the conference room were insufficient to fully summon the second form of Susanoo. But even this chakra hand was enough to instill a sense of gravity and apprehension among those present. With the Susanoo manifested, Faik stood tall, arms crossed, surveying the room with his Sharingan eyes, which few dared to meet. After all, those eyes possessed the power to control the Nine Tails. Here stood Uchiha Dan and Uchiha Faik. Together, they could create a cataclysmic upheaval. Then there was Uchiha Shursui, who, in contrast, was stricken with alarm and urgency. Lord Hokage, Shursui stepped forward, his expression one of desperation as he explained to the third Hokage, Dan acted against Asuma because of me. Please do not misconstrue his intentions. Furthermore, it was Dan who suggested abandoning the police department. He worked tirelessly to persuade all the clan members. This plea slightly alleviated the tense atmosphere. The third Hokage's gaze flickered. He attempted to penetrate Dan's mind, but it remained shrouded in a fog, obscuring any clarity of thought. Surrounded by Konoha's elite ninja, Dan remained undaunted. Could he truly be the second Uchiha Madara? If so, this aging body might not stand a chance against him. After careful consideration, the third Hokage suddenly relaxed his brow, revealing a benevolent smile. Since Shursui has said as much, it seems we have indeed encountered a misunderstanding. Uchiha Dan, I must apologize for my misjudgment. I hope you do not take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Dan scrutinized the third Hokage for a moment, causing the latter to feel a twinge of unease, before he smiled and replied, What are you saying, Lord Hokage? Ha ha. The third Hokage stroked his beard and joined in laughter. Hee ha ha ha. The two shared a hearty laugh for several seconds, leaving the others in a state of bewilderment. Once the laughter subsided, a cough broke the silence. The third Hokage cleared his throat, settled back into his chair, and resumed his solemn demeanor. Despite the considerable uproar, he had not lost sight of the primary purpose of convening this meeting. He surveyed the participants at the conference table and declared in a resonant voice, Today's clan meeting shall address the Uchiha clan's request to relinquish control of the police department. We will now proceed to a vote. Those in favor of this proposal, please raise your hands. The third Hokage had been deliberating whether to fully reclaim the police department, weighing the potential gains and losses. However, the recent commotion solidified his resolve. If the police department fell into the hands of someone like Uchiha Dan, it would inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. Since the Uchiha no longer wished to be involved, so be it. As soon as he finished speaking, Hinata Hizashi was the first to raise his hand, coldly stating, the Hyuga clan supports this request. Swiftly following suit, the Inuzuka, Abure, and other smaller ninja clans raised their hands in agreement. Among the 20-odd clan leaders present, none opposed the proposal. It was passed unanimously. The third Hokage turned to Faik, inquiring, Do you have any objections? Faik glanced at his brother-in-law, saw that Dan had nothing to add, and thus retracted his Susanoo. responding to the third Hokage. The Uchiha raised no objections. The third Hokage nodded and continued, from today onward, for the next week, the Uchiha will retain all powers associated with the police department. After 1 week, a formal handover ceremony will take place. Is there any issue with this? The village's assumption of the police department would require the allocation of personnel and adequate preparation. It could not be accomplished in just a day or two. Therefore, the third Hokage decided to allow the Uchiha a few more days of prominence, showcasing his magnanimity as Hokage. No issues, Faik replied. However, he also made it clear before all the clan leaders, Hokage-sama, the Uchiha have no intention of interfering with village affairs from this point on. Yet, should anyone attempt to act against the Uchiha clan, we will not remain passive. The weight of this last statement caused the third Hokage's expression to shift noticeably. And the others present understood the implication. The Uchiha intended to isolate themselves, retreating into their own world, severing ties with the rest of the village. I understand, sighed the third Hokage, a tone of regret evident in his voice. Faik turned to Dan and said, "Let us depart." Dan glanced at the crowded doorway and then pointed to the nearby window, suggesting to his brother-in-law, "Let us exit this way. It's closer." With that, he strode purposefully toward the window, stepping on the fallen portrait of the second Hokage along the way, leaving a large shoe print on Senju Tobarama's face. The onlookers gasped in shock at this audacious act. End of chapter 79. Is the Uchiha clan leaving Konoha? With a resounding kick, Dan shattered a window's glass and, followed by Faik, leapt through the window, departing the Hokage building in such an unconventional manner. If the fourth Hokage, who also has a penchant for breaking windows, were to witness this, he would undoubtedly recognize a kindred spirit. Shishui remained behind, as he still had words to share with the third Hokage. The calm departure of Dan left the assembly in a state of disbelief, stirring a myriad of thoughts within their hearts. To assault the son of the Hokage, dismantle the conference room, eliminate several root ninjas, send Danzo flying from the Hokage building, and openly challenge the third Hokage. Such an individual managed to leave unscathed. The reason is simple: strength. Uchiha Dan's prowess compelled even the third Hokage to exercise restraint. In the world of ninjas, strength is the ultimate passport. After today, in the minds of many, Dan is no longer merely the foremost expert of the Uchiha clan. He may very well be regarded as the strongest in Konoha. The third Hokage was acutely aware of the humiliation he suffered today. However, as long as he could reclaim the police department, the ultimate victor would still be the village. For the sake of Konoha's peace, what does a bit of face matter? It is but a trifling concern. In truth, from the day he became a politician, Sarutobi Hiruzen had cast aside the notion of face. For the village's benefit, he was willing to endure humiliation and allow others to gossip behind his back. This is the magnanimity expected of a Hokage. Rising from his seat, the third Hokage wearily addressed the clan leaders. "I will make arrangements for the successor of the police department after careful consideration. You may return home now. Your efforts are appreciated." With that, he gestured for the Umbu to withdraw. Subsequently, the clan leaders and their guards exited the Hokage building in succession. "Congratulations, Hyuga clan leader." Upon stepping outside, a junior clan leader approached Hyuga Hisashi, eager to curry favor. Even the village children know that Konoha boasts two prominent I-Techniques clans, Uchiha and Hyuga. With the Uchiha unable to manage the police department, it is evident that only the Hyuga clan can take up this mantle. Konoha once had two super clans, the Senju and Uchiha. Since the demise of the Senju, the Hyuga clan has gradually risen to rival the Uchiha, becoming one of Konoha's two major clans. Whether the Hyuga are merely riding the coattails of the Uchiha, without possessing comparable strength, is a matter of perspective. "Please refrain from such flattery," Hyuga Hisashi replied, waving his hand dismissively. "The Hyuga clan has no interest in the police department. We will defer to the Hokage's arrangements." Although he feigned modesty, his heart had already been stirred. Meanwhile, the leaders of the Inazuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans convened. The trio, as Konoha's elite combination, had always remained tightly knit, akin to a single family. Together, these three clans surpassed both the Uchiha and the Hyuga. Thus, it is only natural that they harbor a modicum of desire to vie with the Hyuga clan for control over the lucrative police department. As for the leaders of the smaller ninja clans, they either convene in groups to discuss their strategies or willingly align themselves with a prominent clan like the Hyuga, all hoping to reap some benefits from the division of the police department. In this manner, the clan leaders departed in clusters, each accompanied by a retinue of guards. their minds occupied with their own intentions. In the Hokage's office, a knock echoed through the air, and Shursui entered. The third Hokage promptly rose to greet him, his face etched with concern as he inquired, "Shursui, what has befallen your eyes? Is it serious?" Silently, Shursui unwound the bandage, revealing two inky voids that were shocking to behold. The third Hokage, upon witnessing this, could not help but feel a surge of both astonishment and fury, exclaiming, "Who did this? Was it Uchiha Dan?" Shursui was, after all, a young man whom he had nurtured with great care, treating him as if he were his own grandson. Now, with his grandson's eyes cruelly taken, how could the third Hokage not be enraged? Yet, Shursui implored the third Hokage, "Lord Hokage, I beseech you, do not take action against Dan. Not only is his strength unfathomable, but his status within the clan has quietly eclipsed that of the clan leader. Should anything happen to him, the Uchiha will undoubtedly wage war against the village, and all our efforts towards peace will be rendered futile." The third Hokage was moved by Shursui's words. Here was Shursui, speaking up for the very enemy who had robbed him of his sight, placing the welfare of the village above his own grievances. The fervent will of fire was vividly embodied in this 16-year-old youth. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage posed a question to Shursui. "You mentioned that the suggestion to relinquish the police department was made by Dan. What do you believe his true intentions are?" Since yesterday, Shursui had pondered this question, and he quickly offered his insight. "I believe Dan does not wish to see the Uchiha and the village suffer mutual destruction. His ultimate goal may well be to lead the Uchiha clan away from Konoha." "Leave?" The third Hokage mused, feeling the increasing plausibility of this notion. The Uchiha had long since been marginalized within the village, and now that they had abandoned the police department, what reason would they have to remain in Konoha? Was this clan aspiring to establish their own autonomy, akin to the once mighty Uzumaki clan? Given the Uchiha's formidable strength, such a scenario was not beyond the realm of possibility. The Uchiha represented a double-edged sword for Konoha. While it would be regrettable to lose their power, it would also be akin to dispatching a volatile bomb that could detonate at any moment. If the Uchiha and Konoha could part ways amicably, it might indeed be a favorable resolution. In a moment of deep reflection, the third Hokage ultimately made a solemn promise to Shursui. "I give you my word. I will withdraw the majority of the surveillance on the Uchiha clan. As long as they refrain from any outrageous actions, I, as an old man, shall turn a blind eye." Upon hearing these words, Shursui felt a weight lift from his heart. He immediately knelt on one knee and sincerely proclaimed, "Lord Hokage, your wisdom is unparalleled." "Rise, good child," the third Hokage urged, extending his hands to assist Shursui to his feet. After inquiring about Shursui's well-being and offering words of comfort, he advised him to take a proper rest, free from the burdens of Anbu missions. Shursui recognized this as the Hokage's concern for him. He was also acutely aware that without his Sharingan, he was merely an ordinary J-nin, dispensable amidst the elite ranks of the Anbu. This realization left him somewhat disheartened. However, his mission had finally been accomplished, liberating him from the perpetual conflict between his clan and the village. Furthermore, Itachi, whom he had always regarded as a younger brother, would no longer have to bear the same confusion and suffering he had endured. With this thought in mind, Shursui retrieved an envelope from his bosom and presented it to the third Hokage with both hands. "This is from the clan leader, entrusted to me for you," he stated, bowing deeply before exiting the office. It was a pity, the third Hokage mused as he watched Shursui's departing figure, feeling a sense of regret. Such a promising talent had been rendered blind, diminished. With a sigh, he returned to his chair and opened the envelope, only to be met with a hint of surprise at its contents. Suddenly, the door burst open, and Danzo entered with a grim expression. He bore injuries. His already bandaged right arm and face were now accompanied by fresh wrappings on his left arm and abdomen, resembling a living mummy. All of this was a result of Uchiha Dan's actions. "Hisashi, arrange for someone to eliminate Uchiha Dan. I have a few capable operatives to lend you," Danzo stated bluntly. This time, not only had he lost several subordinates to Dan's hands, but he had also publicly humiliated himself, experiencing an unprecedented disgrace. The third Hokage, however, shook his head, his tone firm and unwavering. "Let the issue of Uchiha Dan rest for now. We will address it after the transfer of the police department is concluded." He found a sense of satisfaction in Danzo's misfortune, as the latter had recently become increasingly overreaching, conspiring with Koharu and Hamura to undermine his authority. Did he truly believe the Hokage was oblivious? The third Hokage even felt a sense of gratitude towards Dan for administering a lesson to Danzo. Occupying the position of Hokage necessitated a mastery of balance, ensuring that those beneath him would mutually constrain one another, thereby maintaining harmony within the village. Unfortunately, a person like Uchiha Dan was destined to be unmanageable by the third Hokage. Otherwise, he could have replaced Shursui with Dan, using him as a pawn to counterbalance Danzo. Yet, Danzo remained undeterred. Hizashi, do not forget what the teacher has said. The Uchiha are a clan inherently wicked, untrustworthy. Now that Shursui has become a mere shadow of his former self, I propose promoting Itachi to the position of squad leader, allowing him greater freedom to act and, akin to Shursui of the past, assist us in surveilling the Uchiha clan. It is evident that Danzo still covets Itachi, attempting to bring him under his influence. The third Hokage's response is for you to observe for yourself. He nonchalantly tossed the letter in his hand onto the desk. Upon inspection, Danzo discovered that it was Itachi's resignation letter, pinned personally by Fugaku Uchiha. Itachi, a spy placed in the Umbu by the Uchiha, was tasked with monitoring the village's movements. The fact that Itachi is resigning indicates that this clan has truly lost its ambition. The third Hokage, with his keen insight, has seen through everything. Danzo wished to voice further objections but ultimately swallowed his words. Very well, for now, we shall leave it at that. For Danzo, he orchestrated the recent prison riot, compelling the Uchiha to relinquish control of the police department, making him an undeniable key player in this affair. During this process, he also managed to win over Koharu and Hamura, ensuring their future support for him as the Hokage's aide. This is not an unacceptable outcome. Upon realizing that he could not retaliate against the Uchiha, Danzo swiftly redirected his focus to the imminent acquisition of the police department. What shall be done with the police department? Whom do you intend to entrust it to? I am still contemplating, and you should also reflect on this matter. In a few days, summon Koharu and Hamura for another meeting to finalize this issue. The third Hokage spoke, his fingers gently tapping the desk. End of chapter.